This dude wakes up to find himself free-falling into God knows where. He's just floating in midair, reading some notification. The Tower of Trials has chosen suitable candidates from Earth. The Tower of Trials is telling Sung-yoon to pick a difficulty for the challenge. He has absolutely no clue what's going on, but figures, screw it. You gotta go all in to become a legend. Sung-yoon confidently picks the hardest difficulty. Just like that, he's teleported to the first floor of the tower to start his mission. The place he's standing in is basically Sahara 2.0. Sung-yoon's given a sword, and it's so crappy it doesn't even have a sheath. But the reward is totally insane. A unique trait, the kind of thing Sung-yoon couldn't get his hands on even after grinding for 7 damn years. Sung-yoon's hyped. If this is some kind of game show, he's ready to go all out. First things first, he's got to grab that sword to defend himself. But he was too busy spacing out, and the prep time ran out. A sand golem erupts from the ground, leaving our main character completely stunned. This is what you get for confidently picking the hardest difficulty in the game. He only has to survive for 10 minutes, but for a total loser like him, that might as well be 10 years. Not only that, if he fails, the gates of hell are wide open, waiting for Sung-yoon. Now, this game show with prizes has turned into a survival game with no respawns for our MC. Sung-yoon snatches the sword and just books it. They say running away is the best strategy, but in this case, it's the stupidest plan ever, since one of the golem's steps is like 10 of his. On top of that, Sung-yoon's running through a desert in long sleeves. Yeah, he'll be seeing that classic Oasis mirage any second now. Just a crappy sword against a giant rock monster. Option 1. Run away and die from exhaustion. Option 2. Fight and get wrecked by the golem like a little bitch. Sung-yoon just puts his head down and runs in terror. Everyone's taunts start echoing in his ears. You're a complete nobody in this world. In our MC's eyes, the golem is now a giant version of his old boss, trying to stomp him out like a bug. Sung-yoon grinds his teeth, filled with rage. He's determined not to get crushed like that time he was lying in that bastard's pile of trash. For the past 7 years, he wasn't just some slacker. When it comes to theory, this guy knows it all by heart. With golem-type monsters, all you gotta do is destroy their energy core to take them down. Sounds simple, but the core is always in some hard-to-reach spot, and this golem is like 10 times his size. Luckily, there's a hill right in front of Sung-yoon. He decides to climb it to get on the golem's level. Once he's at the top, Sung-yoon uses all his strength to jump onto the golem. The glowing red energy core is right there, practically begging him to strike. So he musters all his strength and strikes right where the golem's heart should be. But the next second, he's shaking like a leaf when he sees his slash was nothing more than a scratch. The golem, having been hit in a sensitive spot, roars in fury. Sung-yoon tries to slash it again but gets grabbed by the golem and thrown into the air. Its hand, made of 100% solid rock, leaves him totally battered. Facing the golem, Sung-yoon once again hears the words that have haunted him for years. "You stupid failure." Hearing that insult, Sung-yoon finally snaps and screams, "Stop it! Shut the hell up, you bastards!" He furiously hurls the sword at the golem. By some miracle, it lands in the exact same spot he'd just slashed. A blinding red light bursts out, along with the golem's final roar. The system announces that the golem's energy core has been destroyed, which means Sung-yoon has completed the mission. The golem disappears, and he crashes onto the sand. Even though he cleared it, Sung-yoon's body is completely wrecked. Still, it's the first time he's ever actually killed a monster. Sung-yoon feels a surge of pride and has more faith in his future career as a hunter. Just as promised, the system gives Sung-yoon a unique trait called necromancy. Right then, a creepy pile of black bones appears where the sand golem fell. Curious, Sung-yoon touches the bones. The system asks if he wants to absorb the sand golem's soul. As soon as he accepts, the soul immediately flows into him. So this is the necromancy trait the system gave him. The moment he absorbs the sand golem's soul, Sung-yoon's proficiency increases by 7%. It might be a small number, but he feels this insane rush. Our main character's first time seems a little rough, as a will-o'-the-wisp-like flame suddenly enters his chest. Sung-yoon can feel the soul when he closes his eyes and breathes. What's more, if he absorbs the stats from the soul he takes in, he can permanently boost his own stats. At the same time, his stats went up by a tiny bit, but he totally got that feeling of your life turning a new page, like he'd just won the lottery. This is that first taste of success after 7 long years of grinding. After putting up with all that crap and gossip, he's finally confident about his path as a hunter again. A system portal opens up after giving him his reward. Sung-yoon gulps. It's not like he can get out of here anyway. So, might as well just go with the flow and level up. He thought he'd get teleported gently like he was in an elevator, but the system just yeets him like a damn sandbag. Sung-yoon lies on the ground, aching all over, covered in blood, his injuries getting worse by the second. Just when he thinks he's gonna pass out from the pain, all his wounds just disappear. He's bursting with energy, like that whole beatdown never even happened. Turns out, the waiting room after a trial heals you for free. In the middle of a 300 square meter room, there's just a single bed big enough for him. But hey, that's enough for him to crash. Sung-yoon wonders why he was chosen. Is he the main character of some trippy-ass comic book or something? As if it read his mind, the system gives him a rundown of the commands for newbies. There are 5 commands in total, but Sung-yoon tells himself he's got to focus on surviving first. He knew there'd be another trial, but he didn't expect the second floor to open in just 24 hours. Curious, Sung-yoon checks out the community feed, and the comments are just flooded with rants from people who got dragged into the tower. While he's busy scrolling through the drama, an admin joins the chat to lay down the tower's rules. You use points as currency, and you can even lend points to your friends. But the most important thing is, water here isn't free like back on Earth. Sung-yoon shudders at the thought of dying of dehydration before he even gets the chance to be pummeled by some golem in a desert. The even bigger problem is that he thought he could go back home, but now Sung-yoon is trapped in this freaking survival tower with nothing but that crappy, sheathless sword by his side. So, to survive, Sung-yoon gears up with more weapons for the next trial. Every hunter who enters the tower gets their stats wiped, but Sung-yoon knows he can't let his guard down. He grinds hard, training for the next hunt. The waiting room might be able to heal his injuries, but it can't stop him from getting hungry. After training all day, his stomach was screaming, but he'd already blown all his cash on sales. No pain, no gain, right? Sung-gun was dead set on clearing this trial so he could finally afford to eat. Another portal rips open. Unlike the first floor, this second level was a massive, endless forest. Sung-gun took a huge gulp of fresh air, finally free from that suffocating waiting room. But this was just the calm before the storm. 'Cause his mission this time? Assassinate the orc chieftain within the time limit. Right below Sung-gun was a legit orc village, filled with terrifying jacked-up green giants just itching to rip humans apart, which is exactly why Sung-gun was now nervously hiding in a bush. Peeking at the guards, he figured these orcs must have hunters too, 'cause, you know, the textbook said so. These guys had numbers and skill. To take down the whole village, you'd need an E-rank team, minimum. Feeling totally hopeless, Sung-gun decided to just bail quietly. But then, looking at the dry grass all around, Sung-gun got an idea, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He whipped up a torch, tried tossing it into his system inventory, and bam, it was stored successfully. Drawing on his 7 years of nerd university knowledge, Sung-gun figured that even though orcs look dumb, they're actually pretty hard-working. The hunters leave to hunt in the morning and come back at night. That's his only window to dodge the high-level orcs. For these guys, the village is just a place to crash and grub, so sometimes nobody's even on guard duty. Sung-gun decides to light up the area around the village to lure in some goblins, which would also give him time to book it if the hunters came back early. To power up, Sung-gun decided to absorb a few of their souls. He snuck up on a cute little orc and rammed his blade straight through the back of its neck. One hit was all it took to down the little orc, absorbing its soul and bumping his proficiency up by 9%. But Mommy Orc heard her baby scream and popped up right behind Sung-gun. She brings down a massive hit aimed right at Sung-gun's head. Good thing he bought a shield earlier to tank it. In that moment, Sung-gun quickly burned the little orc's soul to juice up his strength stat. Thanks to that boost, he used his burst skill to finish off the orc mom. After absorbing enough souls, Sung-gun started making his way in to find the chieftain. All that was left were 4 of the chief's bodyguards. He easily picked them off one by one, but one of them was way faster than the rest. It exploited his blind spot and attacked, catching Sung-gun completely off guard. Even though he got sucker punched, this was the last bodyguard. Sung-gun went all in, charging forward and ramming a fatal blow straight through its body. The chieftain wasn't the boss of these orcs for no reason. It used its staff to unleash a fire spell to barbecue Sung-gun. It was so sure it could beat Sung-gun with that single blast, but it had no idea our boy was protected by plot armor. Still, Sung-gun got seriously wrecked by that explosion. But hey, he also unlocked a new fire resistance skill. With this new skill, he wasn't scared of any damn orc. Sung-gun gritted his teeth and declared, "You are so dead." The chieftain freaked out and started spamming fireballs to defend itself. But with his fire resistance, Sung-gun just walked right through it and chopped off both of its hands. No hands, no holding that staff to pull any more magic crap. The terrified chieftain scrambled into its hut. Sung-gun, pissed off, gritted his teeth and slowly advanced into its crappy little shack. He ripped through the cloth doorway, but the sight in front of him made him freeze. Even with its arms gone, the chieftain was trying to hug its 2 terrified little kids. Another one, trembling, hugged his leg and begged, its eyes filled with pathetic tears. Sung-gun went completely silent. This whole scene reminded him of his own family, the one he lost. You'd think he'd go soft, but nope. Sung Gun ended the little orc at his feet. Even if he becomes a monster himself, he could never forget that monsters murdered his family, and he swears he will wipe every single one of them out. And just like that, Sung Gun cleared the second trial. He returned with his wooden shield all slashed to hell. That was a close call. He almost cashed in his chips that time. From what he gathered from the community forums, he learned the tower gives out information tickets to players. Players use those to look up info and then share it in the chat rooms. That's his ticket to figuring out how to get back to Earth. The word on the street is that after you clear the 5th floor, they sell return stones, but you only get to go back to Earth for a few days, plus a bunch of other rumors. Sung Gun was tearing his hair out over the fact that he could only use his soul absorption skill inside the tower. If he could use that back on Earth, he'd already be an S-rank hunter, no sweat. Shaking off the bad vibes, Sung Gun focused on absorbing all the souls he'd collected today to get even more jacked. Suddenly, the power boost made Sung Gun go totally hyper. He shot off like a rocket, even started running on the walls. This new power had him so amped up he couldn't control it, and ended up slamming face first into a wall. Once he got his cash, our boy hit up the system's online store again. This time he bought some way better gear, and he was looking a lot sharper than before. After 24 hours, the 3rd floor opened up. This time, it's a one-on-one duel. Sung Gun was just standing there in the middle of a cave, totally zoned out, but the system announcement snapped him to attention. The opponent. A shadow guard. That means it could pop out from anywhere, so he instantly got into a defensive stance. Everything went dead silent after the announcement, but Sung Gun couldn't see a shadow guard anywhere. Suddenly, Sung Gun's own shadow started to move and slashed him right across the gut. The thing gave a smug laugh after its grand, surprising entrance. It was the shadow guard, Doppelganger, a tough-as-nails opponent who plays dirty. Gritting his teeth, Sung Gun kicked back hard, trying to make some space so the Doppelganger couldn't sneak attack him again. Sung Gun popped his recovery skill, and as his head cleared, he realized the Doppelganger was mirroring his exact stance. To be sure, Sung Gun charged in to check it out. Mid-charge, he faked it out, jumped behind the Doppelganger, and sliced right through it. But the gash just started healing itself up. The way the Doppelganger twisted was seriously creepy, enough to give anyone goosebumps. After it healed, it charged at Sung Gun and pulled the exact same move, faking him out to get behind him and strike. Sung Gun managed to land a kick before the Doppelganger could slash him. Good thing he totally called that it would copy his every move. Now he finally got why they called this thing a shadow guard. So Sung Gun started using his own weaknesses to fight it. And just as planned, it was working. Sung Gun was feeling pretty confident, thinking he had this in the bag. But then, out of nowhere, the Doppelganger's power level shot up, totally catching him off guard. In just that short amount of time, the thing had mastered Sung Gun's moves even better than he knew them himself. It started completely dominating our main character. With only 1 minute left on the clock, Sung Gun decided to go for the kill, activating the speed boost from his assassin's cloak. He blitzed towards the Doppelganger, moving so fast it didn't have time to simulate the move, and he successfully landed a solid hit. Sung Gun thought to himself, "Hell yeah, I got this." But then the Doppelganger's arm stretched out, and it easily lopped off Sung Gun's sword arm. Blood sprayed everywhere as he let out a horrible scream. He was totally drained, but his mind was still screaming at him to keep going. At the very least, his last few attacks did some real damage, because the Doppelganger was also exhausted and not moving a muscle. Sung Gun knew this was his one and only shot to take the bastard down, but his arm and his sword had been sent flying, God knows where. There were only 11 seconds left. Fail, and he was dead anyway. Sung Gun decided to go for broke, sprinting at the Doppelganger with all his might. The thing was caught off guard but was frozen in place. Sung Gun let out a roar and used his shield to slam its entire body away. The Doppelganger went flying, smashing into the rocks around it. Covered in wounds, it writhed on the ground in agony, its eyes wide as it stared daggers at the man who was about to end it. Sung Gun painfully dragged himself over to the thing and readied his left arm. He gritted his teeth and brought it crashing down right on its head. With a sickening splash of blood, the Doppelganger's head flew off. Sung Gun had cleared the 3rd trial. Back in the waiting room, his arm was reattached, a feeling that was both weird and familiar. Sung Gun tested it out by punching the wall, which instantly fractured under the force. He grinned, satisfied. This arm was back to 100%. After absorbing the Doppelganger's soul, he could tell its soul density was on a completely different level. And just like that, with its soul alone, he hit 100% F-rank proficiency and leveled up to E-rank necromancy. He read through the new traits description, shocked as hell to see he could now absorb skills from any dead creature. Just like that regeneration skill he got when he was knocking on death's door, getting a new skill was no joke. After doing some research, he checked back in with the community of people trapped in the tower. Everyone was buzzing about the integrated trial on the 4th floor. It looked like it might be team-based, which meant he might have to fight other people. Before long, the fourth floor opened up. The mission: take down the Goblin King before any other team does. Sung Gun materialized on a magic circle alongside two other people. It had been so long since he'd seen other humans that it felt a little weird. The girl, Lee Hee-yoon, broke the awkward silence, introducing herself as an E-rank hunter who specializes in support. The other dude, Lee Sung-hoon, was a D-rank hunter who was all about close-quarters combat. When it was Sung Gun's turn, he explained he was also a close combat specialist, except he wasn't a hunter. At that, Lee Sung-hoon shot him a nasty look and sneered, "Just try not to get in my way." That stung, but Sung Gun just kept quiet and said, "I'm pretty sure I can pull my own weight." Faced with Sung-hoon's crap attitude, he just told himself he was used to it. He'd been in the tower for so long, he'd forgotten how much people on Earth kiss up to hunters. As pissed as Sung Gun was, Lee Sung-hoon was still a D-rank hunter, which meant he probably wasn't all talk. Right now, they were a team, and they needed to survive. Together, the party entered the Goblin Castle. The plan was for Lee Sung-hoon to take point and attack, but the guy clearly couldn't handle it for long, constantly screaming at Sung Gun to get his ass in the fight. Meanwhile, Sung Gun was cleaning up from the back, having already dealt with all the goblins that came from behind. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-hoon was still getting wrecked by the goblins. He yelled at Hee-yoon, "Where's the damn support? Support me now!" Lee Hee-yoon was struggling just as much. She was all out of talismans. As our boy was about to step up, Hee-yoon panicked. "Wait a second. If you leave, who's gonna watch my back?" But when she glanced back, she gasped in shock. Where Sung Gun had been standing, there was nothing but a pile of goblin corpses. And Lee Sung-hoon? Still fighting and swearing up a storm, a goblin knocked his blade away with a spiked mace. Seeing an opening, another goblin leaped in to finish him off. Scared witless, Sung-hoon still found time to blame it all on Sung Gun, but the only person who could save him was the guy he'd been trashing. Faced with this scene, Sung-hoon just rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Looking like a total badass, Sung Gun coldly said, "Lee Sung-hoon, get back. You're in my way." And with that, he charged in and completely wrecked the goblin horde. He killed so many, he even unlocked the system's Goblin Hunter achievement. After finishing off the goblins, Sung Gun started absorbing their souls. After absorbing enough souls, Sung Gun acquired the Goblin's Owl Eye skill. Now, he could sense and detect any target in his line of sight. Sung Gun headed back to his teammates. When Lee Sung-hoon saw him, he put his hands on his hips and burst out laughing, saying he must have been born under a lucky star. His comment left the other two completely speechless. Sung Gun thanked him for the sarcastic compliment and decided he would lead the way. Lee Sung-hoon would protect Hee-yoon from the rear, and Hee-yoon would act as lookout. After switching up the formation, the three of them pushed past the goblins with ease and ventured deeper inside. But the farther in they went, the more they realized there were no goblins in sight. Sung Gun spotted something up ahead and ran to check it out. When they arrived, they found nothing but goblin bodies all over the place. It meant another team was already one step ahead. If that team took out the boss first, Sung Gun's party would lose, and the penalty for losing was death. Meanwhile, another team was in the middle of their own goblin fight. A guy with a pair of storm blades confidently leaped onto a goblin's head, looking pissed off. These mobs are a pain in the ass. Let's just find the boss already. No sooner had the words left his mouth, he leaped into action, easily taking out the charging goblins. One of his teammates piped up, "You're awesome, Sion." Instead of a thank you, Sion just dissed his own teammate, especially Jinho, the guy who'd just praised him. He got zero respect. Sion ordered Jinho to open the door to find the boss. Jinho walked away, swearing under his breath, but since there were two teams in the area, the door wouldn't budge. A barrier had formed around them. Only one team could leave alive to face the final boss. And the other team? It was Sung Gun's. They had caught up to Sion's party. Before the throwdown, Sung Gun laid out their game plan. Sion's team got here first, so they were obviously no joke. Sung Gun had Hee-yeon give him a strength buff before advancing. He'd only ever fought monsters before, but he figured he had enough experience under his belt. He had to win this battle. Period. With that, Sung Gun made the first move, charging at them. He shot forward like a bullet, leaving Sion completely stunned. Sion scrambled to order Lee Jinho to put up his strongest shield. A barrier wrapped around the three of them, but Sung Gun didn't even flinch. He put everything he had into a single slash, splitting Jinho's shield in half. Jinho himself was sent flying back as his shield shattered into pieces. Sung Gun seized the opening, taking out the other two members in a flash. Now, it was a one-on-one showdown between Sung Gun and Seon. But every move Sung Gun made, Seon managed to block. Something felt off. Seon's blocking posture was super weird, so Sung Gun decided to crank up the speed and power. But even when he attacked from behind, Seon still blocked it like it was pure reflex. Sung Gun stared in shock at the guy's glowing red eyes and realized he could see every single one of his moves. Fine. All he had to do was block that vision. Sung-gun used his shield to do just that. And just like that, Sion couldn't see his blade anymore. Sung-gun closed in and ended him with one clean slash. This had been a special mission from the system. The fight was over, but Sung-gun's arm was shaking. He just stood there in silence, surrounded by the bodies of 3 people. Hyun was onto him, but Sung-gun just shot back. I'm good. After calming his ass down, Sung-gun decided to go take on the goblin boss right away, before other teams showed up. He totally smoked the giant goblin with no problem. The sight made Sung-gun blurt out, "Dude's a straight-up monster. Mission complete, and now, it was time to split." Hyun gave him some pep talk and sent him a friend request. She also told Sung-gun to look her up at the Silver White Guild once he was back on Earth, but Sung-gun didn't even react to his first-ever friend. What he did next was something only he could decide. Should he absorb human souls or not? This exclusive skill of his looked OP as hell at first glance, but Sung-gun quickly realized that once he killed and absorbed someone, he'd be crossing a line he could never come back from. But in the end, his goal was still to get stronger. Even though killing people wasn't his top priority, if shit hit the fan, he wouldn't hesitate to do what he had to do. Sung-gun decided to absorb the 3 human souls and keep climbing this tower. Back in the usual waiting room, the system updated the player rankings this time. Sung-gun was shocked to see himself ranked 16th in the tower, putting him in the top 50 pioneers who'd get benefits on the 8th floor. After checking things out, Sung-gun decided to buy a return stone and head back to Earth for 3 days. He wanted to see if he was still the same total loser he used to be when he got back. Instantly, a dimensional hole opened up under Sung-gun's feet, and his whole body got sucked in like it was melting. This damn system never lets a player travel normally. After that crisis, our main character was just spacing out on his familiar bed. Looking at his tiny-ass rented room actually made Sung-gun feel at peace. He was chilling on a soft mattress again, not some slab of rock like in the waiting room. But the stink of not showering for a week was making him cringe. In the waiting room, all you got was a rectangular block to lie on. There was no way you could shower. Sung-gun shot up and was surprised to see his gear from the tower at his feet. So this meant players could bring their gear back to Earth, which also meant that items here would become way more common. Sung-gun had to sell this stuff quick before he lost his chance, so he had to become a hunter to get certified before he could start dealing. Sung-gun grabbed his iPhone 14 Pro Max and called the director of the training center. The guy was clearly annoyed that Sung-gun was still bugging him. The surprise was that this time, Sung-gun was asking to take the hunter evaluation test. The director was pissed, but as long as there was money involved, he was fine. Sung-gun had this guy's greed figured out completely. After getting all cleaned up, Sung-gun checked himself out in the mirror. He felt like he could just stare at the mirror all day. Who even needs a girlfriend? But this was no time to be admiring himself. He got dressed and headed to the exam. Tough luck though, Sung-gun couldn't catch a cab, so he decided to parkour his way across the rooftops and was there in a flash. Facing the guy who had looked down on him like he was dirt, Sung-gun wasn't the same insecure weakling anymore. Besides the director, Inspector Kim Y was there to grade the test. By pulling some strings, Sung-gun got to skip the written test and the interview. All he needed was a skills test. Sung-gun was led into the practice room with a sword in his hand. The director told the inspector to find the toughest possible opponents for Sung-gun. There were 10 increasing levels for Sung-gun to choose from. Last time, he picked level 1 and got his ass handed to him by a puny goblin. This time, after having wiped out an entire legion of goblins, he decided to pick level 10, just to round things out. This decision caught the director by surprise. The old guy started getting pissed and cursing. This crazy bastard! Sung-gun's level 10 opponent was a fire phoenix. It used its hunting cry, which dropped his speed by 25%. Sung-gun's sword started to crack the second the phoenix screamed. All thanks to this friendly director, of course. The old dude was sure Sung-gun would fail, and seeing him try so hard just pissed him off. But Sung-gun wasn't the same guy he was yesterday. With the pressure from the survival tower, he was going to prove what he was really made of, right here and now. The director of the training center, Hwang Manhwa, had also had his own cringy, struggling youth. He'd passed the hunter exam and thought he was the shit, but in the world of hunters, talent is everything. He just couldn't keep up with his peers. That huge wall made Hwang Manhwa break down, and he just got stuck there. When he met Sung-gun, who was in the same boat but was still chasing his dream like a madman, it really ticked him off. The moment the sword broke was the exact moment he was hoping to see our MC just give up and quit the game. Sung-gun couldn't believe this weapon was so flimsy, unless someone had messed with it. Up above, Manho's smile was losing its humanity. He was confident that the piece of crap sword would make Sung-gun fail. The phoenix kept attacking with huge waves of lava. Sung-gun didn't hesitate to test out his new skill from the 4th floor. He used instant acceleration to launch himself straight up to the ceiling. The phoenix took another deep breath to spit fire, but Sung-gun was faster, shooting right towards it. He used the broken sword to stab it right in the eye, making it roar in agony, but the blade was too short, so it wasn't enough to finish it off. Sung Gun grabbed a floor tile and chucked it with all his might towards the fire phoenix. With his strength and speed, the tile flew and tore the phoenix's head open like it was tofu. The tile stopped when it slammed into the wall between the two men above. Hwang Manho started sweating bullets as he glanced at the tile, just 5 centimeters from his head. And just like that, Sung Gun became a C-rank hunter, which meant he could now enter dungeons and sell items. In his office, Hwang Manho was pissed and chewing out the inspector. But the inspector had, in fact, rigged the difficulty. You could only blame Sung Gun for being as OP as Saitama. Right then, Sung Gun walked in. He came over and pretended to ask how the director was doing. The guy was obviously annoyed but still forced a smile and congratulated him. But Sung Gun knew damn well what his good intentions were. He reminded him that Hwang Manho had once called him a talentless hack while he had just become a C-rank hunter, and so was the director, which meant the director was the real talentless one. This hit a serious nerve with Manho, and he went ballistic. The director lunged forward, grabbed Sung Gun, and started cursing. "You little punk!" Sung Gun easily dodged his punch and countered with a shot right to the gut. That was for self-defense, and this slap is payback for all the crap you put me through. As Sung Gun was leaving, the inspector ran after him and offered him a job as an exclusive hunter for the association. The base salary was 1 million, and possibly even more. Sung Gun thought it wasn't bad, but he wasn't stupid enough to not realize that the guy had jacked up the test's difficulty. It wasn't about the money for him, he just didn't want to work with untrustworthy people. 2 days later, the media started reporting on the trial tower phenomenon. The news blew up globally. Sung Gun breathed a sigh of relief because his timing was perfect. He had already sold all his gear before word about the tower got out. Now that the recall stone's timer was up, Sung Gun warped back to the trial tower. He'd never felt this freaking pumped before. Sung Gun was back on the stone bed in the waiting room. All the stuff he brought from Earth was there too. He stashed it all away in his personal locker. Sung Gun stretched out before heading to the 5th floor. The system popped up a notification he'd acquired the Eye of Truth skill. All of a sudden, Sung Gun's eyes flashed purple. He could now see the true nature of everything, and could even tell if someone was lying. This sweet new skill had Sung Gun hyped. Guess going back to Earth for 3 days was the right call after all. With some cash to burn, Sung Gun went on a shopping spree. He dropped some serious coin on a Thunderblade and an iron shield that came with a bonus effect. When it was time, the system zapped Sung Gun to the 5th floor for the trial. The mission: take down the werewolf leader in the valley within 24 hours. The system had a real sick sense of humor, dropping him right in the middle of a pack of vicious wolves. They immediately lunged to tear him apart, but joke's on them, they were the ones who were actually Sung Gun's prey. Decked out in his new gear, he easily blew away these smaller wolves. The moment their territory was invaded, the bigger wolves showed up. These things were like 10 times stronger than the little ones and would even bite their own pack members in half. Facing these cold-blooded beasts, Sung Gun's eyes gleamed with excitement because now he didn't have to bother searching for them. Sung Gun charged right into the middle of the vicious white wolves, decisively running his blade straight through their bones. After taking down the wolf pack, Sung Gun's swordsmanship skill increased big time. He realized skills didn't level up that well on the lower floors. So now, it's time to watch Sung Gun power level like a god. As usual, he absorbed their souls after finishing them off. The 10% lightning effect he'd gotten wasn't activating much though. Sung Gun pushed on to the center of the valley, but what he found was a scene of total carnage, dire wolf corpses everywhere. Brutal slashes had split their bodies in two and even left gashes on the cliff faces. Time to use the Eye of Truth. All he could figure out was that the slashes were made by someone who was pretty damn skilled. Right then, a wolf's howl made Sung Gun stop dead in his tracks. He immediately sprinted toward the cave where the sound came from. A second later, the corpse of a massive wolf was thrown out, its body covered in deep gashes. That was the wolf leader, Sung Gun's mission target. But it had already been taken out before he arrived. Just then, an intruder from another dimension stepped out of the cave. Sung Gun's mission just changed. Now he had to kill that intruder. Things were getting more and more unpredictable, especially knowing there were other trial towers in other dimensions. The intruder was decked out in some sick-looking armor and a sword. He started taunting. "What? You too scared to even speak? Looks like this is the end for you." Sung Gun had never imagined someone would steal his kill, but luckily, the trial hadn't failed yet. The intruder launched his attack. Despite how heavy his armor looked, the guy was pretty damn agile. Instead of fighting back, Sung Gun kicked the wolf leader's corpse right at the guy, blocking his vision and using that split second to speed behind him. Sung Gun hit him with a surprise attack from behind, shoving his sword into the intruder's waist. But his blade couldn't get through the guy's armor, which was as hard as steel. But at close range, the intruder easily launched an attack at Sung Gun, His brand new shield was shattered to pieces, and Sung Gun himself was thrown back, writhing in pain. Just one hit shattered Sung Gun's left arm. He gritted his teeth to endure the pain. The intruder was stunned that he'd even been able to block his light sword. But Sung Gun wasn't just going to take it. He yelled, shocked, "How the hell were you able to invade my space?" The guy just laughed at him, calling him a total noob for not even knowing what a floor invasion was. Sung Gun felt like it was totally unfair that all this unlucky crap always happened in his trial tower. The intruder decided to finish Sung Gun off gently. But in his final moments, Sung Gun waved his hand, rushing to say, "Wait a sec." He wanted to learn more about these floor invasions, since it was brand new information. The intruder figured Sung Gun was a dead man walking anyway, so he decided to humor him and spill the beans. Floor invasion tickets are only available on the 8th floor, and players can use them to invade other people's trials. The Genesis space is the dimension he came from, which is completely different from Sung Gun's. To verify, Sung Gun used his Eye of Truth. Everything the guy said was on the level, but he could somehow tell that Sung Gun was checking him out. This sent the intruder into a rage, making him want to finish Sung Gun off immediately. Sung Gun just smirked coldly and said, "So what are you gonna do now?" He was shocked by Sung Gun's defiant attitude, some total weakling daring to talk back, but Sung Gun had an ace up his sleeve. The whole time, he'd just been faking the pain in his arm to get the intruder to spill his guts. The moment Sung Gun let go of his arm, his rapid recovery skill kicked in, healing it like it had never even been broken. The intruder was surprised, but still confident he could end Sung Gun. Too bad for him, he didn't realize he was dealing with the story's main character. Oh yeah, and this whole time, Sung Gun had been absorbing the souls of the dire wolves, and his power was surging like crazy. The intruder was totally shocked that Sung Gun was a swordsman who could use both healing and enhancement skills at the same time. He had the two most OP skills in the game all to himself. Now, Sung Gun was about to get serious. He boosted his own speed and rushed forward, unleashing a combo of slashes on the intruder. The intruder was furious about being overpowered by a 5th floor player, so he activated an aura skill on his sword. He then returned all the attacks Sung Gun had just thrown at him. The powerful blade shattered rocks, even slicing them in half. Sung Gun was able to dodge the dangerous aura, but to finish the fight, he knew he had to get through that ridiculously tough armor. That's why Sung Gun had been continuously stacking his passive. He then activated his lightning ability, sending a current of electricity through the intruder's body, causing him to convulse in pain. Sung Gun was pleased that his lightning had penetrated the armor. The intruder collapsed to the ground, completely defenseless. He couldn't wrap his head around how a 5th floor player like Sung Gun had so many skills. Sung Gun figured it was because the dude got way too overconfident in his gear and the level difference. And now, it was time for the end. The intruder, terrified, pleaded with Sung Gun. "I'll answer any questions you have." Sung Gun replied coldly, "Not interested." And then, his blade decisively plunged through the guy's throat. His last words for Sung Gun were, "You savage bastard." Sung Gun himself felt a pang of fear, realizing how easily he could kill without batting an eye. But it was something he had to do. The trial ended, and the intruder's corpse started to disappear. Sung Gun quickly absorbed the soul before it completely vanished. Because of the intrusion, the rewards were different. Sung Gun received the A-rank skill, Triple Slash, plus a huge bonus prize. Afterward, he returned to the familiar waiting room. He sat there thinking deeply about the other dimensions. From now on, he had one more thing he needed to watch out for. To get the lowdown, Sung Gun decided to hit up the admin about floor invasions. He got a reply super fast. Invasion floors are for level 8 players only, and they can only invade the floors of first-level players, but they can't interfere with any special challenges. Sung Gun tried to ask more, but it turns out you only get one freebie question. He let out a sigh of relief that he hadn't wasted his one shot. Now it was time for some gear maintenance. He'd brought Calkin's magic box all the way from Earth for this. Sung Gun's shield was fixed up, good as new. Another random thing he'd brought along was a cleansing stone. Thing is, using it got him totally blissed out. Taking a bath with it? Genius idea. With over an hour to kill before the 6th floor opened up, Sung Gun browsed the leaderboards. After taking out that level 8 invader, he jumped up to 3rd place. Right then, the community was blowing up, arguing about whether to buy debuff resistance skills. The chat was pure chaos after what went down on the 4th floor. Killing was just becoming a normal thing now. The person who wrecked the 4th floor was Princess Sudi. They'd changed their name, but the manhunt was still on. Just some random player, but they totally kicked off this crazy competitive wave among everyone. Sung Gun decided to burn that name into his memory. He had to avoid this person before they managed to manipulate every other player into trying to take him out. Time was up. The 6th floor opened with a mission. Capture a station in the area within 50 minutes, alongside your teammates. In front of Sung Gun was a massive ocean with tons of stations just floating around. The system finished assigning teammates, but Sung Gun was still solo. While he was standing there confused, a spear suddenly shot down from the sky, aimed right for his head. Sung-gun snatched it out of the air without breaking a sweat. The guy who threw it was his own damn teammate. He looked completely stunned that Sung-gun could just deal with a surprise attack like that. Sung-gun was surprised by this unique way of saying hello. But yeah, this wasn't a friendly greeting at all. The guy was looking at him with pure hatred in his eyes. Right now on the community board, rumors were flying that killing people was the easiest way to snag rewards. All around him, the scene was horrifying. Teammates were just butchering one another. The inhuman scene and the sounds of screaming filled Sung-gun's ears. His so-called teammate just laughed. "Do you get it now, you damn hypocrite?" While all this chaos was going down, these two girls actually shook hands, looking like real teammates. But in reality? Yeah, right. The short-haired chick quickly backstabbed and finished off her own teammate. For taking down an ally, she got a special skill called backstab. This little performance didn't escape Sung-gun's notice. Seeing him distracted, his teammate rushed in for a sneak attack. Sung-gun really didn't want to kill anyone without a good reason, but if this idiot was just going to hand over his life, he was more than happy to take it. This earned Sung-gun a new achievement. Still, he had no desire to go on a pointless killing spree. The mission was to capture a station, and that's all he was going to do. Nearby, a water mage was conjuring a sturdy magic shield, a smug look on his face. A water mage surrounded by a vast ocean. Yeah, this guy probably thought he was invincible. That would only be true if he hadn't run into Sung-gun, who was already charging straight for his station. Sung-gun kicked the mage's magic shield, which only made the guy laugh harder, completely confident in his so-called bulletproof barrier. But a second later, that smug grin was replaced by a face full of blood. The shield might be bulletproof, but Sung-gun sure as hell wasn't a bullet. One kick and the dude was logged out for good. Sung-gun felt like he might have gone a little overboard, but the display definitely scared the crap out of everyone else around. They all backed off, wanting no part of a fight with him. Now, all he had to do was guard the station for the final 10 minutes. He definitely learned a hard lesson about compassion on this 6th floor. Even your allies could stab you in the back at any second. Just as he was pondering this, some intruders showed up. A squad of 4 just waltzed right in. They were a merger of 2 different teams, trying to get a leg up on everyone else. And now, their sights were set on Sung-gun's station. The first 2 guys rushed him. The black-haired mage in the back activated Synchronized Heart, a skill that shared Kim Jin-hui's pain with Sung-gun. When Sung-gun stabbed the guy in the arm, he felt the exact same pain shoot through his own. Meanwhile, the big dude started splashing him with seawater from the trial. The trial seawater would lower his stats. Things were starting to look really bad for Sung-gun, but that's only if he were some side character. Sung-gun dodged the blonde guy's massive sword, then grabbed him by the head. He ruthlessly smashed his face into the ground, a one-shot move that left the other 3 completely stunned. Sung-gun got the one-shot kill achievement, which came with the skill Contempt for the Weak. This basically meant that anyone with lower stats was completely powerless against him. Case in point was the skill's effect on the big guy with the shield, whose stats were nowhere near Sung-gun's. His reward was a knee straight to the face, followed by a devastating kickdown onto the top of his head. This savage takedown made the 2 remaining guys shudder as Sung-gun walked towards them. Kim Jin-hui was freaking out, not knowing what to do, when his blonde teammate slashed straight into his leg. One cut, but 2 people felt the pain. Sung-gun had forgotten that the black-haired mage had linked their pain. Kim Jin-hui screamed and cursed, but a second later, the blonde guy started punching holes all over his body. Over on his side, Sung-gun staggered from the waves of transmitted agony. Sung-gun activated his pain reduction skill, but it only cut it down by 15%. The only way to stop this was to take out Kim Jin-hui. Sung-gun summoned all his strength and hurled his shield. It flew straight and true, piercing Kim Jin-hui's neck. The phantom pain of having his own throat slit sent an agonizing shockwave through Sung-gun. He collapsed to the ground, grabbing his throat. His head was still there, but the feeling was chillingly real. The blonde dude seized this moment, thinking it was his golden opportunity to end Sung-gun. Just as the sword came crashing down, Sung-gun stopped it with his bare hands, even as the blade sliced them open and drew blood. In that moment, the blonde guy knew he was dead. He started shaking uncontrollably. Sung-gun snapped the guy's sword in 2 and used the broken tip to finish him off. The blonde only had time for one last curse before his world went dark. At that exact moment, the time for the trial was up. In the end, the winners were actually the players who had managed to stick with their teammates. Of course, there were a few cold-blooded exceptions who won by killing everyone. To others, Sung-gun was probably just one of those bloodthirsty monsters. He returned to the waiting room and looked over his new achievements. Most of the achievements he'd racked up came from killing people. That also came with new skills, points, and other rewards. The reward for clearing the 6th floor this time was a random box tied with a gold ribbon. Sung-gun wasn't expecting much, given his crappy luck. The box opened, and a cute little creature hopped out. But it shot Sungun a totally unfriendly glare. Sungun lunged to grab it, but every time he got near, it just jumped somewhere else. Sungun picked up the pace and finally managed to snatch the little green blob. He let out a triumphant laugh, but the little green fluff ball opened its mouth wide and chomped down hard on Sungun's hand. Tears of pain welled up in his eyes as it hopped back, waiting. Sungun put on a childishly threatening face, trying to snatch it. He was even going to go easy on it because the little blue furball looked cute, but its teeth made him think twice. Sungun flipped upside down and slammed a critical hit straight onto its head. A second later, its whole body exploded into hundreds of pieces, revealing the item hidden inside. A B-rank forged iron necklace with the Blessing of Steel effect. This skill boosted his swordsmanship by 7% and also absorbed 10% of physical damage. Sungun tried it on for a moment, but his mana was instantly drained. The necklace didn't have a cooldown, but it needed a constant supply of mana to maintain its effect. Another new announcement was made. The waiting period for the trial tower floor had been removed. The community was buzzing. Still, this didn't really change much. What everyone cared about was that the player killers wouldn't be able to make a move now that the next stage was solo battles. Sungun needed to watch out for dangerous teammates like that. First, he had to train a new skill that wouldn't be shaken by any other diverse skills. His necromancy had reached D rank. Besides increasing his power, it also fortified his mana and created a defensive shield. To test the shield, Sungun pulled out his sword, threw it at the ceiling, and waited for it to fall on his arm. As soon as the sword touched his arm, it was blocked by the souls, or rather, they absorbed the damage. Sungun was pretty surprised by this type of defensive shield. Every time he activated it, he'd need a soul to take the hit, so from now on, he needed to keep a few souls in reserve for defense. Next, he got curious and checked the trial rankings. Since he didn't kill many people on the 6th floor, he had dropped to 4th place. It was a bit disappointing, but all he needed was to be in the top 50 anyway. Feeling antsy, Sungun decided to jump straight into the next trial floor. This trial required the player to overcome 3 challenges in 40 minutes to prove themselves. Sungun was teleported to a dark corridor. It was so quiet that Sungun couldn't sense any other presence. At the end of the hall, a blue light flashed. The portal teleported Sungun to the first trial area. When he opened his eyes, the familiar sight of a sandy desert appeared. Something rose from deep beneath the sand. He realized the system was going to make him go through 3 trials he had already passed. With his current strength, Sungun was confident he could easily beat the sand golem, but he immediately felt hesitant when he saw how unusually huge it was. In his memory, the sand golem was only a third of this one's size. The golem raised its sandy arm, then slammed it down, sending a shockwave of pressure across the surrounding area. Sungun pulled out his sword and shield and ran up its body. He jumped around but still couldn't find this golem's core. While he was still looking, it suddenly twisted its neck 180 degrees to the back, which seriously freaked Sungun out. It swung its other arm and grabbed Sungun like he was a mosquito, crushing its solid stone hand to smash the human inside. But its arm shattered under Sungun's blade. He could slice through it easily. Was this really the only way to win? Sungun kept jumping, slicing through the golem's layers of sand and rock. Even though it was cut to pieces, the next second, it just regenerated like nothing happened. The golem was even more pissed off now, which seemed to just amp up its power. A punch came from the golem, but it was aimed at the ground. Sungun realized something was off and immediately sprinted away. He had to dodge the attack and get as far away as possible. The pressure the golem created on the ground was insane, but he wasn't fast enough. Everything around them caved in, and both Sungun and the golem were buried in the sand. He looked at it, annoyed. Okay, now he was starting to get pissed. Sungun decided to keep fighting, using the 3-step slash he just learned to sever the golem's body parts. Before it could recover, Sungun just kept slashing. He was actually grateful to that intruder for giving him all that combat experience. As fast as the golem regenerated, Sungun would slice it back down. He didn't stop, even when its body was completely shredded. After 10 minutes, he was sweating. I mean, who wouldn't be sweating buckets fighting in a scorching desert while wearing thick clothes? But he noticed the golem had somehow become smaller and cuter. The golem blushed, embarrassed. Who knew it would one day be called freaking adorable? The sand making up the golem's body was used as a resource, but it couldn't draw from the sand around it. That's why the golem had shrunk so noticeably. Sungun gave it a sly look. Hey golem, want to lose some weight with me? And so, the two of them began to diligently work out. PT Sungun, passionate about his new job, helped the golem drop a ton of weight in just a few minutes. As its body got smaller, the core on its back was clearly visible. But with a slimmer figure, the golem also moved faster. It easily attacked Sungun at close range. The time limit for all 3 trials was just 40 minutes. Sungun couldn't play this cat-and-mouse game forever. He went straight for the core on the golem's back and destroyed it. The first trial was over. He had proven that he could overcome his fear. As soon as the golem was defeated, the system's portal opened up again. Sung-gun rushed to extract the sand golem's soul, but it was too late. Sung-gun cursed. This damn system doesn't even give you a second to absorb anything. He was sent to the second trial, the orc village. This was the story after he had killed the village chief, and the hunters had returned to a scene of total devastation. The hunters looked at their chief's corpse and went ballistic with rage. They let out a crazed roar and immediately charged at the culprit, Sung-gun. He didn't hesitate either, rushing forward to face them. They were all wiped out, leaving only the lead hunter. Sung-gun looked at the grieving orc in front of him. It hurts, doesn't it? Having to watch your family die. The orc grew even more furious. It gathered all its strength and lunged to punch Sung-gun, but before the fist could land, the orc's head was already severed from its neck. Sung-gun immediately started extracting the souls before the damn system could drag him away again. Luckily, this time he managed to snatch a few of the hunter's souls. The scene changed again, and this time he was back at the ocean from the 6th floor. He thought the system would make him repeat the trials in order, 1, 2, 3, since the last two were from floors 1 and 2. But thinking back, the tower made him fight a bunch of orc hunters in a trial that was supposed to be about intelligence. He was starting to doubt the logic of this tower. First off, Sung-gun needed to heal up a bit after that rough fight. The problem was, he didn't have a trash can in his inventory. Sung-gun looked around and saw he was all alone. Ah, well, polluting the tower a little bit probably wouldn't hurt, right? Just then, the water level behind Sung-gun surged unexpectedly, and all the stones on the water's surface flew into the air. He thought to himself, I only threw one tiny vial, and the ocean is already this pissed off? Sung-gun immediately ran off to find the red-hot pursuit brick he'd captured on the 6th floor. Of course, he couldn't touch the seawater unless he wanted his stats nerfed. Sung-gun was moving faster now, confident that at this rate, victory was in the bag. But then the stone under Sung-gun's feet suddenly flies up. Sung-gun's whole body is soaked and exhausted. He curses out the tower, realizing it has zero freaking logic. Even the damn stones are flying around randomly. Gritting his teeth, Sung-gun kicks it into high gear. He zips forward, landing on the stones being tossed up, and in a flash, he sees the goal he needs to conquer. 3 minutes left. He thought he was actually going to make it, but the whirlpool starts chasing Sung-gun. Waterspouts rise up, targeting him directly instead of just tossing up stones anymore. Sung-gun swerves and weaves, dodging the waterspouts. He's almost at the objective, but from right behind him, a powerful waterspout slams straight into his back, sending him flying. His entire body is hit with insane pressure from the whirlpool. Just when you thought it was over, like your chances with your crush, the Blessing of Steel effect activates. At the same time, the souls he absorbed take the physical damage for Sung-gun. The orc hunter souls he just absorbed are now being used as meat shields for Sung-gun. Without them, his body would have been totally destroyed by that waterspout. Time is running out, so he keeps rushing toward the red brick, but of course it's one bad thing after another. Using the steel necklace has drained his mana, and the instant acceleration effect is about to end. Sung-gun pulls out an orc hunter soul and absorbs it, restoring a bit of his strength. He's only one stone away from the goal, but this damn tower just loves to screw with people. The stone is launched up by a massive pillar of water, forming a wall right in front of Sung-gun. Behind him, the aggressive waterspouts are closing in. At this point, his only option is to go for broke. He decides to charge straight through the water pillar to get to the objective. The waterspouts chasing him destroy the stone, launching Sung-gun high into the air, and the orc hunter's soul is annihilated. Sung-gun tumbles through the air and then free falls down toward the red brick. A loud crash rings out, bringing with it the defensive souls for Sung-gun. He's lying flat amidst the rubble. In front of him, the swirling waterspouts have stopped their pursuit. They weaken, turning back into a stream of water that pours down on Sung-gun's head. He silently curses this bullshit trial. Even at the very end, it had to splash water on him just to piss him off. Sung-gun returns to the waiting room. He nearly failed this trial. He has no idea what kind of horrors are waiting on the 8th floor. Stepping onto the 8th floor, a bunch of new functions unlock. But the one he cares about most is the aura. The trial tower presents 3 auras with a word of caution. Sung-gun looks over the aura descriptions, and the system recommends the jewel aura for him. However, the hanger aura isn't bad either. The last one, Mang, is the absolute worst. Skipping Mang, Sung-gun ultimately chooses the jewel aura. With jewel, he gets to choose one of 3 abilities: summoning souls, tripling his swordsmanship and magic skills, or creating items and skills. Being a necromancer, Sung-gun decides to go with Soul Summoner, which comes with the unique power of skill combination. Sung-gun can combine 2 skills to create a new one, which is totally OP. He decides to pick his two weakest and most unrelated skills to combine, and the result leaves him completely stunned. Sung-gun got a powerful D-rank offensive skill. Even though it has some restrictions, the fact that two F-rank skills combined into a D-rank is seriously surprising. Our boy is hyped and wants to try again, but Archer's knowledge and fire resistance only create an E-rank skill. Sung-gun figures that the more compatible the two skills are, the higher the rank of the resulting skill. Exhausted, he collapses onto his bed. He never thought the day would come when he'd have his own aura. This feeling of being above everyone else is so weird it's making him question everything. Suddenly, remembering there's another reward, Sung-gun jolts back up to check it out. Grace of the Wind, A rank. Increases movement speed by 10%, stacks up to 7 times, but has a 1-day cooldown. When it's stacked 7 times, Sung-gun gets a 70% speed buff, making him even faster than the Flash. What he loves most is that it doesn't drain mana like that other necklace. As a total speed freak, our MC can't pass up these shiny, suede-like speed boots. He scrolls through the shop for a bit, but everything he sees is either trash or way overpriced. But Sung-gun decides to buy the mana sensory skill anyway, simply because he's loaded now. He remembers that last fight where that dude, Kim Jae-hein, used some kind of pain-sharing thing that really messed him up. If he can sense mana, Sung-gun can prep for situations like that. As soon as he activates it, the mana sensory skill is engraved into his body. The sensation of all his mana spreading out to strengthen his body at once makes Sung-gun feel like he's on fire. After it's done, he feels like he's on a whole new level, a massive leap from who he was 30 seconds ago. Sung-gun's whole body feels light as a feather. He lifts his foot and tries stomping hard on the floor. The floor beneath his foot shatters into pieces. It didn't just buff his mana, it also boosted his physical strength a bit. After getting fully kitted out with skills, Sung-gun takes a deep breath before making a decision. The 8th floor isn't going to be easy to deal with. He figures he'll head back to Earth for a while and chill. Meanwhile, somewhere on Earth, this dude holding an iPhone 14 Pro Max is biting his nails, worried because he can't recruit any hunters. A fat, block-headed guy walks up and starts mocking him, demanding he hand over his gate permit. Turns out, this jerk has already recruited all the other hunters there. He's icing out the young guy because he's just an E-rank hunter. The young man is trembling with rage at their condescending insults. "You guys still got room in your party?" A strange voice pipes up, making the whole group curious. Sung-gun walks up and flashes his. Wait, not his driver's license, his C-rank hunter license, asking to join the team. Needless to say, the E-rank hunter accepts immediately. The fat dude, however, grabs Sung-gun's shoulder, confused. "Didn't you see everyone else waiting? Were you asleep or something?" Sung-gun smirks. This guy knows everything except how to act right. He gives the fat guy a bloodthirsty look, warning him to get his grubby hands off him immediately. Sung-gun's blood-red aura flares up, making the fat guy instinctively pull his hand back. Somehow, his lackeys watching from the side completely misread the situation and thought their boss was dominating Sung-gun. Lucky for him, that saved him from losing face. The guy gives a little cough and makes an excuse to dip before Sung-gun can call him out again. Lee Ho-gon is tearing his hair out because Sung-gun just joined and is already picking a fight with that fat dude, but Sung-gun couldn't care less. He just wants to get into the dungeon already. Anyway, with Lee Ju's reputation, no one else was going to join them. Choi just points blankly. "I'm looking at you. Who are you looking at? A monster showdown with just the two of them?" Lee Won is now inside the dungeon, and he can already feel the air in here is different from outside. Sung-gun isn't as hyped. He's confident he can handle a D-rank dungeon. Realizing it's his first time doing this, Choi starts explaining things to Sung-gun. According to the theory Choi studied, higher-ranked hunters actually have a higher death rate. E-rank hunters know their place and stay in the back, while C-rank hunters get cocky and overconfident, and they end up paying the price for it. Chan was stressing because their team didn't even have a healer. On top of that, Sung-gun's attitude was straight out of a textbook. To play it safe, Chan decided to take the lead. Sung-gun wanted to be point man, but he agreed. After all, the dude had never even been inside a dungeon. He wanted to see how experienced hunters handle their business. And just like that, his chance came when they ran into a lizardman. Chan starts spouting some lines he memorized from a textbook. Then, according to the plan, tries to get its attention. Sung-gun was supposed to attack when he had the chance. That was the plan, anyway. But when it started, Chan just stood there, waving his staff from afar, leaving even the lizard man totally confused. Sung-gun actually thought the guy could walk the walk, but he's only been on Earth for 3 days and had zero patience to watch this dude do a freaking tango with the lizard. So Sung-gun just hit the gas and charged straight at it. His 3-step slash easily finished off the mutated lizard. Chan was basically lagging. Sung-gun spoke up and offered to take the lead, because if they let Chan keep dancing around, they'd be here till tomorrow. From the moment Sung-gun took over, he just wrecked everything in his path. Watching this, Chan felt like it was a straight-up lizardman massacre, not a dungeon raid. After Sungon was done, he ripped out the lizard's mana core. Out of habit, he tossed it into Chon's already stuffed backpack. While the two were busy talking, a lizardman suddenly lunged out from behind Sungon. He shook his head to get rid of some dandruff, and who would have guessed, he dodged its spear. Then, Sungon used his all-purpose shield to send the lizardman to meet its maker. Sungon faked a yawn and absorbed the lizard's souls. I mean, he didn't want his unique skill to be discovered in some lame-ass way. But man, these D-rank monsters on Earth only boosted his power by 0.7%. Sungon was kinda bummed. The two of them entered the boss room, and Chon couldn't help but get hyped, even though he was just the pack mule. Inside the room, the Lizard King was just sitting there, waiting for Sungon to wreck him. Chon got nervous and wanted to talk strategy, but for someone with main character plot armor, like Sungon, you just charge in and win. Who needs a plan? That just makes things complicated. The Lizard King charged, but its speed was totally unexpected for its massive size. Even though this caught Sungon off guard, he had his own tricks. He hit the accelerator and teleported behind the Lizard King, but totally forgot that it had a tail twice as long as he was tall. Sungon got smacked by its tail like a fly swatter. The force sent him flying. Chon freaked out, clutching his head and screaming his name. You'd think he was a goner, but he used a soul to tank the hit instead. That feeling of bloodlust started kicking in again, facing a worthy opponent. Meanwhile, Chon's heart was pounding harder than if he'd just held hands with his crush. Sungon glanced over and saw the Lizard King's stone throne was cracked. He got a really bad feeling about this, and yup, the Lizard King was pissed. It let out a deafening roar and activated a slowdown skill. It felt like invisible chains were tying Sungon down. This was his chance to use his new heavy hitter skill. Luckily, his magic was stronger than the Lizard King's, so all its effects were totally useless on him. The Lizard King's eyes bulged in shock. It started sweating bullets, realizing it had used its ultimate move and its opponent was just chilling. A whimper came from Chon's direction. He didn't have a skill like Sungon, so now he was all tangled up in those chains. He trembled and begged Sungon for help, but this just got the Lizard King's attention. It immediately bolted towards Chon to finish him off. Sungon tried to keep up, but the distance was too great. Just then, Sungon remembered he still had a few minions waiting to be summoned. Sungon summoned some skeletons wrapped in cloth scraps to act as shields, but they had zero durability, and the Lizard King immediately shattered their bones. But that was just enough time for Sungon to use Windblade. He flew in and finished off the Lizard King. Boss down. Its soul belonged to Sungon. He even got its Spirit Eye skill. Outside the gate, a manager was yawning his head off while waiting. Normally, after the Vanguard Hunter team leaves the gate, the Association's assault team goes in to defeat the boss. But this guy was only assigned to follow the Vanguard team. If only he was managing the assault team that takes down the boss, he'd get a massive bonus. But that was just a pipe dream. Unless the team had an A-rank hunter, then maybe they could clear it all in one go. Just then, Sungon's team walked out. Seeing there were only two of them, the staff figured they probably only cleared half the dungeon before bailing. But a second later, the gate turned gray, which meant the dungeon boss had been defeated. The manager scrambled over to Sungon's team on all fours, needing to confirm what he just saw. He introduced himself as Shin Yuan, the captain of the Hunter Association's gate management team. Chon guessed the guy was here to buy the rights to the gate, but that was up to Sungon to decide since he basically soloed the whole dungeon. Shin Yuan was shocked, betting that Sungon had to be an A-rank hunter, but Sungon didn't give a crap about rank. All he cared about was the price they were offering. Yuan thought for a second, then threw out a number, 1 billion. At the same time, Hyun was drowning in a mountain of paperwork. After returning from the Tower of Trials, she was appointed by her bosses to be the team leader in charge of managing the challengers. Basically, her job was to find exceptional hunters from the Tower of Trials to shake up the hunter community. But it wasn't easy, since everyone she found just picked the easy difficulty in the tower. Thinking about this, Hyun remembered Sungon, the guy who managed to clear the tower's 4th floor all by himself. She totally regretted not making him an offer back then. But right at that moment, Sungon sent her a message asking to meet. Needless to say, Hyun felt like she'd just hit the jackpot. Sungon was waiting in a coffee shop. Hyun burst through the door, and from how rushed she looked, you could tell she was desperate to see him. As soon as she said hi, she called him out for ghosting her messages. Sungon apologized and tried to explain. The only thing on his mind was Hunter. He didn't have room for stuff like love or, text messages. Getting down to business, Sungon contacted Hyun to ask her to recommend a guild for him. However, he wanted a guild that would grant him 3 special privileges. 1. The right to refuse summons. 2. No interference with his activities in the tower. And 3. The right to use dungeons whenever he wanted. After he said all that, the vibe immediately got awkward. He felt like his demands were probably pretty ridiculous. And he was right. Hyun confirmed that there was no way any guild would agree to his conditions. Sungan was a little disappointed, but the next second, Hyun grabbed his hand and made her own request, for Sungan to join her White-Silver Guild, which could actually meet his demands. There was just one catch. Sungan had to prove his skills by clearing a C-rank dungeon all by himself, which is why he was now lying on the roof of a bus, thinking things over. Since he was almost there, he decided to run the rest of the way to warm up. Sungan took off like a superhero, making every bystander that day think they were seeing things. At the dungeon gate, Hyun was at the registration spot. Right on cue, Sungun came sprinting up. The second he stopped, a shockwave just blasted out from him. The wave was so strong it almost blew their tiny tent away. Hyun's mouth twitched. She couldn't believe he'd leveled up this much in just 2 weeks. The plan was to raid the dungeon in an hour, but Sungun was bored out of his mind, so they just dove right in. Inside the dungeon was a field of withered golden wheat, with stalks as tall as they were. The guild hooked Hyun up with a queen's necklace, which creates a shield and lets her go invisible. So, Sungun just had to worry about his own ass. Suddenly, his Spirit Eye skill activated on its own, basically screaming danger. 3 weird things were moving under the wheat, heading straight for him. The second they got close, he jumped up to dodge these freaky-ass monsters with razor-sharp teeth lunging right for his heart. Hyun was freaking out. These were monsters with a lethal poison, and more importantly, they had no business being in a C-rank dungeon. But Sungun wasn't sweating it. He just calmly started taking them down one by one, easy peasy. Hyun was even more shook now. Then, she got all giddy, thinking she'd finally found a baby daddy for her kids. Sungun was fighting hard against the venom fiends, dodging like crazy so he wouldn't get bitten and poisoned. His lightning flash skill activated automatically. He'd completely forgotten he even had that move. A venom fiend charged at him from behind with its mouth wide open. It was aiming to bite his head off. Luckily, Sungun dodged, otherwise his whole head would have been monster chow. Sungun grabbed its tail and just slammed its entire body into the ground, cracking the floor tiles. Sungun then waved for Hyun to come over. He had cleared a path and was basically just inviting her to walk through. Hyun was still frozen, completely stunned by Sungun's solo 1 versus 10 performance. Normally, you'd send a whole squad of C-rank hunters to deal with venom fiends, but look at our boy, he's taking them on with just a shield, a sword, and a bunch of different skills. Hyun was totally convinced Sungun was only going to get stronger. And hey, if he ended up becoming her husband later, 10 out of 10. Sungun used the opportunity to absorb the venom fiend's souls, bumping his stats up a little. He figured the boss wouldn't be too OP. But the boss room was a whole different dimension. Steep cliffs and tangled tree trunks everywhere, narrow paths, a suffocating feeling mixed with dead silence. The whole vibe was making Hyun uncomfortable. They couldn't sense a single living thing. Then, all of a sudden, a mana beam shot down right at Hyun's head. The boss appeared out of nowhere, looking ferocious and totally hyped. This little welcome party scared the crap out of them. Sungun swept Hyun into his arms and jumped away, but at this point, he was all she could think about. The Venom Fiend boss took a deep breath and spat a mana blast right at them. The wave of mana chased right behind them. A massive explosion shook the cave, and Sungun's silhouette just flew out of the smoke. He landed on a huge tree branch high up, still carrying Hyun. They were out of the boss's line of sight. It was looking around below, probably searching for their bodies. Hyun offered to buff him up, said they could check his skills later, but he refused. He said he only ran because he had to save her. This, right here, was his real style. He dove straight down behind the boss, startling it so bad it jumped. Sungun had stacked Grace of the Wind 7 times, and now it was showtime. Just as the boss was inhaling to charge up its mana, he was already on it. Before the boss could even blink, Sungun was right underneath it with his sword drawn. His 3-step slash diced the boss's entire body into 3 pieces. Hyun, watching from above, was completely tense. Now she was wondering who the real monster was. After leaving the boss room, Hyun declared that he had passed her test. She also warned him about something else. When he gets to the Tower of Trials, the difficulty will ramp up over time. People who choose a hard difficulty from the beginning can always switch to an easier one. Hyun was just thinking about Sungun's ridiculous growth rate. He probably chose a difficulty where the penalty is death. Even though she'd seen him fight twice, she was still hoping he'd be a little more careful and come back in one piece to be her husband. Her friend. That night was his last on Earth. Sungun had been crazy busy for the past 3 days. But because of it, he was also feeling way more confident in himself. The third time he returned to the tower, he decided he was going to push himself even harder. As soon as he got to the waiting room, he went looking for a trial. On the 8th floor, branching paths had finally appeared for the players. Sungun wanted to improve his soul summoning accuracy, so he chose combat. He thought he'd get to fight right away, but it turns out Sungun has a pioneer ability. Because of that, He got to meet a manager, the iron-blooded tyrant. The moment the notification popped up, the system just yeeted Sung-gun away. He landed in the world of Iron Blood. The world of Iron Blood was the complete opposite of its name. The entire landscape was covered in thick white snow. Sung-gun used his Eye of Truth to search for info, but the system just said this is where the iron-blooded tyrant lives. The iron-blooded tyrant started communicating with him through system messages. She was basically offended that he was scanning her place, and then ordered him to follow the sword. The sword was just floating in midair, held up by a stream of red mana. It led him to a small wooden cabin. The second he stepped inside, Sung-gun felt a gaze on him. The iron-blooded tyrant was sitting in a chair with her legs crossed, just staring him down. "You've finally arrived. Welcome, pioneer." The iron-blooded tyrant introduced herself. He was expecting some old dude, but the tyrant was actually a super cool girl with pink hair. Sung-gun was also just staring at the iron-blooded tyrant, completely stunned. He was captivated by how gorgeous she was. But every rose has its thorns. As beautiful as she was an administrator of this tower. Suddenly, the iron-blooded tyrant was right in front of Sung-gun, sizing him up. He was shocked because he'd been staring right at her the whole time but didn't even see her move. The iron-blooded tyrant grabbed a bottle of wine. She sized him up as just an ordinary person, even though his past battles had left a pretty big impression on her. However, she only ever got to see the results. Nobody can actually observe the trials below the 8th floor. The iron-blooded tyrant sipped her wine, which was made from orange juice. Admins are just subordinates of the tower, and as long as she's an employee, she can't harm Sung-gun. This little chat was a personal perk for being a pioneer. He could ask any question he wanted and get an answer without needing a question ticket. Sung-gun asked about the intruder on the 5th floor. The iron-blooded tyrant just laughed and explained that by invading other floors, you can get way better rewards and benefits. The challengers from other worlds are usually people who have been stuck in the tower for decades. When someone beats them, they get a massive reward. One day, this world's tower will merge with another world's tower. Hearing this, Sung-gun was confused. She continued explaining that after the 20th floor, there will be many combined trials, which means Sung-gun will run into other intruders. Final question. Sung-gun wants to know what the hell this Tower of Trials even is. The Blood Tyrant Queen gets all thoughtful. Turns out, she's been wondering the same thing. Even an admin like her is totally in the dark. She used to be a challenger too. Anyone who croaks on floor 14 or higher gets the privilege of being revived as an admin. She tried climbing the tower back in the day, but none of the admins who died ever made it to the top. Sung-gun clenches his fist, totally bummed. Damn, I was hoping to learn something about the top of the tower. But just mentioning the top pisses off the Blood Tyrant Queen. She instantly grabs Sung-gun by the neck, her eyes practically screaming danger. The top of the tower isn't something you can just casually yap about. But Sung-gun is totally unfazed, which is a huge contrast to her rage. The Blood Tyrant is actually shocked he isn't scared one bit. Sung-gun grabs her arm and shatters it, breaking free from her grip. "I'm not gonna let you push me around that easily," he says, his voice ice cold. The Blood Tyrant Queen's eyes pop open in shock, and then she just starts laughing her ass off. This is the first time anyone's dared to bust up an admin's crib. This kid's interesting. The Blood Tyrant Queen offers to make Sung-gun her disciple. Soon as he gets back, Sung-gun immediately checks out the exclusive shop he got access to by signing the contract. Now he can buy stuff that only the Blood Tyrant Queen has for sale. But page 2 is locked until he hits the 10th floor. For now, with the starter SP he's got, he can only afford one of 3 items. Sung-gun decides to buy Unyielding Mind, a skill that'll help him make rational decisions in any situation without getting all emotional. After equipping it, Sung-gun heads into the 8th floor. The theme is destruction. His mission, take down the lich that summons skeleton soldiers. He thought this would be a cakewalk, but Sung-gun's head is spinning. The ground is so packed with bones, you couldn't even squeeze a mosquito in there. They're probably trying to overwhelm him with numbers, but Sung-gun couldn't care less. He dives right into the middle of the bony mob, and the whole area just explodes. Crushed white bones go flying everywhere. The skeletons start swarming him, trying to tear him to shreds. Sung-gun just lets them take a few swings at him, just to see. The verdict? Pathetic. He swings his fists and snaps their bones like twigs. But since they're so damn weak, his proficiency only goes up by 0.08. He's already getting bored wasting his time on these scrubs. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the distance. "What bastard dares to trash my sacred land?" Sung-gun whips his head towards the sound. Heh, must be the boss. He immediately absorbs the dead and summons his own crew of skeleton minions. They can deal with the tower's boneheads for him. Meanwhile, Sung-gun is off like a shot, blowing past the thick wall of skeletons to hunt down the boss. In the distance, there's this old castle. Sung-gun bets that's where he needs to go. When he gets there, a lich wearing clothes to hide its scrawny body is holding a summoning book. Seeing Sung Gun, it scoffs. A lowly human dares to set foot in my magnificent castle? You're gonna pay for that. The second it finishes talking, it summons two massive gatekeeper monsters. Sung Gun sizes them up and figures they're about on par with the Sandgarm. He's totally unimpressed that the boss could only summon these two big dudes. The Lich gets pissed that this human it looks down on is looking down on it and orders his big boys to rip Sung Gun's face off. Sung Gun pops Outburst, and with one slash, sends both of their heads flying. Then he closes in on the boss, who can only stammer in complete shock. What the hell? Sung Gun slashes right through its torso, cutting off its legs and sending it crashing to the ground. After taking down those two brutes, his proficiency went up by 1.2%. Sung Gun's pretty happy with this progress. But to the Lich, he looks like nothing but a bloodthirsty monster, manically grinding for XP. Sung Gun decides to wrap up the 8th floor, but then he spots the Lich's sick-looking summoning book. His smile starts to get a little unhinged. He decides he's gonna ask this guy for a few favors. Sung Gun tosses the summoning book back to the Lich and asks about the summoning cooldown. Turns out, every time a guard dies, it can summon another one after a few minutes. Sung Gun tells it to summon one right now. The Lich is like, why? But then Sung Gun shoves his sword in its face, and it scrambles to get summoning. The two ferocious guards are summoned again, and just like last time, Sung Gun deals with them like it's nothing. The stunned Lich asks, Is that enough? Oh dude, this is just the beginning. Sung Gun orders it to summon all of its guards, while he just keeps killing them over and over to farm experience points. The Lich is getting totally exploited for its labor and is absolutely furious. How long do I have to keep doing this? Meanwhile, Sung Gun is still lost in his own little world of stabbing and slashing. Until I tell you to stop, obviously. Sung Gun keeps fighting, racking up proficiency points, until finally his necromancy skill hits 100% and levels up to grade C. A weak voice pipes up from behind him. You insane monster. I'll curse you even after I'm dead. That was the boss of the 8th floor, exploited down to its literal marrow by the capitalist Sung Gun. Sung Gun walks over to take a look. Cracks are spreading across the Lich's body every time it summons something. It's hit its limit. Sung Gun wanted to farm a bit more, but it looks like he has to put it out of its misery. Before it completely fades away, the Lich spits out one last curse. Meeting you makes me sick, you goddamn human. And just like that, the 8th floor is cleared. Now, Sung Gun's necromancy skill has a 20% chance to snatch a skill from any soul he absorbs. The 8th floor was kinda lame, in his opinion, but that doesn't mean the 9th floor will be. He always gears up before a fight. He looks at his Azure Lightning Sword and realizes his dagger mastery is already maxed out. Time to find a new toy to replace it. After scrolling through his options and not seeing any swords he likes, Sung Gun decides to just make his own. It's faster that way. He decides to combine two of his sword skills. Since his dagger skill is grade D, the synthesis process is based around it. The result? The grade C Demon Hunter skill. It doubles his attack speed against any non-human enemies. Man, he really loves this skill combination power of his. Holding a bunch of skills, Sung Gun decides to combine just one more time. So he just keeps combining and combining, taking the new skill he gets and immediately combining it with something else. Finally, he gets the Grey Blood skill, which gives him regeneration and pain reduction. To test out his new skill, Sung Gun decides to turn off the waiting room's healing effect. He also absorbed all his souls, so he doesn't have a shield. Sung Gun straight up chops off his own arm to test it. One clean slice, and his left arm is gone, but it regenerates so fast he doesn't even feel the pain. Sung Gun feels as badass as the main character in some manga right now. And this assassin's cloak? He's gonna wear it till it falls to pieces. Waiting around is just a waste of time, so he decides to jump straight into the 9th floor. The mission: kill all the monsters within 1 day. But the second he steps inside, the system blares a warning. A challenger from the world of Murim has invaded by Pexant Model. That bastard even wiped out all of Sung Gun's monsters. Now, he has to beat this guy to pass the 9th floor. Seeing Sung Gun, the old man stood on the pile of monster corpses and started talking. I am the Murim Alliance, Lord of the Martial Alliance. The old geezer with the white hair and beard introduced himself. He wanted to know Sung Gun's name, but Sung Gun knew that invaders never have good intentions, so revealing his identity would be pointless. B soon muttered, "That's just common courtesy among fellow martial artists." Sung Gun was so done with how damn weird people from other dimensions were. With that, the old man raised his short sword and charged. Even though he looked over 100 years old, his power was no joke. He unleashed hundreds of sword strikes aimed at Sung Gun. He activated Grace of the Wind to block the old man's attacks, creating an ear-splitting clang of metal. After the warm-up, they both backed off to size each other up. The old man smirked. "So, this place has skilled fighters too, huh? Forgive me for underestimating you." Sung Gun let out a breath. He was so sick of dealing with these hypocrites. The old man was definitely here just to kill him and snatch the reward. This whole act of a fair duel was just disgusting to him. Just then, the old man revealed his killing intent through his cold eyes. Then he raised his sword and activated his sword light ability. Waves of purple-black smoke enveloped the area. Sung-gun was temporarily blinded for 5 seconds. The old man said his final goodbyes to the nameless swordsman. While Sung-gun was plunged into pitch-black darkness, he used his mana resistance combo, cutting the blind time down to 2.5 seconds, and used Spirit Eye to see through his enemy's attacks. The moment he used it, the old man's sword tip was already right behind his back. He quickly turned to dodge, but still got a cut across his neck. At the same time, sword light ended, and gray blood activated, healing Sung-gun's wound instantly. B-Sun was shocked that Sung-gun could dodge an attack in complete darkness, but Sung-gun didn't have time to answer, immediately charging forward to attack him. As their swords clashed, the resulting shockwave cracked the ground around them. Sung-gun spun around with a kick, but B-Sun blocked it with his tough knee, then swung his sword down at Sung-gun's leg from above. Sung-gun was also swinging his sword at the old man's head. B-Sun used his hand to block Sung-gun's sword hand, while Sung-gun used his leg to pin down the old man's sword arm. Both attacks from both sides were blocked. You could say they were evenly matched. The old man muttered, "The dark magic you're using is bizarre." Sung-gun didn't care what he was saying. His stats had increased, and yet he was still just on par with this old geezer. This time, B-Sun wouldn't hold back. He activated Sword Light again, trapping Sung-gun in pitch-black darkness. Sung-gun cursed, using his mana resistance combo and Spirit Eye again. This time, the old man's blades came flying at him with insane speed. Sung-gun blocked each one, but still took a slash across his back. Blessing of Steel immediately activated. Even so, his shield still cracked into pieces. It basically couldn't block the full force of that attack. 2.5 seconds passed, and his vision returned to normal. Sung-gun smashed a nearby boulder, blocking B-Sun's view. The old man sliced the huge boulder in two with a single sword strike. But by then, Sung-gun had already jumped back, creating some distance between them. B-Sun turned around and saw Sung-gun's wound had healed again. He frowned and muttered, "That dark magic again. I thought you were a skilled martial artist, but it seems you just borrow power from somewhere else." Sung-gun rolled his wrist and said, "Look who's talking." The sword light he uses is a unique skill he got from the tower too, and yet he's acting all high and mighty. Sung-gun stacked Grace of the Wind 7 times and instantly closed the distance to B-Sun. The old man was shocked as he raised his sword to block. The sheer weight of the blow made him struggle. B-Sun had cleared countless challenge floors, his sword stained with the blood of challengers from other worlds. Among them, those from Earth were the weakest of the weak, like a honeypot, and they could never even touch a single hair on his head. But this time, Sung-gun had cut through that silver mane. The old man's long hair flew in the wind, but his face was absolutely pissed. Sung-gun kept swinging his sword until he had completely pushed the old man back. His wound had healed, but B-Sun was struggling with a face full of blood. The administrators were now placing their bets on Sung-gun. B-Sun was furious at being pushed into a corner. He decided to activate his skills. His movement speed increased by 2.8 times for 1 minute. Sung-gun sneered, "I thought you looked down on magic?" However, because B-Sun was an invader, he had to suffer the invader's penalty. All his stats dropped by 8, and he couldn't use some of his skills. However, Sword Light was still effective. Sung-gun was used to him spewing that smoke and then launching a sneak attack. B-Sun poured all his strength into one slash. He screamed frantically, "I'll cut you to pieces!" Sung-gun used 3-step slash to counter him, and the clash of their mana created a blinding light. The blind effect ended. B-Sun stood frozen while an exhausted Sung-gun collapsed. But across the old man's torso was a clean slash from Sung-gun, and his whole body trembled. All he could utter was 3 words, "This is impossible," before his body fell in two. Sung-gun absorbed B-Sun's soul, and his stats increased by a whopping 27%. Because there was an invader, the reward was changed to 6 cents, rank C+. Sung-gun figured this skill had a higher rank than Monster's Instinct. He decided to return to the waiting room and check it out later. Suddenly, the administrators started spamming him with messages after witnessing his fight. After an update, they could now watch trials from the 9th floor and above. Sung-gun smiled proudly. Looking at it another way, it meant the administrators had acknowledged him. However, the iron-blooded king of violence reminded him not to be seduced by other administrators since they had already signed a contract. Sung-gun obediently agreed. The White Crane Sword Saint requested to add authority to the contractor's exclusive shop. Sung-gun's iron-blooded master agreed as well. The administrators only grant authority to get on the contractor's good side. Sung-gun was pretty curious about this. He figured they'd probably contact him again at some point. In the end, Sung-gun decided to accept the White Crane Sword Saint's request. He added key swordsmen to the shop. After returning, the system announced that Sung-gun could now enter the common area. He wondered if the administrators could watch what happens in the common area. "You guys still watching?" he asked out loud. There was no reply, so Sungun cleared his throat. "Well, I guess I'm the only one who knows how embarrassing that was, right?" Our protagonist checked out Ki Swordsman. It allows him to channel mana into his sword and use sword ki. To him, this skill was pretty solid. Now that he'd reached the 10th floor, he could see the second page of the shop. 3 skills appeared. He thought they were all total bangers. The problem was, he only had 2,000 SP. He needed to buy either Ki Swordsman or Bone Regeneration. Thinking back to the fight with that old geezer B-Sun, Sungun decided to buy Ki Swordsman so he wouldn't get overwhelmed by some crazy strong opponent again. After activating it, he gave it a few test swings. Other skills suck up mana like a freaking waterfall, but this one's more like a gentle stream, just like its name suggests. It burns through 2% of his mana every minute, meaning he'd be totally drained in just 50 minutes. Sungun immediately shut it down, making a mental note to manage his mana when using it. There was one more reward, the 6th sense. Basically, it just cranks all his senses up to the max. Last thing to do was browse the community forums. There was a ton of chatter about the plaza. One player was talking about trading authorities with someone else. The plaza is where tons of contestants gather to make deals with other administrators. Smelling something new to do, Sungun decides to head into the plaza to see what's poppin'. The plaza was like a whole nother dimension. The big difference was that you could actually see other players here, in the flesh. This one dude was excitedly wandering around and exploring, but unfortunately, he walked right into the sights of some player hunters. He was just casually strolling along when suddenly he got blasted by a bunch of special effects that made him collapse. The player hunters appeared behind him, laughing like total scumbags. The leader sarcastically licked his blade. "A Korean?" The Korean guy gritted his teeth. He hadn't even entered a trial yet, and these jerks were already ganging up on people to rob them. The girl behind him yelled indignantly, "Hey, stop it! Are you even allowed to do this? Fine, then let's trade 1 for 1. He just gave this greasy smirk. "If you drop all of your items, I'll let one of you walk." Right as he was about to make his move, a dark figure zipped past. The dude looked back, confused, watching this guy in black just stroll past them like he didn't see a damn thing. But they thought it was weird, since this isn't how the script usually goes, so they called out, "Yo, black hat." The guy in the black hat turned around, and Sungun pulled down his hood. "You talking to me?" When they saw he was also Korean, they laughed like psychos. Guess in their minds, Koreans are easy pickings, so they all started dogpiling Sungun. Sungun sighed. He just wanted to lay low, you know? Did these clowns forget he's the main character of a Korean story or something? Sungun just raised a hand and nullified their attacks, making the leader's eyes pop out in shock. Sungun then blitzed them, and before they could even activate their skills, he had already wiped them out. One guy tried to use an ice shield, but it just shattered under Sungun's fist. The dude totally freaked out and started begging, wait, I was wrong." He didn't even get the chance to kneel and apologize before Sungun's blade was through his throat. After absorbing their souls, Sungun got ready to bounce. The girl apologized for not being able to help more. The Korean guy struck up a conversation, guessing that Sungun must be a ranker. Sungun was like, "Uh-huh, something like that." I mean, he was always in the top 10 anyway. The guy was immediately stoked and made sure to thank Sungun for saving his life. Sungun couldn't care less, though. He only killed them to prevent them from becoming a pain in the ass later. Sungun turned to leave without another word, but it looked like the dude still had something to say. He hesitated for a second, then asked for the 3 soulless bodies. Sungun was confused, but the guy promised to trade him a skill for them. The guy used gluttony, and the bodies got sucked into a black hole in his palm. He looked as satisfied as if he'd just had a gourmet meal. True to his word, he gave Sungun the Iron Wing skill from his administrator, Gluttony. It allows him to create a pair of wings on his back and fly. And right on cue, the White Crane Sword and the Iron-Blooded King were already whining about Gluttony making shady deals with their Sungun. Seriously, Sungun had no words for these admins. But the fact that they were all fighting over players meant the players had something they wanted. The 2 of them happened to be going the same way, so the guy shared some info he'd picked up. Right now, the dimensional worlds invading Earth are Ares and Muram. Sungun had already met some dude from Ares in some heavy-duty armor, and that SH guy from Muram. And there was another place, home to goblins, elves, and beastmen. Chatting as they walked, they reached the community area. The guy handed Sungun a business card. Turns out, he's a team manager for the Challenger management team at the Hunter Association. Might come in handy for Sungun later. Once they stepped into the public zone, all their stats went back to normal. Challengers aren't allowed to fight each other here. The guy rubbed his hands together and decided to check out the auction house for a bit. As for Sungun, he had a place to be too. The arena. The moment he stepped inside, he heard some salty dudes yelling, "Lost again." Took a huge L this time. He thought to himself, This so-called arena is basically just a sports betting joint. And apparently, the admins felt the same way. Up ahead, there were some seating booths, and Sung-gun wondered if he was allowed to sit there. Only kids would hesitate. An adult like him? He just plopped right down. Worst case, they'd just kick him out. The arena system was activating, giving him a choice between betting and battling. The system notification was kinda confusing, so Sung-gun read the details more carefully. The arena is split into two systems, betting and battling. Bettors can place wagers on the fighters, either losing big or raking in points depending on who they back. As for the fighters, they get to challenge other people for rewards. Once a match is confirmed, the real names and rankings of the fighters are revealed. To confirm a match, Sung-gun needs to wager a reward, like a skill, an item, or an authority. If he wins, he gets a reward of equal value from the opponent he just beat. So, the long story short is, win and get rewards, lose and lose your wagered item. But come on, a main character like him? How could he possibly lose? So Sung-gun smashed that participate button to see if he could snag some sweet loot. Meanwhile, outside, players were practically praying to the heavens because they were getting a live view of Catherine, the Hellfire Witch, a famous hottie hunter known for her skills and a smoking hot body. Today was yet another day where Catherine hadn't gotten a single challenge, and she was getting bored. Being the strongest isn't all it's cracked up to be, since Catherine has never lost a single match. Her administrator just chuckled at how weak all the other players were. Catherine felt like she was just wasting her time and decided to leave, but right at that moment, she received a challenge request from Sung-gun. A total newbie who just entered the trial arena was challenging someone with a 17-win streak like her. This guy was interesting. Catherine decided to take him on, one-on-one. They were both teleported to the fighting stage. Catherine smirked and said, "I like your courage, but you really should be more careful about who you pick a fight with." The match began. Catherine arrogantly decided to strike first with her primordial flame. With just one hand, she summoned a massive fireball that looked scorching hot. The fireball rocketed towards Sung-gun. He could dodge it, but the thing had already locked onto him as a target. It wouldn't stop until it made contact. It was all over. Catherine smirked. She might have respected his guts, but in terms of pure power, Han Sung-yoon didn't stand a chance. At least, that's what she thought before he used his skill. As a master of sword ki, he sliced the orb in half. If that thing wanted to chase him, he was going to make sure it never got the chance to chase him again. Holy crap. Catherine was completely and utterly floored. A learning experience, huh? I'll be the one to give you that lesson, Han Sung-yoon said with a cold smile. The match was only just getting started. In a chill house deep in a forest, an androgynous figure with long, flowing silver hair watched Han Sung-yoon through a water mirror. They smiled, satisfied that Han Sung-yoon had mastered sword ki. Giving him that badass unique skill was totally worth it. From now on, I need to get on his good side, and fast. Maybe Han Sung-yoon can finally settle that old score I've never been able to handle myself. Back in the arena, Catherine was still the one relentlessly attacking. Wherever she struck, Han Sung-yoon dodged, but her attacks were a real pain in the ass. Even when Han Sung-yoon jumped into the air, the flames still chased him. The only way out was to slice through every single fireball. Dancing in the flames ended up burning his cloak. Han Sung-yoon quickly landed to get away from the fire. Without the blessing of the wind, he couldn't get the most out of his cloak's effect. While he was busy putting out the fire on his cloak, Catherine summoned 4 more fireballs. How long do you think you can last? After patting out the flames, Han Sung-yoon brandished his sword again. The longer this dragged on, the more mana he'd burn, which was a huge disadvantage for him. Time for a counterattack. Han Sung-yoon absorbed Bitch Sun's soul to get a few stat boosts. He unlocked the B-rank skill, Lightning Sword Ki, which let him pull off a critical attack that even took him by surprise. Catherine was getting pissed that Han Sung-yoon wasn't focused. While he was distracted, she unleashed dozens of fire arrows aimed right at him. Of the 36 stratagems, running is the best one. He booked it, dodging the arrows raining down on him and slicing in half any that got in his way. At the same time, Han Sung-yoon activated Hemorrhage. It was the first time he'd ever used the skill, but if he didn't try it, he'd never know what it did. Giving it a shot probably wouldn't kill him. Han Sung-yoon braced himself, then swung his sword in a crescent moon arc that shattered the giant fireball, startling Catherine. She frantically threw up a magic shield, gritting her teeth to hold it against the immense power. She never expected Han Sung-yoon's counterattack to come when she was least expecting it. Before she could even fully block his attack, he was already standing right behind her with the tip of his sword aimed at her neck. In the end, Catherine had to surrender. It was that or get her head lopped off. After defeating Catherine, Han Sung-yoon received the Sword Storm skill and was teleported back to the common area of the 10th floor. Once he was back, Han Sung-yoon decided to write down Catherine's name. Even though he was just treating it as a practice round and went easy on her, she was pretty damn strong. Plus, she burned his cloak, so he had to jot down her name to get even later. Now, it was time to check out his reward. The name Swordstorm made it sound like 1,000 slashes at once, but it was just a single stab. So that was the lesson she taught him. You can't always judge a skill by its name. The day started off pretty well, winning a match for some EXP, but the reward was a total scam. To avoid getting scammed again, Han Sung-yoon decided to fight another match. This time, his opponent was Awaki Yuji, ranked 11th in Japan. As soon as the match started, Yuji sighed. I was really looking forward to this fight since you're ranked 3rd in Korea, but you look all ragged, like a beggar. I bet your skills are just as pathetic. Han Sung-yoon's smirk made the guy frown. What the hell are you smiling at? It's funny, because I was thinking the exact same thing about you. Han Sung-yoon's comeback totally pissed Yuji off. The guy thrust his 8-meter-long spear at him. Han Sung-yoon dodged it easily, which disappointed him. The 11th ranked player in Japan was this week. All he had going for him was a nice outfit. Han Sung-yoon mercilessly smacked the show off to the side. Yuji took so much damage that the match had to end. Naturally, Han Sung-yoon was the winner. The more he fought, the more addicted he got. Han Sung-yoon challenged players from all over. He won every match with insane speed, accidentally earning him the title of Battle Master. Meanwhile, in China, a dude with an 8-pack was meditating in a lush green bamboo forest. No one dared to disturb him unless it was urgent news. And this time, the urgent news was the death of Elder Bitch Sun. Before he died, he'd sent a message back to his clan, telling them about a place called Earth that had recently linked with their dimension. Bik Sun had tried to invade that dimension, and the result was him kicking the bucket. Just then, a tremor began, growing stronger and stronger. The bamboo forest rustled as if something was charging through it. It was a monster. I have no idea what it's called. All I know is that it was freaking massive and had a real nasty temper. The guy just kept meditating to hit his daily quota as the monster barreled towards him. Finally, he lifted one arm to summon his sword and said, "It's been 5 years since I stopped climbing the tower, hasn't it?" Just as the monster's claws slashed down, he flexed his leg muscles and leaped up. Even after meditating all day, his legs weren't numb. Seriously impressive. The 8-pack dude dove down, plunging his sword straight into the beast's head, and the added weight of his body made it collapse instantly. His servant saw his power and couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect. To overwhelm a mythical creature like that in a single blow, it was truly terrifying. The guy pulled his sword out of its head. He was getting tired of meditating. The appearance of the Earth dimension was a lucky break that piqued his interest. More specifically, the person who had managed to kill Elder Bitch Sun might finally give him a satisfying fight. Han Sung-yoon returned to his waiting room and flopped onto the bed, which had been newly upgraded with a mattress. All his fatigue vanished. This waiting room that cured all ailments was no joke. Today was a total jackpot. Besides the EXP, Han Sung-yoon also got a brand new unique skill, one that created steel wings, allowing him to fly at high speeds. However, the wings needed a constant flow of mana to work. Just imagining himself soaring through the sky with angelic wings like some fairy from a storybook was enough to make Han Sung-yoon go wild with excitement. But that was just a dream for now. It wouldn't become a reality until he had enough points to actually buy it. It's at times like these you realize how good the rich have it. Putting the whole wing thing aside for a moment, Han Sung-yoon sat up to review his achievements for the day. He started combining a few of his miscellaneous skills, sitting there for a solid hour, diligently fusing and fusing them. Han Sung-yoon created 3 new skills: a B-rank counter shield, a C-rank phantom step movement skill, and a C-rank raging sword dance attack skill. The one that caught his eye was the counter shield. Han Sung-yoon raised his hand to test it out. The effect was way cooler and smoother than the lame-ass skills of side characters. Man, that main character aura really hits different. A new day began with a mission on the 10th floor with a pretty tough difficulty level. A 3-hour cooperation theme. The objective is to stop the resurrection of the Dark Devouring King within the time limit, and if the whole team gets wiped before time's up, everyone's toast. 4 doors open up, summoning the chosen members based on their individual rankings. Rank 1, Kim Soon-hun. Rank 2, Cheon Seo. Rank 3, Hunter, but only we know his real name is Han Sung-yoon. And rank 6, Princess Sudi. The team has a 30-minute time limit to prep for the boss fight. Cheon Seo runs over to Seung-hoon, looking like they haven't seen each other in forever. Han Sung-yoon sizes up the 2 guys ranked higher than him, figuring they must have met in previous trials. Suddenly, someone yells. This Sudi dude points a finger at Han Sung-yoon and screams, You're that guy I met on the 4th floor!" Han Sung-yoon is like, "What the hell? Just minding my own business and I'm catching strays?" Seung-hoon looks at Sudi's expression and guesses that their first meeting probably didn't go so well. This Sudi guy is trembling, pale as a ghost. He says they met during the cooperative trial on the 4th floor, and that Han Sung-yoon went on a killing spree just to power himself up. Princess Sudi's real name is Seum-jun, and his motto in life is basically, If you don't lie, life won't respect you. He deliberately creates conflict by pitting people against each other, then uses that time to hog all the rewards for himself. That's his survival tactic, and it's actually super effective in a harsh place like the trial tower. His administrator is the cunning jester, who laughs his ass off every time Sudi pulls off some deceitful trick to screw people over. Han Sung-yoon looks at the guy's chilling expression, like he's a total psycho. But damn, his act is so convincing it almost made Han Sung-yoon think he'd actually done that shit in the past. I think you must have misunderstood something. Han Sung-yoon tries to speak up, but Sudi cuts him off, claiming he was even ruthless enough to kill his own teammates to monopolize the reward. Han Sung-yoon is starting to get pissed now, but the one who chooses violence isn't him, it's Sung-hoon. He summons his divine hammer. Instead of having 4 people who can't get along, he thinks this team would be better off with just 3 people who are on the same page. Whoever's telling the truth lives. The liar gets obliterated on the spot, says Seung-hoon, a guy who likes to keep things simple. Han Sung-yoon calculates the worst-case scenario, having to fight these 3 at once. But obviously, he doesn't want that. Everybody chill, Cheon Seo says. This whole time, he's been the only one keeping a cool head and analyzing the situation. If this Sudi dude really met Han Sung-yoon on the 4th floor, then he'd have to know his real name. Because nicknames only started being used from the 5th floor waiting room, and they supposedly met on the 4th floor. All he has to do is say Han Sung-yoon's real name, and this whole thing will be settled. Sudi freezes, not expecting someone to have such a big brain. But he's not the type to get flustered. He's the one who likes to mess with other people's heads. His real name is Lee Yeon-min. Yeah, right. Like there's any way to verify a name in here. Mr. Lee Yeon-min, do you have anything to say? Cheon Seo turns and asks Han Sung-yoon. It's true, there are no national ID cards here to prove your identity. But he has something else, even though he didn't want to use it, his hunter license. Han Sung-yoon just happened to grab it on his way back from Earth. Who knew it would actually come in handy in a messed up situation like this? Sudi never would have guessed someone would actually bring a hunter license from Earth into the tower just to prove who they are. His little scam was completely exposed. Seung-hoon was just waiting for this moment to serve up some justice, eliminate the liar, and clear Han Sung-yoon's name. Sudi grinds his teeth, thinking, I really messed up this time. Han Sung-yoon raises a hand to stop Seung-hoon. Since this is his problem, he'll handle it himself. Being framed was really starting to piss him off. Sudi thought all 3 of them would jump him, but in the end, only Han Sung-yoon stepped up. He smirks, thinking Han Sung-yoon is a total idiot. All he has to do is take down Han Sung-yoon, and the other 2 won't be able to do jack shit, no matter how much they hate him. It's way too hard for just 2 people to clear a 4-man trial, after all. Before they fight, Han Sung-yoon tries to teach him about 2 words. Responsibility. But Sudi doesn't give a damn about what responsibility is, because the only thing he cares about is survival. He summons a magic grimoire. You're not the only one with power. Vines of the swamp soul sprout up, wrapping around Han Sung-yoon's legs. Too bad for him, Han Sung-yoon has a mana resistance skill, so he breaks free from the vines and rushes towards him. Sudi throws up a shield. This situation was totally unexpected, but he manages to defend against Han Sung-yoon's attack. The force of the impact shatters the ground. Seung-hoon tells Cheon Seo he'd better keep his distance if he doesn't want to get caught in the middle of it. Even though Cheon Seo wants to get closer to feel the heat from the young hottie, Seung-hoon says, not a chance. Better to be careful. Die, you bastard. Sudi fires a bunch of mana orbs at Han Sung-yoon. Han Sung-yoon's all like, this game's too easy, as he dodges every single one, then lands a punch that seriously stings. Even though he's in pain, Sudi is still grinning like a madman. Looks like the hunter has become the hunted, huh? When Han Sung-yoon turns back, the orbs he had fired have all converged into a magic circle. After a few seconds of aiming, it unleashes a massive lightning bolt straight down on Han Sung-yoon. Sudi laughs triumphantly. You were acting so tough earlier, so where's that big talk now? Huh? What the hell? He's suddenly stunned. Han Sung-yoon says, you're still too green. Rank 6 thinks he can beat Rank 3. Who's also got main character plot armor. He activates his counter shield. It absorbs 25% of the damage and unleashes it in a single blow. Now, Sudi is about to get back everything he just dished out. That's just how life works. Sudi starts sweating bullets. This was not part of his imaginary script. He can't believe Han Sung-yoon actually blocked his ultimate move. Han Sung-yoon shoots towards Sudi like an arrow. His only option is to erect giant rock shields to surround and trap Han Sung-yoon. Han Sung-yoon slices right through the rock walls. I mean, he can even cut fire, so what's this supposed to be? Cheon Seo watches Han Sung-yoon and asks Seung-hoon if he knows who that guy is. But Seung-hoon has no clue, and he's never seen anyone like him among the high-rank hunters. Since Seung-hoon didn't know, Cheon Seo just thought Han Sung-yoon was some random nobody, right up until they saw how he fights. Seung-hoon figures he might not be ranked as a high-tier hunter, but there's one thing he's damn sure of. Han Sung-yoon isn't even using his full power. In fact, Han Sung-yoon's real strength might even be on his level. Cheon Seo is shocked that someone so powerful has a lower rank than them, but that's just a ranking based on stats. If Han Sung-yoon didn't rely on teammates in previous trials, his abilities might have been seriously underestimated compared to his actual strength. By now, Sudi has no defenses left. Han Sung-yoon slashes the arm he was using to hold his book. He collapses at the tip of Han Sung-yoon's sword. Seung-hoon is surprised that instead of finishing him off, he just calmly neutralized him. Wait! Sudi's face turns purple as he threatens him, saying Han Sung-yoon can't kill him. Cause if you off someone, you can't pass the trial. This floor's challenge requires all 4 top rankers. Since it's all about survival, there's no way the tower would make it so easy that they could clear it with one dude missing. Sung-yoon hadn't even thought of that, so he glanced back at the other two. They said they wouldn't butt in and would let him handle it however he wanted. Meanwhile, that Sudi punk pulled out a sword, getting ready to jump Sung-yoon, but his speed was like a billion times slower than his. Sung-yoon split Sudi's head in one clean slash, but not a single drop of blood spilled because it was just an illusion. That Sudi dude was planning on hiding his trump card, but Sung-yoon got him first. So now, all the guy could do was go all out. Sudi launched his chains at Sung-yoon. He used his shield to counter, but the chains just snaked around it and went for his back. Sung-yoon activated his water glide skill. Moving like a wave, he boosted his movement speed by 40%. The exact moment Sudi's attack exploded was when he popped up right in front of him with his counter shield. Teaming up with a two-faced creep like him is way more dangerous than just trying the trial with only 3 people. Sung-yoon activated his counter skill. All the damage he'd been soaking up since the fight started got sent right back at Sudi, and just like that, the guy was toast. Just like autumn leaves fall, Sudi left behind an old vampire count's cloak and a celestial blood demon sword. Both items were lower tier than the gear he was currently using, so Sung-yoon figured he'd just check him out later. The other two jumped down after watching the whole thing. Chon-sok couldn't stop praising him, his eyes full of awe. That whole mess went down in just 20 minutes. Now they had 10 minutes left to check out what was inside. Alright, let's move. Seung-hoon led the way in. At the entrance stood this massive, epic-looking stone statue of a knight on a horse, but it was held down by chains. Chon-sok muttered as they walked, "Whoa, that statue's huge. It's not gonna come alive or anything, right? In this tower? Anything's possible," Seung-hoon shot back. Sung-yoon just kept quiet and observed, his eyes fixed on the crowned head the stone knight was carrying. After walking through the massive palace for a bit, they hit a huge hall. Around them were 3 more stone statues, all chained up tight, which gave Chon-sok a seriously bad feeling. The main attraction was a headless statue sitting on a throne, probably the Dark Tyrant, the final boss for this trial. The break was over, the Dark Legion was about to show up, and they had to stop the Dark Tyrant from being revived. And right on cue, just as Chon-sok feared, the 3 statues snapped their chains and woke up. Seung-hoon was just itching for a fight. It had been way too long since he'd gotten to rough someone up. Sung-yoon spoke up. "I've been watching them. Each statue is carrying a crowned head on its back. We can't let them put that head on the tyrant's body and complete it." Seung-hoon nodded. "If that's the case, then it's a 3-way one-on-one against these statues. A battle between 3 stone knights and the top 3 players in the tower. Who you putting your money on?" Sung-yoon decided he was going to take this stone statue down in a single blow using his sword ki. But first, he had to take one of its hits. When their swords clashed, Sung-yoon realized the damn thing used sword ki too. Looks like this opponent wasn't going to be a pushover. He wondered if the other guys were doing okay. Oh yeah, they were doing just great. Seung-hoon had just taken a hit and was currently flying through the air. The Stone Knight seized the chance to make a break for the tyrant, moving crazy fast for something that weighed tons. But Seung-hoon wasn't about to let that happen. He grabbed a rock and chucked it straight at the thing. By the time the knight even knew what was happening, the rock slammed into it and sent it flying. Seung-hoon swore, "These bastards are all boss level. Don't let your guard down." "I think the only one who let his guard down was you, dude." Chon-sok laughed and put on a wizard hat. He seriously couldn't stand this stupid hat, but whenever he put on that hat, it meant Chon-sok was getting serious. He fired a magic arrow straight at the charging stone knight. Even though it was made of stone, it was agile enough to dodge all 3 arrows and get right up in Chon-sok's face. But he didn't freak out like some regular mage would. Everyone thinks the easiest way to beat a mage is to get in close for a melee fight, but that only works on rookie mages. Turns out, Chon-sok was a physical mage. He transformed his bow into a massive scythe. Sung-yoon was actually pretty surprised. Since he'd only ever fought against total weaklings before, seeing 2 people with actual skills was getting his blood pumping. Now, Sung-yoon could finally focus on his own job, but first, he had to dodge this thing's attack. Sung-yoon spun through the rubble, using his 3-meter-long legs to kick piece after piece of debris at the stone statue. Then he activated his skill, swift as the wind. sliding right between the stone statue's legs and getting behind it before it could even react. He combined his wild blade technique with his lightning sword, shattering the dark tyrant's head that the stone knight was carrying on its back. Over on the other side, Seung-hoon used lightning burst to trap the knight in a storm of thunder, and the head on its back also exploded into a million pieces. Only Cheon-sok's target was left. He was proving that you should never underestimate a guy who's a mage, because he could throw down with physical attacks just as well as anyone else. With that scythe of his, he sliced the knight clean in half, along with the head on its back. Suddenly, the statues let out a roar and started booking it for the gate. Looked like they were trying to escape, so the three of them gave chase. Without the heads, the dark tyrant would have to stay asleep. Suddenly, Sung-yoon heard a clopping sound. The stone statues dropped to their knees, all three of them forming a straight line. The sound of hooves came from a horse jumping onto the path they made, flying right over their heads. It was the knight on horseback from the gate. Seung-hoon did a 360-degree turn and went after it. But there was no catching up. It was on a horse, and they were stuck running on their own 2 feet. Sung-yoon gritted his teeth, wound up, and hurled his sword straight at it. The tyrant's head was just a split second away from being placed when, out of nowhere, Sung-yoon's sword pierced right through it, shattering it to bits. The crown fell to the ground as the knight watched in disbelief, its eyes glowing bright red. Then came a roar filled with pure, bitter rage. Cheon-sok jumped for joy. Sung-yoon let out a sigh of relief. That was way too close to having to fight the final boss. The knight picked up the crown, put it on its own head, and then took its weapon and jammed it through its own throat. The three of them were completely stunned, with no clue what was going on. All they knew was they had to stop it, and fast. The knight was severing its own head to place it on the dark tyrant's body. All three of them rushed in to attack, but it was too late. The head was already in place. A massive explosion sent all of them flying. The condition had been met. The dark tyrant was being revived, and now their mission was to take it down, or die trying. The dark tyrant possessed the skill Invincibility. Any damage from a challenger with lower stats would be completely nullified. Sung-yoon had never even heard of a monster having a unique skill like that before. No wonder it's the boss of those freakishly tough knights. The dark tyrant raised its hand, summoned a sword, and brought it crashing down, splitting the ground open. That freaky ability had Han Sung-yoon stumped. If it was immune to damage, what the hell were they supposed to do? While he was spacing out, the dark tyrant king popped up behind him out of nowhere. It swung its blade without a second thought. Han Sung-yoon was fast enough to react, but still took a hit, and blood went flying. Good thing he could heal himself. Since they didn't finish this thing off quickly, it was turning into a real pain in the ass. Was there really no way to win this? His eyes landed on the 3 remaining knights, just standing there lined up and waiting to get slaughtered. Cheon-seo and Seung-hoon ran over to him. They figured they should take out the knights first, or they'd just burn out. Han Sung-yoon made a request, asking them to block the Dark Tyrant King's attacks. Seung-hoon was confused. They couldn't even damage it, so wouldn't it make more sense to just wipe out those knights? Han Sung-yoon didn't know how to convince him, so he could only say that he knew a way they could possibly beat the Dark Tyrant King. Seung-hoon went quiet for a few seconds, then decided to trust him. It was going to be tough for the two of them to hold back the tyrant, so Han Sung-yoon better hurry his ass up if he didn't want to see 2 more corpses. After they left, it was Han Sung-yoon's turn to mess these 3 knights up. Seung-hoon activated Lightning Burst, aiming it at the Dark Tyrant King, but of course, it didn't take a single point of damage. Just as Seung-hoon expected, totally useless. It even made the tyrant trigger another special skill. Both of them were slammed down as if the gravity of the entire planet was crushing their backs. Then came a slash from the tyrant. Seung-hoon activated his mana resistance skill and managed to break free from its control, but Cheon-seo couldn't. Right then, Seung-hoon jumped in front to block the attack for him. Fresh blood dripped from inside Seung-hoon's mask as he collapsed to his knees. "Bro, are you okay?" Chun-seo caught Seung-hoon, completely desperate and worried, because right in front of them stood the Dark Tyrant King, raising its sword to split their heads in 2. This was the perfect moment for Han Sung-yoon to show up. He used his countershield to block the sword and apologized to his 2 teammates for being late. Han Sung-yoon absorbed the souls of the knights, and his stats started skyrocketing. You could say he was now on par with the Dark Tyrant King. The countershield absorbed and returned the attack, forcing the tyrant to pull back its sword. Han Sung-yoon used Lightning Sword Ki to unleash a crescent-shaped slash, hoping it was enough to reach the Dark Tyrant King's heart. The tyrant blocked the attack with both hands. Even though the attack had high damage, it only cracked its hands a little, but at least it did something. The Dark Tyrant King roared like a maniac and activated its control skill again. Han Sung-yoon was instantly pinned down. He gritted his teeth, activated mana resistance, and pushed back with all his might, getting back on his feet step by step. All restrictions were gone. He used his countershield to defend again. This kind of situation was a real nail-biter, but Han Sung-yoon couldn't stop smiling. Was this the feeling of a victor's instinct? Was this the fire burning inside him, that desire to get even stronger? On the sidelines, Cheon Seo and Soon Hoon were watching the fight. What they saw in Han Sung-yoon was a total monster. Soon Hoon felt weird hiding behind someone, but he was also happy for Han Sung-yoon for becoming a top-ranking player. After a while, the countershield had absorbed enough damage. Now it was time for Han Sung-yoon to give back everything it dished out. If he closed the distance and focused the energy, the shield's power would increase big time. He got as close as he could and unleashed the attack, blasting right through the Dark Tyrant King's arm. Before it could even recover from the shock of losing an arm, Han Sung-yoon charged forward, all his skills fully prepped. He sliced its head clean off in a single strike, finishing off the Dark Tyrant King and completing the quest. Meanwhile, the Iron-Blooded King was watching Han Sung-yoon with amusement. She couldn't believe a challenger with so much potential like him had actually made a contract with her. Normal challengers would try to climb the tower, preparing like crazy to avoid any risks. And after wasting half their youth, they still couldn't even clear a single floor. But Han Sung-yoon was totally different. He even came from another dimension, but was seen as the embodiment of the will to grow. However, this wasn't entirely a good thing for her. For sure, the other administrators would be interested in Han Sung-yoon too. She needed to get his support before any other admin noticed him. And then, she could finally get the wish she'd been waiting for. After defeating the Dark Tyrant King, Han Sung-yoon got a crap ton of rewards for being the biggest contributor to the special quest. Cheon Seo was absolutely stunned by his victory. Han Sung-yoon's performance was no different than a hacker's. He said he just got lucky because he had a pretty useful skill for this quest. I mean, he couldn't just say it's because he's the main character, right? Seung Hoon didn't care how he did it. All he knew was that his mind was blown today, so he decided to send Han Sung-yoon a friend request. After becoming friends, the three of them returned to the waiting room. After this trial, over 1,000 people survived. A new category opened up, called Dimensional Travel. Han Sung-yoon guessed it would probably let him travel to places like Murim or Ares, but that would be a total suicide mission. Also, a few skills were expanded. Han Sung-yoon could now chat with administrators in the waiting room and travel to their territories. On top of that, Han Sung-yoon could also set up additional contracts, but only with one administrator, and he could terminate at any time. He found it weird because, if that was the case, the administrators were the ones getting the short end of the stick. But you could never tell with this tower. For now, he was going to organize the stuff he got today. First up was a potion that increased skill proficiency, letting him boost a skill's proficiency by up to 20%. Han Sung-yoon was thirsty, so he chugged the whole thing, then used it to level up his special skill, Grace of the Wind. After adding another 20%, the skill ranked up and got a 7-time stacking effect. The cooldown also disappeared, letting him glide across the ground as fast as the wind whenever he wanted. Next was absorbing the Dark Tyrant King's soul, which permanently boosted his stats and gave him a special skill called Mana Application. Thanks to this skill, all restrictions related to his ability to use mana would be removed, but its proficiency only increased through personal enlightenment. Using it over and over wouldn't help. In short, Han Sung-yoon was now a magic genius, but just reading the description, he couldn't really picture how it worked. Suddenly, 2 invitations popped up in front of him. Both the Iron-Blooded King and the White Crane Sword Saint invited him to their domains. Han Sung-yoon was totally surprised by the sudden invitations, but he decided to head to the Iron-Blooded world. The Iron-Blooded King, who had just finished her shower, opened the door with a loud laugh. "Haha, I knew you'd end up at my place." Turns out, they made a bet on which one of them he'd visit. The Iron-Blooded King won the bet, so she's gonna reward him with a few snacks to kill some time. Han Sung-yoon sighs. He had a weird feeling when they both sent him an invitation at the same time. Turns out he was just a game to them. While heading inside, Han Sung-yoon asks the Iron-Blooded King about Mana Application. She's a bit surprised that he's already gotten such an awesome skill. Anyway, having a sweet skill you don't know how to use is lame as hell, so she decides to give him a quick rundown. With the Mana Application skill, she tells him to try channeling all the magic power in his body. Han Sung-yoon focuses with all his might, and suddenly his whole body erupts with power, feeling like a high-voltage current is running through him. His mana circuit is being massively boosted by the skill. The mana circuit skill gets a boost too, making him feel like his physical strength has multiplied. Han Sung-yoon throws a punch at the ground to test his power. The white snow around him is blown away, and the gust of wind is so strong it even blows the towel off the Iron-Blooded King. "I never figured you'd be the type to pull such a shameless stunt." Han Sung-yoon chokes on his water. Seriously, when they're not embarrassed, you get embarrassed for them. Anyway, the Iron-Blooded King advises him to try activating his magic skills one by one combined with Mana Application whenever he's free. Once he fully understands how to enhance his Mana Application, his other magic skills will level up along with it. Han Sung-yoon nods, curious why she called him over today. The Iron-Blooded King explains the mechanism for expanding the waiting room on the 11th floor. He can come here without going through the tower, but that's not the real reason the waiting room was expanded. The real motive is so that administrators can actively train their challengers, and if you're wondering what that means, just watch this. The Iron-Blooded King orders the use of domain intervention and gives him a unique skill called Iron-Blooded Sword. Han Sung-yoon is shocked to suddenly get a unique skill for free, but hey, nothing in this world is ever free. The Iron-Blooded King has served the tower long enough to be allowed to do this. She chose him because she saw Han Sung-yoon's potential. Administrators are rewarded by nurturing their challengers, but their intentions aren't exactly pure. They only invest in challengers for the sake of their own ultimate wish. Before Han Sung-yoon can even figure out what an ultimate wish is, the system blows up with notifications because the White Crane Swordmaster is spamming requests for him to visit his domain. The Iron-Blooded King chuckles. She figured someone was getting impatient, so their conversation ends here. Besides, she's already given him her unique skill. Han Sung-yoon says goodbye to her and enters a forest in the White Crane Swordmaster's domain. He figures this is a perfect place to train. He's also pretty curious about the training method the Iron-Blooded King mentioned, so he decides to try it out right here. Han Sung-yoon uses 3-step slash combined with mana application, and its proficiency jumps by 8%. He keeps boosting his other skills, including the counter shield. Lastly, he tries Sword Key, but it won't activate through mana application, which is a total letdown. He was planning to level up his 3-step slash using Sword Key, but it's the same result no matter how many times he tries. Could it be that since Sword Key is a unique skill, he can't level it up? Just then, the White Crane Swordmaster sends another message, rushing him to come over. Han Sung-yoon has to save the Sword Key problem for later and heads to the guy's place. From the nickname and the way the White Crane Swordmaster talks, Han Sung-yoon pictures some old dude with a long white beard, just like Biksun. Deep in the forest, there's a small single-story house, and in the middle of the main room, a girl with long, pure white hair is waiting for him. You've finally arrived. I am the administrator, the White Crane Swordmaster. Han Sung-yoon is just stunned. Forget the old man he was picturing. This is a girl who looks young but definitely isn't. Seeing him just standing there, the White Crane Swordmaster asks him what's wrong. Han Sung-yoon says he's just finding it interesting to meet an online friend in person. She gestures for him to sit down so they can talk more comfortably. The second he sits down, Han Sung-yoon feels incredibly refreshed. The cool, natural breeze feels even better than air conditioning. Now he gets why she chose to sit out on the porch instead of inside. The White Crane Swordmaster laughs. She's been watching him from here, ever since Han Sung-yoon's showdown with Biksun on the 9th floor. Han Sung-yoon finds it hard to believe that she'd give her unique skill to a rookie challenger like him. But the White Crane Swordmaster doesn't see it that way. Even though Biksun couldn't achieve Light Sword Ki, he was still a master swordsman back in the martial arts world. Although he lost some of his power when he entered the tower, defeating a challenger like Biksun is an incredible achievement. The reason the White Crane Swordmaster knows all this is because she had a contract with Biksun. Han Sung-yoon starts sweating bullets. If that's the case, she might hold a grudge against him. As if reading his mind, the White Crane Swordmaster tells Han Sung-yoon he doesn't need to be so on guard. She's made contracts with many challengers, but she's never invited anyone to her home like this, except for him. You've probably already figured it out, so I'll just be direct. The White Crane Swordmaster looks at him seriously. Please, form an additional contract with me. Han Sung-yoon isn't surprised. He's more interested in what he'll get out of it. If he agrees, the White Crane Swordmaster will make him her disciple. An administrator can only ever have one disciple in their entire life. Inside the tower, that person is called an administrator's disciple, which means he's formed a special contract. At the same time, Han Sung-yoon would be able to buy all of that administrator's skills. Han Sung-yoon gets why a master-disciple contract is such a big deal, but the Iron-Blooded King never even explained this to him, and he's been her disciple for a while now. Guess that lady's getting a bit forgetful these days. But an additional contract can be cancelled at any time. He asks why the White Crane Swordmaster would entrust a lifelong contract to him when it's such a huge disadvantage for her. The White Crane Swordmaster admits it. Just like the Iron-Blooded King, they chose him to fulfill their ultimate wishes. I need the sharpest sword, a sword that will never rust or break, and you have the potential to become that sharpest sword. Han Sung-yoon is only focused on the ultimate wishes that both administrators mentioned. He asks her what that's all about. They are regrets from the past and from their memories. At the same time, they are also a privilege granted to administrators by the tower. Just like the Tower of Trials, it's a challenge that can only be given to challengers who have a contract with an administrator, and when it's fulfilled, the administrator receives a reward. If the White Crane Swordmaster's ultimate wish comes true, Han Sung-yoon might even be able to change the past. Wait, what? Me? He asks again, just to be sure. You can't just take a woman's word for it right away. The higher you climb the tower, the more you'll find out. Then you'll know whether I was telling the truth or not. The White Crane Swordmaster replied. Han Sung-yoon figured she had a point. In the real world, it'd sound crazy, but for a place like this tower, it was totally believable. Still, he couldn't help but wonder just how high he'd have to climb to make her dream a reality. The White Crane Swordmaster just scratched her ear. Oh, that's easy. The very top floor of this trial tower. Han Sung-yoon broke out in a cold sweat. The top floor? And she calls that easy? In the end, though, he agreed to make a pact with the White Crane Swordmaster. The chick jumped for joy. Smart move. You won't regret this. Han Sung-yoon had no clue if it was a smart move or not, but screw it. Whatever happens, happens. He kind of figured he'd have to climb to the top of the tower to fulfill an administrator's wish anyway. After becoming a true disciple of the White Crane Swordmaster, the effectiveness of his authority and skills from the Murim dimension would get a 10% boost, plus a little extra mana on top. He wasn't the same guy he used to be. Han Sung-yoon was now the disciple of 2 administrators and even got some bonus stats. Han Sung-yoon couldn't wait to get even stronger. Best of all, he even got a special gift from the White Crane Swordmaster. But, did you happen to hear anything from her? The Swordmaster asked curiously. About the person who's looking for you? Han Sung-yoon was clueless. What, is another hot chick looking for me now? The White Crane Swordmaster shook her head. She had no idea what the Iron-Blooded King was thinking, but it seemed like she totally trusts him. The White Crane Swordmaster did too, but she had to tell him something, and it was going to cost a few question tickets. Han Sung-yoon nodded. It's not like he was using the question tickets anyway, and he had a boatload of them just sitting there. Instantly, the system drained all of his question tickets. Han Sung-yoon was floored, wondering just how damn important this info had to be to cost that much. The White Crane Swordmaster explained that in the Murim dimension, there's a powerful group called the Murim Alliance, and BHC, the guy he took down on the 9th floor, was their patriarch. Because of that, someone from the Murim dimension was now hunting for him. After hearing that, Han Sung-yoon figured this guy must be out for revenge for their dead patriarch. Nope, the White Crane Swordmaster said. The Murim Alliance is a total mess, fighting over who gets to be the next patriarch. The one who wants to kill you is the Sword Dragon from the Namgong family, the Blue Sky Sword Dragon, Namgong Hook. He's a prodigy who made a name for himself among the martial arts masters who've been around in the Murim dimension for centuries. He's just using revenge as an excuse to come after Han Sung-yoon. But the real reason is, he's curious about the guy who actually managed to kill the patriarch. I don't know when Namgong Hook will show up, or if he's here already, but if you run into him, you better be ready, because you'll probably end up dead. After hearing all that, Han Sung-yoon was teleported back to the waiting room. So, long story short, some psycho killer from Murim is hunting him down, even though they were the ones who invaded his floor first. Man, what a headache. Han Sung-yoon finally had enough cash to buy the Theet, aka those gorgeous fairy wings. After that, he bought a return stone. Right now, his only goal was to get stronger, and fast, before he had to face that Namgong Hook bastard. Back on Earth, the first thing Han Sung-yoon grabbed was his brand new iPhone 15 Pro Max. It had hundreds of missed calls from Lee Hae-on. She was practically begging him to get to the Hunter Association immediately. Han Sung-yoon could tell something urgent was up, so he used the Thiet and flew over to the association at breakneck speed. At the association, tons of hunters were gathered, having been mobilized on short notice. Just then, a massive fly buzzed overhead. When it landed, it turned out to be Han Sung-yoon. After making a badass landing that left everyone stunned, he just said, "Sorry," and happily skipped away. Inside, Lee Hae-on and another staff member were waiting for him. Han Sung-yoon cut right to the chase. "Why'd you blow up my phone?" Lee Hae-on explained that something huge had just gone down in Japan. She was worried he'd just head over there by himself, so she called him in first. They needed to talk more, but the situation was so bad they had to get right into it. On the screen was a video filmed and sent over by some Japanese hunters. The location was Shinjuku, Tokyo. A huge energy wave erupted from the gate, and the Japanese Hunter Association sent a team of 7 A-rank hunters to the scene. A humanoid figure walked out of the gate and took down 6 of the A-rank hunters in just a matter of seconds. Right now, everyone thinks he's a challenger from another world who came to invade their dimension of Earth. Han Sung-yoon felt a weird sense of déjà vu. What a coincidence. Right after he'd gotten that intel from the White Crane Swordmaster. All the other hunters had already bailed because the situation was way too complicated. Most countries are trying to protect their own hunters, so they're refusing to send anyone to help Japan, and that includes their own country, Korea. Nobody has been sent to help. Finally, there was a video clip from the only survivor. On the screen was a crazed killer with an ice-cold voice. The Blue Sky Sword Dragon, Namgong Hook, has come for BHC's revenge. Tell them that. The name Namgong Hook was the exact guy who was looking for Han Sung-yoon. He never thought he'd have to face him this soon. Suddenly, Lee Hae-on tugged on his sleeve and asked, Why do you look so tense? You don't have to go, you know. Besides, it's been so long since we last saw each other. How about we grab a bite to eat first? Lee Hyun was hoping he wouldn't go. But Han Sung-yoon just told them, reply to Japan's request. Tell them I'm going to Shinjuku. Lee Hyun froze. She suddenly snapped at him, frustrated. Why do you always have to do such reckless things? You ever think about how other people feel? Thanks for worrying about me, Han Sung-yoon said. I have to go. He's looking for me. Ever since he was a kid, Nam Gong-hook had always wondered why no one else could understand the voice of the sword. In a single sparring session, he'd mercilessly injure his own subordinates. Sword key at age 13. You've already surpassed me in my youth. His father was the sword saint. Faced with his son's incredible talent, he only gave one warning. Martial arts aren't meant for hurting people. They're a path to transcendence. You can't just go around hurting people for no reason. Nam Gong-hook didn't answer. He just kept climbing the tower, day in and day out, all the way to the 20th floor. While everyone else celebrated for him, Nam Gong-hook wasn't satisfied. His ambitions couldn't be fulfilled just by climbing some tower. Eventually, he found a way to get his hands on dimension invasion tickets. From then on, he walked a path dedicated to satisfying his lust for destruction. It was the only thing that made him happy. But after a while, killing pathetic weaklings just wasn't satisfying anymore. And he wasn't allowed to just wander around Muram killing people. When he heard the news that Han Sung-yoon had taken down the Muram Alliance's patriarch, he thought this guy might finally be interesting or at least last longer than the others. Meanwhile, Han Sung-yoon arrived in Japan and was picked up in the most ridiculously extravagant way possible. Someone escorted him to a waiting room, and inside were Chok and Soon-gun. After teaming up on the 10th floor, they were finally reunited. Han Sung-yoon heard from the association that he was here too, but he didn't expect these guys to show up. Plus, it looks like this is everyone who answered Japan's call for help. Sung-hoon heard there's one more person coming from the US, but I guess they'll have to wait. Han Sung-yoon figured the three of them were probably on par with S-rank hunters, but that Nam Gong-hyuk dude is a total freak of nature who could probably wipe the floor with all three of them. Hopefully, the person from the US is stronger than them. Just then, the door opens. Han Sung-yoon looks over and is shocked to see it's Catherine. She really didn't want their reunion to be like this. She just wanted to see him on some normal day. It's not like our first meeting was normal either, so why pretend now? He said coldly, which just pissed Catherine off. Are these two a bickering couple or what? Soon-hun remarked. Han Sung-yoon immediately shot that down. Never gonna happen. I'm basically a monk. The chairman of Japan's Hunter Association, Arichika, walked in to introduce herself and welcome them. Han Sung-yoon thought she was just some regular staff member, but turns out she's the top dog. As it stands, no more support is coming to Japan. The situation is way more serious than she thought, so other countries are probably rethinking sending their hunters. John Seo was shocked that only 4 countries in the entire world agreed to help. This left Ari so devastated she was shaking. She bowed a full 90 degrees, thanking the 4 of them for coming to help when the rest of the world had turned its back. Please, raise your head, Chairman. Now's not the time for bowing. Hearing Han Sung-yoon say that, Catherine felt that even though he acts cold on the outside, he's actually super warm inside. Instead of bowing, you should just increase our reward. His next sentence left everyone stunned. That's right, I might seem cold and unapproachable, but if you double the reward, I'll be Japan's best friend forever. Han Sung-yoon didn't come here to be some saint or hero. He came for the reward and the growth he'd get from taking Nam Gong-hyuk's head. All right, I got a little too emotional, the chairman said. She agreed that Nam Gong-hyuk was a monster on a whole other level, so she decided to double their reward. Best of all, the situation wasn't hopeless. They had one chance to win, and that was Catherine's ability, which could totally turn the tables. She possesses Annihilation Flame. If a stronger opponent touches the flame, its special effect activates. All of his stats will drop by 10, and one of his skills will be sealed at random. They might be able to win with Annihilation Flame, but only if he actually touches it. In other words, they need to create a situation where Catherine can trigger it. Just then, a helicopter carrying China's S-rank hunter, Bai Mu, arrived to help, but he ran straight into Nam Gong-hyuk. It looked like the two were having a deep conversation, but nobody could hear them except for us, the readers. Are you Hans Gyeon? Nam Gong-hyuk asked. Bai Mu smirked and introduced himself, name, origin, gender, the whole 9 yards. He was going to show this guy a real party for messing with someone from the Earth dimension. Nam Gong-hyuk sighed. He had no clue why all these random scrubs kept coming after him instead of Han Sung-yoon. Acceleration! Before he could even finish his thought, Bai Mu rushed in and threw a surprise punch. Nam Gong-hyuk muttered, "A martial artist, huh? How interesting." His killer smile was enough to make even Bai Mu swoon. And then the two of them started throwing hands. By now, the chopper carrying the 4 of them had arrived. John Seo cursed when he saw that Bai Mu dude had started the fight without them. Otherwise, they could have assembled like the Power Rangers. Han Sung-yoon suddenly asked Catherine if they could land safely if they jumped from here, because he had a brilliant idea. Turns out, Catherine has a skill that negates fall damage. That's all I need to know, he said. If this works, they could deal a massive amount of damage to the guy in a single blow, and that would be Catherine's cue to activate Annihilation Flame. That was the entire plan. Time to act. Han Sung-yoon grabbed Catherine, activated his angel wings, and dove. John Seo clicked his tongue, seeing how Han Sung-yoon still just does whatever the hell he wants. But hey, that's what makes it fun. The other two jumped down right after Han Sung-yoon took off. Are you out of your mind? Who just flies off without any explanation in a situation like this? Catherine fumed, but tears welled up in her eyes when she realized he wasn't even listening to her. Right now, all Han Sung-yoon cared about was that Bai Mu guy distracting Nam Gong-hyuk. This was their opening. Okay, we need to split up now. I'll go first. Meanwhile, Bai Mu was gritting his teeth, getting totally dominated by Nam Gong-hyuk, who shattered his shield barrier with a look of pure contempt. You can't even infuse your martial energy into your fists? What kind of crappy martial arts is this? Next came a devastating palm strike from Nam Gong-hyuk, and Bai Mu didn't even know what hit him. Just then, he noticed a massive, giant red fly heading his way. It was Han Sung-yoon's counter shield. In one move, an aerial surprise attack slammed into Nam Gong-hyuk, making him eat dirt and spit blood. The backs of his hands swelled up huge from blocking the blow, and the one who did it was none other than Han Sung-yoon. He dusted himself off with a sigh, definitely never trying a thrill ride like falling from the sky again. Who are you? Nam Gong-hyuk gritted his teeth, pissed about getting hit by that cheap shot. Han Sung-yoon just smirked. I'm the guy you've been looking for all this time. Han Sung-yoon activated Blood Remnant before the fight to heal his injuries. After his little intro, he immediately used Sword Key. Suddenly, Nam Gong-hyuk started trembling with rage. He'd been searching for Han Sung-yoon's identity for so long, only to be disappointed that all he could use was this fake sword key. He slammed his fists together, so hard it shattered the swollen bruises on them. His face twisted into a nasty scowl. I am absolutely livid. Oh yeah? And what are you gonna do about it? Han Sung-yoon immediately charged, needing to take advantage of the fact that the guy was unarmed. To Han Sung-yoon's surprise, Nam Gong-hyuk just raised his hand and summoned his sword, and the two clashed. His counter shield shattered after just one hit. Good thing Han Sung-yoon didn't charge in head first, or he'd have been toast. Activating Blood Remnant to heal, he thought for sure that aerial attack would have dealt a ton of damage. Now he couldn't even use his counter shield special ability anymore. Turns out that was the true sword key the legends always talk about. Nam Gong-hyuk got even more pissed seeing him heal with magic from the tower. But Han Sung-yoon didn't give a damn. All he needed was to win. He unleashed a light sword key / Nam Gong-hyuk just stood there, waiting for the attack to get close, then swung his hand and cut it in two. Right then, John Seo and Seung-hun rushed in. Before they could even get close, he leaped back 3 meters to dodge. But unfortunately for him, he landed right where Catherine was. She'd been waiting for this moment, activating Annihilation Flame instantly. A massive explosion proved that the flame hadn't hit him. John Seo immediately pointed up. He's up there! Nam Gong-hyuk was standing on top of a utility pole, annoyed. You insects, how dare you ruin my fun? He was about to drop an attack that made their seasoned hunter instincts scream at them. If they didn't get the hell out of the way, it was game over. So all three of them scattered, running as far as they could. A beam of light came crashing down like a freaking nuke. Flashback time. The White Crane Swordmaster had taught Han Sung-yoon a secret family method, simple mana transfer. But then again, it wasn't so simple, because it still kept this weird sense of connection. After they let go, Han Sung-yoon realized the first part was a real mana transfer, but the second part, it felt like she was literally inside of him. The White Crane Swordmaster smiled. Nice. Now you can use that on your sword. But maybe try it after you leave this place, okay? Because in here, you can't really be at a disadvantage thanks to the administrator's interference. And now was the time for him to test it out and completely blindside Nam Gong. Han Sung-yoon became the first person from Earth to achieve sword-soul unity, successfully neutralizing that bastard's attack. He felt the perfect sword key in his hand and turned to check on the others. In that instant, Han Sung-yoon had used an attack of the same caliber to completely cancel out Nam Gong's slash. Catherine was just thinking, these two are both total monsters. Ha ha ha. Nam Gong's laughter echoed out, catching everyone off guard. He was laughing like he'd just found a brand new favorite toy. Now that's how you're supposed to react. I thought I was going to be disappointed again. When he was a kid, he realized the more effort he put into building a sandcastle, the more fun it was to smash it to pieces. Han Sung-yoon, on the other hand, just thought Nam Gong wasn't just strong, he was a complete psycho. And that psycho had just knocked him flying backwards. He didn't want to sound like a dick, but Han Sung-yoon had no choice but to tell the other three to fall back. If something like that happened again, he'd just have to waste more mana protecting them. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but Sung-hoon agreed. To think that after the 10th floor trial, he'd once again be completely useless to Han Sung-yoon. But if we get a chance, we'll go with Plan Fire. Be careful, Seung-hoon said before taking off. Now, it was just Han Sung-yoon and Nam Gong, duking it out in the sky. Their clash was so intense that buildings and cars all around them were just getting wrecked. Both of them were moving so fast they looked like nothing more than 2 streaks of light. The gloomy, overcast sky was punctuated by a few massive explosions. Now Choseok got why he told them to back off. Even from this far away, the shockwave blew his damn hat off. Catherine thought Han Sung-yoon was on Nam Gong's level, but Seung-hoon could see he was at a disadvantage. If this fight dragged on any longer, he could actually die, and he was dead right. Han Sung-yoon figured he could be on par with the guy if he just leveled up his sword key. But right now, he was getting totally dominated. The White Crane Swordmaster had rated Nam Gong's swordsmanship as A rank, while his was only C rank. Even without the sword skills, that bastard was a monster, just way out of his league. Finally, Han Sung-yoon collapsed. That bastard mocked him. What? Is that all you've got? He'd already spent too many points on recovery, so if he used any more on stamina, his fighting ability would take a massive hit. Just then, Catherine threw him a bottle of plum wine to restore his stamina. Han Sung-yoon caught it, popped the cap, and was about to chug it when Nam Gong kicked him away and snatched the bottle. This stuff is pretty good. Mind if I take it? That dirty son of a bitch? Choseok couldn't stop himself from swearing. So while Han Sung-yoon was all battered and bruised, he was the one who got a stamina boost. Nam Gong licked his lips. Humans always cling to some pathetic shred of hope, and you're no different. Han Sung-yoon. All those little thoughts like, I can do this, or if I just give it my all, or if I fight to the bitter end, I can win, I can survive. That kind of crap made Nam Gong shake with laughter. His whole sick pleasure was tearing those thoughts to shreds. Watching the moment Han Sung-yoon's expression went from hopeful to tragic, that was his entertainment. Nam Gong lunged, attacking Han Sung-yoon like a maniac, but he wasn't satisfied. He hated that his eyes were still filled with so much damn hope. He gritted his teeth and threw a powerful punch that sent Han Sung-yoon rolling across the ground. His body was shaking so bad he couldn't even stand up, looking even more pathetic than when he first started climbing the tower. Nam Gong walked over, his face twisted in rage. He couldn't understand how Han Sung-yoon still had that look in his eyes, even when he didn't have the strength to move. If that's how it was gonna be, he'd just have to destroy Han Sung-yoon's eyes. Nam Gong wanted to see him fall into despair. Han Sung-yoon screamed in agony as his eyes were stained crimson. His recovery ability was using up his stamina points, but it was already at its limit. If he focused all his remaining strength, he could probably manage one more attack. But he couldn't see a damn thing now. There was no way to land a precise hit. What the hell was he supposed to do? Just then, the other three rushed toward Han Sung-yoon, but he knew if they got here, they'd just be feeding themselves to that monster. "Stay back!" he screamed, but that just made Nam Gong realize something. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes. "So, your little friends are the reason you still have that look in your eyes." Catherine unleashed her hellfire, but he was already behind her in an instant, slicing a deep gash right down her spine. Seung-hoon charged in right away, but couldn't even lay a finger on him. Not only that, he got a swift kick to the head that slammed his face right into the pavement. Han Sung-yoon could only hear the sounds and the screams of his teammates, which somehow made it even more agonizing. Nam Gong grabbed Catherine by the hair and dragged her right in front of Han Sung-yoon. He pressed his blade against her throat to threaten him. "I can smell your friend cooking nicely." "Stop it, you sick bastard!" Han Sung-yoon screamed helplessly. This reaction just thrilled Nam Gong. This was the exact expression he'd wanted to see on his face. The more Han Sung-yoon suffered, the better he felt. While he was laughing his ass off with his eyes shut, Choseok rushed in, froze his arm, and pulled Catherine away. She needed emergency treatment now. Nam Gong gritted his teeth, pissed that his fun was cut short. He shattered the ice and charged at them like a beast. Choseok encased Catherine in a ball of ice and threw her as far away as he could. Then, he would go into stealth mode again. "Stealth," Choseok chanted, but Nam Gong had already grabbed him by the head, slashing straight through his body. Seung-hoon was on the ground, unable to get up, and Han Sung-yoon couldn't see a thing. He cursed himself for being just as weak as he was 7 years ago, unable to protect anyone. Swarms of rats started pouring out. Even the sewer rats could sense this fight was a total disaster. The only attack he had left was an all-or-nothing gamble. He used every soul he had to recover his stamina. Meanwhile, Nam Gong had just sliced off one of Seung-hoon's arms. "Stop it, you sick freak!" Han Sung-yoon yelled. "No," Nam Gong retorted. This was the only way he could feel this ecstatic. Just then, Baek Mok appeared, landing a hellfire punch right in his gut. Thanks to the hellfire, His sword key and fire sword were sealed for 10 minutes. "I'm China's hero, Peng Bakemok. I'm still alive, you piece of trash," Bakemok yelled. But man, he showed up a little late to the party, didn't he? He came and went as fast as the wind. After using Catherine's fire, he grabbed her and bolted before Namgong could snatch them both. Namgong gritted his teeth, realizing he should have dealt with them before starting his battle with Han Sung-yoon. There was only one way to stop interruptions. He summoned his war zone. Dozens of gigantic swords rained down from the sky, surrounding the two of them and creating a battle arena with a 30-meter radius. No one besides Han Sung-yoon and him could get inside. Even though Namgong's sword aura was suppressed, he could still use his battle energy. And how was a blind dude like Han Sung-yoon supposed to dodge any of this? Han Sung-yoon just tilted his head, dodging his punch. He had no idea when he'd acquired the Spirit Eye, a power that let him see attacks outside his normal field of vision. He used to think that was all it did, but now he could see everything down to the last pebble, including the wall erected around this 30-meter area. After losing his eyes, Han Sung-yoon could somehow see even more. Turns out, he'd never once used the Spirit Eye properly. Now, it was like Han Sung-yoon had opened a third eye, also known as the True Spirit Eye, which could only be activated in a life-or-death battle where his survival depended on his combat senses. His sixth sense, something Han Sung-yoon had totally forgotten he had, evolved and made all his senses razor-sharp. On top of that, after getting his ass kicked so badly, his remnant blood had even leveled up. Namgong immediately jumped back, going on the defensive. He could feel that Han Sung-yoon was now on his level. When Han Sung-yoon charged at him, Namgong felt a flicker of fear for the first time. He couldn't understand how his martial arts had improved so suddenly, or why his blade was so much sharper. Han Sung-yoon moved into a blind spot and activated his secret shadow steps, jacking up his movement speed. He stacked up 7 uses of the Swift as the Wind skill, plus the 10th stack of his chaotic sword dance, but he knew they still weren't in the same league. He was still the one in deep shit. His mana was almost toast, and in 10 more minutes, that guy's skills would be unlocked. He had to end this fight while the Annihilation Flame was still active. The only thing that can turn the tide in a close-quarters fight is the element of surprise. Han Sung-yoon tensed up and hurled his sword at Namgong. It was a little unexpected, sure, but the guy could dodge it. "You made a stupid choice, you idiot." With Han Sung-yoon unarmed, Namgong threw a punch. Han Sung-yoon leaned back to dodge it, and at the same time, summoned the iron blood sword that had just been engraved into his soul. A sword shot out from Han Sung-yoon's body. Namgong was caught off guard and got stabbed straight through the gut. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Damn, that was satisfying to watch. The sword even pierced his dantian, so he had to retreat quickly to fully recover. Just then, the Annihilation Flame wore off, and the war zone couldn't be maintained anymore. Namgong pulled the sword out of his body. "I've played around long enough. Next time, I'll end this." He opened a portal. Bakemok figured he was trying to return to the dimensional martial world. In that moment, everyone felt it. If they didn't finish him here and now, the Earth would suffer some insane consequences. "Don't let him escape. Stop him." All 4 of them charged towards Namgong at once. He was about to step through the portal when he heard the word escape, which totally pissed him off. Flame Sword. Namgong left them with one last nasty parting gift for daring to say he was running away. The 4 of them were charging forward with so much momentum they couldn't stop. The shockwave was so powerful that the surrounding skyscrapers came crashing down. But the 4 of them were completely unharmed because Sion had shown up just in time. His counter shield, however, was disabled, and his left arm was completely incinerated as a result. Catherine couldn't help but worry, but Han Sung-yoon wasn't about to let Namgong leave. He glared at Han Sung-yoon, his eyes filled with killing intent. "I could have ended you with a single blow from the very beginning. Did you really expect this outcome?" Han Sung-yoon was boiling with rage but couldn't say a thing because he was clearly in the weaker position. Before leaving, Namgong didn't forget to say, "See you later." A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold, even after 10 years. After that, Han Sung-yoon collapsed. On the other side, Namgong couldn't hold on any longer either after returning. His servants frantically called for the royal physician. All Namgong could remember was Han Sung-yoon's face. He swore he would make that guy wish he was dead. At a Tokyo hospital, Han Sung-yoon finally woke up after being out for a few hours. The association president was watching over his bedside. She was filled with regret seeing his severe injuries. "I don't know how to express my gratitude for your sacrifice." Activating his blood regen skill, Han Sung-yoon's arm grew back in a flash, leaving the president staring with her jaw on the floor. "I'm fine," Han Sung-yoon said while taking off his bandages, showing off his 8-pack. Then he went to find the others, starting with Catherine. Unfortunately, he walked in right as she was bandaging a wound on her back, so Han Sung-yoon saw everything he wasn't supposed to see. Meanwhile, Cheon-suk was hobbling around on crutches, cursing up a storm. But his face lit up the moment he saw Han Sung-yoon. Thing is, Han Sung-yoon had a 5-fingered handprint on his face from Catherine. Looks like she was still plenty healthy, so there was nothing to worry about. The only one he hadn't seen yet was Sung-hoon. When he mentioned his name, Cheon-suk's face fell, because Seung-hoon's right arm had been crippled. Right then, the one-armed man was standing on the rooftop, enjoying the breeze. He once again praised Han Sung-yoon for his insane recovery ability. As for Seung-hoon, his right arm was beyond saving. Han Sung-yoon felt guilty, thinking he wasn't strong enough to beat Nam Gong. Seung-hoon used his prosthetic arm skill to comfort him. At least he could still hold a weapon. Han Sung-yoon climbed the tower just to get stronger, but it seemed like he'd been manipulated, giving him tunnel vision. Seung-hoon didn't think that was necessarily a bad thing, and he was sure it would help him get even stronger. But the strong must help the weak. That was Seung-hoon's life philosophy. Han Sung-yoon had also learned a lot from this battle. He remembered something important that he had forgotten for a long time. Seung-hoon was also relieved that a guy as strong as him wasn't some evil psycho. Though he couldn't read Han Sung-yoon's thoughts when they first met in the tower, Seung-hoon took off his mask to have a smoke, offering Han Sung-yoon one too. He said no to booze and smokes, but his face was shocked when he saw what was behind Seung-hoon's mask. You're, Han Sung-yoon stammered. Seung-hoon forgot he hadn't properly introduced himself. Guess you'll have to wait till tomorrow for that. In the following days, they took a photo to commemorate the event. Han Sung-yoon did some interviews and even gave Catherine a small gift before saying goodbye. When he put on his repaired cloak, he noticed a difference in the hem, which meant it had gotten a slight upgrade during the restoration. All his gear was in top condition. Since he'd just prevented a major disaster, getting this kind of VIP service wasn't too surprising. The last 3 days had been total chaos. Han Sung-yoon really didn't want to get famous like this. The moment he entered the tower, he saw that videos of the battle were already all over the internet. Turns out, it was from a recording from the Japanese Hunter Association's chopper. Some of the comments even mentioned the Shadowblade title that Sung-hoon had told him about, but Han Sung-yoon still couldn't believe that guy was the Thunder Emperor, hailed as the strongest hero among South Korea's 30 S-rank hunters. The dude smashed through gates that other S-rank hunters couldn't even touch. So yeah, calling him a hero wasn't wrong. Seung-hoon told him to hit him up if anything ever happened. You could even see it as a recruitment offer, like Han Sung-yoon could contact him for literally any reason and it'd be cool. Just then, his time on Earth was up, and Han Sung-yoon returned to the trial tower. Maybe one day, he'd be strong enough to live up to the name Shadowblade. After returning to the waiting room, Han Sung-yoon was lost in thought again. After the fight with Nam Gung-hyuk, he realized he was seriously lacking in stamina. Weakened blood was one of the strongest healing skills he had right now, but it wouldn't even activate if his stamina was too low. So, it was time for Han Sung-yoon to get another stamina recovery skill. After scrolling through the shop for a while, he still couldn't find the right skill. For him, the best way to solve this problem was to just buy everything. A new stamina recovery skill was added. Man, shopping sprees feel the best, but they also kill your wallet the most. After buying a whole bunch of skills, Han Sung-yoon still had a few points left over. He then opened the skill combination menu, fusing things that had similar effects. First up were the skills Absorb Sunlight and Absorb Moonlight. This created photosynthesis, a skill that increased his recovery rate by 200% when exposed to sunlight or moonlight, and let the user absorb mana through light. Now, he was going to mix Call of Blood and photosynthesis, creating Blood Pact, which lets the user drain HP, stamina, and mana from the blood of creatures they kill. But for Han Sung-yoon, this skill kinda sucked. The skill level didn't go up, and it even lost the perks from photosynthesis. The best way to fix this? Buy another Call of Blood skill and fuse it with Blood Pact to see what the hell pops out. After a bit of gacha rolling, the B-rank skill Seeker of Blood's Truth was created. The user can drain life force, stamina, and mana from a creature's blood and gain powerful blood control. On top of that, the user's own blood will automatically regenerate over time. It sounded a little complicated, so Han Sung-yoon decided to test it out right away. He cut his own hand and gave an order to the drops of blood. Who would have thought they'd actually listen? He could make them into any shape he wanted, and could even force blood out without directly cutting his flesh. Still, he'd need to actually cut himself if he wanted to use a large amount of blood quickly. Looks like this is going to be a pretty badass skill. Han Sung-yoon was totally satisfied. Since he still had some break time, Han Sung-yoon decided to upgrade his Eye of Truth, combining it with another skill to create Fire Dragon's Eye, which let him see things that were normally invisible. It also let him see item info and tell when people were lying. Han Sung-yoon used the Fire Dragon's Eye and looked at himself in the mirror. A second-hand vampire count's tailcoat, worn-out shoes from walking around since the beginning of the story. This was all info he couldn't see before. And finally, the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. When he reached the max level of the Bloodfire sword art, a special move would be unlocked. Speaking of Bloodfire, Han Sung-yoon remembered the ultimate move Nam Gung used to wipe out all of Shinjuku. Only those who reached that level could probably awaken the true power of the heavenly blood demon sword. He just thought it was a decent sword. He never imagined it held such insane power. Well, when you get a sweet new toy, you gotta use it right away. Han Sung-yoon headed straight for the 11th floor with the theme of mind purification. This trial lasts for 7 days, with the condition being to complete the 7th trial within that time. And obviously, if you fail, you're dead meat. The moment Han Sung-yoon teleported in, someone was there to greet him. Welcome to the Temple of Purification. From now on, you will undergo trials given by the gods to be purified. These trials will continue until you die. You may be just a puny little explorer, but if you dare to accept these divine trials, you will face the consequences. The wild-looking dude standing on one leg smirked. Han Sung-yoon asked him how to pass the first trial. This just made the guy look down on him even more, for not even knowing the rules of the trials in the arena belonging to the 7 great gods. I don't get how a stupid explorer like you even made it this far, but I guess I have to explain. He said, the trial has one simple requirement. Prove your body, your faith, and your mind. The easiest is the body, harder is the mind, which is also the most difficult trial. The method is pretty basic, too. In each room, a high-ranking bishop will be waiting for Han Sung-yoon. You just need to keep moving to the next room by either killing or persuading that person. So, I just have to get past that person, no matter what method I use? Han Sung-yoon asked again, but the guy didn't give any more details and just started the first trial. He charged straight at Han Sung-yoon for a fist fight. Han Sung-yoon guessed he was probably at the level of someone who'd earned the title of a vanguard. He concentrated and forced out a single drop of blood, then shot it at the dark-skinned dude like a bullet. The blood bullet hit him right between the eyes, and the guy was completely floored. He died on the spot. Han Sung-yoon had to admit, this skill was seriously insane. It was a good thing it ended up in his hands. He then absorbed the guy's soul, Bishop Johan. The other administrators found this interesting and decided to keep an eye on him. Looking at their titles, he guessed they were only curious because this trial involved the gods. Han Sung-yoon picked up an item that dropped from Johan. He activated his dragon's eye to see more details. It was a mirror containing the divine power of a high-ranking bishop, specifically Johan's. It could be used one time to create a holy barrier. But hidden within was the ability to guide a user who could prove their destiny. Listening to the description, Han Sung-yoon couldn't make heads or tails of it, so he decided to just stuff it in his bag and move on, hoping for more prove your body trials since he sucked at persuading people. As soon as he opened the next door, Han Sung-yoon heard a sarcastic voice. An outsider whose name I don't even know, yet you managed to get here so quickly. Johan must have gotten rusty. A female martial artist was sitting on a chair in the middle of the room. She was the bishop for the second trial. She introduced herself as Ren, then kicked things off by unexpectedly yeeting the chair she was sitting on straight at him. Han Sung-yoon caught the chair. Starting off this violently could only mean one thing. This was a trial of the body. Ren charged forward, her 2 fully inflated airbags leading the way. Ren swung her blade, and he recognized it as Sword Chi, but it felt like he'd used it before. Han Sung-yoon used his Thunder Sword Chi to slash a crescent-shaped wave at Ren, severely injuring her. But what she was interested in was the aura he was using. Basically, a normal challenger can't master aura, so Jen was pretty shocked since it's holy power granted by God to priests. She just couldn't believe that he, with 0 holy power, could control such a top-tier sword key skill. After that, Jen healed her wounds in the blink of an eye. Her damage was seriously fatal and came with that annoying holy power crap. From what he heard from the first priest, he didn't actually have to kill the bishop to pass the trial, so he wanted to try persuading Jen. But to persuade a girl, you need at least 7 tongues. How many of these physical trial rounds are there? Han Sung-yoon asked politely. But she didn't answer and got even more pissed off by his relaxed attitude, like he was sure he'd win. Just win first, then you can do whatever the hell you want. Jen charged forward, swinging her sword. Han Sung-yoon stood still, waited for her to get close, then activated acceleration, knocking Jen's sword away and pinning her to the wall. Shut it, don't piss me off. Jen had no idea what just happened in that 1 second, while he just kept asking about the trial's progress. Are you planning on taking something with you? Jen asked. The admins all narrowed their eyes, waiting for his decision. But Han Sung-yoon was already on that Monk Tang path, so he had 0 interest in the female species. Why would you ask that? Who would come all this way just for that? Han Sung-yoon shot back. In her eyes, he was just a clueless deer. According to Jen, there were 2 more physical trials. The trial of faith would start on the 5th and 6th stages, and the final one is the trial of divine power. But she told him he should just give up now, because no one has ever passed the 7th trial. Anyone who reaches that stage either goes insane or dies from bleeding out of every orifice. Han Sung-yoon used his fire dragon's eye and knew she wasn't lying, so he had no choice but to believe her. Jen wanted to say her last words before she passed on. Fighting you was the most refreshing battle, but there's no way for you to pass this stage without finishing me off." Han Sung-yoon wondered why she wasn't afraid of death. Jen burst out laughing, ecstatic. "Afraid of what? I'll just return to the tower, that's all. Slice." Han Sung-yoon split her head in two. For some reason, he felt disgusted and knew he had to get out of there fast. At the next door, a bald old man with a long beard was waiting. He pointed the tip of his sword at Han Sung-yoon as a greeting, introducing himself as Lasilian, the Sword of Divine Proof. Lasilian summoned an aura blade, and a golden fire lit up in Han Sung-yoon's eyes. Even though it was unstable, he was sure it was a flame sword. It was only the third stage, and a flame sword already showed up. This meant from now on, he'd have to risk his life for real. After exchanging a few blows, Han Sung-yoon found it weird that Lasilian's physical abilities and techniques were no match for his, yet his sword ki kept getting dissipated. When he fought Nam Gon, he thought it was some high-level skill, but it was probably just because that dude was too strong. As for Lasilian's flame sword skill, it wasn't anything high class. One more clash, and Han Sung-yoon's sword ki fizzled out again. "Even if your aura is strong, you can't destroy this sword. The only ones who can do that are those who can control even the things that cannot be seen," Lasilian said firmly. The old man was weaker than him but could still use a flame sword. This feeling was exactly like seeing some idiot who's dumber than you get a higher test score. It's so damn annoying. What the hell is this thing that cannot be seen? He had to destroy that sword, no matter what. Han Sung-yoon charged forward recklessly. He had only one goal: destroy that sword. He had to win, even as Lasilian was muttering about faith in God. Finally, the sword was cut in half. That's what you get for running your mouth during a fight. At that moment, Han Sung-yoon realized something. The difference between sword ki and a flame sword was their source. The power of the flame sword comes from the user's will, a will strong enough to bear the burden. Haha, Lasilian burst out laughing, causing even more blood to spurt out. The old geezer's eyes sparkled like some Mo anime character from the last century. "Your sword ki is the original. It's more stable than mine because my flame sword is merely borrowed from the divine proof, but I believe you have completed the trial." Han Sung-yoon didn't get why the old man looked so happy. Could it be that Lasilian cared more about his achievement than his own death? It seemed the old man had some purpose, whether it was fanaticism or faith. Lasilian's hands trembled. He could feel that Han Sung-yoon had proven his martial arts. Just keep moving forward like this. Han Sung-yoon lopped off the old geezer's head, still talking so much when you're about to die. After collecting his soul, his rank C necromancer proficiency reached 100%. Han Sung-yoon ranked up to a rank B necromancer. Every time he leveled up, he was curious about the new skill he'd get. The side effect allowed Han Sung-yoon to take one ability from a stronger opponent when he killed them. As expected, the necromancer class never disappoints. And if it's this sick at just rank B, what's it going to be like when he hits rank A or rank S? Looking at his beautiful status window was so satisfying for Han Sung-yoon. Back when he was a trainee, he never imagined he could reach this level. From Lasilian's soul, Han Sung-yoon got the skill Indomitable Will, which boosts his physical abilities and concentration when facing stronger opponents. Han Sung-yoon confidently entered the fourth door, but the empty room inside made him even more cautious. So, Lasilian is dead. A being with angel wings appeared above Han Sung-yoon. It was a young boy with dark circles under his eyes from staying up all night grinding ranks. But the admins were all warning him to be careful. Han Sung-yoon slashed at the ceiling, but the dude had already landed. Seeing his attitude, the guy guessed Han Sung-yoon wasn't a fan of small talk. "Well then, let's start the trial." Before the fight, he gave his resume: Training Priest Kirin. He was a stronger opponent than Han Sung-yoon, so Indomitable Will activated. Han Sung-yoon could feel an energy level leagues above the previous 3 bishops. Kirin summoned a shard of a mirror and shot it at him at the speed of light. Han Sung-yoon dodged to the side, but the mirror shards behind him immediately reflected the attack back at him. Luckily, he used his Fire Dragon's Eye instantly to block the beam of light. It reflects off the mirrors and deals damage. So, he needed to attack Kirin before those beams of light could be fired. Han Sung-yoon stomped and leaped up. Kirin flapped his wings furiously, creating a level 13 gale that blew him back to the ground. Then, he immediately attacked with a flame sword, forcing Han Sung-yoon to grit his teeth and defend. So that was Kirin's surefire winning strategy, attacking with beams of light from a distance. Even if he could block it, he'd still get hit by reflections from mirrors placed everywhere in his blind spots. Kirin uses his wings to create wind pressure from above to break his opponent's balance, then counters with a flame sword. That's a pretty nasty combo. Besides, breaking the mirrors was a no-go, since that would just create even smaller fragments. The more reflections, the more light beams, and he only had 2 eyes. Han Sung-yoon's 2 masters were on pins and needles, but he was just chillin' cause life's good. Chiron continued his assault, launching 4 beams of light. They bounced off every damn corner of the mirrors and aimed straight for Han Sung-yoon. A huge explosion kicked up a cloud of dust, but not a single scrap of flesh went flying. The counter shield absorbed it all. That last attack alone was enough to fully charge the shield, so all Han Sung-yoon had to do was unleash it. He sent Chiron's own attack, damage and all, right back at him so the guy could get a taste of what the weak have to suffer. What the hell is this? I see no evidence you've learned magic. Don't tell me you were granted a holy authority? Chiron muttered. Han Sung-yoon had no clue what a holy authority or holy power was. Chiron nodded. He finally declared that since Han Sung-yoon didn't run or lose the fight, he was qualified to complete the entire trial of the body. Han Sung-yoon absorbed his soul and took one of his powers, holy power, which was now etched into his very soul. Han Sung-yoon's basic understanding was that holy power was the juice that the bishops here used, kind of like mana. After getting it, he could feel the energy in his heart but couldn't move it. And of course, it was different from mana. The reaction from his two masters made Han Sung-yoon curious about just how OP holy power really was. If he got this too, would he become the baddest dude in the world? Arriving at the 5th gate, an old woman, not even a meter tall, was waiting for him, welcoming the martial arts junkie. Han Sung-yoon asked what that was supposed to mean. The old woman explained the name, saying his only goal was to win and win, to get endlessly stronger, and one day become the most powerful being. It was true Han Sung-yoon wanted to get stronger, but becoming the most powerful dude was a bit much. Suddenly, she was standing right next to him, speaking as if she had read his mind. I'm not exaggerating, kid. That's just the final result of all your effort. Han Sung-yoon warily swung his sword, but her voice echoed again, this time from above his head, before she suddenly appeared right in front of him. Don't lose your cool. This trial won't prove your physical abilities. Its purpose is to prove your faith. The faster Han Sung-yoon slashed, the more he missed. Her movements were straight up impossible. But not really. There was only one explanation. She was living inside his head. Thousands of her old, withered arms reached out, grabbing his limbs. Han Sung-yoon felt the strength drain from his entire body. The old woman's slimy mouth opened wide in front of him and swallowed him whole like a hamburger. She chewed on him for a bit, then spat him out and bluntly said, "Approved." Han Sung-yoon was still freaking out, thinking he was inside her stomach, when he heard he'd successfully cleared the 5th gate. You can go now. The 5th trial begins with metacognition. In other words, only those with an insanely strong will were capable of looking directly into their own souls. She had sensed that powerful will in him, an unyielding will that would crush anyone just to become stronger. Turns out I still remember that feeling, that hunger to become stronger, no matter who you have to kill. That desire buried deep, deep down inside you. She raised her hand, speaking as if she were in a trance. Han Sung-yoon was silent, not knowing what to say, even when she told him to go ahead and send her to the great beyond. No, Han Sung-yoon's blunt refusal startled her. Since he'd already passed this gate, killing another person was just pointless. You have to ask something so obvious? Well, that's unexpected. Ho ho. If I'd known, I would have made you go through the entire trial. Hearing that just made Han Sung-yoon want to slice that silver head right off. Finally, she shut up, patted him on the shoulder, and wished him luck on his journey ahead. Han Sung-yoon walked deeper into the corridor, and the farther he went, the darker it got. The darkness gradually seeped through the mirror's surface, and soon he was falling into a pitch-black void where he couldn't even see his own 5 fingers. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, startling Han Sung-yoon. He immediately swung his sword on guard. Not this again, he thought. Yep, you guessed it. The person answered, having read his thoughts, because Han Sung-yoon had once again entered the realm of consciousness. The old hag from before, named Henya, had planted a seed in him, which was how he could enter this place. So that's what she did when she patted his shoulder. Man, he'd let his guard down, but you don't need to worry too much. I'm watching over your physical body, the 6th bishop said, but that just made him feel even more worried. After she threatened to chop his junk off, Han Sung-yoon was feeling pretty sketched out. He politely asked how to prove his faith. The nun laughed, satisfied. Now that's what I like to see. According to her, he was currently in the realm of consciousness, and all he had to do was look directly into his own perception to pass this trial. A person's perception is heavily influenced by their faith, but he didn't need to worry about it, since it would just feel like closing his eyes and falling into a dark void. Long story short, if he could perceive his own essence in the realm of perception, a place that's inherently invisible, he would pass. All right then. In the name of Alin, as the Inquisitor Nun, I declare the 6th trial. Begin. As she finished speaking, Han Sung-yoon's entire body plunged into a dark body of water. Luckily, he reacted fast enough to not choke. Outside, Alan whispered in his ear. Surprised? The pain's pretty real, isn't it? You'd better find a solution fast, or you'll get to experience what it's like to drown in your own consciousness. When things get tough, skills get going. Han Sung-yoon activated Mind Like a Rock, regained his composure, and got back in the game. It felt pretty good. and he could sense something had just zipped past his fingertips. Alan was pretty surprised by his resolve. She couldn't believe he was reacting by moving his physical body while his mind was lost in the realm of consciousness. Alan backed away from Han Sung-yoon, who was swinging his sword like a madman in the real world. She silently told herself she had to keep it a secret that she'd almost killed him. After that, his physical senses started to return, albeit slowly. However, 2 hours had passed in the real world. Alan said this was monstrously fast and was pretty shocked. Han Sung-yoon, on the other hand, was panicking inside. Time in the real world was passing way faster. If he stayed stuck here, 7 days would fly by and he'd die from timing out. He tried to feel his body and managed to activate the fire dragon's eye. He could see everything around him, but now he was in a sea of blood. Alan clutched her head in frustration, unable to believe it. What the hell is this? How did the normally hazy realm of consciousness suddenly become so crystal clear? Not only that, but Han Sung-yoon had also sprouted 2 pairs of wings, which freaked her out even more. Never seen a human with such a freaky pair of wings. Inside his mindscape, Han Sung-yoon was flying at the speed of light with his iron wings. He passed through a plane of perception, but he had no clue what it represented or why it was so twisted and terrifying. A moment later, he stopped at a circle made of swords. Han Sung-yoon grabbed one of them, slashed away everything around him, and simultaneously returned to reality. He stared, stunned, at the mess he'd made. But was that seriously supposed to prove his faith? It had fuck all to do with it. Proving your faith is the path to acknowledging who you are. Aang explained that people often don't truly understand their own beliefs. They don't even know what the hell they're thinking. The point of this trial is to face the mindscape that's literally built from your own thoughts, beliefs, and actions. After overcoming his dark past and growing stronger without losing his humanity, that's what she read in his soul. But sometimes, being honest with your own desires is the right way to go. So, this time, Aang had to say goodbye to Han Sung-yoon. He confidently opened the 7th door, the final door of the trial. An eye on the ceiling stared right back at him. That's when he realized the examining deity was watching Han Sung-yoon. He remembered Aang saying no one had ever passed the 7th trial, and now Han Sung-yoon was being pinned down, completely unable to move. Han Sung-yoon's eyelids felt heavier and heavier, like some dude who hadn't slept for days. But he knew this was the feeling of a tiny creature encountering a supreme being it couldn't possibly resist. His body started giving up on survival, just accepting that gaze. This was a god. It felt just like that moment of helplessness when his family was taken from him. The pain was too much, and Han Sung-yoon wasn't going to just take it anymore. He fiercely stabbed his own palm, using the pain to stay conscious while activating weakened blood to reduce damage. "I'm not going to stand here helpless while people walk all over me anymore," he screamed, desperately trying to find a solution. In this tower, there's a solution to everything, right? Maybe he had to slash that eye. At the very least, he had to give it a shot. Han Sung-yoon unleashed a crescent-shaped slash of lightning sword ki. God or whatever, he'd slash it all the same. The slash flew toward the eye and just vanished like smoke. Han Sung-yoon started losing consciousness, which pissed him off. His courage had impressed the examining deity. The god was pleased, having not met a challenger with such an unyielding spirit in a long time, and demanded that he prove himself. And just like that, the 7th door was now truly open. The eye had vanished, leaving Han Sung-yoon all alone. He was drenched in sweat, his body still remembering the utter shock of facing a god, something he'd only just witnessed for the first time. A mirror appeared. Curious, Han Sung-yoon stepped closer. Inside was an image of his future self. The tower began to link and synchronize the two of them. Han Sung-yoon touched the mirror to begin the trial of mental verification. The synchronization rate with the being in the mirror would gradually increase. Han Sung-yoon fell into the endless void of the mirror, then was dropped into the first trial room where Johan was crying, looking for his mirror. A blinding flash of light erupted behind him. Han Sung-yoon was transported to another place, Christmas in Korea. Before him stood his future self. This guy had walked into an alley and deliberately injured himself. Then, his own blood was controlled like a weapon, slaughtering countless innocent people. Han Sung-yoon was enraged by the actions of his mirrored self. The synchronization rate began to increase, making his chest ache so badly it felt like it would shatter into a million pieces. The feeling was a disgusting cocktail of guilt, madness, and rage. "Is that you?" Johan's whining voice echoed in his ear. The ghost clamped his hands on Han Sung-yoon's head and cast a spell. All of his mind-affecting skills had been sealed. Han Sung-yoon immediately sliced the ghost of Johan's head in two, but the barrier didn't disappear. In a mental trial, protecting your psyche is everything. So with his mind-calming skill sealed, how the hell was he supposed to fight? Just then, a brilliant red light flared up from the alley. His mirrored self laughed in satisfaction, holding the life force of others in his hands. "If I knew it was this good, I would have started sooner." The synchronization rate increased to 20%, dealing Han Sung-yoon a heavy mental blow. He fell into a state of abnormal ki deviation, the pain so intense he coughed up blood. He couldn't believe that ruthless murderer was actually his future self. Sure, he was obsessed with power, but there was no way he'd do something so inhumane. Under the effects of the ki deviation, his proficiency in mana circuit kept dropping, making him feel like he was being burned from the inside out. Just then, another one of Han Sung-yoon's futures appeared. This version of him went to the Murim, called out the Alliance leader, and promised to spare everyone else. The Alliance leader, Ling Guan, appeared. He'd heard rumors of a madman called the Demon Sword running wild in the Murim world. What followed was an earth-shattering brawl between the two. In the end, the Murim was bathed in blood that day. Li Jingang had lost. Before being finished off, he asked him if he felt any shame for killing the very people he'd promised to spare. And his answer was no. To him, they were nothing but weeds on the roadside, fuel for his conquest. The synchronization rate shot up another 10%. Han Sung-yoon's mind became even more of a wreck. As the locations in the mirror kept changing, after his other selves were killed thousands of times and grew stronger each time, he became no different from a monster cloaked in madness, obsessed with nothing but getting stronger. A mad monster who had never known defeat. The synchronization rate climbed relentlessly, hitting 50%. Now, Han Sung-yoon could even feel the satisfaction of slaughter mixed in with the guilt and rage back in Korea. On a stormy night, Seung-hoon kicked down the rooftop door in a blind rage. "You think you can just walk away after pulling all this fucked up shit?" The future Han Sung-yoon was carrying Baekmok's corpse, his face completely devoid of emotion. Lee Hae-yeon, trembling uncontrollably, screamed through her tears. "Why? Why would you choose to kill people just to get stronger? What's the reason?" "What a pointless question. I kill people because it helps me grow. That's it." He grinned with a delight that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Seung-hoon took off his mask and stepped forward. Tonight, the sky was filled with heavy rain and roaring thunder, perfect for him to use his powers. With the weather on his side, he was determined to deliver divine justice. The future Han Sung-yoon casually waited for Seung-hoon to charge. To be fair, he couldn't have considered him an easy opponent, but that was only true for his past self. A single slash cut Seung-hoon clean in half, so fast he couldn't even react. His bisected body collapsed in front of Lee Hae-yeon, leaving her completely speechless. Meanwhile, Sung-yoon was trying to drag himself through a gnarly sea of blood. One wrong move, and he'd be swallowed whole by this psycho's mind. They were only halfway synced, and he already felt like his mind was being ripped in two. The assimilation kept getting stronger, making Sung-yoon's mana circuits even weaker. He started slashing wildly at thin air, but it was totally useless. Assimilation hit 70%. The mental shock was so intense, Sung-yoon couldn't even tell the difference between pain and pleasure anymore. He sank into the pool of blood, looking like he was about to merge with it, a stupid grin on his face and his eyes totally blank. Then, a memory hit him. Wait, hadn't he swiped a mirror full of Johan's holy power before? He scrambled to pull it out and create a holy shield to cut down on the mental noise and protect his damn head. The barrier around Sung-yoon's head was finally gone. The weird aura vanished. Just then, the psycho's body froze right before it could kill Lee Hae-yeon. From inside its body, Sung-yoon ripped the bastard in half and burst out, declaring, "I'm not gonna let myself get eaten alive." The system announced he'd cleared the mental trial, proving his faith was unshakable. The moment the mind test ended, he was back in front of the mirror. Turns out, the whole time he'd just been standing there, screaming his head off at the mirror. His two masters were just relieved that Sung-yoon was back to normal. The god of scrutiny was super impressed with his performance and wanted to meet him. The stone floor beneath him cracked and vanished. Sung-yoon was forcibly teleported to the divine realm. Obviously, this required the tower's permission, so the administrators couldn't watch him anymore. After a moment, Sung-yoon opened his eyes and found himself in a place where he couldn't tell if he was looking at the sea or the sky. A beam of light appeared, forming into some otherworldly being with a voice that seemed to speak directly inside his head. "Who are you? Why can I feel divine power coming from you?" It was the god of scrutiny. He found it weird looking at Sung-yoon directly, wondering if he was some divine copy created by the tower. Sung-yoon had no clue what a divine copy was, so he asked. According to the god of scrutiny, that's what the administrators are. He just wanted to make sure if Sung-yoon got his divine power through a contract with the tower. "I'm not an administrator," Sung-yoon said. "I'm just a challenger." He answered honestly. The god could tell he was different from the administrators because the divine power Sung-yoon had was his own, and apparently, the tower had gotten way more interesting while he was away. The tower must have realized they can't create anything authentic just by using copies. So, the tower created a false challenger by using the apostles of the divine copies. And then the god of scrutiny came to the conclusion that Sung-yoon was no ordinary being. What? Sung-yoon was stunned. He didn't really get it. The god was talking like he'd done something incredible, but all he did was steal some stuff from Chiron. He asked back, "So, How big of a deal is this divine power anyway? The god just mumbled some cryptic crap. You seriously don't know the answer, even though you're the one who extracted the divine power? I thought you got rid of all traces of the god because you already knew. Looks like you're completely clueless. Sung-yoon said honestly that he just got it by accident. This just confused the god even more. You got it by accident, yet you managed to completely strip all traces of the god from the divine power I gave my own servant? The god of scrutiny told him that taking Chiron's divine power wasn't random, it was destiny. On top of that, he was sure the Tower of Trials was expecting big things from him. But it seemed like the tower was eavesdropping on their conversation, because it got pissed when the god let that slip. He immediately stopped talking and just said he'd be watching Sung-yoon's journey from now on. Wait, I still have questions. What's going to happen to me in the future? Sung-yoon still wanted answers, but suddenly his head started throbbing with pain. The god said that because he'd looked too deep into the future would now look back at him, waiting for a chance to invade his mind. He told Sung-yoon to be on guard. Sung-yoon wanted to talk more, but the god of scrutiny couldn't continue. No matter what god you are, the tower is a tough bastard to negotiate with. He told Sung-yoon he'd see him next time at the Temple of Scrutiny. Finally, the god left him with a piece of advice. Don't trust the other gods. They see you as an enemy now. After that, Sung-yoon was warped back to the waiting room with a ton of rewards. He replayed the dreamlike conversation he'd had with that transcendent being. He'd said that absorbing Chiron's divine power was fated. That means the tower wanted him to do it. On top of that, he also said the tower had high hopes for a false challenger like him. So let's say the tower was behind everything. From him being able to make a contract with an administrator, to him extracting divine power from Chiron. What the hell is their endgame? Sung-yoon started connecting the dots. The administrators, the divine copies, the divine power creating a false challenger, and finally, don't trust the other gods. After racking his brain for a while, Sung-yoon's conclusion was, he didn't understand jack shit. This feeling sucked. Luckily, even if the gods saw him as an enemy, they couldn't do anything to him thanks to the tower. Dimensional Earth was now registered as an official tower-climbing dimension, so a feature protecting it from dimensional invasion was added. Any challengers coming from other dimensions would get hit with a penalty. Once they were allowed to watch Sung-yoon again, his two masters were ecstatic. Suddenly, Sung-yoon remembered the god of scrutiny calling the administrators divine copies. So, does that mean they're some kind of god too? If so, can he even trust them? Sung-yoon bit his lip, feeling helpless. Right now, he couldn't trust anyone. This is so screwed up. To test his theory, he went straight into the Iron Blood realm. The Iron Blood monarch saw him and rushed out, asking if he was okay. But Sung-yoon didn't say a word. He just straight up attacked her with his sword, leaving the Iron Blood monarch totally stunned. He asked coldly, "Are all you administrators working with the tower to use me?" Hearing his question, the Iron Blood monarch figured out what was going on. He was probably still messed up from the psychological test. Sung-yoon kept attacking, so the Iron Blood monarch said, "Snap out of it, stop tripping." Sung-yoon fired off sharp shards of coagulated blood. He was convinced there was some connection between the administrators and the tower to exploit the challengers. "That makes zero sense," the Iron Blood monarch said as she batted away his blood attacks. "Get a grip on your emotions, Han Sung-yoon. Why do you keep telling me to get a grip? I'm perfectly sane." Sung-yoon laughed like a complete psycho, just like his future self. The Iron Blood monarch signaled for him to stop, but Sung-yoon was basically like, "Not a chance," and half of her house went up in flames. "You mess with my house, you've pissed me off." The iron-blooded king gritted her teeth in frustration, summoning a crap ton of swords from the sky and letting them rain down. Han Sung-yoon, acting all cool, managed to dodge them all, but she'd already appeared behind him, grabbing his head. "Where do you think you're going?" A second later, Han Sung-yoon's face was buried in the snow, but he still managed to swing his arm and slice off a bit of the iron-blooded king's hair. This time, she was done being patient, creating a barrier of swords to block him. Half a day later, Han Sung-yoon was mumbling, "I'm sorry, I'm sane now, so please, can you untie me?" His entire body was tied up and hung like a cocoon in front of the iron-blooded king. Obviously, she couldn't keep him tied up forever, but she was afraid he'd blow her whole house away next time. She figured that the person she saw when Han Sung-yoon thought he was sane was actually a remnant of the abyss that hadn't been completely removed from his body yet, and it was temporarily messing with his personality. Even if he got all twisted, at the end of the day, it was still based on his current questions and doubts. So now, the iron-blooded king was going to give him some answers. Nobody can read the tower's mind, not even the administrators. As for the tower expecting anything from you, fat chance. After saying that, she untied Han Sung-yoon in the laziest way possible. From what she knew, the tower had never revealed its intentions to any challengers. So, the idea of the tower having expectations for a challenger was completely ridiculous. Han Sung-yoon said that the god of scrutiny told him so. The corner of the iron-blooded king's mouth twitched. So that was the solid foundation for his belief. Like I said, I'm also a subordinate of the tower, the iron-blooded king said. She felt relieved when he finally sat down to drink some tea. This is a specialty made from the urine of a black dragon, so it's super rare. Han Sung-yoon's face turned green. He would have rather she hadn't said anything. He added that the god of scrutiny also said the administrators were divine replicas created through a contract with the tower. But the iron-blooded king couldn't tell him about that just yet. He'd find out soon enough. Han Sung-yoon's final question was about the ultimate desire of the administrators. Because the White Crane Swordmaster had already spilled everything about it to him, but why hadn't she, his master, said a single word? "It's because I'm scared," said the iron-blooded king. She could see he was looking down on himself, obsessed with his own growth. That's why she knew he'd throw himself at those desperate wishes like a moth to a flame, all for the sake of his growth. "It's because I have no talent," Han Sung-yoon said sadly. The iron-blooded king didn't know what his definition of talent was, but he'd find out about his own abilities soon enough. Everything would be revealed in the 12th floor trial. After that, Han Sung-yoon returned to the waiting room. He was always obsessed with the word talent, something no one could change. In the world of hunters, there are 3 types of aptitudes: skill acquisition, stat growth, and trait awakening. They're known as the 3 gifts of a hunter. But Han Sung-yoon, aside from having the main character label since birth, had none of those talents. He couldn't acquire skills. His stats wouldn't increase, and he couldn't even awaken a single trait. After joining the Tower of Trials, a lot changed, but the truth didn't. He was a talentless loser who couldn't grow because of his trait. The iron-blooded king must have been mistaken about his talent. If he had something like that, he would have become a famous hunter without even coming to this tower. The trial on the 12th floor was a battle against himself. He had to fight and win against a copy of himself. Han Sung-yoon sighed, overthinking it wouldn't solve anything. Bottom line, this trial was a chance to improve his combat skills. Now, he needed to buff his power a little. Han Sung-yoon took out 3 skill proficiency potions. One he already had, one was a gift from the Japanese government, and one was from Catherine. He chose to level up his mana application because it's the foundation for all his other skills. After increasing its proficiency, Han Sung-yoon then used mana application to boost the proficiency of his other skills. As for the reward from the 11th floor, it was an old mirror of testimony. When he channels magic into it, the exclusive residual thought effect will activate for the first time for a set period. On top of that, it could help him get skills that were deeply ingrained in those residual thoughts for a limited time. However, only a lucky bastard would actually get anything. Han Sung-yoon activated the mirror. Just as he thought, the residual thoughts in his mind were from his future self. The mirror randomly gave him a skill that was deeply ingrained in his subconscious: combat focus. Han Sung-yoon combined it with a skill he already had to upgrade: combat focus. The new effect increased his concentration by 20 times, but using it too much required a corresponding recovery ability. Han Sung-yoon was satisfied with this result, and then he entered the 12th floor trial, themed Overcoming Limits. With 48 hours and the condition of killing his clone, Han Sung-yoon was transported to a dark palace. The Dark God had created a guardian to deal with the intruder him. It was Han Sung-yoon's clone, copied from head to toe, right down to his shoes. According to the iron-blooded king's warning, the clone also had all of his experience, every tactic he used, and even Han Sung-yoon's talent. Alright, time to find out what my talent really is. Han Sung-yoon doubled his concentration, feeling like time was slowing down around him. So this was the combat focus skill. Activating Boiling Sword Key, he leaped up and slashed down. There was a blinding explosion. The clone dodged it after using Iron Blood Sword Break. Han Sung-yoon could easily predict that it would use the Iron Blood Sword, followed by the counter shield, since that was its only combo. But what he predicted was only half right. It transformed the counter shield into a sword, dual-wielding in a way that even the real Han Sung-yoon had never used in an actual fight. Because transforming the counter shield eats up a ton of mana and spiritual power, he never used this method. So why was it using such a disadvantageous method? Dual-wielding wasn't even viable, but this was a fight for survival. He couldn't even understand his own clone. If it thinks it can beat the real deal like that, it's dreaming. Han Sung-yoon clashed with it for a few moves, and though it wasn't super obvious, he could feel he was the one losing out in terms of skill. But why was that? Was it because of indomitable will? He had the advantage in items, which helped it activate the skill, so now its physical strength was greater than his, and if it maxed out its concentration, that stat would become transcendent. But the bigger problem right now was that the swordsmanship it was using belonged to Namgung Hyuk. That was a sword style that could push him back. Han Sung-yoon had only faced him once, but he clearly remembered those fanatical eyes and that arrogant attitude of his that looked down on everyone. That style didn't rely on any special skills or abilities, just pure swordsmanship, which made him wonder if ultimate swordsmanship could actually surpass skills. The clone didn't use any skills, so Sung Yoon figured he couldn't learn that sword technique. So this was the true talent the iron-blooded king was talking about. From this point on, his clone was already stronger than him. Indomitable will activated. The system judged him to be at a disadvantage even though Sung Yoon had the edge with items. His clone was steadily improving while he, the original, was falling behind. Sung Yoon couldn't swallow this insult. He cranked his concentration up 10 times to fight the clone, but he was the one who ended up bleeding. Sung Yoon could see it clearly now this thing was a monster, not some damn copy of him. He jacked his concentration up to 15 times, managing to slip behind the clone and land a counterslash. Then, using his fairy wings, he flew at max speed, combining it with 17 times concentration to pour everything into one final strike. Gotcha. The clone sat on the ground, raised one hand, and squeezed its own blood vessels, causing its arm to explode to block Sung Yoon's view. Then, it vanished behind the spray of fresh blood. While Sung Yoon was busy searching for it, a light flashed behind him. The clone was using a strange new move that shot out from its sword, looking like a cannon aimed straight at Sung Yoon. He was stunned. Was he really gonna die this time? Not a chance. He's the main character, after all. Sung Yoon managed to increase his concentration to 20 times, entering the over-limit concentration state. He brushed the dust off his face and cursed. Holy shit, that was close. You think a cheap-ass knockoff can mess with the original me? And don't make fun of his crazed expression. The over-limit concentration state has a side effect of making you mentally unstable. After hearing Sung Yoon's taunt and his confident tone, his clone charged forward again at the speed of light. Before he could even prepare, the tip of the blood sword appeared right before Sung Yoon's shocked eyes. The immense force from the clone sent Sung Yoon flying backward, creating a long streak of light. His impact with the wall created a cloud of dust and sent shattered rocks flying. As the dust settled, Sung Yoon reappeared, clenching a fist so hard that drops of blood formed, his eyes sharp and deadly. He swung his arm, and a dense mana appeared. Those drops of blood followed the direction of his finger and shot straight forward. The clone immediately moved at high speed to dodge, and the blood moon mana rays slammed into the pillars behind it, creating sounds of destruction. The clone's eyes flashed with confusion for a second, and as it looked over, a single drop of blood had already hit its shoulder. A successful counter! The clone was slammed into a wall, shattering the pillar and sending debris flying. Sung Yoon smirked and asked mockingly, "How's that taste?" Before he could get an answer, the smoking figure of the clone appeared behind him, its eyes flashing with killing intent. Sung Yoon realized it, and his smile vanished. The clash was so fast that nothing could be seen clearly, only a blinding flash of energy. It exploded right in the middle of the arena. The two figures slid back to opposite sides. A wound appeared on the clone's shoulder, but a blue healing light immediately appeared, quickly mending it. Sung Yoon still acted confident, but with a hint of worry, he looked over and remarked, "You bastard. You're pretty strong." Meanwhile, somewhere outside, Iron Blood was watching through a white magic circle. Seeing the challenger's predicament, she couldn't stay calm. She slammed her teacup down on the table and exclaimed, "Again?" Iron Blood held her head and sighed. "This is so weird. I'm not supposed to interfere, but I can't just stand here and watch either." She glanced behind her and flashed a sly grin. "I'm a little worried about the tower's reaction." Immediately, a system notification appeared, stating it was contacting the challenger, Sung Yoon. Instantly, the screen in front of her shattered. Iron Blood was seen covering her face and letting out a soft growl as the tower immediately intervened. The administrator's message was temporarily disabled to prevent interference. Iron Blood continued to smile, satisfied. "Please forgive me. I just wanted to give him a little hint." Back inside the tower floor, Sung Yoon stared at his bent backward finger with a look of pure shock. Then, his left hand went out of control, punching him in his own face, causing Sung Yoon's eyes to flash red. The self-inflicted punch sent him sliding back a bit, while the clone stood there, looking completely baffled. Sung Yoon smiled as he popped his fingers back into place, muttering, "Damn it, that was dangerous." Right in the middle of a fight. He then roared in fury, "Stop messing with this body and know your damn place!" But deep inside Sung Yoon's sea of consciousness, something was pulling at him, trying to control his body. No matter how much he struggled, he could only cry out, "Again?" Strands of fresh blood clung to his body. Sung Yoon groaned loudly. "I thought I was done with that annoying future self after the last trial. This is so damn frustrating." He swung his arm violently, trying to break free of the control. His blood-red sea of consciousness was now swirling with vortexes of black blood. Suddenly, a voice echoed, startling Sung Yoon. "I'm fighting because you're about to die, and you're not even a little bit grateful." A different version of Sung Yoon appeared in his mind. He could do nothing but curse at him. "You bastard." This was his future self. Sung-yoon continued to struggle and scream, "Get out of my body right now, you son of a bitch." While he was gritting his teeth in defiance, his future self's voice rang out again. "You still don't get it, you idiot. Take a good look at the situation," he said with a condescending smirk. "You've trained for so long and even climbed to the 12th floor of this tower, yet you can't even face yourself." Sung-yoon hung his head, his frustration clear on his face, as his future self continued to mock him. The pitiful bastard couldn't take the insults anymore. He clenched his fist and fought back with a question. "So what?" Sung-yoon's hand broke free from the control, aiming straight for his face. In response, the future self raised 2 fingers and flicked them lightly. Instantly, countless pillars of blood erupted from below, forming magic circles. They formed a cage made of black blood, trapping Sung-yoon inside. The other him just laughed coldly, turned, and walked away. He furiously punched the barrier in front of him, screaming, "Where do you think you're going? Get over here, you bastard!" In response, his future self just called Sung-yoon a lunatic. He stood there dumbfounded, listening to the lecture. "Should I teach you something? If you don't drop that habit of relying on your skills, you'll never be able to use real techniques, you moron, got it?" The future self kept walking, continuing his lecture. "You should just stay in your place and watch for the rest of your life." His body slowly sank into the sea of consciousness with a final declaration. "From now on, I'll be in control of your body, you pathetic thing." It left Sung standing there all alone, gripping the bars and screaming his head off. Outside the tower, a slash carrying a pale blue mana flew towards the clone. The clone quickly raised its twin swords to block, but its body was still pushed back. The future version of himself now stood there, sword in hand with glowing eyes, murmuring, "All right, I get what's happening. I know this feeling." Just then, the system displayed a notification, much to his confusion. The administrator, Iron-Blooded King of Violence, has sent an item, Black Dragon Essence, a spiritual medicine created after refining Black Dragon liquid. When used, spiritual power and resistance will be enhanced, and the mind will be cleared. Inside his sea of consciousness, Sung was startled, his eyes flying open as if he'd realized something. Using every ounce of strength he had, he reached out, grabbed the bars, and pulled them apart to escape. Sungjin tried to use what little energy he had to seize control of his left arm, which pissed off Sungjin's main body a little. While he controlled his left arm to grab the item that had just been sent to his system inventory, the clone stood there scolding. "This damn bastard is at it again." Sungjin successfully took out the Black Dragon Essence. He opened his mouth, trying to use it, but unfortunately, the clone lunged forward, using its blood sword to slice his arm clean off, sending it flying out of his control along with the severed hand. In his sea of consciousness, Sung struggled, kicking his feet to leap up. Outside, his main body did the exact same thing, while Sungjin's mouth was stretched wide open. Somehow, he had used all his strength to bite and shatter the vial, absorbing the Black Dragon Essence. Because of this, the clone slid backward. It stared blankly at Sung, its eyes showing clear, disbelieving shock. As for Sung, after biting through the glass vial, he coughed up small shards. He gave a cold smirk, raising a hand to wipe the blood from his mouth, his voice dropping into a provocative taunt. "I'm back now," he thought to himself. "While another version of me is fighting, I can feel it completely." Sung spread his legs wide, lowering his center of gravity, feeling himself let go of his dependency on skills. Then he lifted his sword and told himself, "If my doppelganger can do it, so can I." Mana appeared at Sungjin's feet, growing so dense it created a pillar of light. Along with it came a notification that the player's concentration had increased 20-fold. He clenched his teeth, his thoughts racing as Sungjin's crazy ego began to rise. He stood there and sighed. "You, the one who was once tormented by those primitive thoughts, have finally felt enlightenment in a moment that seemed to last forever." Just then, the emotionless clone charged straight for Sung again with its twin swords in hand. He casually twisted his body to dodge the sword thrust, moving so fast you could vaguely see an afterimage. He told himself he couldn't depend on the skills he'd collected up until now anymore. Sungjin immediately switched from defense to offense, dodging to the side and lunging forward. "I have to ditch everything and just adapt. Screw common sense." The tip of the clone's sword was now right in front of his eyes. The system announced that due to independent enlightenment, mastery of A-rank magic control had increased by 10 points. As Sungjin let go of his stubbornness, the blood sword sliced off a lock of his hair. At that same moment, he achieved the enlightenment accomplishment, and your stamina increased by 1 point. Sung stood there with his own enlightenment, finally freeing himself from all these illusions. The system informed him, "You have achieved the Epiphany accomplishment. Your mana increases by 4 points, and with that, double the joy. The player is facing an enemy that is completely beatable. The indomitable will skill has been nullified." The clone's emotionless face turned grim. Sung gave a cold smile, his eyes and sword flashing as he rushed toward the clone, thinking, this is where I flip the script. In the blink of an eye, he was gone from his original spot, launching a counterattack. Sung attacked the clone with sharp, zigzagging mana slashes, pushing it back and giving it no chance to fight back. As he slashed, he thought, using Namgung Hyuk's level of swordsmanship, it feels kinda different, like a real swordsman. The relentless attacks forced the clone onto the back foot, constantly retreating. But Sungjin didn't stop attacking. His eyes were determined as he thought about the maximum speed he could reach by using the wind walk and instantaneous acceleration skills. Just when it seemed like he had it, the clone suddenly stopped, kicked hard off a pillar, and changed its direction. Although Sung still managed to unleash a horizontal slash, it had successfully moved behind him. The clone leaped up, crossed its two blood swords, and unleashed a cross-shaped slash aimed at his back. Sung spun his body like a vortex, easily weaving between the two sharp streams of sword ki. Right after neutralizing the sneak attack, ignoring the crumbling rock and debris behind him, he landed lightly with a smile on his face. The clone's eyes widened in utter amazement. Although it had no emotions, the fact that he'd nullified the attack so easily was genuinely surprising. As if not to give Sungjin a chance to breathe, the clone charged forward to attack again. He quickly unleashed a slash in response, thinking, facing off against the clone like this, everything is becoming clearer and clearer. Now I'm looking at it from an observer's point of view as it uses its skills, and only now am I starting to understand the very origin of those skills. Sung smiled, totally satisfied after figuring everything out, not to mention fighting at such an insane speed. He then unleashed a vertical slash that forced the clone to block with its twin swords. The immense force caused the stone floor to crack, and a grimace formed on its face. Sung continued to observe the clone's every move. Everything was becoming clearer. After it attacked, he dodged and felt satisfied. What's more, I'm slowly perfecting this origin. I can even feel all the useless movements that can be removed from the clone's swordsmanship. An image of Namgung Hyuk appeared behind the clone, using a similar sword technique. Sung silently judged the clone. It can't perfectly execute Namgung Hyuk's real sword style. Because of its limited skill, it's just focusing more on mimicking Namgung Hyuk's actions, that's all. At that moment, the iron-blooded sword's special skill was activated. He confirmed to himself that when that happens, Immortal Will can weaken the fire attribute of the sword key, which means I can slice through literally anything. Holding another iron-blooded sword in his hand, Sungjin was more confident than ever. In this situation, it's like I'm training with Namgung Hyuk's sword style. He immediately channeled his familiar blue mana into the iron-blooded sword, while also reminding himself that he needed to focus more on strengthening his fire sword skill. Right after, a counter-slash sent the clone flying back. Sungjin's slash created a deep wound right on the clone's shoulder. Right after that, he threw his hand up, activating his Phantom Blood Claw skill. His blood energy instantly condensed into razor-sharp projectiles that surrounded the clone. In the blink of an eye, they all shot straight at him. The sound of them ripping through the air was met with a dumbfounded look from the clone. With a single swing of his arm, he gathered his own blood energy into a massive blast aimed right back at Shung. Where Sungyun was standing, a huge explosion went off from the impact. That familiar, brilliant light flashed. After the smoke cleared, while the clone was still stunned, Shung's figure appeared right behind him. He landed another clean hit, and more blood sprayed out against the brilliant glow. On the clone's shoulder, his wound was glowing, and a shield had also appeared in his hand. The clone looked at his wound, his face twisted in total annoyance. Then, he let out a sharp breath, and at the same time, the wound began to heal, recovering completely. Shung charged forward again, thinking to himself, did he really just block that by instantly spinning his shield in a circle? The clone stood there, spinning his twin swords into a circle. Shung's slash went through anyway. The two blades clashed, creating a deafening sound and a flash of light. But surprisingly, his sword was repelled by the clone's circle of sword aura. Shung was shocked, thinking, what the hell is this? The image of the clone's sword technique became clearer. He was totally confused. The raw aggression and power in his sword style from just a moment ago had somehow switched to this soft form, where every move just flowed with his energy. Shung's hand gripping the iron blood sword was bleeding. He silently realized that the soft sword was another skill Namgong had shown before. Can this guy really copy me to this degree, for real? I know it's my own talent, but damn, this is annoying. He immediately tossed his sword aside, thinking, guess I can't win this without taking a real risk. Instantly, the counter shield skill activated. Blood energy radiated out, wrapping around the sword's blade like a true shield. The clone saw this and froze, shocked. Shung shot a sharp glare at him and asked, what's with the surprise? He said coldly and firmly, anything you can do, I can do too. With that, Sungyun charged straight at the clone. He didn't hesitate for a second, unleashing a barrage of attacks. The constant waves of sword energy forced the clone back as he struggled to defend. Right then, it was a massive clash of power, one attacking, one defending. Where the two collided, a blinding light erupted. Sung-Yoon realized, just as I thought, this clone's sword skill is all for show. If that's the case, why not take a little risk? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he spun around, turning his back to the clone, then suddenly launched a kick right into his chest. The powerful kick sent the clone flying, but he was no pushover. Even while being knocked back, he managed to unleash a counter slash. A long slash of sword energy tore across the ground, destroying everything in its path. Its target was Sung-Yoon, who was running for his life up ahead. He used all his speed trying to escape that slash, silently realizing that the clone had taken the full force of his attack with an enhanced blood sword, but the damage had been converted by the counter shield. Shung then turned and brought out his blood sword. Streams of blood energy began to gather. This meant he needed to use a different technique. He raised the iron blood sword, but it suddenly snapped in two. Shung thought it over. Or maybe that's just what I think, he mused. Of course, the counter shield would shatter if it took a direct hit to its core. Without hesitating, he let go, dropping the broken piece of the sword. The blood energy on the sword seemed to dissipate, along with Sung's inner calculations. Hey, clone, if you're really me, then right now, with the energy from the sword's rebound unleashed and my fatal attack ready to go, you'd see this as an opening. And just as he expected, seeing his chance, the clone dove down with a cold smile, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He brought a massive amount of energy crashing down right where Sung was standing. The ground around him shattered from the shockwave, but at that moment, Sung-Yoon unexpectedly broke into a huge grin. Now that I've achieved my goal, I'm at my absolute strongest. I'm insanely powerful, aren't I? But strangely enough, he let the clone land a kick, sending himself flying backward. Whether it was on purpose or not, Shung tumbled a few times from the hit. He quickly landed, regained his balance, and knelt there, looking over. Before he could even catch his breath, the clone's shadow appeared with a killing blow, striking down so fast Sung-Yoon couldn't react. You'd think this would have put him in a corner, but nope. Sung-Yoon just gave a wicked, cold smirk as he raised his glowing hand, a triumphant look on his face. In his mind, gotcha. The blood blade suddenly pierced through the clone's chest, making him scream in pain as blood spewed out endlessly. A bloody hand gripped the sword stuck in the clone's body. His eyes were dazed, his face twisted in confusion. The iron blood sword that Sung-Yoon had discarded, along with this clone's impatience. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat appearing on his face. He smirked, satisfied, thinking to himself, using those two things actually worked. I'm gonna win this. Time for the grand finale. Finishing his thought, Sung charged straight towards where the clone was kneeling. But surprise, the damn thing stood up and let out a blood-curdling scream. Even with the sword still stuck in its body, it charged forward, and the energy radiating from it took Sung-Yoon by surprise. The clone's body mutated, growing huge and ferocious. It spun around, aiming right where he was standing. Sung stood there wondering, what the hell is going on? The clone was now rushing at him with a massive, sharp-clawed hand. It attacked like a maniac, making the ground shake and shatter. Sung-Yoon had to bolt to dodge, not daring to look back. Suddenly, the clone horrifically bit off 4 of its own fingertips, holding them in its mouth. Then it used its internal energy to launch them forward, the sharp fingers flying like darts. Their target was Sung-Yoon up ahead. He used all his agility, zigzagging to dodge them. Sung-Yoon thought anxiously, what is this monster now? Even its attack pattern changed. This is gonna be tough. In front of him now was the thick wall of the tower, a serious obstacle. Without a second's hesitation, Sung-Yoon threw his arms up to shield his face and protect his head, then decisively smashed through the wall and jumped out. Right behind him, the clone's giant hand was closing in, just inches away. Before Sung-Yoon could even get his bearings, a blinding light from the clone's palm momentarily stunned him. An explosion immediately went off, sending flesh and blood flying everywhere. He stood there, raising a hand to cover his face. The clone appeared, its eyes glowing with murderous intent, its arm completely restored by blue mana. After the smoke and dust cleared, Sung-Yoon stood there with a large shield in his hand. It was what had blocked the brunt of that last killing blow. He let out a sigh of relief. Seeing the shield on his arm fade, he thought with gratitude. Good thing the counter shield just came off cooldown. Shung gripped his sword, glaring at the clone with a challenging look. What are you doing? Come get some. Without any hesitation, not wanting to keep its opponent waiting, it lunged toward him. Shung blocked a powerful kick from the clone. The moment they made contact, its leg exploded. He cursed inwardly. You goddamn monster, it's lost its mind. It didn't stop there. While its exploded leg was regenerating, the clone threw a punch and blew up its own arm. Watching it continuously self-destruct, he finally realized, body explosion. Sung focused his gaze. This move can catch you off guard in close-quarters combat. He watched its huge body repeatedly glow red and explode, thinking to himself, however, if you keep going crazy like this, you're just going to lose a ton of stamina from blood loss. And just as he thought, after using up so much energy, the clone's steps became shaky and unsteady. Seeing its shriveled body slowly withering away, Sung-Yoon was sure that as soon as its energy ran out, the attacks would stop. Seizing the moment, he swung his sword and lopped off the clone's arm. Shung once again declared confidently, "No need to drag this out any longer. Let's end this." The moment he finished speaking, the clone unconsciously gritted its teeth and growled, its eyes flashing with killing intent. In the blink of an eye, it used a 3-step jump at a speed the naked eye couldn't follow. Shung exclaimed in shock, "What the hell? Even a fake challenger couldn't keep up with that speed." He immediately left his spot, jumping down the walls in pursuit. Just as he got close, a deadly red light suddenly appeared in front of him, making Sung freeze. The clone was there, raising both hands to gather blood energy from its surroundings. A blinding, blood-red aura materialized with a sinister presence. Using the last of its strength, it spun around with a spiraling punch carrying murderous blood energy. Shung quickly raised his hand and used his shield to block the attack. At the point of impact, a flash of light and dark blood energy shot out in all directions, accompanied by a deafening sound. The force was so strong that it sent his body sliding backward. However, Sung-Yoon remained calm. He chuckled, silently assessing, "Damn, monster. What the hell was that power just now? It's so freaking strong." Right at that moment, the cooldown finished. The counter-shield skill was ready to reflect the absorbed damage. Sung immediately held out his hand, and a sphere of energy gathered in his palm. The energy absorbed by the counter-shield was now fully charged. Shung looked over and declared in a cold voice, "Die." Over on the other side, the monster clone roared and charged forward mindlessly. He flicked his wrist, tossing the energy sphere forward. It looked small and glowed brightly, but it contained unbelievable power. Then, Sung gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, raised it high, and prepared to unleash a powerful baseball swing. At the point where the sword and the energy sphere met, a blinding light flared up. Immediately after, the sphere was sent flying at high speed, slamming straight into the clone's face. The impact was so strong it deformed its face, sending teeth and lips flying everywhere. No more time to play around. Sung-Yoon looked over and finished it with a single, ice-cold word. Release. Instantly, a notification window popped up. The counter-shield skill has released all absorbed damage at once. A terrifying explosion erupted. The power it unleashed sliced nearby buildings in half. After the blinding flash of light, all that remained was the image of a headless clone, its head blown to smithereens. A series of notifications appeared. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 12th floor of the trial tower. The Ashen Crown of the Ancient Emperor A- has been added to your inventory as an achievement reward. You have received 80,000 points as an achievement reward. You have received 3,500 items as an achievement reward. You have received the skill Death Throws B- as an additional reward. Please proceed to the waiting room." Along with that, the proficiency of the Countershield B skill has reached 100%. The rank of the Countershield skill has increased. Only then did Sung-Yoon let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately after, the Combat Focus skill turned off. Combat Focus has exceeded its usage limit and requires recovery. Instantly, something surged up from below, making his cheeks swell. Shung doubled over, coughing up a huge wad of blood with painful, racking hacks. Dark crimson splattered onto the floor, the sound mixing with the whistling wind of the tower. The skill Weak Blood has been activated. Shung thought to himself, "Weak Blood. It can cure negative effects caused by combat focus." His body was already recovering. He breathed a sigh of relief. Without a cheat skill like Weak Blood, there was no way he could have gotten this far. Shung looked ahead and wondered when he'd ever be able to climb the tower without it kicking his ass like this. Was that even possible from the start? All of a sudden, something freaky started happening to the clone's corpse. A sphere of blood appeared on it and began absorbing all the blood aura around it. Sung glanced over, a little confused and hesitant. "My soul is a bit different. Interesting." A message from an admin appeared. The restrictions preventing help and communication have been lifted. The message was about the Iron-Blooded Tyrant King admin complaining about the penalty she got just for giving her contractor a cup of tea. The Iron-Blooded Tyrant King said it's in your best interest to treat her well in the future. Without a second thought, Shung mumbled his agreement. "You got it." He spoke up to thank her, thinking to himself, "I just accidentally stumbled upon some new intel. If admins interfere too much with their contractors, they get penalized." At the same time, Sung remembered when the Iron-Blooded Tyrant King had sent him an item, a B-rank item from the Black Dragon, a potion made from the Black Dragon's blood. After using it, his mental strength and resistance would increase, and his mind would be enlightened. While he was still lost in thought, Shung froze in shock. All previously restricted messages from the admins would now be displayed. In front of him, countless message screens popped up from everyone. The masterless wandering knight admin is amazed by your talent. The left hand of the blood tyrant king admin is curious where a monster like you came from. The dragon slayer who lived 1,000 years admin was terrified by the difficulty of the 12th floor and your ability to clear it, and there were many other messages. His eyes widened in surprise as he thought, all the admins are watching me. Some were shocked by Sung's talent and the difficulty of this floor, calling him a monster. The hero who died 7 times admin looked at you with an exhausted expression, asking how a monster like you could even appear on the 12th floor. The king of slaughter admin asked if you were really the one challenging the 12th floor. The army of the ruined world admin said your growth is terrifying and whined that it's getting hard to be surprised anymore. Meanwhile, others were skeptical, questioning if Shung was really the one challenging the 12th floor. But one message among them caught his eye. The only paladin slave admin has their eye on you. The fallen descendant of the blood demon cult admin is staring intently at you. The seeker of divinity admin expects great things from you. Shung's face twisted in thought. These admins, who say whatever they want and ghost you the second they get bored, are now spamming me with messages for no reason? He stood there looking up and asked, why is everyone acting like this? Why? Out of everyone, why me? Shung wondered, someone who already has a contractor? Why are they trying so hard to impress me? A glint appeared in his eyes as he realized something. Could it be that the admins now have an expanded system and can send requests to me? As Jung stood there, lost in thought, their attitude towards him was slowly proving his suspicions right. He couldn't help but flash a wide, predatory grin. Looking at the pile of messages in front of him, Shung mumbled, come to think of it, if the system expands later, it'll be a huge advantage for the admins who haven't signed a contractor yet. After doing some mental calculations, he spoke up, you guys think it's cool to just dump a ton of messages on me like this? Shung continued, do me a favor and provide the traits I'm asking for. That way, I might remember the ones who did when the system expands later. The response from them was immediate. The dragon slayer who lived 1,000 years admin is annoyed by the challenger's arrogance. The fallen descendant of the blood demon cult admin scoffed and said, not a chance. The army of the ruined world admin said you're getting way too cocky and should know your limits. He smiled, pleased. As you all know, it's first come, first served. I'm only taking 3 of you. Shung's declaration sent the admins into a surprised and frantic frenzy. They responded quickly. The fallen descendant of the blood demon cult admin has added a trait to the contractor's unique shop. The army of the ruined world admin has added a trait to the contractor's unique shop. The dragon slayer who lived 1,000 years admin has added a trait to the contractor's unique shop. After receiving the traits, he was completely unfazed. Shung glanced at the blood aura next to him, deep in thought, and now there's only one truly important thing left. The sphere on the clone's body was still there, endlessly radiating a dense energy. He looked down, silently assessing it. An enemy with not just the same stats, but the same skills and traits too. What will I get after I absorb its soul? Right after that, the system announced, you have absorbed the soul of the fake challenger, Shung. Proficiency has increased by 28%. He stood on the spot, raising his hand to absorb it all without missing a drop. What followed was an incredibly important notification. The soul of the fake challenger Sung has perfectly merged with the soul of the challenger Sung. The trait Divine Power has met its conditions and is now activating, attempting to extract divinity. His eyes went wide as he blankly repeated, extract divinity? A series of notifications appeared. By absorbing the soul of the fake challenger Sung, your stats have been permanently enhanced. Strength, agility, stamina, magic power, and endurance, all plus 10. The clone's blood soul aura was still spreading through the air. The system notifications continued. Collected the skills of the fake challenger Sung. You have acquired the skill Light Sword Aura B. You already possess this skill. Merging skill proficiency. Proficiency for the skill Light Sword Aura B has reached 100%. The skill Light Sword Aura B has leveled up. He just stood there calmly, taking in his rewards after successfully clearing the trial. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in front of him, making Sung flinch as he thought, what was that just now? The source of the light was the soul of the fake challenger Sung, perfectly synchronizing with the soul of the real challenger Sung. The trait Divine Power has met its conditions and has been activated, now extracting divinity. This made him go blank again, repeating to himself, extracting divinity. A notification popped up immediately. Successfully extracted divinity. The trait Divine Power C+ has leveled up. You now have Divine Power B, which can perform divinity conversion and accumulate mythology. Shung was super confused. What the hell? Divinity transformation and myth accumulation. Either way, they're both completely broken. No way. Along with that clone body from back then, the C+ rank Holy Power unique skill was branded deep into the user Han Sung-yoon's soul. He barely even cared that he didn't know how to use it, so he just blew it off. Just then, a light appeared in the middle of Han Sung-yoon's chest, and a mysterious magic circle materialized behind his back. He wondered, "Holy Power, can I finally use it?" Then a bunch of notifications popped up. "You have entered the 13th floor waiting room. System expansion initiating. Global communities based on nationality have been merged. You can now participate in communities of varying difficulties. Members in the unified trials will no longer be separated by country. Global national ranking evaluations will be fully integrated. You can now view the rankings for various difficulties." Han Sung-yoon reached for the screen, thinking, "So now I'm gonna run into foreigners in the trials. Huh? It's just a system expansion, whatever." He shut his eyes tight, deep in thought. But at this rate, an image of Earth and the other planets in its galaxy appeared. They'll end up merging entire dimensions. The notifications showed no signs of stopping as another blue screen popped up. The information on it made Han Sung-yoon's eyes go wide with intense focus, and he was seriously impressed. It was the trial rankings for the 12th floor. The rankings, from top to bottom, were the Hunter SSS, the Archmage SS+, Kim Sung-hoon SS, Catherine SS-, the Blood-Crazed Sword SS-, the Tower Witch, Tarkovsky S+. Han Sung-yoon walked towards the tower, the tails of his long cloak fluttering out to his sides. To become the strongest. That was probably the reason he was climbing this tower. It was his goal. Han Sung-yoon told himself he was one step closer to that goal. At least I'm the strongest among the challengers from Earth. However, at that very moment, images of challengers from other places appeared. Dimensions like Kali or Murim had been in the Tower of Trials for a long time. He realized that compared to those dimensions, Earth was just a newbie dimension, and the weakest one at that. There was only one way to change this. Unless the average level on Earth went up, they'd just become prey for the other dimensions. But that just made Han Sung-yoon even more driven and determined. Then and now, what he needed was unrivaled power that no one could stop. Standing there, Han Sung-yoon flicked his hand and quickly opened his inventory. Information for the Crown of the Ancient Emperor's Ashes appeared. Willpower plus 30%. The Crown of Ashes was used in ancient rituals by the Ancient Emperor, a man who worshipped a dark god. When worn, you will be enthroned as the Spirit King upon use. The item has durability and will be destroyed when it runs out. After reading it, he was a little confused. Spirit King, huh? Looking at the item's grade, it seemed powerful, but the description was kind of vague. Next was the bonus reward for completing the quest. The skill Dying Breath, B- rank. Proficiency, 0. Basic effect, critical damage can be nullified. However, activating Dying Breath consumes 88% of the user's stamina and requires 1 week to recover. Secondary effect. Upon activation, senses are amplified for a short time, and the effects of other skills are also enhanced. Han Sung-yoon was pretty shocked. His face went blank as he let out a whoa, thinking to himself, "A skill that lets me cheat death just once?" His gaze turned thoughtful. Sure, it takes a week to recover, but considering the effect, that's not even a real penalty. Han Sung-yoon smirked and muttered, "Besides, in this trial, on top of the rewards, I also snatched some unique skills from the administrators." The system then prompted him, "Please select from the following unique skills. Iron-Blooded Tyrant, White Crane, Swordmaster, Patronage Unique Skills." Immediately it announced, "You have selected Patronage Unique Skills." Skill detail. Supreme Blood Arts, price 3,000 points. Description. Power granted to those chosen by a god. The recipient has become a savior across many ages. Without a pact with a god, the only effects are suppressing divinity and strengthening your aura. Skill detail. Hero's Grace, C+. Price, 3,000 points. Description. Power granted to those chosen by a god. The recipient has become a savior across many ages. Without a pact with a god, the only effects are suppressing divinity and strengthening your aura. Skill detail. Rapid Spell Recovery, C+. Price, 3,000 points. Description. When mana drops below half, you can recover it by absorbing it from nature. However, overuse can damage your meridians or vital energy channels, for example, one of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Faced with so many choices, Han Sung-yoon had to start thinking. All 3 were C+ rank skills, so it was a damn good deal. A wicked grin spread across his face as he decided to splurge. Guess I'll just buy all 3. After Han Sung-yoon tapped the screen, the system announced, "You have purchased the unique skill Supreme Blood Arts. 3,000 points have been deducted. You have purchased the unique skill Hero's Grace, C+. 3,000 points have been deducted. You have purchased the unique skill Rapid Spell Recovery, C+. 3,000 points have been deducted. Right then, a series of messages came through from the administrators. Fallen descendant of the blood demon cult, warrior of the fallen world, and dragon slayer who lived 1,000 years. They all reminded Han Sung-yoon at the same time, "Don't you forget our help." He could only reply, totally annoyed, Yeah, I'll remember." Han Sung-yoon was still wrestling with some questions before returning to the waiting room. When I absorbed my own soul, divinity extraction suddenly appeared. He could clearly feel an energy in his heart, something he never had before activating divinity extraction. This must be holy power. Right then, Han Sung-yoon lowered his center of gravity, clenched his fists, and looked up, preparing to strike. He immediately threw a punch. A brilliant golden light was the main feature, with a few fragments of divinity seeming to crumble. And then, he thought something insane would happen, but the result was a surprising silence. Han Sung-yoon propped himself up with a sigh. Just as I expected, it's exactly like when I practiced before coming to the waiting room. My body just awakened. I can't use any of my freaky powers yet. Images of Jane, Lillian, and Chiron flashed through his mind. Han Sung-yoon realized it himself. The healing and buffing skills those priests used on the 11th floor. I can't copy them. He was visibly pissed. Damn it, and I actually had my hopes up. Are they even gonna let me use this stuff? Then, Han Sung-yoon immediately sat down to meditate, telling himself, "Calm down, center yourself. Crap, that damn personality of mine is showing up again." Suddenly, a notification came from the administrator, the White Crane Swordmaster. She winked and said she'd teach him holy power, claiming she'd be a way better teacher than the iron-blooded tyrant, and invited him to the administrator's space. He coldly shut her down. "No thanks." The reply came back almost instantly. "The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, is crying her eyes out because you refused to make a pact with her." The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, asked how he could just turn her down, saying she'd teach him how to use it if he came to see her. Sung-yoon shot back coldly, "I'll learn it when I need to." He shot her a confident, determined smirk. "I'd rather figure it out myself than have to rely on anyone else." The White Crane Swordmaster lost her enthusiasm, saying disappointedly, "Fine, suit yourself." Shung pursed his lips, thinking to himself, "Forget holy power. For now, I'll be back soon." He thought of Hyuk, reminding himself, "I need to focus on getting way stronger." Shung's eyes burned with insane determination, at least until he could finally kill Namgung Hyuk. That guy was like a demon haunting him. No matter what, he knew Namgung Hyuk would come for him again. He looked at the screen, thinking to himself, "All right then, guess I'll check out the skills I swiped from those admins, huh?" Skill details: Supreme Blood Art. Price: 3,000 points. Description: only descendants of the blood demon cult can learn this technique. It can substitute internal energy for magic, allowing you to tap into powerful magical properties during a fight. It amps up your fighting spirit by using all the energy and blood in your body. Sung thought to himself, "This Supreme Blood Art, this is the one I'm interested in." Without a second thought, he activated the Supreme Blood Art. Shung's whole body started to change as his blood and chi began to boil. He clenched his jaw, but a stream of bloody chi still leaked from his lips. Sung froze for a second. His eyes bulged, his hair stood on end, and a thick aura of power exploded from him. It felt like he'd become someone who was born for battle. "My blood is pumping. Yeah, this is exactly what I needed." But it looked like things weren't going to be that easy. The side effects kicked in instantly. Shung grabbed his face and screamed in agony. Turns out his inner demon's personality was surfacing at the same time, twisting his face into a savage expression. It took control of his body, pinching its own cheek and asking him, "Hey, you little punk, having fun all by yourself?" Shung started to panic, breaking out in a cold sweat, his mind racing. What the hell is this? How can that damn personality be waking up in the same body at the same time? This has never happened before. Just then, with the iron blood sword in his hand, Shung's evil side swung the blade at himself, laughing manically and screaming, "Die, you worthless trash!" Refusing to just take it, he quickly summoned a sword from his inventory with his free hand and blocked his own damn attack. The two personalities clashed violently. Shung roared, "If I die, you die with me, you psycho." The inner demon just let out a cold, twisted laugh. "Fool, if I can't have you, then I'll just destroy you." He grunted, struggling to hold on, and thought, "Crap, I never saw this coming. What the hell do I do now?" Just then, the blood chi he'd absorbed earlier flared up, wrapping around both swords. Sung-yoon realized, is the sword absorbing the blood chi from the Supreme Blood Art? A system notification popped up, Supreme Blood Art. When the user reaches the Fire Sword realm and maxes out their blood chi, the ultimate skill will be unlocked. His eyes widened as it clicked. Of course. Without another word, Sung-yoon grabbed the blade with his bare hand, blood gushing from his palm. Then, instead of fighting back, he deliberately knocked the other sword away and retracted his own. Shung let out a yell, his eyes locked on the shoulder his inner demon was controlling. the tip of the sword in his hand gleaming. Without a moment's hesitation, he ignored the pain and stabbed himself, sending fresh blood flying. Shung screamed as the blood chi from the wound was sucked into the sword, telling himself he was using it to force that bastard out. As he cursed, the sword began to fill with blood chi, and then, something totally unexpected happened. The conditions have been met, and the true power of the Supreme Blood Art has been unlocked. The item's name has changed to True Supreme Blood Demon Sword. Sung Yoon was pretty shocked when the system announced it had created specialized blood siphoning slots, and the wound on his chest began to heal. He held up the Supreme Blood Demon Sword, and 3 new, weird images appeared. Those were probably the specialized blood siphoning slots the system was talking about. As soon as he got the upgraded weapon, Sung Yoon quickly activated his Fire Dragon's Eye skill. The moment it activated, dragon scales appeared around his eyes. The info for the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword popped up. Reaction speed, plus 15%. Attack speed, plus 15%. A legendary sword, once the heirloom of the Blood Demon cult. When a target is killed by the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword, the Bloodsuck skill will absorb the enemy's blood into the blade, boosting its stats. A random skill will then be embedded into the blade. A maximum of 3 skills can be embedded via Bloodsuck, and other than a cooldown, the skills won't cost anything else to use. Hidden skills will be revealed depending on how many seals are released. If Challenger Sung uses it, the unique Bloodsuck effect can be activated. He stared at the skill slots, totally blown away. I can slot up to 3 skills into the sword, and they cost nothing but a cooldown? Sung smirked, hyped. A growth-type item like this, it's completely unheard of. Right on cue, the system announced the start of the 13th floor trial. Difficulty: hard. Trial theme: strategy battle. Time limit: 14 days. Completion condition: cooperate with your teammates during this period and defeat the Blood Tribe's count. Failure condition: all team members are killed or the time limit expires. Completion reward: 1 random A+ rank skill book. Failure penalty: death. After taking in all the info, Sung Yoon was a bit intrigued. A team trial, huh? He remembered flashes of his old teammates and scowled. I've never had a good experience with team trials, but one thing caught his attention more: a random skill book and an A+ rank one at that. In a mysterious void, 4 teleportation gates appeared around a central circle, followed by a system announcement, displaying map of the 13th floor trial, marking the city occupied by the Blood Tribe, marking the clerics hiding within the occupied city, marking the location of the Blood Tribe's count within the occupied city, establishing trial members. Sung Yoon stepped out, already pissed off. This is such a drag. I have to find some damn clerics or something. We can't just barge into the city and kill everyone on sight. He mulled it over. Actually, I could probably wipe out the whole city by myself now. Yeah, that might work just fine. Just then, someone else appeared from another gate. The system updated. Team members have been established. To suit the playstyle, members' nicknames will be displayed. A red-haired guy who had just shown up was already complaining. Damn it. I was wondering why the system was expanding. So it's a team trial. That was Tarkovsky, and they kept coming. A third person appeared. It was the legendary ninja, Saki, who showed up with a cheerful hello. What's up, we meet again. And last is the mage from the clock tower, David Taylor. With a pipe in hand, the old man replies, a pleasure. Songdan frowned, the nickname clicking in his head. He recalled the rankings and realized they were all high rankers, and he was pretty sure he'd seen this Japanese guy's name ranked even higher. Just as David was about to smoke his pipe, he suddenly turned his head and spoke hesitantly. But in this place, the whole group was staring at a wrecked dining table covered in corpses. Backing up the old man's point, David spoke up. I can smell blood. This is the Great Hall of the Blood Clan. At the same time, someone was hanging upside down from above, silently watching them. When they heard the old man's question, a pack of Blood Clan members appeared behind them, their eyes glinting with pure, murderous intent. You got that right. The 2 of them charged at David like maniacs, spewing insults. Looks like dessert's here. Thanks for the meal. Instantly, a massive hand wrapped around the little Blood Clan punk's head. Beside him, Sakio zipped behind the other female Blood Clan member like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Tarkovsky had sliced the punk's head clean off. On the other side, using his small ninja daggers, Sakio unleashed a flurry of slashes to finish off the other one. He turned to Tarkovsky and noted, I had a feeling. So you really are from Russia's biggest guild. He replied calmly, I wasn't trying to hide it. That's right. I'm the guild master of KPDM, Tarkovsky. Sakio twirled a knife in his hand and replied with a smirk, Knew it. I'm Sakio, an S-rank hunter from the Japan Hunter Association. Hearing this, Tarkovsky glanced over and complimented him with a smile. You're more famous than I am. The only S-rank hunter in Japan, he replied with a goofy smile. Just call me Saki. Then Sakio stepped forward and added, Anyway, everyone's all set, right? The Blood Clan can sense when their comrades are killed, so they'll be swarming this place any minute now. Just then, David spoke up. You don't have to worry about that. I've already set up a magic barrier so they can't get near us. Hearing this, he was internally freaking out. He then asked hesitantly, And you are? The old man took a puff from his pipe and answered, I'm David Taylor, a no-name mage from the clock tower. Saki immediately piped up. You mean the place known as the strongest magic tower in the world? Tarkovsky added, You're the grand mage who retired but got dragged into this tower instead. Talk about bad luck. David just smiled calmly in response. I'd call it good luck. Mysterious things like this tower are always a fascinating research topic for mages. All this time, Sung Dan had been practically invisible to them. He finally got a chance to cut in. He introduced himself. I'm Sung Dan, a C-rank hunter from Korea. Right after, while looking out the window, David observed, I've heard a few things about the 13th floor's trial from the administrators. Even the weakest of the Blood Clan can easily take down a C-rank hunter. His voice dropped, sounding ominous, and a Blood Clan count is miles above an S-rank hunter. His regenerative abilities make him nearly impossible to kill. David started explaining how to clear the stage. So, just like the tower said, we need to rescue the hidden priests and get their help to pass the trial. Tarkovsky, sitting by the fireplace, looked a bit lost. This city is crawling with the Blood Clan. How are we supposed to get in? The old man replied. It's extremely dangerous to enter. Saki agreed. Yeah, it'll be a total pain. Being just a C rank, Sung Dan kept his mouth shut, listening to them make plans. First, Saki, if you use your stealth skill and round some of them up into a small group, I'll set up a barrier to block their tracks, and then we can wipe out that group all at once. I think that's the most effective strategy. Someone immediately agreed, and Sung Dan's face darkened as he listened. Great, if we're quick, we can clear the 13th floor in 10 days. Hearing that, Sung Dan thought to himself, No, if we're that slow, we can't get the bonus reward. He boldly walked over to the fireplace, then rested his hands on the back of Tarkovsky's and Sakio's chairs. Trembling slightly, he offered his opinion. Everyone, I think we've got something wrong here. Completing the trial like that is just not efficient. David frowned, glancing over at him, puzzled. Not efficient? You got a better way? Sung Dan smiled and replied, Of course, the most efficient way. The old man kept his suspicious eyes on him and asked, And what way would that be? Tarkovsky looked up, equally curious. I'm also wondering, is there really a more efficient way than the one we all just agreed on? Sakio, sitting beside him, said with a sarcastic, challenging tone, Acting like you're the world's #1 ranker. You got some secret method to complete the trial? Sung Dan just stood there and said a couple of words. Saki, startled, shot back. Shut up and what now? Meanwhile, David still hadn't caught on. What did you just say? Sung Dan immediately drew his blood demon sword, and without hesitating, swung it straight at the door behind him. He then slammed his hand against the door after he had completely shattered it. Just like that, the solid stone door slowly tipped outward. When it crashed to the ground, an army of the Blood Clan was standing behind Sung Dan. They were already waiting in the courtyard. Ignoring their growls, he raised a hand and declared with a smirk, We can clear this trial by shutting up and charging in. Just kill them all. Seeing Sung Dan, the Blood Clan members immediately started snarling, A human? Where the hell did those humans come from? With weapons in hand, they charged forward, screaming, I don't care, just eat them, fresh blood. The other three on the team exclaimed in shock, Are you insane? You got a death wish or something? Sung Dan couldn't care less. He gave a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with excitement as he yelled, So, shall we get this stage clearing plan started? While Sung Dan charged out the main entrance, over here, the Blood Clan swarmed in through the windows to ambush the three inside. One of them swung his weapon, but the figure in front of him flickered and seemed to vanish, leaving him utterly confused. They looked at each other, frowning. He disappeared. Watch out, these humans are using magic. Turns out, it was David's magic. While Tarkovsky looked a little surprised, the old man spoke up. Concealing an entire group is exhausting, you know. David cursed under his breath. Why is there always some damn lunatic who loves to throw all my hard work down the drain during a trial? I'm so pissed off. Outside, Sung Dan was still preparing to face the massive horde of Blood Clan members all by himself. At the same time, David's voice rang out. This is really unfortunate, but our best bet is to abandon Sung Dan and fall back. He looked completely unbothered, ready to take them on. You guys have the basic settings for blood control, like blood seeking. The Blood Clan members lashed out with their claws, driven by a fierce hunger. Become our meal, human. Sung Dan still hadn't reacted to the shower of blood swords right in front of him. Sakio glanced back, wondering to himself, why the hell did he decide to be so reckless? Suddenly, his eyes locked onto something, a flash of light over there. Sakio immediately yelled to the others, pointing at Sung Dan, Guys, Look at that! Over here, he casually raised his hand. Total boss move. Skill, trailing blood spikes activated. A volley of razor-sharp blood spikes materialized in front of Sungdan. The Blood Tribe members stared in shock, asking each other, "What the blood manipulation? If he can control blood, doesn't that make him one of us?" Another group spoke up, sounding worried. "His blood control is even stronger than ours. No way." Looking over at them, Sungdan just cracked a smug grin. He flicked his hand down, commanding the blood spikes. And just like that, inside their own blood-soaked city, the Blood Tribe scum were impaled by their own materialized lifeblood. Right then, screams echoed everywhere. While Sungdan just smirked, savoring and absorbing their lifeblood, the air was filled with the agonizing cries of the Blood Tribe. "Damn it! That monster! We need backup!" Meanwhile, David stood there lost in thought. When facing an enemy this overwhelmingly powerful, tactics are completely useless. The old man stared in shock at the kid in front of him, wondering, there's no way a method this brutal should have worked. So how did he do it? Am I just too weak? David stood there, looking all dignified. He gripped the scepter in his hand tightly. David was a high-ranking battle mage. He'd spent a long time on the front lines. His brain was firing on all cylinders. The guy was a genius, after all. Even in the trial tower, his superior strategies always delivered top-tier results, letting him clear every floor with minimal time and losses. Because of that, his voice carried a lot of weight in the hunter community. Just like always, here on the 13th floor, he used that big brain of his to come up with a pretty solid strategy. Right now, there was no better plan. But then, Sungdan, with a totally deadpan expression, just said something so blunt it left David completely stunned. The old man just kept thinking, what the hell did he just say? Strategy is supposed to be the first step in solving a problem. A second later, he used his innate skill to just smash the wall in front of them. Not only that, Sungdan flashed a brilliant smile and said, "We can clear this trial if you all just shut up and charge in. All we gotta do is kill them all." In a split second, he sent every last one of those bastards to the afterlife, their faces twisted in pain. The sight left Tarkovsky floored. He couldn't stop wondering, is that guy even human? Then he made a suggestion. At this rate, we should just forget the plan. We'd be better off backing up Sungdan, right? The second he finished speaking, Sakio shot back. "I'm with you." But then David raised a bony hand. "Wait," he said softly, his guard completely up. The old man's eyes narrowed, his voice laced with its usual confidence. "I know that kid, Sungdan, has power, but he's facing an entire nation of the Blood Tribe right now." Then David's voice grew grim. "This is the Blood Tribe city. One person can't take on an entire city alone." An image of a mighty warrior flashed through his mind. He went on, "In the past, countless hunters with monstrous power have appeared in the tower. So why do you think party-based hunting is still the standard? It's because no matter how strong you are, you'll always face unexpected situations in a fight." Back in the present, David's words left Tarkovsky and Sakio stunned for a moment. Dealing with that stuff alone is impossible, isn't it? An image of Sungdan all by himself, fending off endless attacks from the enemy, flashed before their eyes. His face was still as calm as ever, but then, in an instant, the Blood Tribe swarmed him, grabbing his right arm. His left arm was next. He was completely pinned down by his enemies. They lunged in, looking triumphant as they taunted, "Time for a human to die." But Sungdan was perfectly calm, a deadly look flashing in his eyes. In a split second, his arm swelled to an insane size, ready to explode. The Blood Tribe didn't even have time to react. They were sent flying, letting out blood-curdling screams. And just like that, in the dead of night, Sungdan wiped out the entire mob of Blood Tribe members in a flash. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Skill, Bloodmend activated. His arms were already starting to recover. Even Sungdan was surprised, thinking to himself, if I keep fighting like this, I'm gonna have to keep chugging recovery items. Body explosion is a decent skill, but it burns through way too many recovery resources. Meanwhile, the few lucky survivors from his attack were completely wrecked. One of them even had his arm blown clean off. He screamed in rage, "How can a mere human interfere with the power granted to us by the god of war?" At the same time, another one was trembling uncontrollably, clutching his head and stammering, "An apostle." His words made the others gasp in terror. "What? An apostle?" Now, they were all showing their fear. A few even started clasping their hands, praying desperately. The same quiet voice spoke again. He's an apostle. The guardian god of humanity has sent an apostle. Our god is furious that we killed all the humans in the city. Oh, god of war, please save your followers." Hearing this, even Sungdan paused to think. He frowned, thinking, an apostle of some god? Are all these Blood Tribe freaks this delusional? Suddenly, A huge, sharp-clawed hand slammed down on that guy's head, followed by an enraged voice. "You pathetic weaklings!" The newcomer quickly pointed forward, sneering. "Look at him!" Meanwhile, Sung Dan was actually shocked, his mouth hanging open as he gasped for breath. The new guy didn't forget to point it out. He's already out of breath. Seeing this, the others got excited. In an instant, they all started shouting, "The human's tired out." A second later, led by their ringleader, they all charged at Sung Dan at full speed. "Now's our chance to attack." But suddenly, a glowing red orb appeared in his hand, and it started growing larger and larger. The sight made the Blood Tribe stop in their tracks, all exclaiming at once, "What the hell is that?" And before they knew it, the number of orbs in Sung Dan's hand had gone from 1 to 4. He looked at them, amused, and asked, "This?" The next second, he shoved all of them right into his mouth. In an instant, he'd crushed them to bits with his teeth. With that, a massive amount of power erupted from his body. He didn't forget to add, "That was your kinsman, by the way." Suddenly, a system notification chimed in his ear. "You have restored your stamina using a Blood Tribe soul. You have restored your mana using a Blood Tribe soul." Shung flashed a freakish grin, totally thrilled. He kept repeating, "Recovery complete, time to fight again." In just a moment, the Blood Tribe members were screaming in agony. Sung Yoon was taking them down one by one in a flash, while his 3 party members watched from above. The sight left Sakio so stunned he couldn't help but praise him. "Man, he's a seriously talented challenger. Looks like close quarters combat is his thing." Right after, Tarkovsky chimed in. "I agree. He's not tired at all, and he's actually getting stronger." After a moment's hesitation, he made up his mind, "I'm going to help." This was enough to convince Sakio too. He said, "Even though I'm all about safety first, I want to help Sung Yoon out too." Suddenly, a flood of system notifications appeared. All remaining souls have been used to supplement stats. Strength increased by 3, speed by 2, stamina by 4, magic power by 5. At this point, Shung's entire body was radiating an insane amount of energy. He thought to himself, "If we're just talking about growth rate, this is even better than when I absorbed the souls of my clones." Sung Yoon suddenly flashed a smug grin, looking forward with an amused expression. "And once I take down that Blood Tribe count, there's going to be some pretty sweet stuff waiting for me." All of a sudden, a system notification rang in his ear. "The administrator, Deep Sea Tyrant, is interested in you." The administrator, leader of the traitors, is delighted with you and is chuckling. "The administrator, Night Shadow Demon, says you're a challenger more evil than demons themselves, and the demons are starting to tremble in fear. The administrator, Millennial Dragon Slayer, is laughing at your excellence and says you have the potential to be a hero. The administrator, Fallen Descendant of the Blood Demon Cult, sends their compliments, surprised by the magic power you're using. The administrator, Soldier of the Ruined World, says you're a worthwhile investment and is smiling with satisfaction." This got Sung Yoon all hyped up, thinking, "Nice, the admins are finally paying attention to me. It doesn't hurt to make a good impression on them." Suddenly, he noticed something next to him. Shung was shocked and blurted out, "I thought you guys went to find a priest?" Right after, David replied, "Our bad. From now on, we're following you, so you call the shots." Sakio agreed. "I'm with you." Even Tarkovsky couldn't just stand by. He said, "Honestly, I wasn't really sold on your decisions, but you've definitely surprised me." Sung Yoon quickly shot back at them. "So, you guys see my strategy is working now, huh?" In a flash, his face turned alert as the system's sound rang out again. "The Sixth Sense skill has been activated." The entire sky was quickly dyed a brilliant red. The crimson color spreading over the city grew deeper and deeper. Sung Yoon stood there with a self-satisfied smirk. He thought to himself, "The Blood Tribe count." In shock, Tarkovsky unconsciously exclaimed, "That's an insane amount of magic. The Blood Tribe count can actually use that much power?" David added, "It must be a unique passive." "But the real question is he strong enough to control that power perfectly?" Sakio asked. "So what do we do? At this rate, we're all gonna die sooner or later." Hearing this, a look of disbelief crossed Shung's face as he thought to himself, "The hunters I used to admire are now the ones I have to protect. I never thought I'd get this strong." Right after that, his voice rang out, stunning everyone present. "Everyone, get ready to get out of here. Find a priest and bring them back." Hearing this, Sakio instinctively spoke up. A priest? I don't think we need to." At that moment, Sung Yoon emphasized every single word with a serious expression. "I'll be real with you guys. If you stay, you'll just get in my way, since I won't be able to protect all of you." He told himself, "The truth is, I can't protect all 3 of them." With that, Sung Yoon quickly spun around. A thought flashed through his mind. "I need to hunt this Blood Tribe count alone to absorb his soul. The more damage I contribute to killing him, the higher my chances are of absorbing his soul." Hearing what Sung Yoon said, no one even thought about arguing. Tarkovsky replied cheerfully, "We'll follow your lead, even if it feels a bit lame to just be a bystander." Even David couldn't hide his surprise, saying, We'll bring a priest back, so just try to hang in there. With that said, they all took off as fast as they could. Only then did Sung-yoon speak softly. Then, a powerful shockwave appeared in midair, and his ice-cold voice began to echo throughout the area. Shall we get started? A system notification sounded. The Battle Focus's skill has been activated. The user's concentration is increased 5-fold. The special skill Superior Blood Art has been activated. Immediately, a powerful stream of magic radiated from Sung's entire body. He started making a series of strange movements. His whole being was now emitting a powerful killing intent. The skill Blood Tracker has been forcefully activated. It will interfere with all blood control abilities within the skill's area of effect. Just like that, a massive explosion engulfed the entire place in a bright red color. At the same time, in a dark room, someone was sitting comfortably on a throne. He suddenly screamed with a furious expression, his nails digging into the throne and warping it in an instant. How dare a mere human defy me? His voice continued to echo outside. By now, the tide of crimson liquid had risen above the rooftops. I went to all the trouble of maintaining this city so I could still use it. The Blood Tribe Count pointed forward, baring his sharp fangs as he declared, "But today, I will turn it into a living hell." A tide of crimson liquid crashed down on the surrounding areas just like that. The sight momentarily stunned Sung-yoon. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This is stronger than I expected. Sung-yoon's expression grew more and more strained. He muttered under his breath, "I don't think I can take this thing on. I'm so screwed." Servants were struggling to hold up a large platter of grapes when suddenly a hand reached out and casually plucked one. He then nonchalantly opened his mouth wide and savored the sweet fruit. While the servants continued to overexert themselves, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, and that white-haired man was none other than the Count. He couldn't even remember when it started, but he just kept fighting and fighting. More and more, fighting became his entire life. Just like all the other ambitious bastards out there, by the time Se snapped out of it, he was standing on a freaking mountain of corpses, his ambition so huge it was scraping the sky. The god of combat saw Se's battle-scarred body and was like, "Yep, you're my new star pupil." Se's one true goal was to crush the four-nation human alliance. His forces had massacred countless people and wrecked 3 nations, so much so that the Monument of Life, the core of the alliance, was literally dyed red with blood. And if his crew could just conquer this last nation, the god of combat would finally acknowledge him as his true disciple. Once that happened, Se would finally hit the big time and become the Vampire King. Right then, some panicked underling burst in, tripping over his words. "Count, we've got a problem." Se was pissed. He narrowed his eyes and listened. "Your forces are getting wiped out." "No, scratch that. They're being slaughtered. By a human." Right after, some servants struggled to haul in a huge mirror for him. As he watched the total disaster unfold, a booming voice came through. "What did you just say?" Se sat there like he owned the place, his words so ice-cold they made everyone shake in their boots. "I already took care of all the so-called warriors. What empire sent these punks?" The butler, practically shrinking into the floor, stammered out a reply. "They just showed up?" That just made Se even angrier. He gritted his teeth and hissed every word. "They just showed up? My army is getting slaughtered. Out of nowhere? How? How the hell is that possible? Those useless grunts." A second later, he was screaming his head off, his face twisted with rage. How could they just pop up in the middle of the city without any of my troops spotting them? As Se's temper flared, a few unlucky minions were instantly vaporized. The ones who were lucky enough to survive kept begging, "Count, please, calm down." But that didn't just fail to cool him off, it made his rage explode even more. He just kept screaming, all I had to do was conquer this one city to finally be acknowledged as his true disciple. He's wrecking everything. How dare he? Some pathetic, lowly human. A massive wave of blood was just waiting to come crashing down on this place. I was trying to keep this city intact to use later. A second later, with Se at the controls, it flooded down below like a beast let off its leash. But now, I'm turning this place into a living hell. Seeing this, even Sung was shocked and thought to himself, "Whoa, that's way bigger than I expected." His face got all tense as he mumbled, "Yeah, there's no way I can block that. I'm so screwed." In a flash, to avoid taking any pointless damage, Sung bolted out of there. While running for his life, he glanced around, and a thought hit him. I should just ditch this city and save my team. Just then, he spotted David's crew standing inside a magic shield. He was so psyched he cheered out loud. Meanwhile, that massive wave was catching up right behind Sung. He pushed himself to run as fast as he could while raising his hand to cast some magic. Amazingly, Han Sung-yoon actually decided to turn back and whip up a giant shield to block the blood tsunami. But yeah, it wasn't going to be that easy. The powerful tide of blood just kept spilling over the edges of the shield. He looked totally drained, but he clenched his jaw, his face full of determination. At this crucial moment, he kept telling himself, just a little more. But then, Sung's shield just shattered in a split second. He froze for a couple of seconds, stunned. Then, the force of the wave slammed him backwards. A massive flood just came crashing down on everything below. It swallowed up pretty much every house in the area. But then, just a second later, it weirdly pulled back. The only thing left on a nearby cliff was a few bloodstains. Then the smoke started to clear. Han Sung-yoon was just lying on the ground, totally wiped out in the middle of all the rubble. Suddenly, Tarkovsky's voice called out, "Sung, you good?" He shot back a question right away. "What about you guys?" Hearing that, David chimed in, "We're all good." Then Saki held out a hand to him, grinning. "It's all 'cause you stood in their way, man. I seriously thought we were all goners." Suddenly, everyone's heads snapped in the same direction. You could see the shock on everyone's faces. Just then, Sei landed right in front of them, looking pissed. He stood there, looking surprised for a sec, a thought flashing through his mind. Whoa, they actually survived that? But a second later, that surprise turned into pure rage. Sei narrowed his eyes. So, it wasn't just a fluke that they made it this far, huh? He started sizing up the crew in front of him. That weak, naive-looking dude and the three who are still untouched, they must be the main players. A second later, Sei started casting a totally new spell. He raised his hands to his head and crossed them. A sharp blade materialized on his left arm. Sei roared out a challenge. "You pathetic humans! I'm gonna tear you to pieces!" That line made everyone there freeze up, totally stunned. It's unclear when Sung recovered, but he stepped forward, ready to throw down. His deep voice rang out, "Everyone, get back! I'll handle this guy." At this super dangerous moment, David and Tarkovsky immediately booked it out of there. He even remembered to shout back, "Okay, we're falling back then. Yell if you need us." But Sei just yelled out arrogantly, "Who said you could leave? I'm not letting you go anywhere." In a flash, he bolted towards David's group with insane speed, kicking up rocks and dirt everywhere. Sei glared straight ahead, his face nothing but pure rage. And just like that, he zipped right past Sung. This shocked Sung, who thought, "Whoa, did something just fly by?" As he zipped past Sung's position, Sei glanced over and wondered, when the hell did this guy get here? The second their eyes met, Sung didn't hesitate to taunt him. Ever heard the saying, "You get what you ask for"? Not only that, Han Sung-yoon even cracked a cocky smile. "I'm about to give you an answer for every word you just said." Those words made C switch targets and charge at him like a bull. His piercing scream echoed, "You psycho." Meanwhile, Han Sung-yoon was totally calm and said, "First," but he got cut off before he could finish. "How dare you act all high and mighty in front of me?" Right at that critical moment, he pulled himself together, staring at his opponent with eyes as sharp as daggers as his ice-cold voice rang out, "I'm the one who's gonna tear you to pieces." In a flash, C let out a horrified scream. This scene snapped David's group to attention. They stared at Han Sung-yoon, completely stunned. The whole crew was just frozen, watching Sei get sliced clean in two. Suddenly, his voice snapped them back to reality. "All of you, find the priests, now." Sakio, with a naive look on his face, unconsciously blurted out, "But, you already killed that guy. Do we still need to?" Hearing this, Sung-yoon went silent for a moment before retorting, "Doesn't something feel off?" He glanced at C's fallen body and stressed, "The message for clearing the 13th floor should have popped up by now, right? But nothing's shown up." Just then, the body began to move. Right on cue, a system notification chimed in. Skill: Fire Dragon's Eye has been activated. The fragments of Vampire Count Sei are reassembling through the power of regeneration. The sight made Tarkovsky scream in horror. No way. How can he still be alive after all that? Even David was no exception. This is impossible. Only Sakio remained calm, pointing off to the side. He spoke up. "The city is completely wrecked. The priests are probably all dead. How about we fight with you to take him down?" But Sung-yoon shot him down bluntly. "No, I'll hold him off. You guys go find a priest or some holy relic and bring it here." An idea was forming in his mind. "Sorry, but I have to kill this boss myself." David immediately agreed. "If you say so, then fine," Sakio quickly added. "Patrolling is my job. I'll do my best." Meanwhile, C's body was regenerating at an incredible speed. In just a few short seconds, he was reborn, his body completely whole and his eyes burning red. Sei let out a furious roar, his eyes blazing with rage. "You absolute bastard! How dare you? How dare you do this to me?" Facing him, Sung-yoon was unnervingly calm. He slowly analyzed the situation. His regeneration ability is insane. His recovery and power are definitely stronger than I thought. But unlike him, his opponent charged forward like a wild beast. Sung-yoon skillfully dodged the attack. He continued to think, "But my combat skills are way stronger than his." Suddenly, Sei snarled with a ferocious expression, You insect! Immediately after, countless massive boulders were lifted into the air. Just like that, Se sent them hurtling towards Sungyun in the blink of an eye. With his sharp reflexes, he managed to skillfully dodge them all. However, to Sungyun's surprise, the boulders could change direction. They relentlessly chased after him without letting up. At this point, Sungyun was out of options. He could only cover his head and brace for impact. In an instant, a series of explosions rang out non-stop. Witnessing this, an ecstatic Se gloated. "How do you like that, human? I'm a cut above you." But then, somehow, Sungyun had appeared right behind Se, causing him to freeze on the spot. He nonchalantly replied to Se's taunt with a cool tone. "Yeah, I know. Thanks to that, I learned a new skill." Se whipped around instantly, his face a mask of utter shock. He let out a loud scream as cracks began to appear across his face. Right after, something started to appear in the air, looking both strange and familiar. Sungyun stood there, silently watching as Se's cells fell apart. He couldn't hide the horror in his heart as he cursed internally. "This time I sliced him even thinner than before and he still recovered. That gives me the chills. Freaking impossible." Suddenly, Sungyun's gaze went blank as he stared ahead. Could this trial really be impossible without the help of the priests? The entire city was now shrouded in gloom, with black columns of smoke rising endlessly. In a city this messed up, it'd be a miracle if anyone was still alive. Meanwhile, Se's body began to regenerate again. This time, he appeared even larger than before, a grotesque smile playing on his lips, which made him freeze for a second and curse under his breath. What a pain in the ass. Se stood there with a twisted grin, relentlessly taunting him. "You think you can kill me? Not a chance in hell." Sungyun's reply made him freeze in curiosity. A look of satisfaction appeared in Sungyun's eyes, and his smile held an undisguised smugness. "I'm just curious. How many times do I have to kill you before you actually stay dead?" His expression and words left Se completely stunned. He unconsciously gritted his teeth in fury, his hands starting to tremble uncontrollably as a thought flashed through his mind. Ah, is Se afraid? At this thought, Se clenched his jaw even tighter. He raised his hands to the sky, his face darkening, his booming voice echoed through the area. "Don't look down on me! I am the one who will become the Vampire King!" However, Se was quickly struck down again by the tip of Sungyun's sword. He stated calmly, "The third strike." Immediately after, Se's body vanished into thin air, but he simply regenerated once more. He put a hand to his forehead and muttered, "Just because you can hurt me doesn't mean you can win." Without letting him finish, Sungyun struck again with full force. Sungyun counted excitedly, "Fourth." Every takedown was met with another regeneration. Se taunted him calmly, "It's useless. You're not a true warrior. You can't kill me." The moment he finished speaking, his body was split in two. Han Sungyun's voice rang out, "Fifth." The two of them continued to raise a ruckus across a large area. Se declared, "As long as you're human, you can't escape the limits of your stamina. You'll get tired and collapse soon enough." Right after that came his count. 6. Sungyun tried to take him down in as many ways as possible. This time, it was a face-splitting technique. 7. Se furiously pointed at him and yelled, "Are you really a legendary warrior? Can you even use mana without getting exhausted?" And just like that, a second later, he was chopped into tiny pieces. His count echoed. 8. At that very moment, the system announced, "You have received the achievement, Artist on the Battlefield. Activating skill, torture technique, D rank." Sungyun stood there with a curious look, murmuring to himself, "Should I go with thinly sliced or minced?" At this point, Se spun around and ran for his life, thinking, "He's a monster." He bolted without daring to look back. "I just have to get away." Suddenly, Sungyun was perched on a nearby pillar, speaking nonchalantly, "I told you, didn't I? I'd return every word you said to me." A second later, Sungyun summoned a sword, a gleeful smile spreading across his face. "Who gave you permission? I'm not letting you go anywhere." This sudden move terrified his opponent. "Se!" screamed his head off. "You psycho! You cruel bastard!" Before he could finish, Sungyun swung his sword forcefully, counting coldly to 9. Now, completely terrified, his voice softened. "Stop! I'll negotiate! We have to negotiate!" No, let's make a deal. I'll give you anything you want." But Sung didn't give a damn about his words. He just kept attacking and counting. 10 seconds later, Se screamed helplessly, "I said I'll give you anything you want. Money, fame, whatever." His cells just kept falling apart, but Sung's voice was as calm as ever. 11. Only Se was so terrified he started stuttering. "Just kill me. I can't live like this." This horrifying scene just kept repeating for the 12th time. Along with his wails, he screamed, "You're not a warrior. You're just a sick, twisted murderer." Just then, a notification sound came from the system. "You have obtained the Origin of Fury achievement. The pain amplification skill has been activated." Tears streamed down Se's face as he begged nonstop, "Stop! I surrender! I'll do whatever you say!" Too bad for him. Sung couldn't care less. He yelled, totally pissed off, "Can you just shut up and die already? How many more times are you gonna regenerate?" Suddenly, Sung noticed something nearby, and a wicked grin started to spread across his face. Sung gestured to the regenerating sea and said excitedly, "Hey kid, get over here." Even though he wasn't fully regenerated yet, he didn't dare hesitate, rushing over in a flash with a respectful tone. Yes. Sei stood with his head bowed to the ground, while Sung stood beside him muttering, "There's a way to set you free. If you cooperate, I'll let you die. How about it?" By now, he was so desperate he stammered, What do I have to do?" Right after that, the system announced that the counter-shield skill had been activated. A pillar of light energy suddenly erupted from the ground. Sung's crisp voice rang out, a transformation of the counter-shield. A massive cross stood there, towering over them. It's called the counter-scarecrow. It stood between him and C. This made the vampire's eyes fill with dread. Sung's voice rang out, "Just keep hitting it until I tell you to stop." Meanwhile, Sung kept on questioning him. "Why aren't you hitting it? Don't you want to live?" Right after that, Sei scrambled to his feet and did as he was told. He replied with an obedient voice, "I'm hitting it right now." He was incredibly pissed off, unable to shake his frustrated thoughts. "I don't get a single damn thing that's happened today, from start to finish." Meanwhile, Sung just stood off to the side, calmly crossing his arms. C kept wondering, there was no damn sign that this psycho-human would suddenly show up and slaughter the most powerful force in vampire history. No matter how he thought about it, it was just too weird. He suddenly swung a powerful blow at the counter-scarecrow. In that instant, a massive streak of light appeared in the sky. It successfully caught Sei's attention, and he kept landing critical hits on it while thinking, could this be a trial from the gods? A human having a blood-controlling ability was already weird enough. Just like that, mottled spots appeared on the cross, and the vampire started to get lost in his thoughts. They want to tighten the rules. This must be the savior of vampires. He wants to train us to be more vigilant. A beam of light shot straight up into the sky from the cross, and suddenly the system announced that the counter-shield skill could now withstand accumulated damage. At this point, Sung slowly spoke up. "Okay, that's enough." His words made his opponent freeze on the spot, but Sung's expression turned dark. A moment later, his voice was laced with sarcasm. "Well then, time to die." This expression made Sei sink into his thoughts. "Savior, my ass." A massive surge of power from the cross started rushing towards him like a storm. A second later, he was trapped inside a large sphere. Sung declared without hesitation, "You'll just keep living, no matter how many times I kill you." He was trying to launch a sword strike at Sei as accurately as possible. In a flash, that sphere completely exploded in space the moment the sword touched it. A massive blast of light quickly spread all around, along with the system's notification sound. The counter-shield skill has released all of its absorbed damage at once. At that moment, Sung thought, all I have to do is completely erase you so not even a scrap of flesh remains. Meanwhile, Sei screamed in excitement that he could finally die. Right after that, a giant pillar of light slammed down into the ground. He just calmly turned his gaze towards it, waiting in silence. At this critical moment, the system announced, "Congratulations, you have cleared the 13th floor of the Tower of Trials. Your completion reward, a random A+ rank skill book, has been sent to your inventory. Your completion reward is 90,000 points. Your completion reward is 4,000 items. Your completion reward is 5,000 items. Please proceed to the waiting room." Only then could Sung let out a relaxed, satisfied smile. He silently reassured himself, "I finally killed him." Sung slowly lowered the tip of his sword into a nearby pool of fresh blood. "This means I can absorb C's blood now." Bloodsuck. If you designate and kill a target with the True Blood Demon Sword, you can absorb the target's blood with the sword, enhancing the item's abilities and learning a new skill. Whatever was left of Sei was continuously sucked into his sword. The unique skill of the True Blood Demon Sword, Bloodsuck, has been activated. By absorbing the blood of Vampire Count C, the item's rank has increased to A rank, 300 out of 1,400. By absorbing the blood of Vampire Count C, the C+ rank skill Blood Enhancement has been stored in the specialized Bloodsuck slot. An information window suddenly appeared on the screen. Specialized Bloodsuck slot, Blood Enhancement skill, rank C+. Description: after absorbing the blood of Vampire Count C, you can enhance blood belonging to the blood control domain. When using mana to enhance blood in the blood control domain, your resistance and control are also strengthened. Instantly, the image of a blood drop was embedded into a slot on the Blood Demon Sword. Following that, Sung reached his hand forward without any hesitation. True Blood Demon Sword, the C+ rank blood enhancement skill has been activated. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open. Countless glowing red swords appeared all at once in the air. This sight made him ponder for a long moment. A vampire count. His blood control skill is even stronger than I thought. Sung stood in the middle, looking like he was enjoying it. It felt as if he had once been a vampire king. Now, his face showed nothing but smug satisfaction. The only downside is that I might get misunderstood. As Sei's power entered his body, the system announced, "You have absorbed the soul of Vampire Count Sei, and your abilities are continuously being enhanced. Strength +5, agility +4, stamina +6, magic power +7, resistance +5. A yellow beam of light then appeared in front of him. You have seized the divinity of Vampire Count Sei's soul. The conditions for the Holy Power special skill have been met. The activation ability is now extracting the divinity." This sight made Sung's eyes go wide with shock. He couldn't help but think, extracting divinity? Didn't I see this notification once before, when I absorbed the Banshee's soul? The system pinged him, divinity extraction, success. The B- Holy Power skill just leveled up. When you stack up myths using the B rank Holy Power skill, its level shoots up like crazy. Sung Jun stood there, arms wide, thinking, I had no clue back then, but the whole divinity extraction thing depends on whether a soul has holy power. A small orb popped into his head, the same one Sei had brutally crushed before. He figured, I can't just jack divinity from any old vampire, so it's gotta be for holy power at my own level. At that thought, Sung Jun's face twisted. Man, there's still so much I don't get. Every time this holy power crap comes up, it's a total headache. The system kept spamming him with new notifications, blowing his mind, absorbing one of Vampire Count C's skills. You have absorbed the C-rank charm skill, because you're absorbing a soul stronger than the user. Evaluation of the extraction skill will now commence. Sung Jun just stared at the screen and huffed. He just stood there looking pissed, muttering to himself, strong enemy, unbeatable enemy. What kind of standard is this? Is it just based on feelings or what? But a second later, Sung Jun's face got dead serious. A thought flashed through his mind. But wait, I do know this. Souls connected to gods or apostles are always ranked as high level. Finally, the notification came through. Evaluation successful. Confirmed that Vampire Count Sei possessed the soul extraction special skill. Sung Jun's eyes went wide with shock at the system's next message. Acquired special skill is being engraved into player Sung Jun's soul. He couldn't help but repeat it out loud, confused. Gaining trust? Suddenly, a voice from behind him snapped him out of it. Someone had just called his name. The owner of that voice was none other than Sakio. He was all hyped up, saying the cleric house was using their protection skill to shield the civilians. There are way more survivors than I thought. Tarkovsky was trying to calm the crowd down. It's okay. The vampire's been dealt with. A bunch of innocent civilians followed behind him. They were all cheering like crazy. I can't believe he took down the vampire count all by himself. He's our hero. A hero came here himself. God has blessed us. A messenger from the heavens. Thank you for saving our asses. And right in the middle of all that noise, the system dinged. The gaining trust skill has detected strong faith directed at the player. The whole scene really made Sung Jun think. He stood there, watching them with a happy look in his eyes. Are these people really putting their faith in me? But then he got all thoughtful. So, I guess even trust inside an illusion still counts as trust. Suddenly, a perfect smirk spread across his face. I've got to use this chance. Sung Jun stuck his sword into the ground just as the system chimed again. C- charm skill activated. The people there didn't hesitate to praise him. Your recognition is stronger. Your influence over others has grown. But I'm not lying. You have received the achievement. I'm not lying. Mana +1. Sung Jun stood there all proud, just soaking in the moment. The gaining trust skill has activated area-wide, gathering all surrounding trust for you. The holy power skill has activated area-wide, calculating myth based on actual results compared to the believer's faith. His face suddenly got serious when he heard the last notification. The Vampire Slayer myth is complete. Sung Jun stood there, looking serious as hell, with this bright aura around him. The system's pings just kept going off in his ear. The Blood Demon Slayer myth has been activated. Recovery nullification effect is now linking to the Holy Relic. Purification effect is now linking to the Holy Relic. Suddenly, an image of a savage-looking Sei popped into his head. This got him thinking. So, because I stopped the Blood Count's endless healing cycle, I got the recovery nullification effect. And because I basically massacred the Blood Clan city, I got the purification effect. Thinking about it, Sung Jun broke into a huge, excited grin. I finally get how this myth-stacking thing works. The faith I got back in tandem, plus my holy power skill, morphed into a myth and created a new skill inside my existing ones. Sung Jun's heart was pounding, his mind was racing. I've never used this before, but look at all this holy power just pouring out of me. Looks like activating a myth eats up the holy power stored in my heart. Just then, the system told him he didn't have enough legends and faith. Accumulated faith will be stored for the next myth. That just made Sung Joon even more confident. I guess the whole faith-gathering thing is over now. The gaining faith skill has been deactivated. He stood there, hands on his hips. While everyone else was still bowing respectfully, Sung Joon was lost in thought. And just like that, the floor ended without a hitch. Off to the side, Sakyo and Takovsky were happily waving goodbye before they stepped into the teleportation portal. Suddenly, a voice from behind him piped up. "I used to think you were just some dumb kid, but I guess I seriously underestimated you." It was none other than David. He held out his hand with a smile. "Allow me to apologize to you." Immediately after, Sung Joon friendly accepted the handshake and replied, "Don't worry about it." Just then, a system notification popped up in front of him. The God of War has noticed the deaths of his potential assets. The second he got that message, Sung Joon's knees buckled. The God of War has become aware of your presence. The God of War has sensed your holy power, and his hostility is rising. This action stunned David. He kept asking, "What's the problem?" His face was now covered in cold sweat. Sung Joon wondered, the God of War? Seriously? In a flash, the ground started to crack open, and a weird light shot out from below. The innocent civilians were swallowed up by a sea of fire all over again. The system just kept pinging, non-stop. "You have entered a divine domain." The sight of innocent people falling into lava made Sung Joon totally freak out. "What the hell is this?" he snarled, gritting his teeth as a murderous aura exploded from him. "The trial was supposed to be over." Right then, David's face was also twisted with pure panic. All he could see was molten lava, and it made him scream his head off in terror. "My gate." Just as he says it, the guy next to him hits him with some big news. "Hey, British mage, let's shake on it one more time." In a flash, he just straight up yeets David towards the gate without a second thought. Sung's sudden move left the old dude completely stunned. That geezer was just silently cursing him out. The guy's got zero chill, but his solution is super effective. Meanwhile, the cliffs are still crumbling apart, and there are a ton of people still up there. Sung walks up and calmly tells them, "Move aside." Then he just slams his fist straight into the ground, making it crack. The whole place is just swallowed by these insane flames. Then, the system sound suddenly chimes in. Counter shield skill, activated. Right before he's completely gone, David can't help but think to himself, a sad look on his face. I don't know if he's a warrior or not, but if a hero actually existed in this messed up world, I bet they'd look just like him. Meanwhile, Sung is just screaming at everyone to get to the safe zone. Even as his body hits the teleport gate, the old guy can't help but reach out one last time. "I hope you make it out alive." To him, Sung, the hero of Earth, was basically a Superman now, all while Sung was still screaming his lungs out. "I can't hold this much longer. Hurry up and get across." Suddenly, Sung's expression gets real serious as a thought completely takes over his mind. Guess I was hoping for too much. They're not showing an ounce of faith. What a waste of time. I gotta get to the gate. The system just keeps spamming notifications. The God of War is disgusted that a mere mortal possesses divinity. All of a sudden, the people nearby scream out, their faces twisted in pain. "My head!" A second later, they just explode. As the voice echoes, it feels like his own head is about to burst. The sight leaves Sung absolutely horrified. He just stares wide-eyed. Now, it's just him, surrounded by countless cold, dead bodies. Sung just stands there, completely frozen, ignoring the non-stop system messages. The God of War says that the beasts raised by the Tower of Trials have the audacity to cross the line. This bullshit pisses him off. He repeats the god's words back at him. "Cross the line?" And just like that, a powerful killing aura explodes from Sung's body. He fires back. "You're the one who crossed the line, you bastard. As long as I'm protected by the tower, you can't touch me, right? If you've got nothing else to say, then see ya." And with that, Sung turns his back and steps into his gate, ignoring the system, which is still freaking out. The God of War is just laughing, a twisted smile on his face. At that moment, Sung tells himself, "I need to get stronger." The God of War says he can't wait for the death that's coming for him. Sung's face is now pure, raw determination. This means even gods can't afford to mess with him. The second the gate closes, the system messages start flooding in. "You have arrived at the 14th floor waiting room. System expanding. Exclusive items from the challenge floor have been added to the contractor's private inventory. Various potions have been added to the contractor's private inventory. Your acquired experience will be calculated." Sung calmly wipes the dried blood off his face. He lets out a helpless sigh. Whatever. It was just a space created by the tower anyway. I shouldn't get all emotional over something that might not have even been real. But Sung just keeps staring ahead, lost in thought. The God of War, huh? I guess I've made an enemy of the God of all mankind. Just then, the system warns him, "Do not trust other gods. They will view you as an enemy." That gives Sung pause. So, this is how it's gonna be, huh? We see his lonely figure, standing by himself. Screw it. No point worrying about stuff I can't control. I should just focus on what I can do. With a thoughtful look, Sung picks up a piece of rock. A second later, only his shirt is left behind. The system announces Contractor's Private Inventory. Points, minus 11,500. Skill Catalog. Unique Skill Catalog. Item Catalog. Contractor, Iron-Blooded Tyrant King and White Crane Swordmaster. You have purchased the S-Rank Unique Skill, Path of the Swordmaster, for 10,000 points. Unique Skill Details. S. Rank Path of the Swordmaster, 10,000 points. Description: for those caught in the conflict between getting stronger to survive and living to get stronger. This is a unique skill exclusive to sword users. You can develop independent sword-related skills, and achieving independent enlightenment will become easier. Sung is transported to a totally unfamiliar place. According to the system, you have entered the forest. He quickly approaches Baekak. She speaks calmly. It's been a while, Sung. Then, the two of them casually sit down next to each other. I heard from that woman. You made an enemy of the Namgung clan's golden boy? After a moment, he slowly answers her. Yeah. Somehow, it just ended up that way. His words stun her for a second, but she quickly gets over it. I bet you used your points to buy my unique skill because of Namgung Hyuk, didn't you? Right then, Sung replies. Yep. As soon as he says it, Baekak tells him. Then you made the right call. But then she realizes something and her tone shifts. To put it plainly, I'd have to call you a genius, Sung. Because even without any formal training, you can still pick up sword techniques naturally. It goes way beyond simple imitation. An image of Sung fighting flashes through Baekak's mind. On top of that, during the 12th floor trial, you didn't just sense sword intent, you actually modified it into a dual-wielding skill. Her words make him think, I just have a knack for imitation, that's all. The two of them just sit there, talking things over. She tells him, the fact that you were able to improve just by seeing a little of the Namgung clan's footwork tells me you have the potential to become a true grandmaster. The moment she says it, Sung blurts out in surprise, a grandmaster? Meanwhile, Baekak just calmly explains, in my opinion, it wouldn't be surprising if you became the first person to found your own school of swordsmanship. The more she talks, the more shocked he gets. Really? To that extent? Just then, Baekak flashes a brilliant smile and continues. Choosing my unique skill was definitely the right move, because anything you learn and master will become a useful skill in the tower. I'll teach you everything. Suddenly, her voice kind of faltered, and she looked all sad. But I have one condition. That whole scene just made Sung-Yoon freeze up for a sec. Right as Baekak asked, do you want to become my disciple? He just calmly answered her, all right, I'll accept you as my master. What he said totally freaked Baekak out. She got all flustered and yelled, Shung, it's not like I'm trying to force you into anything. You can think it over carefully. But he just raised a hand, declaring loud and clear, no, I've already made up my mind. Hearing that, she stopped questioning him and just spoke in a calm voice. If that's what you want, then I won't say no. Just then, Sung's mind was already off on a different tangent. Swordmaster Baekak is someone who climbed to the 40th floor of the tower, so there's literally no reason to turn down a master like that. Suddenly, Baekak stressed again. Don't you go regretting this later. This made him shoot back, all surprised. What, are you gonna treat me like crap just to make me regret it? Is that the deal? Right then, she yelled. An image of a man standing on a high cliff suddenly appeared. Baekak spoke calmly. A master is someone you only get one of in your life, especially for martial artists who take honor super seriously, so I hope you don't regret this. Shung calmly replied, if you're that worried about it, then I definitely won't have any regrets. Meanwhile, his mind was screaming its head off. Like hell, there are that many people in the martial world I could actually take as a master. Right then, Baekak slowly stood up, speaking elegantly. All right then, let's do this by the book. I'll officially introduce myself again before you bow to me as your master. She stood there with a serious face. I am the 17th head of the Baek family sword sect, the greatest master of the previous generation. Baekak's words left Sung-Yoon stunned for a moment. This is who I am, Baekak. I will become your master. His mind was just screaming. The #1 master in the entire martial world. He quickly bowed his head, accepting her as his master. To put it simply, martial arts is divided into mind arts and body arts. Mind arts is the technique of refining external mana and drawing it into your body. After that refining process, the mana stored inside you becomes internal energy. Body arts are techniques for using the body, including gravity-defying physical skills and swordsmanship that corresponds with the user's footwork. That's the gist of martial arts. There are also martial arts that focus on using special mental energies. But hearing all this, obviously, it brings up a question. Sung-Yoon suddenly thought, wait, is the blood ascension technique a mind art? Right after he decided to ask. I was just curious about something. There wouldn't be a problem if I used a different mind art that I've already learned, right? His question made Beckhack's face darken, and her voice turned ice cold. What did you just say? You already know another mind art? Then she started pressing him. Explain, in detail, now. Hearing that, he rushed to answer. Well, after your explanation, it just occurred to me that I might know something. Similar to a mind art. When did her eyes get so intense? She growled. Similar? Don't tell me you know how to cultivate and use aura? Did you learn it from the iron-blooded tyrant king? Her reaction totally stunned Sung-yoon. Cultivating aura. Is that another branch of mind arts? He kept denying it. No, that's not it. Suddenly, Bekhak challenged him. I'm not the type to go back on my word. Her words made him freeze on the spot. I can't trust her. Let me check for myself. Instantly, she touched Sung's stomach, making him scream in his head. Wait! Seeing Bekhak just rip his shirt up like that, he screamed internally, Hey, master! Right after, Sung-yoon yelled out loud, his face a mask of shock. Master! But Bekhak just calmly replied, Quiet down for a second. Her eyes started to show surprise as she saw something, and it seemed like he could guess what it was. Bekhak immediately spoke up. When I filter out the pure mana, there's absolutely no trace that you've ever learned a mind art. Sung hesitated. Well, images from his past started flashing through his mind. The blood ascension technique was actually a special skill sponsored by an administrator called the fallen successor of something, or someone from the 12th floor. I used it pretty damn often because it jacked up my combat senses whenever I activated the blood ascension technique. Back in the present, Bekhak was so flustered her cheeks turned bright red. She awkwardly explained, That's an authority, not a mind art. Of course, it looks like whatever mind arts you learned over time have fused into that special skill, but you still can't call it a mind art. Right after, Sung-yoon replied, I get it. Then he hesitantly spoke up. But, Master, how much longer are you going to stay in this position? The second the words left his mouth, Bekhak's face went crimson. She bolted out of there without even looking back. She ran over and slammed her face into a pillar, her face totally flushed, and stammered, I'm sorry, that was really rude of me. Sung-yoon just blankly replied, It's fine. Bekhak turned her back to him, radiating pure gloom. But I still don't like it. She turned back around, her eyes ice cold. The fact that some mutt from the blood cult is sponsoring a low-class mind art as a special skill. Shung, still looking bewildered, thought, Man, I think I need to totally reevaluate this swordmaster Bekhak. They were standing by the bamboo bed when she looked at him and said, But you know, I was just thinking, it might actually be better if you don't learn a mind art. Bekhak continued. You can already gather mana without a mind art, and if you learn a bunch of them through different authorities, you could definitely cycle through them. Shung broke out in a sweat. Is that really okay? Her face flushing, she assured him, It's fine. My martial arts don't really rely that much on mind arts anyway. However, the mind art is a crucial part of the master-disciple bond, so what just happened? Bekhak began to teach him. First, I'll teach you swordsmanship. Watch carefully and copy me. Sung replied, focused. Got it. As he watched her prepare to draw her sword, the system's voice echoed in his head. Combat focus skill activated. Concentration has increased by 10 times. Bekhak decisively drew her sharp sword, and a wave of power radiated from the blade. She drew her sword and moved with incredible speed. Each sword move was executed one after another with unbelievable grace. Sung-yoon watched her, sizing her up. This is totally different from her usual gentle vibe. I've never seen this side of her before. She really is a top-tier martial artist, and pretty damn battle-hungry too. Bekhak's face was dead serious. I will show you the most basic of the 7 forms of the white sword. White sword, Sea Sunder. Her sword moved like it was dancing. Bekha sliced through the bamboo grove, the stalks bending in her wake before she landed softly on the ground. Han Sung-yoon's eyes went wide, totally shocked and locked in. She looked over at him. If you couldn't see that clearly, my bad. I honestly tried to go as slow as I could. Han Sung-yoon walked past Bekha and replied, It's cool. I'll start copying it now. He swung his sword just like she did, and slowly, he got a feel for it. It was like space itself was the thing you couldn't dodge, so the only option was to pull it in and slice it. The second he swung his sword, the bamboo stalks twisted, and razor-sharp streaks of light slashed right through them. Han Sung-yoon's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself, Something like this, right? He turned, waiting for Bekha's feedback. I tried my best to copy it. What do you think? Her eyes went wide, her jaw dropped, and she sounded like she couldn't believe it. This is insane. Every generation pops out a ton of geniuses. These guys have a natural talent for picking up info and using it to do stuff way beyond what normal people can. A genius shows how crazy good they are by understanding, judging, and absorbing stuff. But still, even a prodigy needs to practice, at least a little. Han Sungyun, still looking hopeful, turned back to ask. But I did it right, didn't I? Baek-ha grabbed her head, screaming on the inside. What the hell is this? He saw it one time and can copy it this perfectly? She looked him over, sizing him up. Looks like you don't even get how incredible that was. Then Baek-ha started breaking down the move she just used. The 7 forms of the White Sword is a style that uses way more complex principles than the Azure Heaven Sword style that Namgung-hyuk uses. Hearing that, Han Sungyun got curious. The Azure Heaven Sword style, she said, talking about his moves, those 2 techniques you copied from the Namgung clan. The Azure Heaven Light Sword and the Azure Heaven Dance Sword are both part of that style. He jolted, wondering. Wait, were those the skills Namgung-hyuk used? Baek-ha was super curious. Never mind that it goes way beyond the basic principles of fast and slow that the Azure Heaven Sword style uses. And it's a style that uses complex principles to literally bend space. But you just instantly copied the White Sword, Sea Cleaver, with 0 issues, just by watching it once. And it looked exactly like my demonstration. Han Sungyun was stunned and didn't know what to say. He just muttered to himself, "The principles of fast and slow are nothing to me." Baek-ha smiled, impressed. "You really are a genius with some seriously sharp instincts." She added, "I've never seen anyone learn a skill just by watching. Most people have to learn through trial and error." Even with the compliment, he didn't look happy at all. Han Sungyun was still curious. "Even though you say that, I still don't really get what you mean." Baek-ha grinned, pointing at him confidently. "One day, you could probably learn a massive number of martial arts styles in this world." A martial arts manual full of techniques appeared. Normally, you have to understand and recreate a style using a manual as your foundation. As she transferred mana into him, she said, "But for you, you don't need any manual. You just need to see it once to copy everything. I'll help you learn how to use mana." After hearing that, Han Sungyun thought about the future: footwork, fist techniques, movement skills, and even grappling. He was going to learn every single thing he could. And the most useful of all was swordsmanship, the 7 forms of the White Sword. Han Sungyun powerfully unleashed his technique, White Sword, Sea Cleaver, grabbing space itself and slicing it, making it impossible for his opponent to dodge. White Sword, Sky Piercer, a crazy powerful piercing technique that can break through any defense. White Sword, Void Control, a defensive skill that distorts the space around you. Baek-ha jumped up and down, clapping and cheering for him. Han Sungyun just scratched his head and gave a sheepish smile after finishing his practice. He stood in front of Baek-ha and spoke up. "I've learned so much. Thank you, Master." Her face lit up with joy, and she secretly loved hearing those words. "Master, if you feel that way, then that's great." He bowed deeply to Baek-ha. "Well then, I'll be taking my leave now." She seemed a bit sad to see him go. "You're leaving already? Why don't you stay a little longer?" Han Sungyun turned to leave. "I'll come back to see you later." He glanced back at Baek-ha, who was still beaming, and whispered, "Take care, Master." She stood there with a funny look on her face, clearing her throat. "All right, you take care too. Han Sungyun, with your talent, if you keep training hard, your future is definitely limitless." The second the teleportation gate opened, a system notification chimed. "You have arrived at the 14th floor waiting room." In another room, Han Sungyun walked slowly. He couldn't help but think, "Man, I've learned a ton. It's kinda embarrassing that I couldn't learn all 7 techniques of the White Sword style, but my current level just won't allow it." Suddenly, a skull appeared, and the system flashed a warning. Demon Slayer B+. Seeing this, Han Sungyun wasn't even surprised anymore. In fact, he was totally calm as he came to a conclusion: the Demon Slayer skill. Even though my swordsmanship has gotten way better compared to Namgung-hyuk's Azure Heaven Sword style and my master's 7 forms of the White Sword, I'm still seriously lacking. Looking at the system window, Han Sungyun fell silent. "I'm going to create a skill using the authority of the Sword King's path. S-rank authority for those caught in the conflict between getting stronger to survive and living to get stronger. This is an authority exclusive to sword users. You can develop independent sword-related skills, and independent enlightenment will become easier. Iron-blooded sword authority activated. Combat focus skill activated." Vivid images of his past fights flashed through his mind, one after another, using the Azure Heaven Sword style and the 7 forms of the White Sword as a dual-wielding technique. Back then, Han Sungyun used his sharp sword to solve every problem, which helped him perfect it more than ever before. His face back then was pure determination, but if he wanted to develop that into a real skill, it was still missing a lot. He remembered what Baek-ha had told him before. To develop a skill, it needs to be something the system officially recognizes as a skill. Her words sent Han Sungyun deep into thought once again. "All right, I'll use the 7 forms of the White Sword as the base, and then I can mix in the Azure Heaven Sword style whenever I want." At the same time, attacking with 2 swords is an amazing defensive technique. Tens of thousands of cuts fill the space, while thousands of thoughts flash and repeat in your head. His expression grew complicated as he heard the system notification, and the authority of the Sword King's path has been activated. The skill Immortal Fusion Sword Style, A- rank, has been activated. Skill details. Immortal Fusion Sword Style. Rank A-. Proficiency. 0%. Description. A sword style developed by combining the 7 forms of the White Sword and the Azure Heaven Sword Style. Basic effect when using a sword. Additional modifications will be added to the basic skills of the White Sword's 7 techniques and the Azure Sky Sword Style, and the effectiveness of the basic skills will be enhanced. Detailed effect when using the Dual Sword technique. Some of the basic skills of the White Sword's 7 techniques will have their attack speed and power doubled. Seeing this, Sung-Yoon couldn't hide his excitement, thinking, "Sweet, a skill has already popped up." He slowly raised a hand to his chin, but while I like having some modifications, it feels kinda sluggish. Suddenly, a book unexpectedly fell down. Just then, the system explained, "Inventory. Reward for the 13th floor trial. A random A+ rank skill book. This skill book allows you to randomly obtain 1 B+ rank skill. This was a skill that only the trial taker could use and it couldn't be transferred to others." Sung-Yoon quickly snatched it up and flipped through the pages. He kept mumbling, "Might as well give it a shot, got nothing to lose anyway." Right after that, the system notification rang out once again. "You have used a random A+ rank skill book and obtained a random B+ rank skill. The Hero's Blessing Authority is being activated. Your luck will temporarily skyrocket. The B+ rank skill, Blood Spirit Demon Sword, has been activated. Skill details. Blood Spirit Demon Sword, B+ rank, proficiency 0%. Description. A mysterious sword art that can only be learned by the successor of the Blood Demon cult. Basic effect. When you use a sword, demonic elements will seep into the blade, causing a destructive effect on all living creatures. Detailed effect when using the skill's basic techniques. A unique dual combo effect will activate, and the basic techniques will have their effectiveness doubled." This information sent Sung-Yoon into a deep thought. A moment later, a series of notifications popped up. The unique authority skill synthesis has been activated. The Immortal Drake Sword Style has begun synthesizing at the core. The Hero's Blessing Authority has been activated. Your luck will be temporarily boosted. Skill synthesis complete. You have manifested a new skill. A brilliant golden sword then created a powerful shockwave. The S- rank skill Immortal Drake Demon Sword has been manifested. Sung-Yoon casually stepped into the teleportation gate as the system's announcement played. Beginning the 14th floor trial. Difficulty, very hard. The theme of the current trial is underwater battle. Time remaining, 7 days. Condition to pass the trial. Hunt all monsters at the bottom of the lake within the specified time. Trial failure conditions. The trial taker is killed or the trial time expires. Reward for passing the trial. A+ rank, Boots of the Wind Spirit. Penalty for trial failure. Death. His eyes couldn't hide his astonishment as he looked forward. You have encountered a powerful opponent, difficult to deal with as a player. The Indomitable Will skill activates. Before him now was a long-haired young man with a majestic air. That guy spoke up. "How much longer are you going to make this young master wait? You didn't even come looking for me after I killed all these monsters, so I was starting to think I came here by mistake." Right after, he flashed a brilliant smile that left Sung-Yoon stunned. "Nam Kung Hai Uk." A moment later, he shot back a smirk of his own. Just then, the system chimed in with new information. The Instant Acceleration skill has been activated. The Combat Focuses skill has been activated. The Grace of the Wind skill has been activated. All speed increased by 70%. Current skill link progress. 7 out of 7. The unique effect of the C+ rank Speed Boots is upgrading your instantaneous speed. In a flash, Sung-Yoon shot forward at an incredible speed. The two of them clashed in midair right over the lake's surface. A blindingly bright, oppressive light erupted at the point of impact. Its shockwave sent lake water splashing everywhere. As the two powerful energies collided, Hai-Uk realized what was happening and yelled, "Flame Sword!" The guy attacked while asking, "How the hell can you use that?" In response, Sung-Yoon looked totally unfazed. "What? You're freaking out already?" The real show hasn't even started yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around them began to vibrate violently. The pressure from their clash felt like it was blowing everything away. Sung-Yoon, with dual swords in hand, looked completely confident, skillfully weaving and unleashing his techniques. On the other side, though a bit pensive, Hai-Uk, with his years of combat experience, was still casually fending off the attacks. He immediately followed up with a brutal kick, sending the guy plummeting helplessly. Hai-Uk tried to twist his body to land on his feet, almost instantly regaining his balance and looking up towards Sung-Yoon. At that very moment, Hai-Uk frowned slightly. A thin gash had appeared on his face, with blood starting to trickle from it. The attack wasn't over. 3 streams of sword aura were flying down from above, already getting pretty close to him. In the blink of an eye, the ground shattered as a dazzling blue light erupted. As things gradually settled down, debris hung in the air. Hyuk stood there, struggling to neutralize the killing blow from above. Sungyun taunted him. So, how'd you like that S-rank sword skill I just showed off? The guy looked up from the lake's surface as rocks and dirt slowly began to fall. The mountain behind Hyuk had been sliced into pieces by those 3 sword auras, right next to the monster corpses floating on the water's surface. The lake water had been dyed blood red because of it. Skill details: Immortal Drake Demon Sword Style, S- rank, 0% proficiency. Description: the fusion of several peerless divine martial arts, giving birth to the ultimate demon sword technique. Effect: the blade is infused with an extremely potent demonic attribute, dealing continuous damage to any living target until that target falls. Detailed special effect: dual combo will randomly activate, adding extra streams of sword aura that shoot towards the opponent, firing an additional 2 to 3 sword beams simultaneously with the initial attack. All sword beams have the same power. Sungyun smiled, satisfied, thinking to himself, this was already a crazy strong move, and now it has this effect on top of it. He looked at Hyuk with a sneer and warned him, that scar on your cheek is going to haunt you till the day you die. At this, the guy's eyes narrowed, glaring at Sungyun with pure killing intent. He could start to feel the blood dripping down his face. Hyuk raised 2 fingers, conjuring a purple flame, and snorted coldly. The guy scowled, directly using the flame in his hand to cauterize the wound on his face, and shot back coldly. Over this little scratch? Right after that, Hyuk quickly darted from his position, skimming across the lake's surface towards the other shore where Sungyun was standing. The guy attacked like a maniac, slashing left and right. Using his agile footwork and the dual swords in his hands, he dodged and parried. However, Hyuk still had the upper hand. In a flash, Shung was pushed back, totally on the defensive. After slashing at his legs, the guy demanded, that sword style and footwork you're using, that all belongs to the Martial Arts Alliance. Why the hell were you hiding your skills before? Shung parried and shot back. I wasn't hiding anything. I was just seriously scared I'd die fighting you, so I learned it all yesterday. The answer completely stunned Hyuk. His eyes went wide, realizing how insanely fast the guy could learn. As if to deny what he just heard, Hyuk lunged forward, gritting his teeth and sneering. You're just a goddamn loser who runs his mouth. Another slash, glowing with golden energy, came flying as his voice dripped with sarcasm. The way you claim you learned all that in one day just proves you're full of crap and completely insane. Shung spun around to dodge, smirking as he replied, believe it or not, your call. Then they clashed, getting in each other's faces as their swords locked. A pillar of light erupted, blasting powerful energy everywhere and sending the lake water flying violently. Shung kept talking, his voice full of pride. But someone once told me I'm a martial arts genius, you know. They were literally head-to-head now, foreheads touching. In contrast to Hyuk's scowl, he just smiled and added, oh, and that's not all. I can do a lot more than that. Right after that, Shung unleashed a slash that sent the guy flying backward. Before Hyuk could even get his bearings, he leaped up and slammed him with another powerful follow-up attack. He quickly cornered the guy against the opposite shore, leaving him completely stunned. Hyuk's eyes widened as if he'd realized something, and he stammered out, This sword style is? He gritted his teeth in fury, spitting out a curse. You son of a bitch. Hyuk's face darkened, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He growled, you really don't know your place. How dare you secretly copy the Namgong family's sword style? In response, Sung just smiled and shot back. Instead of blaming me, you should blame yourself for not making it harder to copy. Is it really my fault I could copy it after seeing you do it just once? He continued to mock him. Your mistake was not being able to bring out the full potential of the Namgong family's sword style. Those words successfully pissed off the monster inside Hyuk. He roared, then charged at Sung, swinging his sword like a maniac. Looking at Hyuk's fighting spirit, he couldn't help but think, damn, this is impressive. Watching the guy's movements, Shung noted, his swordsmanship, footwork, and even his unorthodox movements have all changed. He jumped back to dodge, thinking to himself, but you probably never dreamed you're giving me an advanced lesson right now. Shung gave a calculating smile. I'll study it carefully so I can teach you a lesson with it later. But just then, Hyuk raised his left hand to the sky, and a beam of purple light appeared right there. He yelled, Mighty battle! Instantly, a bolt of purple lightning struck down from the sky as sword-shaped aura materialized, circling the pillar of light. Shung froze, his eyes intensely focused on the new technique Hyuk was unleashing. Giant swords made of aura rained down from above, plunging straight into the lake's surface. A deep purple mana also emerged, enveloping the entire area. It immediately formed an octagonal cage. This was the special characteristic of Mighty Battle, creating a combat domain with a 30-meter radius. Everyone except for Han Sheng and Nam Gong Hai Hook was forbidden from entering the combat domain. The guy stood there with a sinister grin, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he growled, "Got you now, you bastard." But just a second later, that smile vanished. Rising from the lake's surface wasn't water, but blood. Sheng raised the blood sword in his hand and replied coldly, "You know what people on Earth call what you just did?" Hook's eyes narrowed in shock. The guy looked completely confused. He aimed the tip of his sword where Hook was standing, and a blast of blood aura shot forward along with his declaration, "It's called getting a taste of your own medicine." The guy brought his sword up to block, wondering to himself, he already learned martial arts, and now he can use magic too? Inside the octagonal cage of Mighty Battle, blood aura was spreading, turning the entire space blood red. A moment later, along with Hook's terrified scream, Shung's blood sword struck him in the stomach. But it didn't stop there. The sword aura swirled and slashed at Hook's arms. He quickly crossed his arms in front of him, trying to defend himself. A series of pained cries echoed out. It didn't last long, though. Hook's body was knocked upward. He instinctively realized something was wrong, his face filled with confusion. Hook's back hit the ceiling of the barrier. He cursed anxiously. "Shit!" Just then, a system notification suddenly appeared. The user has forcibly nullified the special characteristic of Mighty Battle. The sword aura and the walls of the octagonal cage were starting to fade. Before he could even regain his balance, Shung's figure appeared behind him. He delivered a blow that sent Hook's body flying like a baseball. The force was so strong that his trajectory created a long streak of light across the sky. What followed was a massive shockwave when he finally landed. A tremor so powerful it felt like it split the quiet forest in two. The ground where Hook's body skidded was torn up, leaving a huge trench. Shung quickly closed the distance and appeared in front of him, just as Hook was struggling to get back on his feet, looking at the guy's pathetic state. He taunted, "Bet a martial arts genius like you never thought you'd see this day, huh?" Suddenly, Hook's whole body started trembling as he made a strange guttural coughing sound. He threw his head back and laughed like a maniac, a creepy look in his eyes as he stared at him. Shung looked confused, a sense of dread creeping in. What the hell, did he just snap? Hook covered his face, peeking through his fingers as he continued to laugh and marvel. "This is fun. I don't know how you did it, but the fact that you learned all those martial arts in such a short time and got this strong, it makes me so damn happy." He took an item out of his inventory and continued to praise him. "The fact that you can use magic too. Now that really surprised me. I admit it, you're strong." Shung immediately rushed forward to attack, a worried look on his face. As he unleashed a blast of sword aura, he yelled, "You think I'm just gonna stand here and let you do that?" But at the same time, Hook crushed the item in his hand. Just as Shung's killer move was about to slice into his face, the item finished activating. Instantly, a deafening explosion ripped through the middle of the forest, the powerful shockwave shaking space itself. The item Hook just used was the A-rank floor challenge penalty removal stone. Using this stone boosts any decreased stats and removes skill limitations imposed by the challenge penalty for fighting on a lower floor. Once the explosion died down, the smoke started to clear, revealing the trashed trees all around. Hi, Hook's quiet footsteps popped up again, a thin layer of mana wrapping around him. The dude raised his arm, the one etched with a cross symbol, and asked Sung Yoon, "Ever get curious? Out of this purple aura, a badass dragon with glowing eyes materialized, and its source? The damn sword in Hai Hook's hand." The guy asked, "Wanna know why they call me the Azure Sky Dragon Sword?" It was only then that the danger started to sink in for Sung Yoon. All he could think was, "Oh, I'm so screwed." Hai Hook calmly explained, "Reinforced sword key isn't something a lowlife like you gets to see every day." That guy struck straight at Sung. "Consider this an honor." A purple light shot toward him. Sung remembered the words of his master, the White Crane Sword Master. "I'm talking about how to use ki, or to put it another way, how to enchant your sword with magic. Sword ki is a technique for adding different properties depending on the type of sword. For example, fire magic is one attribute you can add to your swordsmanship, but that's just the starting point. Reinforcing sword ki is the next level." A purple light flared through the forest. Shung thought to himself that Hai Hook's skill was basically some ultimate technique that let him freely use different elemental magics from his surroundings to fuel his attacks. The sword key that dude unleashed formed a purple dragon. It was closing in on him fast. Shung thought, "Never thought I'd see reinforced sword key this damn soon." He ducked low, smoothly dodging Hai Hook's attack. Sung sized up the situation. "I didn't think it'd be this strong just hearing about it. This technique is insane." Watching the dragon twisting around, he thought, he's firing off sword key nonstop, and it's getting more intense, making it a real pain to get close to him. Shung started analyzing the dragon, and that's not even mentioning how damn mobile this reinforced sword key is. This is seriously dangerous. He came up with a theory. It's like the sword itself turned into a living dragon with its own soul. Shung used his sword to block the charging dragon, the impact creating a blinding flash of light. He gripped his sword so hard his hand started bleeding without him even realizing it. The force of that last hit sent Sungyun flying back. He crossed his twin swords in front of his chest. As he blocked, he thought, I figured this guy was, at most, a bit stronger than a Blood Clan member. I had no idea he was this freaking strong. Shung used his sword key enlightenment technique, thinking, I remember feeling this when Master White Crane was teaching me, but he hesitated. It feels like other fighters just skipped this key stage. Maybe they ran into trouble during their own enlightenment and just couldn't get it. This bastard is way too strong. Just then, Hai-Hook slammed down onto the ground with an earth-shaking thud. Now it was the guy's turn to talk smack. Where'd all that bravado from earlier go? Shung was tense, but forced a smile, thinking, damn, I should have just gone all out from the start and ended this guy. Damn it. He powered up and thought to himself, I just wanted to feel him out a bit before taking him down. Now things are gonna get messy. Shung immediately activated the Supreme Blood technique, a blazing red energy erupting around him. He declared, get ready, I'm coming at you with everything I've got. Hai-Hook lunged forward with a smirk and said, bring it on, you bastard. Across from him, Sung also charged, his own reinforced technique ready to go. That guy used his materialized sword key again, slashing out a purple dragon right at Sungyun. Sung quickly used White Death of the Void to fight back. The two streams of sword key, one blue, one red, crashed into each other violently, stunning Hai-Hook. The guy roared in fury. What? Did you go and steal sword techniques from somewhere else? All this effort is useless against my reinforced sword key. A massive stream of mana shaped like a dragon's head shot forward, ready to devour Sungyun. Just then, a notification popped up. Battle concentration skill activated. Player's focus is boosted by 20 times. Like he was on steroids, he instantly moved to dodge. Right after that, Shung zipped behind Hai-Hook's back. Seizing the chance, he gripped his sword and lunged, thinking, yes, I got behind the bastard. Now! But Hai-Hook was no pushover. He yanked his sword key back to block the kill shot. Another blinding flash of light erupted. The counterattack slammed Shung to the ground, shattering the earth beneath his feet. He dropped to one knee, in absolute agony. Shung coughed up a mouthful of blood and struggled to look up, thinking his internal energy was a total mess. As he looked up into the glare, his eyes widened in pure shock. Before he could even get his bearings, the dragon charged at him again. Luckily, with his slick footwork, he dodged to the right with a flip, avoiding the sword key. Just then, the sword key morphed into a sharp point and shot toward Zung's gut. He swung his sword, struggling to block it with a horizontal slash. Even though he dodged the kill shot, Hai-Hook's attack still sliced one of Sung's legs clean off. He winced, thinking, did his reinforced sword key just merge with my White Death of the Void? He immediately activated his blood-weakening skill to recover, but by then, Hai-Hook had already appeared behind Sungyun, completely unnoticed. Shung grimaced and spun around, only for the guy to immediately slam a powerful kick right into his gut. The blow sent him flying across the ground, skidding and tearing up the earth as dust and debris flew everywhere. And it didn't stop there. The momentum sent Shung skipping across the surface of the lake like a flat stone. His body finally came to a dead stop when he slammed into the cliff face on the other side. At the same time, thanks to his skill, his leg grew back. Sungyun coughed up another mouthful of blood, his dazed eyes filled with a trace of fear. Before he could even get up, Hai-Hook charged at him, sword in hand. The guy grinned wickedly and screamed, "Die!" His sword key, crackling with lightning, formed a purple dragon and smashed right into Sungyun. All he could do was throw his hands up to block. The attack was so powerful it blew apart the mountain behind him, his blood mixing with the lake water. Hai-Hook stood there, calmly looking over at Sungyun, who was on his knees across the shore. He said, almost in disbelief, "You're still standing?" A ragged Shung looked over, panting heavily. His shirt had been completely vaporized by the sword key, revealing his ripped physique. The guy continued, "I gotta admit, I'm a little surprised. Never thought you'd be able to hang with me this long." Hai-Hook raised his sword to the sky, gathering more sword key, and declared with total confidence, "But this is where it ends." The guy laughed like a maniac, shouting with glee, "This has been a blast." Sung immediately forced himself to his feet, covered in blood, his sword hand-shaking, but he still managed to answer. After fighting so hard to reach this level of power, Sung aimed his sword forward. A ball of energy appeared at the tip of his sword, clashing with the other guy's sword aura as he roared out a challenge. "You think you can kill me that easily?" Then a notification popped up. The skill Riposte Shield released all accumulated damage right where the two streams of power, one red, one purple, collided. A blinding light erupted, unleashing an insane amount of energy. Hyuk didn't hesitate to switch up his killing move. He stomped on the water's surface, rocketing toward Jung. In the blink of an eye, right in the middle of the lake, Hyuk's sword unexpectedly plunged straight through his throat. The guy laughed like a maniac, screaming in excitement. "Yeah, that's the face I wanted to see! Later, head!" The moment Hyuk finished talking, something terrifying happened. Shung's head, a shocked expression still frozen on his face, was just floating there. And just then, the light came back to his eyes. Along with that came a series of notifications, activating the near-death skill, which nullifies all life-threatening critical damage. All senses are amplified for a short period, and all skills will reach their maximum proficiency. The cooldown is 1 week. Immediately after, as if drawn by magnets on both ends, Shung's head zipped right back to his neck. A miracle happened. His body was instantly healed. Sung thought to himself, "Near death is a skill reward I got from the 12th floor trial. The moment I take fatal, life-threatening damage, that damage gets reversed. I can't believe I had to use it in a situation like this." Right after narrowly escaping death, he let out a huge shout, gasping for air. Witnessing this, a shocked Hyuk blurted out, "What the hell?" A crown appeared. There was another reward from the 12th floor, the Ashen Crown of the Ancient King. A, the unique skill, B plus magic, activated. While using the Ancient King's crown, the user's mind will be clouded. The power, mind like a rock, activates. Shung immediately placed it on his head and declared to himself, "Time to go all in." The item's stats popped up. Ashen Crown of the Ancient King. A, willpower plus 30%. A crown made from the ashes of an ancient king who worshipped a god of darkness. When equipped, the user's mind becomes unstable, and the crown will quickly disintegrate bit by bit. In return, the user can use magic at will until the crown completely disappears. Along with that, Shung's voice deepened as he commanded, "I give you an order, my vassals." Right then, a whole bunch of bizarre beasts appeared behind Hyuk, and there were a lot of them. He sealed the deal with the thought, "Crush that bastard." The beasts immediately charged at Hyuk. Seeing this, the guy got pissed, veins bulging on his forehead. "You damn bastard, you're a necromancer too?" Hyuk wiped them all out with a single blow and declared, "You'll never beat me with this crappy magic." The veins were now spreading all over his face. Hyuk pointed a hand at Shung, while his other hand gripped his sword tightly. In a flash, he had Shung by the neck. Shung was shocked, a flicker of fear in his eyes as Hyuk growled, "Let's see you come back from this." As the guy's sword aimed straight for his head, Sung put on a completely calm expression. Just as the tip of the sword was about to hit his face, it suddenly started to waver. Hyuk's face was now covered in bulging veins, his eyes were bloodshot, and his hand was trembling. He asked angrily, "My body?" Sung gently grabbed Hyuk's trembling wrist. The guy asked in terror, "What did you do to me?" Looking at Hyuk kneeling before him, he gave him a contemptuous stare and said coldly, "I already told you." Shung's voice was blunt, stating with certainty that that scar will haunt you until the day you die. At the same time, that beast appeared behind Hyuk with its razor-sharp teeth. A second later, the guy's body was being torn to shreds by the swamp monsters. Fresh blood splattered everywhere in a gruesome display, accompanied by his blood-curdling screams. Ever since he was a kid, Hyuk had always been hated by his father for being useless. Day after day, he had to live with the torment of the venomous words spewing from that man's mouth. He can't even do the basic stances? How could the Namgong clan produce an idiot like him? His father wouldn't stop screaming insults, being crude right in front of his mother, right in front of Hyuk. Is he even my flesh and blood, huh? Back then, all he could do was curl up in a corner, silently listening to every single curse. Hyuk thought bitterly, but I just like swinging my sword. The guy practiced his sword relentlessly. His strokes became so sharp that no one would believe they came from a little kid. Because Hyuk believed that before learning any stances, a person had to master their sword strokes first. Until one day, he met his grandfather. From the very first glance, the old man recognized his talent. He's a true genius. Hyuk remembered it fondly. That was the first time I met my grandpa. Through the hazy mist of memory, he calmly reminisced about that fateful moment from his past. After that, I was raised by my grandfather, the greatest swordsman of his time. Hyuk slowly continued his story. Because of that, my swordsmanship became more and more explosive. When he was finally grown, he excitedly returned to his family's estate, calling out loudly, "Father!" Hyuk dragged the corpse of an enemy and threw it in front of his father, then held his head high to show off his victory. I took care of all those blood cult bastards who were pretending to be travelers. Hyuk proudly declared, "Look, father, your son has gotten this strong." But the man just shot him down, treating all of Hyuk's efforts as worthless. "Get that ugly crap out of here. Why have you been on such a killing spree lately? Use some of that energy to cultivate your mind and character." His father turned his back on him, leaving behind a single, cruel remark. "If you don't want to turn into a bloodthirsty monster." Those words were like a dagger straight to his heart, leaving Hyuk with a bone-deep grudge. Back in the present, his eyes suddenly turned red, wet with bitter tears, while the beasts continued to tear his body apart. At that moment, Shung's ashen crown was destroyed, and a notification sounded. The ashen crown of the ancient king A's durability has been completely depleted. The ashen crown of the ancient king A has been destroyed. Hyuk decisively unleashed a final blow, and in an instant, the monsters were blasted out of the water by the terrifying force, creating insane chaos. Sung was momentarily stunned by the scene in front of him. Hyuk hadn't taken his last breath yet. He lay there, dying, his blood spreading into the water. A bewildered Sung blurted out, "You're still alive?" The guy weakly begged, "Hurry up and finish me." He didn't rush to do it. Instead, he calmly sat down on a rock to watch. Shung spoke slowly. "Kinda wild, isn't it? Normally, you and I would never have met. But here we are, two people from two different dimensions, fighting like this." Remembering that intense showdown, an unbelievable possibility occurred to him that he found amusing. It was tough and it was painful. But the funny thing is, I was actually thinking, Sung voiced his thoughts from that moment. "This is actually kind of fun, huh?" Hyuk's eyes suddenly widened when he heard the next sentence. "If we were friends," he continued in an even tone, relaying his thoughts. "Right before it came to this, we could have had a blast getting stronger together. That's what I was thinking." The second he finished, Hyuk's eyes went wild, his face smeared with blood. He opened his mouth wide and let out an insane scream. "You weak-ass bastard." His last words, though broken and gasping, were filled with pure rage and frustration. How could anyone climb the tower with that kind of mentality? Shung just stood there in silence. The guy let out a faint laugh, each word a struggle as he gasped for his last breath. "Let me tell you something interesting." Hook revealed that the reason he stopped climbing the tower and invaded this dimension wasn't just because he loved killing. After all that work to get to the end, he ran into a major problem. According to his story, after he obtained sacred power, he became an enemy to several gods and even had his life threatened. Hook found himself facing countless gods, all just waiting for a chance to kill him. The chosen ones had no choice but to use their sacred power to fight, and when they did, they had to face gods in every shape and form imaginable. In the end, Hook scoffed, spitting out one final truth on his own. "You'll be just like me, and it'll happen soon." "But if you keep climbing the tower with that stupid attitude of yours, even with sacred power," he declared arrogantly, "you won't be able to stop the gods from destroying your precious earth." Hook grimaced, struggling to whisper each word. "No, that's not going to happen." Shung raised his hand, a vortex of crimson energy swirling in his palm. His voice dropped, as heavy as a death sentence. "Anyone who destroys my home will be eliminated by my own hands." With that powerful declaration, Sung activated the Bloodthorn execution, tearing his life apart in a final moment of supreme agony. Hook took the full force of the fatal blow, his flesh and bone practically melting into one. He writhed and let out tortured, agonizing screams. The system window immediately lit up with a notification. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 14th floor of the Tower of Trials. The reward, A+ Wind Spirit Boots, has been transferred to your inventory. You have received a reward of 10,000 points. You have received a reward of 4,000 points for defeating a stronger challenger. You have received an additional reward. You have received 4,000 points. The reward, an A+ Heaven-Piercing Sword, has been transferred to your inventory. Please proceed to the waiting room." The mechanical voice continued to echo as all the basic elements for creating a myth were gathered. The authority of sacred power was now powerfully activated, calculating a myth based on actual results and the faith of believers. A brilliant golden light exploded from Sung's chest, flooding over his muscular body. This meant that another new myth was being created. After a moment of calculation, the system announced the result. Myth: Challenging Warrior has been completed. Myth: Challenging Warrior is accumulating divine power. From now on, the indomitable effect is bound to Challenger Han Shung's divine power suppression. From now on, the reversal effect is bound to Challenger Han Shung's divine power suppression. A radiant golden aura completely enveloped him. An overwhelming pressure exploded outwards fiercely. A second later, a series of his power stats increased significantly. Absorbing the soul of Challenger Nam Gong Hook, proficiency increased by 47%. Unique attribute, Necromancy proficiency has reached 100%. Unique attribute Necromancy B has ranked up to Necromancy A. Sung silently wondered. When challengers from other worlds die, their bodies always just vanish. Now that the penalty for trespassing on floors is gone, will they still disappear? The sword in his hand began to absorb the life force from Hook's body. At the same time, more notifications rang out. The effect of the True Blood Demon Sword's Bloodsuck has activated. The blood of Challenger Namgong Hook has been absorbed. As a result, the item has been upgraded to rank A, 1,174 out of 1,400. Absorbing the blood of Challenger Namgong Hook, the skill Engraved Reinforcement has been learned in the unique blood-sucking slot. Shung's lips curled into a faint smile. Another attribute for the blood sword. I got some good stuff. He stood with his hands on his hips, wearing nothing but a single pair of torn pants, and muttered helplessly, "There's no way I'm getting my clothes back." Just as he was telling himself he'd probably have to go back to Earth to buy some, Sung suddenly saw a notification window appear beside him. It sent 2 notifications. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch says she has a good set of armor she wants to give her contractor. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster says that her contractor's fighting style is better suited for a martial artist's robe. A blessing from the heavens I didn't even ask for. After reading them, Shung smirked. In the chilly air, he went alone to find the Iron-Blooded Monarch's residence. Shung looked at the large house in front of him and let out a whistle of admiration. As he got closer, he muttered to himself, "This place really looks like it belongs to her." Next, Shung slowly opened the door to the house. The Iron-Blooded Monarch was already sitting inside waiting. Seeing him actually arrive, she smiled brightly and greeted him enthusiastically. "You did well, Han Shung. Long time no see." She gave him a special necklace imbued with magic and said with satisfaction, "Congratulations on overcoming a huge mountain. This is your gift." This present, however, made him a little curious. Shung spoke up and asked, "But didn't you say you were going to give me a set of armor?" The Iron-Blooded Monarch laughed and explained, "When you channel a little magic into this necklace, armor will automatically appear for you to wear." After hearing that, he didn't overthink it. He just took it and put it around his neck. At that moment, she covered her mouth and whispered a reminder, "For the first time, you should probably do it outside the tower to be safe." Shung expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I'll make good use of it." The scene shifts to a house hidden in a bamboo forest where the White Crane Swordmaster resides. Shung walked up and greeted her formally, "Master." The White Crane Swordmaster was a little surprised, unconsciously blurting out, "Shung." She paused for a moment to think. "Master." Remembering that he didn't prioritize her, the White Crane Swordmaster was openly annoyed. Pouting, she said sarcastically, "I thought you would come to me first, but I guess you went to see that woman instead. I'm disappointed, you know." He bowed respectfully, gently trying to soothe the little girl's spirit. "Please don't be angry, Master." The White Crane Swordmaster crossed her arms, puffed her cheeks, and grumbled, "Master." Then spoke up, "It's not that woman, it's this master." The little girl politely asked for permission to do something. Hearing this, Sung couldn't help but be surprised. The White Crane Swordmaster's eyes held a hint of shyness, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. She confessed softly, "I want to cut your hair." The very next second, he jumped back, his expression one of clear panic, and he frantically explained, "What? Don't you know that for medicine and haircuts you're supposed to find a professional? No way, you don't even have any tools." The White Crane Swordmaster slowly drew her sword, her expression terrifyingly serious, her voice laced with power. "The white sword style is all I need. If you move, you'll get hurt, so stay still." Shung freaked out, quickly putting his hands up to stop her. "Wait!" Time flew by. After a flurry of sword movements, strands of hair fluttered down, mixing with the falling bamboo leaves. Shung looked at his reflection in a mirror and was pretty impressed with his new look. He turned back with a radiant smile, full of praise. "You're actually really talented, huh?" The little girl shyly avoided his gaze, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. The White Crane Swordmaster gave a forced laugh and answered vaguely, "Just lucky." Next, she quickly placed something in his hand and hurriedly pushed Sung away. She rushed to shoo him out. "This is an item that will help you wear the martial artist robe more easily. Wear it when you're outside the tower." White Crane waved goodbye frantically, forcing a smile as she shouted, "Good luck." Her weird behavior struck Sung as odd. He wondered suspiciously, "What's up with her? Is something fishy going on?" Just then, a system notification came through. "You have entered the 15th floor waiting room. System integration is beginning. Mission log has been opened. From now on, challengers can accept certain quests from the administrators. These quests, which replace the personal trial, will be based on the administrator's personal history. If you complete it, you can receive a reward from the administrator who assigned the quest. However, you are only allowed to accept one quest per floor." Reading this, he unconsciously thought to himself, quests. Sungjo stood before the series of notification panels sent to him, fully understanding their intention. So that's why the administrators were being so nice to me. They wanted to hire me for their quests. He thought for a moment, then swiped to another notification, wearily telling himself, "Man, there's so much to do now. I need to take this one step at a time." Then, Sungjo decided, "First things first, let's check out the new myth I got." The system panel immediately appeared, displaying a ton of new information. Myth. Challenger Warrior has been activated. The Indomitable effect is bound to divine power suppression. When the Indomitable effect is active, the body can exert maximum power under any circumstances. The Reversal effect is bound to divine power suppression. When the Reversal effect is active, you receive more buffs than debuffs in combat. He read it all with a delighted smirk, his mood instantly improving as he thought excitedly. The Exorcism effect I got from the Vampire Slayer myth was pretty limited in function, but this Challenger Warrior one is way more practical. Not only that, Sung's joy doubled with the additional ability added to his A-rank Necromancy. The notification panel displayed the unique attribute, Necromancy A, with 7 detailed effects. The Grim Reaper has been enlightened. He wondered in confusion, what does this even mean? At that moment, the divine power was activated. Sungjo was a bit disappointed, having expected something amazing to happen, but even with the activation, nothing changed. A brilliant golden aura radiated from his entire body, making his sharp features stand out even more. Sung questioned the meaning of the Grim Reaper, but then he sighed in frustration, casually letting it go. Who knows, I guess time will tell. A sword materialized, its silvery blue sheen blending exquisitely to create a perfect texture, accompanied by detailed information. Heaven-shattering sword A+, slashing power plus 10%, lethal force plus 10%, attack speed plus 10%, magic damage plus 10%. This enhanced magic sword serves the sole purpose of destroying the heavens. The more indestructible the things it shatters, the stronger it becomes. When infused with magic, the unique effect Heaven Shattering will activate. At that point, the sword will gain the attribute of destruction. Every strike will carry an immense amount of lethal force and magic power combined. When the sword's proficiency reaches its maximum, the unique effect Sword Sense will activate. When that happens, a skill beneficial to the sword's owner will be added. That skill will always be suitable for the current situation. He skimmed through it and made a guess. Heaven Shattering seems to be really compatible with Sword Key. Sungjo carefully observed the heaven-shattering sword, thoughtfully analyzing its attributes and the fact that Sword Sense wasn't limited by a specific skill, meaning it could evolve depending on the user's abilities. He remembered a previous notification. By defeating a challenger stronger than the trial's difficulty, you have received an additional reward. Everything suddenly clicked, and his excitement skyrocketed. These added effects are freaking awesome. It must be because I beat Nam Gunghuk, who was way stronger than the trial's intended difficulty. Sung used Sword Sense to merge with the heaven-shattering sword. At that moment, the sword radiated a wondrous blue aura, and a notification immediately rang out. You have reached the state of sword unification. The unique effect of the heaven-shattering sword, Sword Sense, has been activated. You can transform the unique effect of a sword into one of your own skills. After he confirmed, the mechanical voice continued. Selection complete. The skill Sword Sense A+ has been fully absorbed. Remaining uses of Sword Sense. 1. He received the notification and couldn't help but let out an impressed gasp. Sung grinned widely, his heart filled with excitement, pure satisfaction written all over his face. It actually worked. Right now, 4 effects have been unlocked, while some others remain a mystery. He cheered silently. I used Sword Sense to absorb another effect. Thanks to Sword Sense, I can now learn 3 more skills. A few minutes later, notifications chimed non-stop. The other effects were gradually unlocked through sword unification. The unique effect of the heaven-shattering sword, Sword Sense, has been activated. You can transform the unique effect of a sword into one of your own skills. Selection complete. The skill Heaven Shattering has been fully absorbed. Remaining uses of Sword Sense. 0. The unique effect of the Heaven Shattering Sword, Sword Sense, has been completely depleted. The unique effect of the Heaven Shattering Sword, Sword Sense, has completely vanished. Sung tightened his grip on the hilt, his eyes and his smile radiating satisfaction with his current achievements. I've now mastered the heaven-shattering skill from the heaven-shattering sword, so I can use it anytime I need to. After that, a series of stats shot up but quickly hit their limit from absorbing the soul of the challenger Nam Gunghuk. Your abilities are continuously being enhanced. Strength plus B, Agility plus B, Stamina plus 6, Magic Power plus 7, Endurance plus B. This made him feel a tinge of regret. I can't absorb any more skills? That sucks. Before his hand could even leave the system panel, Sung paused as a barrage of questions from Ha-Yun came through. Geez, you could have at least told me you were back in the tower. Even if you're not a normal person, we're still companions, you know? He scrolled through the messages, annoyed, a cold sweat breaking out on his face. You're the one we should be worried about when you disappear. Next time, send a message. Sung Jo's brow furrowed, his tense face showing the seriousness of the situation. A message from Bill Injoa on the 9th floor had arrived. Sungjo, I don't know what's happening inside the tower, but I've got some news. Tower climbers from another world have appeared. According to the introduction, he's a tower climber who caused the Great Massacre in London. He wondered suspiciously, an invasion from another dimension? Huck's dying declaration unconsciously echoed inside Sung-jo's mind. You will never be able to stop the gods who will destroy this earth. That face, that voice, were still seared into his mind. Rage boiled up from the pit of his stomach. He narrowed his eyes and growled, grinding his teeth. Damn it. A giant sphere of dark energy was relentlessly emitting dangerous bolts of electricity, attacking the city of London. Smaller blue energy spheres shot out a barrage of electric beams, forming a protective layer around them before attacking all over the city. From the power core of the blue energy spheres, vicious monsters emerged. They charged the clock tower, wrecking everything in sight. The spheres, like they were all triggered at once, kept lighting up, creating aftershocks that made the whole area shake like crazy. The ferocious monsters broke out of their containment and shot down below the clock tower at lightning speed. The entire place was thrown into chaos. The monsters attacked every person they saw, viciously tearing them to shreds. This was the second multidimensional attack on Earth. Right then, inside a hall, an emergency meeting was underway about the monster situation Choi Jong had reported. The video showed the state of London after yesterday's attack. It all started when a mysterious black sphere appeared in the sky. Everyone below listened intently as he recounted the whole thing. Right after the first slaughter, the demonic creatures just vanished. After that, the death orb didn't do anything else and had been silent until today. On the screen, a massive pitch-black sphere brimming with dark power continuously pulsed with a dangerous energy that kept everyone from getting close. But today, that mysterious black sphere was rapidly growing larger, and there was a high chance a second massacre was about to happen with a new wave of monsters emerging from it. Choi Jong suddenly slammed the table, trying his damnness to emphasize the need to stop this catastrophic disaster. We believe that all of Korea's hunters will unite for the sake of justice. Sino, pissed off, scowled at him suspiciously and shot back. Why is the Korean Hunters Association so fired up all of a sudden? You guys were the ones who stopped hunters from dealing with the Shinjuku incident before. Choi Jong went quiet for a moment, then hesitantly gave some vague excuse. That's because it was more advantageous to do so. Another voice suddenly cut them off, making everyone turn their heads. Korea's status would get a boost after the Shinjuku incident, which would bring the Korean Hunters Association a ton of profit. They were stunned and started whispering among themselves when they saw Sung-jo standing menacingly in a dark corner. The magic sword. Isn't that the magic sword from the Shinjuku incident? Yeah, that's definitely him. He just changed his hairstyle. The meeting finally ended. Everyone quickly filed out. Only Sung-jo stayed behind to check on Haeyoon. It's been a while, huh? Sorry for climbing the tower alone without telling you, she replied with a cold formality, then sighed. It's fine. At least I know now. From now on, let's just act like proper partners. Haeyoon suddenly noticed. But where's your weapon? Sung-jo could only stammer an explanation. It's in there. She looked confused. In there? Just then, Eun was shouting out directions. Everyone, maintain order and hurry to provide support. Anyone here volunteering to help with the London Gate, please head this way to board the transport. We're hoping for as many volunteers as we can get. Sung-jo coldly turned to leave. He casually reminded her, we should get going too. Haeyoon suddenly grabbed his hand and didn't let go. She stated flatly, no, that won't be necessary this time. Right after that, the two of them went up to the rooftop. Haeyoon forcefully threw open the door. Full of confidence and swagger, she showed off in front of everyone. Because I picked up some new gear while climbing the tower too. Haeyoon slowly stepped into the center of a magic circle with Sung-jo. I learned subspace manipulation magic. It was a real pain to learn, you know. She flashed a smug, radiant smile. As long as I have someone to support me, I can teleport there instantly. Plus, I've got the association's approval. Haeyoon raised her hands and began casting the spell. Sung-jo was internally shook. Teleportation? The moment the magic activated, the two of them began to fade away as a system notification chimed. You have been selected as a target for the support magic. Teleportation. You will now be transported to the designated location via teleportation. The spherical cages containing the monsters appeared in greater numbers, their energy so powerful it even startled the support members. They freaked out and shouted warnings as the monsters broke out of their cocoons. More magic monsters are appearing. A guy, totally fired up, stood at the front and ordered the mages. The second wave is about to start. Protect the magic tower. The savage monsters opened their sharp-toothed maws at the crowd and unleashed their magic. As he struggled to fend off a lunging monster with his staff, he yelled out a reminder, everyone, just focus on the gate. Because things will get real bad if these alien freaks get inside the magic tower. Hearing this, a young mage tensed up and stammered a reply. All right! Just then, a monster started to break out of its cocoon right behind the kid, making him freeze in fear. As it lunged, the startled young mage could only scream helplessly in panic. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared with a reverse energy flow, as if it were summoning someone. Both the kid and the monster were sucked into the circle, causing them both to scream in terror, but only the young mage emerged unharmed. He stared blankly at the monster that had been obliterated right next to him. He whipped his head around, shocked to see Sung-jo and Hyun had suddenly appeared right behind him. Hyun coolly asked the young mage, "What's the deal with these magic monsters?" The kid frantically bowed and reported, "I'm sorry, we still don't have enough personnel prepared." She softened her tone, confused, and gently reassured him, "It's okay. Good thing nothing serious happened." Hyun quickly asked for an update on the situation. "When does the attack begin?" Sung-jo, standing behind her, added, "We'll help out." The guy from before showed up just in time, said a few polite words to them, and immediately gave orders. "Thank you for coming to help during such a difficult time. Since this is a dangerous situation, please forgive us for not being able to give you a proper welcome. Leave this spot to us. You two, please go to where the others are gathered and help them." He then commanded the young mage, "You, take these two downstairs." The kid snapped to attention and hurried off. "Yes, sir, this way, please." The young mage led the two of them quickly down to a basement inside the tower. Down below, hunters and mages were all gathered, sitting seriously in a magnificent room, waiting for the two of them. Sung-jo carefully guessed that the World Association must have sent even more hunters to help out this time. He warily eyed David, who had his head down, and his two subordinates who were giving him an ice-cold stare. They were completely silent, their attitudes grim. But what's up with the vibe from these British mages? Sung-jo sneered and thought to himself, people are out there fighting their asses off, while the top brass just sits around in meetings like this. It's the same damn thing everywhere. David freaked out, his eyes wide with shock and fear when he saw him. The old man froze for a sec. Then David totally lost it, screaming, "Oh my God, you're..." He was so hyped, practically exploding with excitement. "I can't believe I'm seeing you here. It's a real honor to meet you again." David said his name like they were old buds. Hain, surprised, turned and asked, "You know that guy?" Sung-joon was confused, thinking, "Huh? Isn't that the old mage I saved back on the 13th floor?" He calmly explained the situation, talking it over with the people there while the mages outside were desperately trying to contain the black sphere. So basically, that giant black sphere had a barrier that made it impossible to destroy, even with hundreds of mages pumping magic into it. Sung-joon casually sat in David's seat at the head of the table and started grilling him. "So, you almost managed to destroy it before, back when it was a small sphere that hadn't absorbed this much mana, right? And the first attack stopped because of that collision? Is that it?" He glared down at the old man, his voice ice cold. Then later, after the sphere soaked up more mana and got bigger, nothing you did could even scratch it. "Am I wrong?" David respectfully admitted. "Yes, that's exactly right." All the mages in the room started freaking out, whispering and buzzing among themselves. "I can't believe he just gave up the head seat to that challenger. Who even is that guy? I know him. Isn't that the hunter who went to Japan? Did they meet during a trial or something?" David's eyes narrowed, scheming. "Giving up my seat, even getting on my knees, means nothing as long as I can save England from this disaster." His face darkened as he shot a calculating look at him. "You people might not get it, but I do." David secretly smirked, totally impressed. "I know exactly how strong this kid is." He then put on a friendly face, eagerly trying to sound him out. "So, what do you think is the best way to handle this situation?" Sung-joon let out his monarch's aura, declaring with absolute confidence, "I'll destroy that black sphere." David was stunned speechless for a moment. He quickly snapped out of it and asked, making the other mages gasp, "You can do that?" The group of mages were totally shocked, whispering to each other in disbelief. "This is kind of messed up to say, but isn't the elder being a little too hasty?" Sung-joon arrogantly added. "However, I have one condition." David, terrified, stammered, A condition?" Sung-joon's face was half hidden in the shadows, his whole body radiating a dangerous vibe as he pressed on. "If everyone here gives me a worthy reward, I'll destroy it." The mages got pissed and started mocking him. "That's ridiculous. Who the hell do you think you are?" David panicked a little, thinking, "Okay, that's asking for a bit much." He hesitated, making an excuse. "I need to discuss this with the other representatives first." Sung-joon coolly agreed, but not without a reminder. "I don't mind waiting. But at the rate things are going, I don't think there'll be anything left of London if we waste any more time." He went quiet for a moment, calculating. "In a crisis like this, I could just act without a reward. But I have to get everything I can, everything my effort is worth." David stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, staring out thoughtfully. He watched that pitch-black sphere growing more powerful like crazy. Finally, David yelled out, giving in, "All right, I'll do it." David thought it over, then yelled at the top of his lungs, pointing outside, Please, just destroy that damn thing. A startled mage called out, Elder! Another one angrily tried to stop him. You can't just make a decision like that so easily. Sung Jun just smirked, totally satisfied, and nodded. I accept the quest. The second he touched the stone on his necklace, it started glowing intensely. Sung Jun's whole look changed in an instant. He became a majestic, powerful warrior. He swiftly used the True Blood Demon Sword to make 2 cuts, creating a whirlwind that cracked the walls around the room. Right after, there was a deafening explosion and a bright flash of light from the side of the clock tower as he chucked the chair out, shattering the window. Hain rushed over, calling his name. She was super anxious but could only watch him silently, her eyes filled with fear. Sung Jun gave her a confident smile under the moonlight to calm her down. He stepped lightly into the air, leaving only his words behind. I'll be right back. Sung Jun moved like lightning, gliding effortlessly, and the system immediately displayed a notification. A+ rank Wind Spirit's Shoes effect has been activated. He expertly used the system's platforms as springboards to launch himself, safely approaching the black sphere teeming with dark mana. The same people who were dissing Sung Jun earlier were now freaking out in terror. He's almost there! How can a human even do that? He landed gently on the sphere's surface, and the moment he touched it, it made a nasty sizzling sound. Perched on top of the black sphere, Sung Jun let out a thrilled shout. He looked down and marveled, damn, this thing is huge. Sung Jun gripped his twin swords, ready to unleash his power. He raised them high, activating their ultimate skill. The system announced, Skill, A+ rank, Heaven, Slaying Sword. Proficiency, 0%. Basic effect. You can apply a destruction effect to your weapon by using mana. This will significantly increase its damage output. Detailed effect. You can cut through demonic energy. However, the tougher the object, the more mana it requires. Full of fighting spirit, his voice turned vicious. Time to find the rat. Sung Jun endured the massive energy, pulling 2 power streams together to boost his attack. The system immediately announced, Heaven Slaying Sword skill has been activated. The limit on destructible objects has been removed. The next second, a world-shaking explosion with insane destructive power blew away everything around it, releasing terrifying energy waves. Sung Jun held his twin swords tight, struggling to stay steady against the magical tremors that were starting to crack the sphere's surface. A triumphant look spread across his face. He thought with glee, a skill that can cut through anything. Sung Jun smiled, satisfied. Gotta say, this is one hell of a skill to have. Then he tightened his grip on the hilt, channeling all his energy into the True Blood Demon Sword, drastically powering it up. Gripping the twin swords with both hands, Sung Jun swung them in 2 powerful, intersecting arcs, creating an attack with devastating force. Thousands of slashes spread out, threatening to blow everything away. A beam of blue light shot down right where he was standing. It followed the cracks he'd made earlier, spreading out. It was a shield, meant to stop the destructive energy from raining down on the city below. Sung Jun stood there silently, staring at the huge, smoking hole in the middle of the shield, created by the recent impact. Like a total badass, he swung his 2 swords, took a breath, and leaped down into the pitch-black hole. The whole way down, he was completely surrounded by darkness. The system pinged. You have entered the indefinite magic zone. He wondered to himself, a magic zone? Shung cautiously scanned the area, trying to figure it out. Is this another dimension inside the barrier? Just seconds later, a notification popped up, activating his Spirit Eye skill. Monsters suddenly popped up everywhere, their sharp-toothed mouths gaping wide, starving to swallow him whole. The system kept spamming alerts. Those who are not the master of this zone will see horrific illusions that cannot be dispelled by skills. Those who are not the master of this zone will become disoriented, and all sensory-related abilities will be sealed. Those who are not the master of this zone will suffer a penalty, causing their stats to drop by 18 points. Shung suddenly sensed danger and spun around just as the ravenous monsters lunged. One of them charged in and sank its teeth into his right arm. Shung gritted his teeth, trying to bear the searing pain, but still let out a groan. He panicked at his current situation, a horrifying thought racing through his mind. These illusions are strong enough to actually cause physical damage to me. Just then, the system suddenly flashed. The bedrock skill has been activated. A stream of effects and skills lit up the space. The effects caused by the indefinite magic zone have been removed. A portion of your skills has been unsealed thanks to your magic resistance skill. The 18-point stat reduction penalty has been nullified by your power break skill. A blinding light exploded through the darkness, spreading out so fast it left the monsters stunned and unable to defend themselves. In a flash, Shung decisively sliced the horde of monsters into 100 pieces. Then, Shung landed solidly, using his true Supreme Blood Demon Sword and Heaven-Shattering Sword to absorb the shock. Noticing his fresh wounds had already healed, he smirked in satisfaction. Looks like this armor regenerates when I pump mana into it. Pretty damn handy. Sendo suddenly appeared right behind him, coolly remarking, "Well, that's a surprise." Shung's eyes immediately shot wide open with caution. The man pulled his hat down low, studying him carefully with a dark expression as he thought, "So someone strong enough to break through my magic zone actually exists in this inverse dimension." Without a word, Sung decisively swung his heaven-shattering sword and lopped Sendo's head clean off. The guy just laughed, completely unfazed. Still, this was all within my calculations. A massive burst of energy erupted from Sendo, so bright that Shung had to shield his face. The system displayed a notification. The legend of the indomitable warrior has been activated. The effect divinity, unyielding, has been activated. The effect divinity, turning the tables, has been activated. Covered in wounds, Shung struggled but stood his ground without moving. Witnessing this, Sendo was completely stunned. He and his clones wouldn't stop questioning him. "Are you an apostle? But I'm sure there are no gods in this inverse dimension." Shung arrogantly condensed a sphere of blood-red light in his palm, a clear challenge to the guy. Sendo's clones started to fade away, and he roared in fury. "Impossible!" He unleashed the immense power he had just gathered, letting it surge violently through the entire space. The guy kept using his copies to attack Sung, but it was useless. On the contrary, they were all blown back by the counterblast of power. Sendo's clones quickly turned to dust and vanished into thin air. The guy warned him with a grim, determined tone, "Even if you're some god's apostle, it doesn't matter since you've trespassed in my magic zone." Shung watched him closely, analyzing the situation in his head. "Looks like that one's a fake too. I wonder where that bastard's real body is hiding." Sendo immediately cast a spell, summoning countless mutated spirits. "You can't escape death." He decisively ordered them to charge. "Exploding spirits, attack!" The spirits opened their ravenous mouths. Shung got serious and pulled a baseball bat from the system. The counter-shield skill has been activated. Looking cool as hell, he precisely smacked away every single spirit that lunged at him. The shock waves from each hit set off small explosions all around Sendo. Glancing at his opponent's moves, Shung thought cautiously, "Is he trying to stall for time?" He panted, tired, then combined his three weapons. He uneasily thought to himself, "This guy's moves are easy enough to counter, but this has to be a trap." This method might be a bit overkill, Sung thought, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he made up his mind. Time to wipe this whole place out. He focused all his power and unleashed a devastating finishing blow, causing a massive tremor. The system displayed continuous notifications. The counter-shield skill has accumulated enough damage taken to be converted into a single strike. True Blood Spirit Demon Sword. Skill, Inlaid Enhancement, Doubt, B, has been activated. Skill, Merge Demon Sword's unique effect, Dual Strike, has been activated. A deafening explosion, thick with smoke and dust, ripped through the dark space. Outside in the real world, the giant sphere enveloping the two of them was starting to crack. It looked like it could shatter with a single touch. Inside the sphere, everything was obscured by thick smoke and dust. Sendo, trembling all over, struggled to sit up, groaning in agony. He gritted his teeth and snarled in fury. "Why the hell is a monster like you in this dimension?" Shung coolly stepped forward and commanded, "Hurry up and get rid of this pitch-black sphere." The guy repeated in confusion. "Black sphere?" Shung explained simply, "I'm talking about dispelling this pocket dimension." Sendo was so pissed he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it, do you have any idea what I had to go through to create this space?" The sound of the system rang out. The blood manipulation skill has been activated. To the sound of the alert, Sendo watched in horror as a strike shattered his right arm. The opponent hit by this attack will feel double the pain. The guy screamed in agony, thrashing about from the pain in his arm until he collapsed completely. Shung's face was cold as he repeated with emphasis, "Dispel it, now." Sendo stubbornly shot back a threat. "You bastard, do you have any idea who I am? How dare you do this to someone who's going to be the future Archmage of the Empire?" The blood manipulation skill activated again. His left arm suffered the same blow, making Sendo scream in utter despair. Shung indifferently commanded, "Dispel it." Sendo, crumpled on the ground, weakly begged, "Wait." He screamed helplessly, tears streaming down his face. "Damn it, I can't dispel it. It's not something I can do. I'm telling you the truth." Shung calmly used a special skill. The Fire Dragon's Eye skill has confirmed the target is telling the truth. He growled out his questions. "Tell me your home dimension, your name, and why you came to Earth." Sen stammered, begging pathetically, "First, can we make a deal? I swear it'll be worth your while." He emotionlessly stomped on the guy's back and ordered fiercely, "Shut up and answer my question." The guy had no choice but to obey and answer. "I come from Ares, and my name is Send. The reason I came to this puny dimension, I mean Earth." The information he confessed so honestly left him completely stunned. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. "I came to gather faith." Sung Johan pressed him. Gather faith? Send hesitated for a moment, then sneered. Don't tell me you came all the way here without even knowing what that is. He got pissed and stomped down even harder. Didn't I tell you to stop spouting nonsense? The guy cried out in pain and quickly begged. Wait, I'll tell you. Just get your foot off me first. Send lay on the ground, seething, his body trembling as he gritted his teeth and forced out the whole story. I saw records in some ancient ruins. It said that mages or knights can break their limits through faith. He was filled with a ravenous, massive ambition. Through the faith of humans, holy power will build up in your mana circle. And with that, you can reach the 6th circle, a higher plane of magic, and become an archmage. Sung Johan thought for a moment, then questioned him again. Then wouldn't it be better to get faith by helping people? All his dignity gone, Sen confessed the truth. Fear is another form of faith. I decided that slaughtering humans would be a faster way to gather it. He couldn't hide his curiosity. Why did you choose Earth? The guy recalled the image of a brilliant Earth in the vast cosmos. It was written in the ancient texts that a mage's rank can't be raised with holy power in a place where other gods exist. Send offered a surprisingly logical explanation. That's why I came to this tiny dimension, where no gods reside. Sung Johan's eyes narrowed dangerously as he stared at him, his voice low and chilling. So, let me get this straight. You slaughtered all these people just to collect faith? Sen nonchalantly agreed. That's right. He decisively stomped on him with full force and cursed, "You psycho!" The guy wailed in agony. "Please, stop!" Sung Johan's brow furrowed, his aura turning lethal as he bit out each word. Next question. Do you know anything about a god of proof or a god of war? Sen kept on lying. I don't know the two gods you're talking about. A brutal look crossed Sung Johan's face as he used his ability. The skill Fire Dragon's Eye confirmed the target was lying. He silently looked down at the man crumpled at his feet, his mind racing. I was just probing, but he really does know. Sen definitely knows about those two gods. Sung Johan's face darkened as he grabbed the guy by the collar, his voice grim as he mocked him. I get it. I'm sure you don't want to say anything when it's such important information, right? At this point, his anger exploded, and he mercilessly slaughtered and tortured Send. The system notification popped up one after another. The torture technique skill has been activated. From now on, you can use the torture technique more easily. Instilling fear in a target is easier, and the effectiveness of the torture technique is increased by 10%. A wicked look appeared on Sung Johan's face, his eyes gleaming as his powerful voice boomed. Let's see how long you can last. The moonlight tonight shone down into the sphere through a crack above. In stark contrast was the gruesome, bloody sight of Send. Cold water was splashed on his face, jolting him from his stupor. He begged in agony, "Just kill me. Stop healing me." Sung Johan coldly offered, "Send a choice. Why are you making things so much harder when you could just talk?" Sung Johan coolly came to a conclusion as the magnificent image of the magic tower came to mind. I've learned a lot from Send. Holy power, magic, the god of proof, the god of war, even a little information about the Ares dimension. Sung Johan's whole body was exhausted from hours of non-stop action. He stretched his joints. I think it's been 7 hours since I got here. Sung Johan sighed. Torturing someone for that long really takes a mental toll. But then, he had a grim realization. Now I understand what holy power is. Sung Johan suddenly understood exactly how this source of power operated inside his body. First, just having holy power doesn't mean you become a god. However, to accumulate holy power, martial artists from the martial world need to open their dantian, and mages need what's called a magic circle around their heart. Sung Johan carefully analyzed how mana combined with it. It's an energy purer than anything else, and it resonates easily with one's will, which means the base form of mana is holy power. Another important thing. He circulated the golden mana, letting it cover his whole body while he considered it. If you accumulate holy power, you can become stronger, faster, and reach a higher stage. It can easily react to any difficult form of will and allow its wielder to achieve a level of mastery beyond their natural abilities. Sung Johan stared blankly into space as he thought, there's still one problem. I have no idea how to use it. But I do know this. You can't influence holy power with sword ki. From inside Sung Johan's body, an immense source of power radiated from his chest, controlling the magic power around it. There are two ways to accumulate holy power. One is to separate and refine mana little by little. This way is extremely difficult and time-consuming. The other way is through that huge red stone in the middle of the city, glowing with strange patterns, controlled by those wizards through faith, either through worship or fear. Once there's enough faith, the receiver of that faith will accumulate holy power through their heart. This is everything I learned from Send. At that thought, Sung Johan viciously stomped on one of Send's legs, making him scream out the truth in agony. There's a prophecy. A prophecy that was never supposed to be revealed. He looked pathetic, his face pale and his body writhing as he recalled and recounted the details. A priest who worships the god of war told me the prophecy. I swear it's true. According to it, I needed to search for information related to holy power among the texts in the ancient ruins. Sung Johan resentfully tightened his grip on the true blood demon sword and repeated the name in his head. The god of war. Thinking about him interfering so directly, he recalled what the god had warned him about in the past. Don't trust the other gods, they will be hostile to you. Just like the god of proof said. Confused, his mind in chaos, Sung racked his brain trying to find an answer. I don't know why a god who only ever contacts me through messages would be hostile to me, or why the god of war is hostile to Earth. He gritted his teeth, pissed off, thinking he could confirm it by the chaos that bastard was causing on Earth. The world outside was a total mess, getting wrecked by all sorts of natural disasters. If this crap keeps up, Sung's face turned grim as he silently swore an oath. The god of war would definitely be his enemy. He swung the true blood demon sword in a wide arc, finishing off Sendu and unleashing a power that echoed everywhere. The system immediately dinged with a notification. You have absorbed Sendu's soul. Your proficiency has increased by 4.4%. The true blood demon sword sucked up all the spiritual energy, turning blood red and glowing with a creepy demonic light. Item rank A- has increased by 1.4 out of 1.4 by absorbing the life force of Challenger Sendu. The item's current rank has reached its full potential and will be promoted from A- to A. The Soul Ego Engraving skill has been inscribed into the exclusive slot of Blood Arts after absorbing Challenger Sendu's life force. Sung looked cool as hell, all quiet and intense, deep in his calculations. If I want to get strong enough to fight a god, I at least need to amp up my holy power. A ruthless, murderous look flashed across his face. A few days later, Sung Johan was chilling at home in a cozy room, his dimensional bag right next to him. Holding a hot cup of tea, he whipped his head around, wondering why it had been 2 whole days and still nothing had happened. Hyeon had warned him before. This dimensional bag is super valuable, so you'd better be careful with it. Sung cracked a small smile, placing his hand on the dimensional bag and muttering, after that last raid, the loot I got includes a skill proficiency potion, a physical enhancement potion, and a random skill book. Damn, so many items. Though for him, that haul was barely anything. Then Sung stared off into the darkness ahead, a guess forming in his mind. The guys from the UK definitely didn't walk away empty-handed. They took whatever they could. Images of massive structures appeared in Sung's mind as his train of thought continued. Once they start investigating that thing, it'll become a huge asset for the UK. Damn, I probably should have demanded ownership rights back then. After that, he picked up his hunter license. It showed rank A, melee type. His gaze was thoughtful as he mouthed the words on it, A-rank hunter. Then Sung told himself that he used to only dream of becoming an A-rank hunter, and then he furiously slammed the card on the table and bitched, but why the hell am I not S-rank now? The Hunter Association is so damn petty. After the raid, the British Hunter Association had called a press conference, asking Sung Johan if he wanted British citizenship, and even offered a bunch of annoying crap, like a mountain of cash. On top of that, South Korea also gave Sung Johan a tax cut. He got unemployment benefits and a bunch of other sweet deals to lure him in. But to Sung Johan right now, all the money and fame in the world didn't mean jack. A sharp look flashed in his eyes as a thought rose in his mind. Because no matter how much I earn, it's all worthless if this planet disappears. He sat there on the sofa looking like a total boss, his determination crystal clear. My real goal should be to train myself. Sung's entire body radiated an aura of insane determination and absolute power, enough to stop even the gods if they showed up. Just then, he remembered what that Ares guy had said before. Holy power is the purest form of mana. After that, Sung Johan sat cross-legged with his hands on his knees, and energy began to gather in the center of his chest. Streams of deep red energy swirled around his heart. After training for a while, the energy started to weaken, and a thought popped into Sung Johan's head. Just as I thought. No matter how many times I do this, the result's always the same. The faint streams of energy just vanished into thin air as he complained to himself. Even though I can purify my mana, I can't purify it enough to turn it into holy power. This is so damn hard. Then Sung Johan entered a different state, surrounded by bright golden bands, as his thoughts continued. If it wasn't for the hero's grace ability, I wouldn't even be able to purify it this much. I probably wouldn't even be able to sense it. Luckily, I already have some holy power, so I'm not too bummed out. Sung Johan's eyes snapped open, utterly desperate now. But even though I could use a little of it in the Void Realm, no matter how hard I try to learn holy power, I can't create sword ki or mana from it. The energy slowly faded away. He sat there thinking for a long time before asking himself another question. Faith? You can use holy power through willpower with faith? Is that all it is? Was it the faith built from my foundation as a seasoned warrior and a vampire slayer that activated the holy power? His face darkened as he finally understood something. So that's it. Right now, I can't even use holy power properly. With that thought, Sung Johan quickly pulled up the hood of his jacket, covering his entire head. Blue energy began to appear with a system notification. It is time to return to the Tower of Trials. His decision followed immediately. Well, I'll just figure it out while I'm climbing the tower. A short while later, a pillar of blue energy struck a location, along with a notification from the system. You have entered the 15th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty: hard. The theme of the current trial is battleground. We hope to see a satisfying result from your arduous training. The 15th floor was a total mess, with the heads of zombies popping up from the ground. A loud shout rang out. Kill all those cultist bastards who rejected our god of darkness. On the opposite side, some guys from the other cult replied sarcastically, what a pain in the ass. I've been a merc for years, and I still can't get used to this crap. You guys are the ones who look more like a cult. Why the hell did Reno even take a mission like this? At the same time, a tent flap was ripped open by a man named Zan. With a furious face, he screamed, Hey, you idiot, get up! Then he stormed over, grabbed Sung by the collar, and yanked him to his feet. This left Sung totally confused. The man pointed outside, still screaming. The signal to start the battle went off ages ago, so why are you still in here sleeping? Sung wondered to himself, what the hell? It just started. Is this guy a person or an NPC? Sung slowly walked outside. Seeing his getup, Zan immediately asked, what the hell kind of outfit is that? The holy war is about to start. Where's your weapon? Sung's eyes turned to steel. He muttered the two words, holy war, and then guessed, is there a religious war going on here? Then he turned his head to look at the smoke rising in the distance. A mob of people was aggressively charging forward as a system notification appeared. The 15th floor trial has begun. 17 days left. To successfully clear the trial, you have to reasonably achieve the Holy War's objective within the time limit. Trial failure conditions: faking your death or running out of time. Trial clear reward: S+ protection bracelet of the nameless god. Penalty for failure: death. Sung Jo scanned it over and started putting the pieces together. Looked like the enemy had a few thousand troops. Just then, the heretic cultists were riding their horses like crazy. A couple of them were even screaming to hype everyone up. Listen up, soldiers. If we win this holy war, history will remember our names. Support Reno, no matter what. Sung Jo and Sehan were riding behind them, so he asked, who's Reno? With a proud look on his face, the guy said, glad you asked. She's the commander of our mercenary corps, Reno. He flashed a grin as he added, an aura user. Just then, on the enemy side, some dude with 2 axes perched up high started yelling, the heretic scum are here! Everyone, prepare for battle! The order rang out. It was time to pass judgment on the fanatics who worship the god of war. Something clicked for Sung Jo. He scanned the scene again, the dust clouds rising from the chaos, the wooden shields, and just like that, he figured out who he was supposed to be. Alright, so the situation is, I'm part of some mercenary group hired by those annoying bastards who worship the shadow god. Seeing the soldiers in iron armor ahead, Sung mistakenly assumed he was now fighting for the god of war's faction. A wicked grin spread across his face as he thought, man, I'm actually getting pumped for this. Right then, a system notification popped up. Special quest. The path of a leader has begun. Be acknowledged by the mercenary army as an exceptional leader. Completing this quest will grant an additional reward upon clearing the trial. Reno is fiercely ambitious with her blade. She's the commander of a mid-sized mercenary corps. She wasn't born into some noble family or anything. Instead, she grew up on the battlefield, fighting in more wars than you can count and staring death in the face time and time again. Because of that, she managed to break through and become an aura user, a level that only officially recognized knights are supposed to reach. But since she never got proper training from any old masters, she's got a lot of limitations. So, she's got no choice but to keep throwing herself into battle, risking her own life in the pursuit of true mastery. Back on the battlefield, Reno jumped off her horse and charged head first, sword in hand. She dove right into the enemy swarm, sending them flying with just a few badass swings of her blade. She sliced through them one by one with ridiculously easy swings, her feet a blur as she pushed forward. Sung was watching the whole thing go down, totally focused. A million thoughts raced through his head. You can't kill them all, they just keep coming, and there are probably a few thousand of them. And when he looked over at his own troops, his anxiety spiked. On their side, even with the annoying zombies those shadow priests summoned, they only had 700 soldiers. Reno was still fighting like a beast, but he realized this situation was nothing like what those damn shadow priests had promised. If this plan goes south, we're totally screwed. Just then, someone yelled, "Support Reno!" But then another voice cut through. "Hold up!" Right then, in front of everyone, something huge started bursting out of the ground. It cut off everyone who was rushing to help Reno up ahead. The massive thing rose completely from the earth, a giant stone golem with glowing red eyes. Next to that monster, everyone below looked like ants. Its shadow loomed over them, leaving everyone completely shocked. Someone screamed, "A giant golem!" Just then, a guy ran up to Seihan. "Vice Commander, Reno's been cut off from us." He was stunned. "What?" Then he whipped his head around and roared, "Shit!" Now she was fighting all alone, and before she knew it, enemy soldiers had swarmed her from behind. One of them lunged at Reno, sword raised. But she thought to herself, I can't even lift my arm anymore. Looming over her, a soldier with bloodshot eyes brought his sword down with vicious force. She stood frozen, unable to move. Her thoughts turned bleak. So this is it. I'm gonna die for nothing. I'll never reach the peak. A single tear streamed down the strong warrior's face. She was completely hopeless. How stupid. If I knew it would end like this, I never would have joined this damn holy war. Just then, Sung appeared in front of Reno. With a single horizontal slash, he sliced a whole arc of soldiers clean in half. She was floored, her eyes wide and her jaw on the ground. He slung the glowing sword over his shoulder, shot Reno a cold look, and said, "This should hold them off for a while. You better fall back while I hold the line." She just stood there, stunned, her mind a total mess. How can he be so damn calm in the middle of this chaos? Am I dreaming? While she was still frozen, Sung-jo charged ahead, his sword a blur, completely overwhelming his enemies with sheer pressure. Reno's eyes widened, a new light in them. That is power, she breathed. He was dropping soldiers one by one. They started yelling to each other. Who the hell is this guy? Even as his blade swept past them, they were still yelling warnings. Everyone, watch out! This guy is dangerous as hell! The attack finished with Sung-jo leaping high into the air. A ton of enemies were wiped out in an instant. Behind him, Reno was still in a daze, just standing there thinking, power, reflexes, battle sense. He has it all. It's like watching a work of art. And then, her face suddenly flushed bright red as she thought, it's beautiful. From the chaos of the battle, black souls and red blood started to materialize from nothing, twisting together. These streams of energy spiraled in front of Sung's chest. He gripped his sword, glanced around, and muttered to himself, all-out brawls are my specialty. I can just keep regenerating stamina and mana by absorbing souls and blood mid-fight. One by one, soldiers were lifted into the air as Sung absorbed them. He thought to himself that his necromancy proficiency would only go up by 0.001% per person he absorbed, which was kinda lame. But then the system started spamming notifications that Sung-jo was absorbing each person's skills, and he slowly brought his sword down for 2 more strikes. A smug grin spread across his face as he thought, absorbing other people's skills is actually pretty damn useful. It's all based on chance, after all. That one brutal strike shattered the ground around him, sending up a massive cloud of dust and launching enemy soldiers into the air. The enemy captain thrust his hands forward, a pink aura flaring to life as he ordered, "We can't take that monster on ourselves. Send in the golems to stop him." The guy finished speaking, and a ton of stone golems shot up from the ground in front of Sung. As a golem's stone fist came crashing down, he just calmly spun his sword, muttering the name of his technique, 7 Arts White Sword. He raised the blade behind him, light exploding from it. Sung's eyes were sharp as he finished the chant. White sword, heaven's cleave. A second later, the giant golem let out a massive roar as its body was sliced in two, and right there, between the two halves, was Sung, looking like a total badass. The guys from the Shadow God's side were all slack-jawed, seeing him wreck that huge golem in just one hit. Is he even human? Among those soldiers, Reno was trying to keep her cool, but she was dead certain about one more thing. That was the same skill he used to save her earlier. There's no way I saw that wrong. The epic image of Sung Jo-han was reflected in Reno's eyes. She was totally floored, realizing he was literally pulling and warping space. That was definitely no ordinary sword skill. Right now, the chunks of rock that made up the giant golem were crashing down right in front of the war god's crew. Some dude was holding his head, another was grinding his teeth, saying, "He beat a giant golem that we had to use magic essence to summon, in a single strike? No way! I've never heard of anything like this." From the middle of the panicking crowd, a bald dude started walking out all confident, as someone mumbled, "Is that?" He stood in front of the soldiers, hands behind his back, and grimly tried to calm them down. "Don't freak out like this. Our enemy is just one guy." After hearing that, the war god's soldiers all jumped up and started cheering. "War Priest Mobia, bring out the war magic cult's secret weapon, the Great Binding." He started forming a massive magic circle, while a soldier announced it. A spell so powerful when it's complete, it can even temporarily seal a dragon. If we can catch that bastard, victory will be ours for the taking. At this point, Sung Jo-han was still focused on slicing down every single enemy, totally unaware of the magic hurtling towards his back. The spell was right on him, just inches away from his body. With his sharp senses, he instantly noticed and just swatted the spell away with his sword. The War God faction's last hope was crushed. No one could even make a sound, just standing there with their mouths hanging open. Even Priest Mobia couldn't hide his terror. Sweat was pouring down his face like a faucet as he thought to himself, how could he just nullify my magic so easily? Don't tell me he's a priest too? While the enemy troops were still totally shell-shocked, Sung zipped forward, a blur in the wind, and shoved the sword in his right hand straight through Mobia. The guy was still in shock, thinking, I couldn't even see him. His power was insane. The tip of the blade popped out of the guy's back in a flash, blood gushing everywhere. Then, all of a sudden, those blood droplets turned into bullets and shot out in one direction. The enemy side couldn't handle the surprise attack. One of them, shielding his head from the bullets, yelled, what the hell? What are we being hit by? On the other side, Sung stood there confidently with his arms spread, powerful energy swirling behind him, thinking to himself, using blood control out in the open could cause some annoying problems, so I came up with this idea. The time he'd practiced using blood flashed through Sung's mind. He smirked and whispered to himself, using blood crystals like directional bombs. Just then, Mobia's body collapsed onto the ground, soaked in blood, as someone announced, Father Mobia is dead. The enemies quickly retreated on command. We have to find the bishop! We can't deal with that monster! Everyone, fall back! The Shadow God side was going wild, cheering their asses off. Following that, system messages started popping up. Everyone on the battlefield has etched your performance into their very bones. Congratulations. You have completed the special mission. Captain's Journey. The reward for the 15th floor has been increased. A familiar blue light appeared around Sung. His eyes watched it as his ears took in the news. You have received the achievement, Invincible Warrior. All of your skills have increased by 4. As Sung Johan was about to enter his tent, Jean's voice called out, You can have this tent to yourself. Sung Johan snapped his head around to see Jean scratching his head and hesitating. Then the guy bowed a full 90 degrees and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry for acting so rudely earlier. He just laughed and replied, Don't worry about it. You elves are a weird bunch. He repeated the word elves in his head. Then Sung turned to go inside, waving his hand and saying, I'm tired and I want to rest. You can go now. Jean quickly replied, Rest well, sir. Sung strolled confidently into the large tent, a satisfied smirk on his face as he realized that after kicking thousands of asses in a single battle, people started treating him way more carefully and even upgraded his living quarters immediately. He pulled up the system window, remembering the message that popped up in the middle of the fight. Sung Johan scanned through the messages, which included, You have ended the lives and collected the souls of many. Your Grim Reaper talent is beginning to form. The Grim Reaper quality, obtainable when necromancy reaches grade A, has begun to develop further. Then he just stood there alone among the magic particles, wondering, what the hell even is a Grim Reaper? Sharp, dark images flashed through his mind, the question still lingering. It's exactly. Before he could finish his thought, Sung Johan whipped his head around, sensing something. Without even thinking, he instantly drew his sword and swung it like a madman. Reno was sent flying by the attack, then came crashing down with a scream. She face-planted, hard, right in front of Sung. Reno slowly got up as he stared in shock, muttering words like, Just as I expected. That was a damn sharp attack. She lifted her pretty face, and Sung immediately recognized her. Reno. His face went blank, and he immediately shot back a question. What are you doing here? Good thing you weren't trying to assassinate me, or you'd be dead right now. Reno cleared her throat, looked Sung Johan straight in the eye, and said, It's thanks to you that I'm still alive. Hearing that, Sung Johan joked, Is it some kind of tradition here to sneak around like a thief when you're thanking someone? She got all flustered at that and tried to raise her hand to explain, well. Then she got serious again and blurted out the real question, You're not a mercenary, are you? A bead of sweat rolled down Sung's cheek. His mind was racing. Crap, this is a mess. Even if I say I'm a real mercenary, there's no way someone this suspicious will just believe it. Did I show off too much earlier? Seeing him stay quiet, Reno pressed on. I figured it out from that insane fight you pulled off earlier. That's not something a mercenary can do. Then she glared at him, her eyes sharp and her expression more serious than ever, as she asked, Who are you? He couldn't stay silent anymore. Sung-yoon calmly opened his mouth and let out a single word, me. And then he dropped the title that absolutely blew Reno's mind, an emissary sent by the god of darkness. He kept a dead serious face even though every word was total bullshit, claiming to be an apostle of the god. As he finished, Shung sighed to himself, Crap, this is gonna be a pain, but I've gotta do something now. After hearing his title, Reno's whole body started shaking, and she stammered, You're an apostle of the god? Hearing that, Sungyun got a little worried. Shit, did she realize I'm lying? Suddenly, she planted both hands on the floor, slammed her forehead down, and said loud and clear, Greetings, Lord Apostle. Has this lowly commoner offended you, Lord Apostle? Her actions totally threw him off, his voice losing its confident edge. Wait, you don't have to be so formal. Sungyun helped her up, flashing a friendly but seriously sly smile, and made a proposal. Please, help me keep this a secret. It'll be a massive pain if spies find out about my power. Reno shot him a wary look and asked hesitantly, But is it really okay for you to tell me something so important? Sungyun beamed, his eyes crinkling as he replied with some seriously smooth words. Nah, it's cool. True comrades can trust each other. Reno's cheeks flushed red, her usually stone-cold expression melting at those two words. True comrades. Just then, a glowing arrow appeared above her head, followed by a flood of system messages. Special quest. Subject's acknowledgement has begun. Gain acknowledgement from the strongest mercenary and increase the strength of your allies. The strongest mercenary will be marked by an arrow that only the fake warrior can see. During this special quest, even if you are unable to lead, the strongest mercenary will lead in your place. Upon completing the special quest, you will receive the additional reward, the strongest mercenary in the allied barracks, Renal Air. In his mind, Sung saw himself standing on high, raising his sword. He was already thinking about what would happen after completing the Captain's Journey special quest. I was wondering how I should lead them from now on. This came at the perfect time. He gripped Reno's wrist, his gentle gaze making her blush. The corners of Sungyun's lips curled up even more, thrilled with his new thought. Looks like this trial is going to be easier than I expected. He looked up at the system window, checking out the stats of his own ruler's aura: strength, agility, stamina, endurance, and mana. Then he thought to himself, all my stats are in the triple digits now. Sungyun smirked again, a totally arrogant smile spreading across his face as a single word popped into his head. Nice. Then he remembered he'd absorbed a few skills after that last battle and wondered if he should reorganize them. Just then, the skill window refreshed, listing them from top to bottom: Fortitude C+, Alchemy C, and Battle Cry. Surging, Will E+, Gluttony F+, Continuous Combat E, Black Wolf Steps D+, Morale Boost F+, and Quick Reflexes D. Sungyun scanned the list, then rested his chin on his hand, thinking, I absorbed a ton, but most of them are useless. He made up his mind. It's time to use skill synthesis. Then, he spread his arms wide. A series of system windows began to pop up, notifications appearing side by side. Skill synthesis privilege has been activated. The power, Hero's Grace, has been strongly activated. A new message appeared. Your luck will be temporarily increased. Sungyun's eyes shot wide open. A brilliant energy burst forth from the center of his chest. Immediately after, a pillar of light shot through the roof of the tent and straight into the sky. Once the power was activated, Fortitude was boosted to an absolute grade of B+. Black Wolf Steps jumped from a D all the way to an A. The Life Drain skill also got a massive boost, up to a B+. By now, Shung was grinning from ear to ear, his excitement obvious in his thoughts. That power I activated when I synthesized the S-Demon Sword before. Hero's Grace is this damn useful? He raised the sword, the one he'd stuck in the ground beside him the other day, as he suddenly remembered, oh yeah, I have this thing too. 3 skill slots appeared for him to choose from, listed from top to bottom: Imbue skill, Blood Enhancement C+, Aptitude Enhancement B+, and Soul Transfer B+. Without a second thought, Shung jabbed his finger right into the Soul Transfer skill slot. The system immediately displayed a description of the skill absorbed from the challenger. Transfer a soul into a shield or an item. Skill effect. When a soul is transferred, a portion of the soul will enter any target. The accompanying skills will disappear. The soul transferred into an item will be able to grow and support its master as much as possible. That gave him an idea. So after I use the skill, it'll just disappear on its own? Sweet. That means I can use Life Drain in this trial. He held 2 swords parallel in front of him, along with a line of text. True Supreme Blood Demon Sword. Imbue skill. Soul Transfer B+ has been activated. Please select the shield or item you wish to transfer the soul into. He didn't rush his decision, standing still for a moment with a pensive look in his eyes. Soon after, having made his choice, Sungyun reached his hand straight out toward the 2 energy swords. Soul transfer is like putting a character who can help me into an item. This isn't something I can really use this early on, so the best fit is the Supreme Blood Demon Sword, an item that can grow. He gripped the Supreme Blood Demon Sword tightly as streams of magical energy swirled around it. A new notification appeared beside it. You have selected the A-grade True Supreme Blood Demon Sword as the target for the Imbue skill. Suddenly, the Supreme Blood Demon Sword erupted in a blinding flash of light that blasted him right in the face. At that very moment, that beam of light shot straight up into the sky. Down below, the sword stood alone, majestic, surrounded by countless swirling energies. The pattern on the blade also lit up brilliantly with an announcement. The soul of the seven-blooded demon, Jiam Chonggu, has entered the Supreme Blood Demon Sword. Suddenly, a savage laugh echoed in Sung's ear, followed by a voice. I have been humiliated and tortured for so long. The same laughter and voice continued. Submit to me, worship me, glorify me. I, the blood demon, Jiam Chonggu, have returned. A bead of sweat rolled down Shung's cheek. He felt a little uneasy, thinking, some psycho just got into my Supreme Blood Demon Sword. In the middle of the night, the senior from the Ghost faction was outside casting a spell, slowly raising the bones of all kinds of creatures. Not long after, an incredibly imposing skeleton, half human and half monster, appeared. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in awe. Combining bones like that is a real art form. Our senior is amazing. Just as everyone was laughing at the skeleton, a long stride cut through, grabbing everyone's attention. He walked with his head held high, whispers trailing behind him. Isn't that the butcher walking over there? That young guy is the butcher? You haven't seen it, have you? But that guy is a straight-up monster on the battlefield. He's chopped off thousands of heads without even flinching. Let's bounce, this is bad news. And just like that, those guys turned tail and left. He could only complain to himself, yeah, I didn't want to listen to you guys talk anyway. Sung-Yoon walked down the empty road, the moonlight shining down on him. The whole vibe was getting to him. Man, what a beautiful and quiet night. As he was enjoying the moonlit scenery, the master soul in his sword appeared to chew him out. You little shit, are you messing with me? How dare you ignore my words? There are countless people out there desperate, begging for a chance to talk to me. He shot back a short reply in his head. Seeing that he wasn't answering, the old man just got more pissed and kept on ranting. So disrespectful. So damn disrespectful, ignoring me. The blood demon Jang Chun-gu? I'm talking to you. Hearing this, he was speechless. Geez, now he's hyping himself up. In that same tone, the blood demon kept whining. I thought I'd finally escape that prison, but I ended up with some boring-ass master. Sung-Yoon finally snapped back. I'm not boring. I just don't like pointless conversations. As he kept walking, the old man asked, amused, so you're finally talking to me? Sung-Yoon didn't pay him any mind, just figured that there was no one else spying on him around here anymore. The blood demon started dissing him with a condescending tone. How stupid. You don't know how to use telekinesis? I thought you were like me. He glanced down at the sword, dead serious about the question he was about to ask. Telekinesis? I don't know about that. Maybe you were a challenger too, back when you were alive? The eyes on the sword's hilt glowed. He said to Sung-Yoon, are you kidding me? There's no one who doesn't know the blood demon, Jang Chun-gu. Hearing that, he immediately asked, so what floor did you get to? The old man gave a short reply. The last floor I climbed was the 41st floor. That made Sung-Yoon freeze in shock. The 41st floor? Then, a wicked grin spread across his face as he thought, if he's telling the truth, then this is some quality intel. This is going to be a huge advantage. But then, he remembered something and panicked. Wait a second. If he made it to the 41st floor? Thinking about it, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and just blurted out the question. I thought challengers who die on the 40th floor or higher get revived by the administrator? Why weren't you revived? The old man thought for a bit, then insisted. You're telling me to live like some dog in that tower? I could never do that. No way in hell I'd do something so disgusting. Sung-Yoon just shook his head, tired of the answer. His pride is completely taken over his mind, but he still replied politely, yes. Then his tone sharpened, and he gave the sword a death glare. I get that you were some big shot in your day, but now you're just a soul in my sword. He held the sword up in front of his face, emphasizing every single word. Don't you forget it. And then a moment later, the ground where Sung-Yoon stood shook violently, rocks shattering weirdly. As he was staring at the blade, the old man reassured him, I know. You think I don't? I'll help you in battle. Don't worry. The blood demon's eyes flashed red as a thought crossed his mind. Is he trying to establish a master-servant relationship? He's tougher than I thought. Then, the blood demon confidently declared something to Sung-Yoon. Even if I couldn't show off much of my power when I was alive, I was a genius in both martial arts and magic. Whatever you want, I can do it, just like this. The moment he finished speaking, 7 or 8 streams of energy shot out from the blade. He stood there, his hand held high, surrounded by the fierce power of the demon's sword, with rings of energy radiating out like they wanted to swallow space itself. When he opened his eyes wide, the sight before him was another massive shock to his system. All Sung-Yoon had to do was hold the sword tight, and it alone could wipe out everything around them. He glanced around, then said coldly, "Looks like I've got myself a useful support, huh?" Jang Chun-gu was a little pissed off by that reaction. Support? What's with that robotic expression? Seriously, you're not from the same dimension as me, are you? The surrounding trees had all been knocked over. Sung Yoon then explained, "I'm from Earth. You've probably never heard of it." The moment he heard that, the old man started dissing it. Earth must be some backwater dimension. Probably just got registered as an official one, huh? So much time has passed. Then he got serious, saying, "In this sword's current state, it's going to be hard for it to contain my soul, so I can't stay conscious for too long." And is someone coming? A figure was rushing towards Sung Yoon from behind. The blood demon said his last words, "I'm done talking. Call me when the time is right." Just as he sheathed the demon sword, Reno ran up to him, out of breath. "Sir, there you are." He immediately wondered, "What brings you here in the middle of the night?" She raised her weapon, then let out a torrent of serious words. "I'm sorry to interrupt your training, sir, but the enemy launched a surprise attack. A battle has broken out between the Ghost Sect and the elite Paladin squad." Sung Yoon was totally hyped and couldn't help but praise it. Interesting. This is what the Tower's trials are all about. Never a dull moment. He walked past Reno with a smile on his face and made a request. "Tell me more about this elite squad." Then Sung Yoon bolted forward, declaring clearly, "I'm joining this holy war immediately." Meanwhile, at the battle site, the Paladins were shouting at each other to protect the priests, as the enemy was killing them to neutralize their magic. A moment later, the two sides broke apart, and everyone started cursing. "Damn it, those bastards from the Ghost Sect and their sneak attacks. Such cowards." Sung Yoon and Reno advanced towards the battle side by side. He silently made an assessment. There aren't as many of them as before. 100 at most. But then a guy using some kind of authority appeared before him, and he continued his observation. They're way stronger than before, though. On top of that, the enemy is also using an authority with holy power. Though of course it's nothing compared to mine. Just then, the soldiers from both sides crashed into each other like hungry tigers. The Ghost Sect lunatics were slashing and torturing their opponents with words, "Die! Just die already, you insects." Reno stood there, dazed, in the middle of the chaotic battlefield as the number of soldiers just kept dropping. She couldn't even draw her sword now. She was just frozen in horror. What? Is their authority really that strong? Just then, a firm hand on Reno's shoulder snapped her back to her senses. Sung Yoon stepped in front of her and asked, "Miss Reno, can I ask you for a favor?" He didn't wait for an answer before stating his request. "No matter how strong the enemy is, and no matter how hopeless the situation gets, please, just trust me." Then Sung Yoon smiled again, a wide grin that made his eyes crinkle, as he said, "I trust you too, Reno." Once again, Reno's cheeks flushed red, her heart thrown into turmoil by that smile. Sung Yoon then laid out the plan. "All right, maintain formation and protect the priests. We need the priests to end this holy war." She parted her lips, slowly spelling it out. "Yes, sir." Then she leaped forward, totally fired up, her face filled with determination as she shot back. "I'll make sure they're protected." The system immediately dropped a new notification. "Mercenary Reno has begun to revere you. Congratulations, you have completed the special condition, Object of Veneration. The Allied camp's morale will increase twofold, and thanks to your careful command, the formation will not be broken. Additional rewards for the 15th floor trial are being calculated." Reno brushed past Sung Yoon, saying with total conviction, "Sir, good luck. If we survive and see each other again, I'll buy you a round." He grinned, a huge smirk on his face, and replied loudly, "Sounds like a plan. We'll catch up over a drink then." Without another moment's hesitation, his long, lean legs shot him forward. This time, he was using the Black Wolf Step skill, a footwork technique that mimics the legendary Black Wolf. Effect: all footwork skills are boosted by 40% and all traces are erased. When moving at night, the effect is doubled. By using the skill just right, Sung Yoon flashed right through the Ghost Sect mob. They could only tell something had passed by, with no clue that his supercharged body was blasting through for a reason. In the blink of an eye, the demon sword did its thing. The Ghost Sect guys were hit with a blood shower from their own comrades. The bald dude among them was lucky enough to survive, but his face was soaked in fresh blood. Not letting a single one get away, Sung Yoon spun around, deadly demonic energy flaring behind him. With a sword in each hand, he made a silent threat. "You're all gonna regret attacking us tonight." Just then, the Allied captain realized how bad things were getting and bellowed an order to his soldiers. "Everyone, hold your positions!" He kept screaming as the situation got worse. "Watch the formation, damn it! They've even broken through to the healers in the back." Meanwhile, Sehan was going head-to-head with a really tough guy from the Ghost Sect. He locked hands with the other guy, and while pouring all his strength into their grip, he managed to yell, "Stay calm and maintain the battle formation." The Allied forces were getting totally overwhelmed, and every last enemy was fighting like a complete psycho. Their numbers were dwindling. He kept reminding everyone, "If we fall here, the only thing waiting for us is death." The moment he finished, the enemy Seihan was fighting slugged him right in the gut. His head started spinning, his focus wavering, and he screamed, "Damn it!" Just as things got critical, a figure leaped in from a distance. Reno shot forward, her eyes glowing blue, sword held high. The guy fighting Seihan finally noticed her. He spun around in shock, trying his best to dodge, but it was no use. A slash cut through the air, and drops of blood fell in front of Seihan's eyes. As Reno swung her sword down, the guy's lower body went flying in two different directions. Seihan called out her name, "Commander Reno." She walked over to him and joked, "Making such a big deal over a little punch to the gut?" Seihan laughed awkwardly and replied, "It just tickled a bit." Reno then started taking deep breaths to project her voice. She stood among the soldiers, held her sword out horizontally, and declared, "Everyone, follow the strategy. Except for the tanks, everyone else fall back." In a flash, the tank group with their sturdy wooden shields moved into a defensive formation. The archers are our main firepower, positioned right behind the tanks. The melee fighters will protect the healers, ready to engage at all times. The troops were arranged in a logical sequence. The system then announced the activation of the effect received from the special quest, the Revered One. With Reno commanding in Sungyun's place, the Allied camp's morale increased by 2,000. Thanks to her cautious command, the formation will not break. The Ghost Sect goons' faces turned ugly seeing the morale boost, but each one still gloated. "You insects, struggle all you want." Their soldiers began to advance after that declaration. "For the Ghost Sect, we are the ones who will receive the glory of this holy war." The two sides started clashing, with the Ghost Sect first facing a volley of arrows from the main firepower. A group of them changed direction and charged forward together, yelling, "Get the bitch in the middle first." Reno was their target, and she was currently standing in the middle of a solid line of shields. The Ghost Sect soldiers threw all their strength into smashing the wooden shields, which put the support team in a tight spot. The soldiers in the back could feel the pressure and called out, "Commander, we can't hold on like this. Please, let us fight too." She flatly refused. "No. Hold your positions." Then, she stared ahead and shouted, "Our objective is to protect the priests. If we have faith and keep defending, he will come." Right then, Sungyun had already teleported behind the enemy army. He held his two swords back, preparing to strike. He ran towards them like the wind, thanks to his Black Wolf step skill. Only then did those guys realize what was happening. Since when was he here? Sungyun's eyes flashed with a razor-sharp glint, his face a mask of pure intensity. In a flash, he zipped past the soldiers, every step leaving behind a devastating slash. His appearance made Reno break into a relieved smile. Standing fearlessly in the middle of the chaotic battlefield, Sungyun pointed his demon sword straight ahead. A long red chain shot out from it. In an instant, the chain had tightly bound the Ghost Sect members, forcing them to their knees. The soul of the demon sword was a little peeved. How ridiculous. Using me for this instead of fighting. After he said that, a spark of light suddenly appeared in Sungyun's vision. "But I like the way you mercilessly annihilate your enemies." Sparks blazed around the blade as he spoke. "If you were born in the martial world, you could have become a murderous demon lord or some cult psycho." What a shame. This whole thing was starting to worry Sungyun. What the hell? What are these mana sparks? The mana sparks appeared higher up. He looked up at them and realized the blood demon's voice was coming from them. That's when Sungyun finally got it. "So this is the telepathy you mentioned. You're controlling mana to transmit your words, right?" The demon sword was startled by his words, completely unable to believe it. You managed to learn telepathy in such a short amount of time?" The sword's disbelief just confused Sungyun. "Can't anyone who knows how to use mana do this?" He replied, "If what you say is true, then half the adult martial masters in the Murim are total idiots." After saying that, the blade somehow began to tremble. The soul inside the demon sword was laughing its ass off and said arrogantly, "Of course, the one I entrusted my soul to is obviously a genius." Sungyun was totally fed up with him, but he just politely replied with a simple, "Yes." After a bit of a laugh, the spirit started yawning its head off and said, "Man, I've been feeling sleepy this whole time. I'm gonna go recharge." He immediately agreed. "All right, I'll hit you up later if I need ya." Right as he wrapped up the chat with that guy, someone walked up from behind and said, "Sir." Behind him was a dude with 4 square dots on his face, wrapped up in a black cloak. The guy spoke up, "Please follow me, the Archbishop is calling for you." He was totally blank, legit confused by how sudden the request was. After Sung got there, Archbishop Kennen spoke up. "Butcher, thanks for coming. Make yourself at home." Sung was cold, his apathy obvious as he said, "You don't need to call me by some fancy-ass title. Just call me Nameless." The old dude laughed, then said, "A name that's like, there but not really. That's pretty cool. I'm sure the God of Shadows would dig someone like you." Sung replied politely, "Thanks for the recognition." Then the Archbishop's face got serious and he asked, "You know I called you here to talk about your payment, right?" He answered honestly, "I heard something about it from the assistant priest on the way here." The old guy replied, satisfied, "Good. Then I'll cut to the chase." He didn't even hesitate, just spat out what he wanted to say. "Just tell me how much you want." Sung didn't give a straight answer, deciding to play hardball instead. "Well, let me flip that question back on you, Archbishop." He looked up, his eyes cold but full of power, and asked in a serious tone, "How much are you willing to pay me?" The only reason his stare was so damn intimidating was thanks to his absolute. The user can trigger states like fear, fascination, and a few other bonus effects. Once the skill was activated, the Archbishop fell into an abnormal state of fear. Because of this abnormal state, his judgment got all messed up. He would become paranoid about his presence. The old man's whole body was shaking like a leaf and his voice started to stutter. It will be the greatest reward that an archbishop like me can possibly give you." Kenan pulled out a glowing, cross-shaped relic and declared that it was the most precious holy artifact of the cult of the Shadow God. The old dude's rash decision made the priests around him totally flip out. "Archbishop, we can't just hand over the holy relic to an outsider." Kenan turned to them, tears streaming down his face, but still yelled aggressively, "Shut your mouths!" he went on, word by word, while Sung just stood there listening with a straight face. "In this battle, he is the one who will lead us to victory." Sweat was pouring down the old guy's face, his mind a total chaotic mess of thoughts. For a second there, I felt this massive, crushing, killing intent from this guy. The feeling in my head got clearer when I pictured it. It was like staring an evil dragon right in the face, with all his power. Two priests held up the gift, while Kenan explained from behind them, "A holy relic is an extraordinary item that holds the power of a god inside it." The box was held out in front of Sung, and the old man didn't forget to add, "This is the most precious holy relic of the cult of the Shadow God. Please, use it carefully." He didn't rush to take it. First, he scoped it out by activating his Fiery Dragon's Eye skill. The item inside appeared clearly, along with all its detailed info. First up was the SS rank Seal of Worship, a black seal that the God of Shadows grants to the Pope, the one who sacrifices everything for the God of Shadows. When the seal is stamped onto the back of your hand, the unique skill Worship will be engraved. Once the effect is engraved, the item will be sealed and disappear. Next up is the SS rank Devouring Night Shroud, the god's shroud that once devoured everything in darkness, even the primordial flame. When the owner dies, the unique Night Shroud effect will activate. At that point, all of the owner's divine power will be used to resurrect them. The user will enter an invulnerable state after being revived. The item will disappear immediately once the resurrection is complete. Both items will become useless once the player leaves the 15th floor of Kanehan's trial. After seeing what was inside, a look of pure shock spread across Sung's face. As he reached out to take them, he screamed internally, "Holy crap, SS rank!" And then his face went blank, totally miserable at the thought that he couldn't take them off the 15th floor. Sung quickly shut his mouth, getting serious as he realized something. "The reason I can't even be happy is because nothing in this trial tower is a coincidence. Getting 2 items of an unheard of rank means some seriously tough crap is coming up that's gonna force me to use them." Every scenario he thought of was grim, which just killed his mood. How ironic. Still, Sung acted like everything was normal, taking the 2 items with both hands, his face totally calm. After he put the items away, Kenan spoke up with a reminder. "Nameless, the holy war has just begun. You'd better show off a level of power that matches the payment you just got. I'm just warning you, but if you dare to run away, the God of Shadows will punish you." He turned to look, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he asked himself, as if a pathetic little human would dare take a holy relic and then just ditch? With that, he turned to leave. "Well, I'm out of here." The old man, still full of regret, his hands shaking, stammered a reply. Then the old guy collapsed to his knees, burying his face in his hands, snot and tears streaming everywhere, sobbing his heart out over his holy relic. Meanwhile, Sung was outside, happy as can be, humming a tune as he walked. Just when he was enjoying the quiet moment, a voice called out from behind him, "Sir." Reno walked up with a huge grin on her face and immediately asked, "Did your private meeting with the Archbishop go well?" He turned around, gave her a gentle smile and replied, "Yeah, it's all thanks to you. But hey, have you been waiting here for me?" Sung's blunt question made her blush like crazy, and her voice got all hesitant. Yeah." Then she quickly looked away and brought something up. "To be honest, I did promise to buy you a drink." Then Reno glanced over shyly and said bashfully, "Also, there's something I wanted to ask you." Hearing that, Sung's expression turned serious, his mind suddenly wondering about that phrase, something I wanted to ask. The two of them sat down at a table for drinks, and Reno immediately raised her glass and took a huge gulp. Feeling refreshed, she slammed her mug down on the table and let out an "Ah!" He thought to himself, "Hey, this is actually pretty good." Sung looked at the beer in his hand suspiciously and wondered, "But is this really a strong beer? I don't feel a thing." In front of him, she was already passed out flat on the table, completely wasted. He then remembered, "Oh yeah, for me to get drunk, the alcohol would have to be on the level of a deadly poison. After all, my body's not on a human level anymore." Seeing him still sitting there perfectly fine after so many beers, she couldn't help but ask, "How are you not drunk?" And then with a beet-red face, Reno mumbled in awe, "Damn, you're a total monster." Sung's expression didn't change, and his voice was still dead serious. "I drink a lot because I like the taste. But what was it you wanted to talk about?" Her eyes lit up for a second, then she muttered the question to herself. What was it? Suddenly, Reno's whole expression changed, a dark shadow falling over her. You could see every messed up thought right on her face. The image of her miserable father fighting for scraps of food flashed through her mind. If you take it all, what are we supposed to eat? That bastard just shoved him away and snarled, "You damn lowlife." Seeing her dad get pushed around, little Reno just snapped. She ran up, grabbed onto that brute's leg, and just started screaming, "Why'd you hit my dad? Why? You think you're so cool because you're some knight." Her mom, totally helpless, just cried out, "Reno, stop." That heartless bastard of a knight kicked the little girl square in the gut and spat out some vile words. "You're out of your mind, you little brat." The little girl went down hard. Her eyes were wide with shock, tears just pouring out, her mouth open, but she couldn't even scream. That knight just turned away with this disgustingly arrogant smirk on his face and tossed out one last rotten comment. "Don't like it? Then become a knight yourself, you annoying beggars." With that, the jerk walked away, and Reno's parents scrambled to her side. As that horrifying memory resurfaced, she couldn't control her emotions, her fists balling up tighter and tighter. With absolute determination, she slammed both her hands on the table and shouted her plea, "Please, be my master and teach me swordsmanship." Her words caught Sung completely off guard, and the mug he was holding stopped dead in its tracks. A second later, instead of answering, he slammed his mug down on his own table, his lips pressed into a thin line. He had been curious about what she was after, but he never figured it'd be some personal request completely unrelated to the special mission. Han Sung-yoon's train of thought suddenly got a lot more serious. "I cleared the special mission, got everyone's respect. I've already gotten everything I wanted." He slowly rose to his feet, looking down as he told himself, "Getting invested in some NPC made up by this tower is just a waste of my damn time." With that thought, Han Sung-yoon lifted his ice-cold face and shot back 3 simple words, "I refuse." Then he whipped around to leave, tossing out a final piece of advice before he vanished. "You'd better go get some rest. The battle continues tomorrow. I'm out." Han Sung-yoon stopped dead in his tracks when a voice came from behind him. Reno was grinding her teeth, hard, her cheeks flushed with resolve. "I have to get stronger, no matter the cost." And with that thought, she bolted forward, her long strides eating up the ground like a galloping horse. Casting aside all her pride, Reno slammed her forehead hard onto the floor right behind him. This move seriously put Han Sung-yoon on guard. With her head still pressed to the ground, she said through teeth clenched so hard they could crack, "I'm begging you." She was desperate, trying to get him to agree no matter what. "Please, I need you to grant me this one privilege." Hearing that, Han Sung-yoon just smirked. "Heh. I've got to admit, that last move was pretty convincing. Well, I guess a little more fun won't kill me." A moment later, Reno was already in a sword stance, her face an icy mask. He could see how With that, he walked over, patted her on the shoulder, and laughed out loud, saying, "You don't have to be so serious." She looked around, still listening to his every word. Working hard is good, but if she put too much pressure on herself, she'd become rigid and lose her flexibility. That applied to everything, not just her swordsmanship. Then he turned her around and pitched a pretty awesome idea. "Rena, what you need right now isn't combat experience. You need to power up your mana circuit. Why don't you try some aura training methods?" As he finished speaking, Han Sung-yoon held out both his palms. A stream of energy began to gather, his pupils narrowing as they started to glow with a blue light. In a flash, 4 spots on Rena's body were infused with energy. She immediately realized he was showing her the flow of magic, as if telling her to copy what he was doing. After getting used to the flow inside her, she began to focus on feeling it. Basically, it was like her own method, but with some slight differences, super tiny differences, but enough to make it way more refined. Rena's face was one of pure astonishment, her heart filled with gratitude. "He's amazing." He continued to channel the flow into her while explaining the details. "This is an improved mana circuit. It's been tailored based on your mana usage habits, so you can use this method for your daily aura training. After finishing up, Han Sung-yoon returned to his quarters, the dim moonlight spilling inside. He flopped onto the bed and said with a sigh of relief, "Finally, time to take stock." The spatial bag was instantly summoned at his words. Full of anticipation, Han Sung-yoon quickly reached inside to check it out. The pile of stuff from the bag spilled all over the room. This was the loot he had received from the UK's Hunter Association for killing that guy. Glancing over everything, Han Sung-yoon couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, that's a lot." But despite the sheer volume, he went right back to feeling bummed when he realized none of this junk was usable. That's when he remembered something, the last of the 3 skills he'd synthesized during the trial. Black Wolf Steps A-, Absolute Charm B+, and Iron Absorption B+. It's time to use it. Instantly, the Iron Absorption B+ skill activated, and a mask with 2 sharp jaws appeared on Han Sung-yoon's face. A ton of parts materialized out of thin air and assembled onto the mask, making him freak out a little. Once it was complete, the mask with its razor-sharp teeth covered Han Sung-yoon's entire nose and mouth, leaving only his eyes visible. This was the Iron Absorption B+ skill, at 0% proficiency. The basic effect is to consume iron and steel to improve physical abilities, boosting strength a bit after digestion. The additional effect is consuming any item to increase stats, with the boost depending on the item's rank. At this point, he grabbed a sword from the room, still feeling a little hesitant. Damn, this mask on my face looks seriously freaky. First, Han Sung-yoon opened the sharp-toothed mask wide and slowly put the sword into his mouth. With a loud crunch, the sword snapped in two. The system started to announce, "You have absorbed the Iron Cloud Staff. 50 seconds until full digestion. Digestion complete. Mana has increased by 1 point." He was a bit stunned by this announcement. Han Sung-yoon's eyes didn't even blink, his determination surging. "It raises stats that fast? Alright, let's try it again." So, the mask opened its jaws once more. Sharp materials started sliding right in. Alongside it were the messages, "You have absorbed the Heavenly Iron Jade. 50 seconds until full digestion." Just then, Han Sung-yoon spat something out, and the system explained, "Digestion complete. After using iron absorption, your physical abilities have improved, expelling 0.8% of the toxic gases in your body." He stared at the pitch-black stuff he had just spat out, getting more and more confused. Toxic gases? What the hell? That's when Han Sung-yoon noticed a major change. His body felt lighter. So this is what improving physical abilities feels like, huh? He closed the mask's sharp jaw. "Even though I have no idea what's up with this ferocious look, with results this awesome, there's no way I could hate it." Totally hyped, Han Sung-yoon kept devouring items with glee, having never imagined that eating items could be so damn tasty. After a while, the system popped up a message. "You have absorbed over 8 iron-based items. You cannot digest anymore. 1 minute and 19 seconds until full digestion." He looked at the leftover items, bored, and thought to himself, "So I can only absorb 8 items at a time? Lame." Han Sung-yoon thought as he took off the mask, "But compared to the growth speed from using iron absorption, I can overlook this limit." The iron absorption skill deactivated, and he slowly reached for something. Han Sung-yoon held the priceless item in his hand, thinking to himself, "I've been curious about this thing for a while now." This was the SS- rank Seal of Adoration, a black seal given by the God of Shadows to the Pope who devoted everything to him. When this seal is stamped onto the back of the hand, the unique effect Adoration will be engraved. When engraved on the back of the hand, this item will be locked and absorbed into the mark. However, this effect disappears after the challenger, Han Sung-yoon, leaves the 15th floor personal trial. After reading it over, Han Sung-yoon schemed to himself, "By engraving this SS rank item into my body, is there a chance it'll become mine even after I leave the 15th floor? The thought of engraving something onto my body is a little messed up, but it's worth a shot." With that thought, he raised the Seal of Adoration high with one hand and pressed his other hand firmly onto the table. With everything in place, Han Sung-yoon slammed the seal down onto the back of his hand, and a notification instantly appeared. The unique effect Adoration from the SS- rank Seal of Adoration has been engraved on the back of your hand. After the notification, the seal began to melt onto his hand. This item will be absorbed by the mark and will completely disintegrate. The seal fully dissolved, and bands of energy began to wrap around Han Sung-yoon's arm. In a flash, a wolf-shaped symbol appeared clearly on his hand. System windows suddenly started popping up like crazy after the notification. "The mark on the back of your hand will never disappear." Han Sung-yoon stared blankly at the system windows in front of him for a long moment, asking himself, "The administrators?" This was followed by the system's explanation. "The administrator, Dragon Slayer who lived 1,000 years, is horrified to see the Seal of Adoration. The administrator, Warrior of the Fallen World, screams because you dared to use the Seal of Adoration. The administrator seeker of divinity says the tower giving you the seal is going way too far. He looked at the mark on his hand and realized, they've been quiet for a while, but the second I engraved this seal, the messages started blowing up again. A new wave of messages came in. The administrator ruler of paradise is strongly opposing the tower's decision, calling it ridiculous. The administrator priest of the seven gods is stunned and asks what the hell you think you're doing. The administrator dark hero says it's time to take back the seal. After that last message, he froze for a moment, a sense of unease starting to creep in. Don't tell me this is an unusable item. The admin's reactions are way too weird. They seem to be breaking out in a cold sweat, and Sung's heart dropped as he realized the tower had given him something it wasn't supposed to. Just then, system messages kept popping up in front of him non-stop. We have detected an unauthorized information leak. The administrator's messages are temporarily blocked. The Tower of Trials is warning the administrators that if any more illegal information is leaked, they will be banned from observing the challenger Hansung's trial. He clenched his fist, staring at it and whispering to himself, a holy relic. The secret hidden here is bigger than I thought. After regaining some composure, Sung's eyes sharpened as he looked up, raising the hand with the seal high into the air. He wondered how awesome it would be to find out what it does. Just then, the scene before Sung's eyes suddenly lit up, followed by a system announcement. The exclusive effect of the Seal of Veneration has been activated. You may offer any talent, skill, or treasure to a god. His eyes flew open, pure shock written all over his face. Sung's face started to contort, a question forming in his mind. Offer it to a god? There's no guarantee that God won't just become my enemy. What's the point of offering anything? Then he pressed his lips together, finally making a decision with the thought, screw it. Sung took out his dimensional bag, genuinely curious. I have to see for myself what this is. He quickly pulled out a sword, thinking to himself that out of all the items absorbed by Iron Devour, let's try offering up this piece of crap and see what happens. The gate started to tremble after a series of messages. You have chosen to offer a treasure to a god. Please select the treasure you wish to offer. You have selected the Minor Sorcerer's Staff D+. Not long after, the prompt, please select the god you wish to offer the item to appeared before him. Sung's face grew serious as he tried to stay calm, wondering, what's going on? An error message appeared. The gate swung wide open, followed by more messages. No trace of a god has been found in your divine power. You have been recognized as one who possesses divinity, so the treasure will be offered to yourself. Right in the middle of the room, the sword that was just offered was now lying there. The sword began to glow as an announcement was made. You have offered the Minor Sorcerer's Staff D+ to yourself. A fierce light burst forth from the center of his chest. The 2 points connected, the light growing even more blinding as a notification window popped up. You have converted this item into divine power and stored it in your heart. The sword vanished into thin air. 100 questions swirled in Sung's mind. What's going to happen now? Offering an item to myself. He just stood there, stunned, after the light faded. He silently confirmed that he didn't know if it was a success or not, but one thing was for sure. He could now increase his own divine power, something he couldn't do before. The door in front of him then slammed shut with a bang. Sung put his hand in his pocket and said to himself, the only problem is that I'm not very good at using divine power, but whatever. As long as I keep accumulating it, it'll become more and more useful. So from now on, I'll keep gathering divine power bit by bit, because no one ever said when I might need it. The second holy relic he pulled out was a different one. Sung wrapped that piece of cloth around the hilt of his sword, deciding to keep it with him. The space outside had grown dark. His thoughts ran alongside him. The tower wouldn't have given this to me for no reason. There'll be a time to use it. Day after day, battles between the factions kept breaking out. Han Sung-yoon had won several fights, and the allied mercenaries, along with the priest, had regained their confidence. The people on the enemy side were cursing like mad. Run! It's that butcher, that bastard necromancer. You finally summoned a demon, and for real, everyone was in danger except for him. With one slash after another, Sung charged forward, finishing off every enemy. The holy relic flew on the hilt of his sword, and Sung wondered to himself, is there anything to worry about? At this rate, the trial will end easily. Just then, the soldiers all pointed in the same direction. What's wrong with the sky? Look! In that instant, everything was bathed in a deep crimson, and in the middle of the sky, streams of magical energy were swirling. The strange phenomenon caught Sung's attention, forcing him to turn and look. The sky looked like it was being pierced by mysterious streams of power. The torrents of magic just kept spreading out from that spot. He started to feel a sense of unease, his mind in turmoil. This feeling, Sung's face began to scrunch up, sheer terror etched in his eyes as he screamed internally. No way! In that moment, a pillar of light carrying an insane amount of energy descended. The system announced that the authority of divine punishment had descended. Moving at an insane speed, it shot towards the dazed people in the blink of an eye. His eyes hardened, knowing one thing for sure. This is dangerous. Without waiting another second, Han Sung-yoon threw his hand high into the air, shouting his ultimate skill, Counter Shield, and opening it to its maximum. The divine power still crashed down like a ferocious tiger, and his small figure charged forward to face it. With overwhelming force, the power shattered the sturdy shield upon impact. It vanished, leaving a terrifying hole in the layers of clouds. On the ground, dust and smoke billowed up. Sung, holding a sword in each hand, pushed himself up. He quickly whipped his head around to check on everyone's condition. A crater from the divine attack appeared where the soldiers lay, some dead, others alive but with mangled bodies. Sung clicked his tongue in anger and looked toward the one who initiated the attack. White feathers began to fall from midair. Jurhan Nevia appeared with his white wings spread wide, hearing Sung's curse in his ear, "You lapdog of the Shadow God." He flickered his hand, his eyes closed and a smirk on his face. "I have good news for you." Then he spread his arms wide, a majestic aura flaring up as he shouted, "The God's mercy!" Jurhan's dark eyes flew open, and he flashed a grotesque smile, saying, "Has cast divine punishment upon you personally." Han Sung-yoon froze, his eyes fixed on what was unfolding before him, but he gritted his teeth, his mind confirming what he already thought. Just as I figured, Jurhan stood alone in the vast space, and beside him, a system message appeared. The God of War has consumed a massive amount of divine power for an incomplete advent. While in an advent state, the god cannot use their mythology or authority. By descending into an apprentice apostle, Jurhan cannot fully utilize his divine power. The difficulty of challenger Han Sung-yoon 15th floor personal trial has drastically increased. He started to get anxious, the two words God of War burning into his mind. After a few seconds, the system announced again. The Tower of Trials has deemed the difficulty of challenger Han Sung-yoon trial to be acceptable. The trial will not be cancelled. He was furious when he heard that. "Couldn't you have at least asked my opinion before making that decision?" Han Sung-yoon looked up. Jurhan, hovering in the sky, was also looking down at him. A thought popped into his head. "So, I get to kill this dog with my own two hands." He glared with eyes of steel, his threat echoing loud and clear. "Die. You should regret ever challenging a god." He regained his imposing aura, his brow furrowed as he realized he'd be in real danger if he didn't go all out. Sung appeared again, looking absolutely glorious. Skill, instant acceleration has been activated. Skill, grace of the wind has been activated. Speed has increased by 70%. Skill stack progress, 7 out of 7. Skill, combat focus has been activated. User's focus increased 20-fold. Power of the supreme blood art has been activated. Han Sung-yoon was pleased with the string of skills, his usual confidence flooding back. Good. At this rate, I can end this quick. The moment he finished that thought, Jurhan suddenly shot towards him. His strong hands completely gripped Han Sung-yoon's stunned face. In a flash, he slammed Sung's body into the ground, which immediately shattered. But he wasn't done. Jurhan raised a hand, controlling a newly summoned sword of light. He swung his hand past Sung's face, and the sword came crashing down like a hammer, making blood spray from his throat. It was such a savage attack that he couldn't fight back at all. Blood just kept gushing out. In the blink of an eye, Sung's blood had soaked the entire area, followed by the notification, "You have died." And so, Sung fell into a dark, gloomy abyss. He squeezed his eyes shut, drops of blood scattering with every inch he fell. Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon cracked his eyes open, thinking, "That's right." He looked down at the massive hole in his chest, confirming it. The god's successor had killed him. "I'm really dead." Memories of his school days flashed through Sung's mind. After that came the moment he got the system window and went on a monster-killing spree to complete quests. A lot of different things happened while Sung was climbing the tower. It wasn't just about facing different gods. He also met so many people who supported and helped him. On the flip side, there were also the haters and the jealous ones who wanted to get rid of Han Sung-yoon, but he managed to push through and overcome all of it. Han Sung-yoon replayed the familiar faces in his mind. Because of all this, he had gotten to know so many different people. Back in the present, Sung's eyes held a trace of sorrow as he thought. "Whether I failed or succeeded, I always gave it my all. That's just how life is." The gaping hole in his chest was drenched in blood. Sung silently admitted, "Yeah, that's right." He forced a smile, but his eyes were glistening with tears that threatened to spill over. Sung had no choice but to accept it. "I just have to accept it. This is what death is like." Facing this darkness, the utter silence gave Han Sung-yoon a lot to think about. Maybe it's because I can't think straight yet. But this endless darkness, it feels so gentle and peaceful. Suddenly, a woman in concealing clothes rushed over and hugged him tightly from behind. He was momentarily stunned by the unexpected embrace. Han Sung-yoon quickly spun around, on his guard. The other person wasn't angry at all. Instead, she just smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, my child. I'm not your enemy." Han Sung-yoon frowned, breaking into a sweat from the confusion as he demanded, "Who the hell are you?" She placed a hand on her chest and explained, "This is just a simulated part of me. But the fact that you don't recognize me, even after I started a holy war for you, it makes me quite sad." Hearing that, he frowned, a suspicion dawning on him. Could this be the Dark God? The Dark God reached out, a finger about to touch Han Sung-yoon's chin as she praised him. "You figured it out so quickly. You really are a clever boy." But before she could touch him, Han Sung-yoon shot his hand up to block her. He gave her a warning look. "Don't you touch me." The Dark God gave a mysterious smile and replied, "It's not the right time for that yet, but you'll realize it soon enough. I am not your enemy at all." She gradually backed away, leaving Han Sung-yoon with one last message. "The tower has already sensed my presence. I should probably go. The more you worship me, the more power you'll gain. When you open your eyes again." Hearing this, Sung suddenly felt a bit confused. A bright light began to appear behind him. The Dark God's final words echoed, "Everything around you will change." Just then, the scenery turned strange. Sung was standing in a rain of the Crimson Sword Saint's blades. He stood silent for a few seconds, taking in his surroundings. Han Sung-yoon reached out and grabbed the hilt of a sword. The system immediately announced, "The Dark God has smiled upon you. She has granted you the right to use a power that only her devoted followers can wield." Meanwhile, Jurhan was standing there, watching his own weapon sticking out of the guy's body. When he suddenly saw the weapon slowly vanish, his face went completely blank. Jurhan stared at the huge gaping hole in Han Sung-yoon's body and muttered, "This is what happens to anyone who dares to challenge the gods." The villagers who saw this clutched their heads and screamed in fear, "The swordsman is dead! What are we going to do now?" Their screams reached his ears. Jurhan glanced over at them and scoffed, "What a bunch of weak humans." He looked at the barrier that was slowly disappearing, a thrill of excitement rising within him. That human created a magic shield to protect you all earlier, but now there's no one left to do it. Jurhan spread his pure white wings, hovering in the air as he declared flatly, "You will all face my punishment." Reno's jaw dropped, and she screamed in despair, "Sir Swordsman!" Amid this tragic scene, a sword suddenly fell from the sky toward her, trailing a dark aura. Seeing this, Reno stopped dead in her tracks, completely surprised. That black mist also began to envelop Han Sung-yoon's body, which was sprawled out on the ground. Meanwhile, Jerhan was soaring high into the sky, feathers from his wings fluttering down behind him. He frowned, glancing down at a piece of white cloth that was slowly disappearing from his hand, lost in thought. That's right. An apostle's body like that hasn't stabilized its power enough to become my successor. Jerhan scowled in disdain. What a hopeless body. Suddenly, he froze mid-air as his body began to change, accompanied by a system notification. "The God of War has terminated your successor status." In an instant, his red hair and powered-up hands vanished, revealing Jerhan's true appearance. He was now covered in sweat, his blonde bangs swept to one side as if to mysteriously hide half of his face. He gave a forced smile, calculating, "This is probably the last time I'll be able to use the War God's power. If I had stayed as his successor to use that power any longer, this body would have definitely exploded and died." Jerhan let out a gasp, his whole body trembling as he realized, "I've received the holy blessing of the gods, so now I'm so much stronger." He suddenly threw his head back, laughing like a complete psycho and screaming, "Now I have my own power. In this tower, I am the most powerful being." But then, a notification popped up, hitting Jerhan like a bucket of cold water to the face. The God of War messaged Jerhan, telling him not to get distracted and to get on with the divine punishment already. Seeing that, he scratched his head, awkwardly accepting the task. All right, this'll be quick. That mortal punk can't fight back against me. And his followers? I'll wipe them out in a flash." But before he could even do anything, a brilliant beam of light shot down right where he was standing. The sky was now filled with dark clouds, swirling together into a gloomy aura. Down below, all this strange energy started bubbling up. A beam of light erupted from the center, shooting straight into the sky. Jerhan looked down at the terrifying black vortex below him and totally freaked out, yelling, "What the hell is this?" At the same time, info started flooding in. SS rank skill. Restoration has been activated. Due to the skill's effect, you will be revived. After revival, you will be blessed. Sung-yoon thought he was totally done for, but who would have guessed? Right at that moment, he rose from the thick smoke and dust. The system's voice echoed in his ear. "You have been revived. You have been granted a new power by the gods, the essence of the death god." A whole bunch of notifications popped up. "You have used divine power, and the essence of the death god has been engraved upon your heart. All previous injuries have been fully restored." The challenger has been recognized as an apprentice apostle and has obtained the power of a god. Even though there's still a long way to go to become a true god, Sung Yoon, decked out in his armor and blazing with fighting spirit, could now use the power of a god to fight with the bestowed divine words. Those divine words were death, darkness, and fury. All the powers of the god of darkness and the divine words have been applied. Jurhan saw this and lost his mind, screaming furiously. No way! This can't be happening! How can a disciple of the god of darkness show up here? There's obviously no avatar of the god of darkness here. The only answer he got was a chilling silence from Sung Yoon, whose eyes were glowing like he wanted to devour him whole. He quickly stretched out his hand, telling himself, "But in this tower, I'm still the strongest one here." Sung Yoon just stood there motionless as Jurhan summoned a giant razor-sharp blade that came hurtling down at him. In an instant, Sung Yoon was about to face that tip as it dropped at the speed of light. It got closer and closer, but he didn't move an inch. He just stood there and raised his hand, unleashing waves of black mana. Sung Yoon's eyes flashed as he gave the order, "Devour!" And just like that, the terrifying weapon was completely swallowed by his black energy. It went totally limp, twisting in the air a few times before vanishing. In a flash, Sung Yoon's spiritual power also faded, leaving just a few tendrils of black smoke swirling around him. Jurhan's eyes shot wide open, totally frozen in place. What? The helmet on Sung Yoon's face began to fade away, revealing half of his actual face. He stammered, "You're?" Sung Yoon glared at Jurhan, his eyes filled with killing intent, and stated coldly, "I remember now. You're the enemy who killed me." Knowing that bailing was his best option, he spun around and took off, cursing, "Damn it." Sung Yoon didn't even bother chasing him, just summoning his massive sword. Sung Yoon watched his retreating back, silently calculating, 70 meters. The system quickly displayed, "You have used the divine word, death. The essence of the death god has harmonized with the divine word death, greatly amplifying your dark divine power." Instantly, he pointed his sword towards him, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. The word die echoed, and at that very moment, Jurhan's entire body was sliced in two. With the half of his face that was left, he screamed in agony. Sung Yoon just stood there, watching the energy his sword had just unleashed, and couldn't help but think, damn, this power is way bigger and more insane than Nam Kung Hyuk's sword skills. He walked forward, sword in hand, as his helmet vanished. A system notification appeared. Your form as a subordinate of the god of darkness has unleashed its power. Sung Yoon let out a sigh. It's finally over. He looked at Jurhan's body, split in two on the ground, and thought to himself, so now I'm a disciple of the god of darkness. Even though that guy was a successor of the god of war, I still took him down so easily. Sung Yoon muttered, now that he's split in two, there's no way he's getting back up. Then, he glanced back. The ruined landscape and the few bodies lying around made him guess that the disciples from both sects had already left. Sung Yoon thought, I should probably get going now. The other soldiers might need my help. They've still got a tough fight ahead of them. But just then, Jurhan shot up from behind him. The two halves of his corpse were slowly pulling themselves back together. In an instant, Jurhan's body reconnected, a glowing red line running down his middle. He cursed furiously. Damn it. Jurhan's eyes were darting all over the place as he let loose a rant. I didn't think you'd have the power of a disciple of the god of darkness, but whatever, you can't beat me that easily. In a flash, Jurhan's pupils turned a terrifying shade of red. He roared, full of hatred. I'll keep fighting you with my own strength. This time you won't take me down so easily. Sung Yoon felt a mix of confusion and worry as a system notification popped up. Less than 47 seconds before you return to your normal state. Jurhan raised his arm high, summoning a ton of sharp weapons in the sky. Sung Yoon flinched and looked up just as they all came plunging right at him. He frowned, a tense thought crossing his mind. Are those the spears that killed me before? The system quickly activated skill, indomitable will, and activated myth of the berserker. All stats increased by 18. Activating special effect, tenacity. All stats increased by 18. Right then, Sung Yoon, dual-wielding swords and looking badass in his armor, got into a ready stance. Up above, Jurhan casually pointed his palm down. A barrage of sharp weapons, formed from Jurhan's spiritual energy, immediately rained down from above. He started moving at light speed, and wherever he dodged, the spears slammed into the ground, shattering the earth into a million pieces. Shung was booking it when out of nowhere, a blast of yellow energy came crashing down right where he was about to go. In a split second, that shimmering golden light was about to hit him right on the head. Luckily, he's got quick reflexes, so he just jumped to the side and dodged it. That energy blast immediately slammed into the spot where he'd just been standing. Sung Yoon quickly dug his heels into the ground to backpedal. Right as he was about to raise his sword, a hand suddenly grabbed his wrist from behind. It was none other than Jirhan. He used both hands to grip both of Sung's wrists, yanking him back to restrain him. The whites of Jirhan's eyes turned pitch black and his pupils shrank as he gave a cold-ass order. "Crush him!" He shot a look over his shoulder, gritting his teeth at this damn bastard. Jirhan's wings then stretched up into the air, morphing into two freaky-looking arms, complete with palms and razor-sharp claws. Under Jirhan's control, they lunged for Sungyun's head. He immediately yelled, "Chongu!" Instantly, streams of black spiritual energy flew in. They tore at the monster's hands without a shred of mercy. They were ripped to pieces, leaving Jirhan completely stunned. He froze, his face grim as he tried to figure out what the hell was happening. That gave Sung the opening he needed to break free from Jirhan's grip. He raised his sword high, letting out a blinding light along with a totally psycho laugh. A voice immediately shot out from the sword. "Finally, it's my time to shine." But then it paused. Those parts of him that just got ripped off just reattached themselves like they were never even separated. The spirit in the sword couldn't hide its shock at this regeneration. What the hell? Is that a god? Why the hell would a god show up in the middle of a normal trial like this? Why did the difficulty of this trial suddenly skyrocket? Shung, just as freaked out, replied, "It's a long story, so I'll keep it short." Sungyun glanced at the sword and ordered, "Pump every support ability you can into me." The voice from the sword spoke again, trying to stop him. "This isn't something you can solve just by throwing more power at it. Wait, have you become an apostle?" Sungyun, totally pissed, roared back, "Hurry the hell up, this is no time for chit-chat." At the same time, two brilliant yellow energy blasts shot forward, nailing him in an arm and a leg before he even knew what happened. Sungyun frowned, the tension clear in his eyes. By now, Jirhan had 4 arms and was summoning a magic circle above his head, with a massive fireball spinning non-stop inside it. He continuously fired blasts of energy from it right at Shung. The system quickly activated the weak blood skill. As he was trying to dodge, that same voice kept echoing in his ear. "Fine. I'll lend you all of my power." A flood of information streamed in, activating the skill True Supreme Blood Demon Sword Soul, Magic Burst A+. The magical energy in your body has increased. Activating skill True Supreme Blood Demon Sword Soul, Enhanced Thought Processing. Your reaction time has been increased multiple times over. Activating skill True Supreme Blood Demon Sword Soul, Minor Heart B+. A subskill has been created to support faster magic flow. The durability of the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword is decreasing by 0.4% per second. The True Supreme Blood Demon Sword Soul may disappear. Seeing that, Sungyun looked at the sword, totally speechless. Then he just bared his teeth in a grin. "I thought you were all talk, but damn, the quality of these buffs is insane." Sungyun leaped high into the air, flying forward as he thought to himself. "But fighting this guy head-on is still a bit too much for me." At that same moment, the clouds in the sky gathered together, turning it dark, as 2 blood-red beams of light shot upwards. Jirhan looked up, pissed as hell, at the source of light beneath the clouds. The voice from the sword piped up again, deliberately trolling him. "Use your head." Sungdo looked down and complained. "For a god or whatever, you could at least tell me something useful in this situation. Just give me the short version," he urged impatiently. "Hurry up!" But the other guy just kept rambling on. "Wait, I need time to think. Let's see, right. No, that one's impossible. That won't work either." Sungdo was getting fed up and called out, "Hey, you poser, just a second." While those two were distracted, Jirhan blasted right through the clouds. He was right there in front of him. Jirhan stretched his palms forward, summoning energy, and sneered. "Those cheap tricks won't work on me," Jirhan declared with total confidence. "I'll blow you to bits so you can't regenerate anymore." Facing him, Sungdo just had to scream back, "I'm about to go insane." The sword finally got to the point. "I get it. After analyzing his skills with my genius brain and spouting a bunch of useless nonsense, you can now defeat that monster, with belief." Sungdo looked at the 4 energy blasts rushing toward him and yelled, "No kidding." The other guy teased back, "I'm just talking about the you of right now." A reminder echoed in his ear, "Use the power of a god, use your divinity. Even though it's limited, while you're in the apostle state, you can use its power. I'll give you a signal when the time is right. For now, you just need to use your senses to feel the space around you and make him let his guard down." While Jirhan on the other side was furiously attacking, he suddenly froze when he felt that something was off. Meanwhile, that sword was still rambling on. "Remember, you only have 1 minute and 19 seconds before you return to your normal state. One chance." Seizing the opportunity, Sungdo flew forward, pulling both his weapons behind his back to build up power. Then he swung both swords down at Jirhan, sending 2 red and blue energy waves flying through the air. And yet, the guy easily dodged to the side. This bastard just won't die. Sungdo gritted his teeth and glared at Jirhan. He slashed wildly a few times but didn't land a single hit. All he got in return was a contemptuous smile from his opponent. Jurhan then zipped right over Sungdo's head. He taunted, "You think that predictable swordplay is actually going to hit me?" His face darkened as he summoned White Sword, Sea Cleaver. A blinding light immediately flashed right next to Jurhan's cheek, making him freeze for a split second. He was slammed by that power, letting out a shocked cry. "Huh? What is this?" It quickly slammed right into Jurhan's cruel face. However, he used the two hands from his wings to grab hold of that formidable attack. Now it was Sungdo's turn to be surprised. Jurhan braced himself, and those two extra arms ripped the blue energy blast apart right above his head. Jurhan clenched his palm and praised him. Interesting. The sword in his hand suddenly spoke. "Get ready. He's coming." And he was right. Jurhan had already dashed forward before he knew what was happening. Once again, he summoned a sharp spear and thrust it at Sungdo. A whole bunch of dangerous-looking things flew right past him. Sung had to focus hard to dodge one after another. Jurhan closed in, thrusting his spear forward with both hands. He was a little startled, looking at those two sharp points and that insane physique. Sung coiled his body as if trying to dodge the two spears. But not what he expected at all. Sung's two swords were immediately caught by those things, making him blurt out in confusion, "My swords. They're being held in place by space itself." At the same time, Jurhan was summoning another spear, aiming for the top of his head. Sung looked up and cursed under his breath. This bastard. He immediately copied the 7 forms of the White Sword after seeing it just once. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "You think I'm just gonna let you do that?" Sung immediately thought of a way. "If I counter it with the White Sword of Empty Death, it might work." But the sword suddenly spoke with conviction. "No, don't dodge, let it hit you." His face went blank as he wondered, what the hell is it talking about? Right then, with his weapon still caught on the spear, the voice continued to persuade him, "Trust me, just stay put." Sung clenched his jaw, watching the sharp tip hurtling towards him, and then swore, "Damn it!" Just then, a torrent of crimson spiritual energy started to wrap around his body, right in front of the spear's sharp tip. A bright red barrier appeared before the weapon Jurhan was trying to stab him with. Jurhan saw his spear about to hit the barrier and scoffed, "You think you can block this with your level of power?" Meanwhile, Sung stood frozen solid inside it. Suddenly, that familiar voice rang out again. As he took the hit, that sharp point was right in front of his eyes. Use divinity. He instantly leaned back. The whites of Sung's eyes turned pitch black, and his pupils became completely white. The system quickly announced, using divinity, immortality, bypassing unrecoverable restrictions and judgments that cause instant death. He dodged to the side, causing the spear tip to graze past his face. The voice from the sword echoed, "That guy can't block the all-encompassing blood energy." Meanwhile, a shower of red stone fragments rained down from the sky. The sword reminded Sung, this should throw him off guard and temporarily restrict his movements. And it was true. Jurhan was now twisting and turning wildly, trying to dodge the fragments. But how could he possibly dodge them all? In just a few seconds, his entire body was encased in red. Jurhan clenched his fists, trying to break free, but he couldn't. At that moment, the urgent voice rang out again, "But this prison won't last long. Finish that maniac now," he panted, thinking to himself. "Because the Apostle's sanctification power drains so fast, I can probably only use divinity 1 or 2 more times." Sung didn't hesitate. He shot towards the spot where Jurhan was trapped. The system announced, using divinity, death. Absolute death has been imbued into your sword. He immediately swung his sword in a clean arc, unleashing a horrifying wave of energy. It slammed right into Jurhan's face. His head was instantly flung from his body, with blood splattering everywhere. The sword, now pointed to the sky, spoke again. Now, for the execution. Jurhan's hands started to twitch. Cracks began to appear on the red sphere. In an instant, the thing imprisoning him shattered into tiny pieces. Even Sung was stunned by this. What? The guy was a headless corpse, but his voice still echoed through the air. "Even though this is just a fraction of my sacred power. Did you really think an apostle's body has the same limits as a normal human's?" Sung's eyes darted and he instantly realized. Time perception error. Twin strike. He slashed again as the system announced. Skill. Primordial Serpent Sword Style, Special Effect Twin Strike has been activated. Jurhan recoiled as he saw the terrifying energy wave rushing towards him, and he cried out, "What?" He hurriedly threw his hands up to block it. Wait, Instantly, the spiritual energy crashed down on Jurhan's position. He desperately used his 4 arms to defend himself. The energy kept pressing down relentlessly, making Jurhan gasp in shock. "I've never seen this kind of power on the 13th floor!" The 2 twin strikes collided, forming an X, and at that same moment, his entire body was torn to pieces. A flood of information came through. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 15th floor of the trial tower. Clear reward. S-rank Nameless God's Protective Bracelet has been added to your inventory. You have received the clear reward of 100,000 points and 5,000 items. Additional clear reward of 5,000 items, S-rank Nameless God's Divine Jade, has been added to your inventory. Please move to the waiting room. At that, Sung let out a few laughs. It's really over. Suddenly, a landslide started, making him lose his balance for a moment. Sung quickly landed on the ground, slamming one hand down in a super cool pose. The system announced, "You have achieved the Rebellious Rebirth achievement. All stats increase by 4. He was now fired up, staring ahead. Sword in one hand, Sung stood between heaven and earth, listening. All skills of the True Supreme Blood Fiend Sword have been deactivated. The durability of the True Supreme Blood Fiend Sword has decreased by 9.4%. Sung suddenly glanced over and asked, "You okay?" But the silence that answered him made him a little suspicious. Turns out, Chu was sitting behind him, sighing, "Damn it, you think I'd be okay? We just had to go up against a god using Advent." She ran a hand through her hair and said, "You're lucky it wasn't a full Advent. Otherwise, we'd both be dead." He was a bit stunned, confused. "Chu?" His jaw dropped as he wondered, "You're a girl? But you sound like a dude." Chu frowned, warning him, "Don't you dare judge someone like me with something as trivial as gender." Sung looked at her awkwardly and asked, "Ah, right, wait. But were you always able to manifest like this from the start?" She looked at him staring blankly and shaking the sword in his hand, then explained, "Of course not. I don't know why either. But I think it's because of your influence and how well the sacred power in your body harmonizes with mine. That's my theory anyway." Hearing this, Sung was just completely dumbfounded. Chu jumped off the rock and continued. She held out both her palms, letting a few drops of her blood fall, and urged him, "I can't maintain this form for long, so let's get down to business." For a second, he was stunned, repeating the two words, "Business?" With a murderous look in her eyes, Chu stared at the drops of her blood in front of her and said, "Blood absorption." Immediately, crimson spiritual energy radiated from her entire body. A series of notifications popped up from the system. Special effect of the True Supreme Blood Fiend Sword, Blood Absorption, has been activated. Absorbing Apostle Prospect Jirhan Nevia. Item rank increased to 2,801 out of 4,800. And just like that, the socketed skill, Divine Will, rank B, was slotted into the specialized lifesteal position. Sungdo's eyes flew open as he watched Chonggu's blood droplets envelop him. Then they vanished. She spoke up, "This is Blood Siphon, my original form. This skill's way more effective now." He just stood there, brow furrowed and speechless. She, on the other hand, let out a massive yawn and complained, "Anyway, why the hell did you have to fight a god? You better tell me later. Now that I've used my skill, I'm getting sleepy." Chonggu entered Sungdo's sword, leaving behind a message, "We'll talk later." Once again, he was left standing alone in the vast emptiness. Sungdo slowly walked over to where Jirhan had collapsed. The hand attached to his wing suddenly twitched. His eyes widened in shock at this bizarre movement. Sungdo raised his sword defensively, on guard, as he wondered, "He's not dead yet? What?" But I'm sure I saw the notification that the trial was complete. And sure enough, Jirhan's body was rising, a red circle hovering in the air right in front of his neck. That circle instantly morphed into a horrifying eye. The corpse trembled as it stood, and a bewildered Sungdo blurted out, "Damn it, how is this happening?" He suddenly remembered the system's notification. The condition to complete the trial was to successfully lead the holy war within the time limit. Sungdo stared at him with a serious expression, deducing. So, because this guy couldn't do anything else, the tower just decided the trial was complete? Sungdo imagined himself facing a god and got lost in thought. I remember seeing a message that a huge amount of holy power was paid when the interrogator god met with me privately, and the god of war had to pay a huge amount of holy power just to descend. Any more than that would be overkill. Jirhan's eye glared as a voice boomed. I will absolutely kill you. Don't think this is the end." He stood there, holding his sword, mulling over something he'd learned after his apostle transformation. A person who receives holy power has no trace of a god. Sungdo was silent for a moment. He thought about the time he flew away from Earth, telling himself he had a chance to reach the level of a god. Sungdo unleashed his demonic energy. Standing before that red circle, he came to a conclusion. If that's the case, the reason the god of war resents me is because he's afraid of a new divinity being born. He immediately summoned his sword, convinced. Now it all makes sense. Sungdo swung his sword at that bizarre eye, reminding himself, the god of war used his descent just to try and kill me. Jirhan kept running his mouth, taunting, "You're nothing but the tower's dog." He boldly slashed straight down, splitting the eye in two. Sungdo thought to himself. Meanwhile, Jirhan was still defiant. "I'll make you regret ever searching for divinity." He decisively plunged the sword in deeper, causing Jirhan's body to collapse once more. Sungdo steeled his resolve. He would kill anyone who was an enemy. That's all he had to do. The system quickly announced, the Sky Piercer sword has destroyed a highly indestructible object. Rank has been upgraded to A+, 8,700 out of 10,000. The moment the eye split in two, Jirhan's hateful voice still echoed. I swear, I will tear you to shreds next time. He didn't even bother to argue back, just tightened his grip on his sword. Sungdo frowned and commanded, Devour. Information flowed in. Using Dark Divinity, devouring the designated dark target. Instantly, a wave of black spiritual energy washed over the whole area. It rushed into the space between the two halves of the eye. The spiritual energy completely drained it of its power. The system updated. You have absorbed the soul of the promising apostle, Jirhan Nevia. Proficiency has increased by 7.7%. He was silent, thinking, but I expected the soul of someone used as a medium for a god's descent to be valuable. It doesn't look like the god of war is actually dead. Sungdo suddenly froze, as if he noticed something strange. A system notification popped up. Because you have absorbed a soul stronger than your own, a power extraction judgment has begun. Judgment successful. The power existing within the soul of the promising apostle Jirhan Nevia has been confirmed. He glanced over as he saw the power being extracted from the soul. Han Swung-jan looked down at his chest, which was glowing brightly as the system spoke. The authority, Blink, rank B, has been embedded into Han Swung-jan's soul. You can now move instantly to a location within your line of sight. Hearing this, he let out a short, surprised, whoa. Han Swung-jan stood in the middle of this desolate wasteland, thinking, instantly teleport to wherever I want. He stomped his foot forward, his wings getting into a ready stance. Then, Han Swung-jan's pupils glowed brightly as the system continued to speak. Time remaining until Apostle Transformation is deactivated. 0 seconds, but before he could fly anywhere, it cut him off. Time's up. Apostle Transformation deactivated, causing him to freeze for a split second. His armor and wings vanished into thin air. It was so sudden that Han Swung-jan staggered and lurched forward. A second later, his body disappeared from this place, leaving behind a puff of black smoke in the twilight and a warning from the system. Divinity keywords. Death, darkness, and immortality are disappearing. The scene changes to a school, where the thudding of footsteps echoes across the grassy field. Everyone is racing ahead, but Swung-jan is lagging way behind. A friend up ahead with amber eyes glanced back and urged him on. Hey, Han Swung-jan, hurry up! But he just stood there, dazed, not understanding what was going on. Not long after, the ball was kicked into the net. Everyone erupted into cheers, celebrating the goal. In the middle of the celebration, something slammed down right behind Swung-jan. He whipped his head around to see shattered earth and rock. A horrifying sight appeared right before the student's eyes. Someone was smashed flat into the ground by a giant hand with razor-sharp claws. Swung-jan glanced over in a panic, sweat pouring down his face. He backed away cautiously as the dark shadow fell over his small frame. The creature, a muscular beast with 6 arms, was relentlessly lunging toward Han Swung-jan. His pupils were now blown wide with terror. Sweat streamed down his face as that massive hand just kept slamming into the ground. Everywhere it smashed, thunderous booms and cries for help echoed. Swung-jan was frozen solid by the horrifying massacre before him. He couldn't take it anymore, his face twisting in agony as he let out a blood-curdling scream. The word no had barely escaped his lips when Han Swung-jan jolted awake from the nightmare. His breathing was heavy and rushed, pure terror etched onto his face. He shot up in a daze. What kind of messed up dream was that? Did I pass out? The system quickly displayed a message. Thanks to the mind like a fortress's authority, all unstable emotions are disappearing. Not long after, Han Swung-jan pulled himself together, went outside, and pushed aside the 2 fabric flaps at the entrance. He suddenly froze for a moment. Han Swung-jan was alone, facing a crowd of complete strangers, and the atmosphere had become strangely silent. Suddenly, everyone's tune changed completely. They started screaming their heads off. Our hero, the savior of the cult of the dark god! A young man walked over to Sung Jo-hoon, scratching his head nervously as he spoke. Hey, I'm so sorry. I've been a total ass to you this whole time. Please, forgive me. Commander Reno told me everything. All of a sudden, a voice cut through from behind the apostle, making everyone part ways and turn to look. They saw a trembling figure step forward, whispering, Are you really the savior of the cult of the dark god? The old man suddenly dropped to his knees, raising his hands high as he demanded an answer. Apostle of the dark god, why didn't you help us all this time while we were going through hell? His face darkened, and he was speechless against the accusation. Sung walked over and placed his hands on the old man's shoulders, his voice low. You gotta pick the right moment for things. To bait out the blood demon cult's apostle, I had no other choice. A wicked smile spread across his face as he continued. The glory of this holy war now belongs to us, the cult of the dark god. The old man's face showed a hint of shock at Sung Jo-hoon's words. Don't cry anymore. The system immediately activated the absolute charm skill. Standing in a radiant halo, he declared, "This was all foretold by the dark god. I am merely carrying out his will." A series of notifications popped up. The crowd had fallen into an abnormal state of worship. Due to the abnormal state of worship, their judgment has been significantly lowered, and they are acutely aware of your presence. And so, everyone started smiling, softly calling out, "Apostle." Sung cracked a satisfied smirk at the system window. The god of scrutiny is impressed and says your deception skills are quite sophisticated. The dark god is pleased with your actions and is laughing joyfully. The power to win trust has been strongly activated. At the same time, that source of light spread even wider. To them, he was now a god. The system's voice echoed in Sung's ear, collecting faith in your presence within the area. Sufficient faith has been accumulated to create a myth. Calculating a myth appropriate for the believer's faith based on actual results. He let out a savage grin, totally fired up, and muttered, "Myth creation announcement." Instantly it reported, "First myth, the Savior, has been completed. The final myth, the Savior, is being accumulated into your holy power." Sung Jo-hoon leaned back, raising both arms to absorb the brilliant golden energy into his body. Then, the system updated with a long list of changes. When Challenger Han Sung Jo-hoon activates the aforementioned myth, the salvation effect will be added. When performing good deeds to save those weaker than you, all abilities will be slightly increased when Challenger Han Sung Jo-hoon activates the aforementioned myth. The path to divinity effect will be added. When worshipped by a cult, your holy power will increase based on the number of followers. His goal achieved, he raised his hand and cheerfully said goodbye. "All right, everyone, take care of yourselves." To everyone's shock, Sung and his wings shot up into the sky. All eyes followed him. Reno softly called out, "Apostle." As he flew, Sung thought to himself, "I should head to the place where I passed out." Not long after, Sung glanced to the side and exclaimed, "There it is." A barrier gate instantly appeared on the ground. He stuck a badass landing right in front of it. Sung let out a sigh, complaining, "I've never been through a trial this long. Damn, I'm gonna start genuinely caring about them." Without any more hesitation, he stepped right through the gate. The system immediately announced, "You have entered the waiting room for the 16th floor. Restrictions on administrator notifications have been lifted." The administrator Iron-Blooded King of Violence is greatly relieved that his contractor is safe. The administrator White Crane Sword Saint is crying, saying, "You've worked so hard." The administrator Iron-Blooded King of Violence is inviting you to his domain. The administrator White Crane Sword Saint is inviting you to her domain. Seeing this, Sung Jo-hoon was a little surprised. He glanced over, and you'd think he was weighing his options, but nope, he walked straight ahead and shot them down flat. "Sorry for making you two worry, but I'll see you later." Sung Jo-hoon sat alone on his bed, placing the two holy swords beside him as he thought. Holy power. The holy power stored in my heart is just a concept based on the price paid to use myths and powers. And as he looked down at his chest, which was emitting a black spiritual energy, he realized a lot of things had changed. Sung touched two of his fingers together, creating mana and feeling it out. Through apostlehood, I've experienced a pseudo-god state and can use holy power directly. He smiled and said out loud, "After a while, my holy power also turned black. I hear it's related to the power of a death god." Sung immediately clenched his fist, letting that divine energy circle around his palm. He shot his arm straight up into the air, his face filled with determination. Without flinching, Sung slammed his palm straight into the ground. He was a little surprised to see a flash of light in front of him. Sung Jo-hoon looked at the crack in the wall, a bit confused. The waiting room wall should restore itself immediately after taking any kind of attack. But now, it wasn't restoring. Or rather, the restoration speed was noticeably slower. A smirk crept onto his face. "Interesting," Sung mumbled. 15th floor trial rewards. A white bracelet with a blue gem in the center quickly appeared, along with the information text. Protective Bracelet of the Nameless God, S+. A bracelet used by the Nameless God for protection during their lifetime. When the user is hit by an unblockable attack, the special effect Priority Defense will be activated. At that time, the bracelet will nullify the impact of the unblockable attack. However, this special effect has a use limit, and the current number of uses is 4. Next up was a brilliant blue gem, Divine Jade of the Nameless God, S+. A jade into which the Nameless God poured their holy power while they were alive. When a target is designated and holy power is infused, the special effect Absolute Seal will be activated. At that time, you can seal your opponent's strongest skill. However, this special effect can only be used once, and the sealing duration is not long. At this, he let out an involuntary "oh." Sung Jo-hoon looked pleased as he thought it over. They're both S+ rank, so they should be pretty damn useful. In a flash, a red orb surrounded by crackling mana appeared. You have obtained the soul of the promising apostle Jirhan Nevia. All your stats have been permanently increased. Strength has increased by 4, agility by 6, durability by 4, mana by 7, and stamina by 3. Now absorbing one of the skills possessed by the apostle candidate, Jirhan Nevia. Acquired skill, Warrior's Howl, B-. Sung Johan let out a weary sigh. This is jack squat compared to the crap I had to endure. I'll just offer it to the altar later to boost my divine power. Suddenly, the system provided more information. Now acquiring the divinity within the soul of apostle candidate Jirhan Nevia. The conditions for the Holy Power Authority have been met and are now activated. Attempting to extract divinity. Divinity extraction successful. His eyes shot open wider than ever before. Sung Johan looked down at the glowing mark on his chest in awe. My divinity has increased by a ton. He gave the command to view his quests. Challenger Han Sung Johan is viewing quests. You have received quests from a total of 7 administrators. The administrator Ruler of Paradise has given the quest Island of the Ruler of Paradise. The administrator Divinity Chaser has given the quest The Chaser's Path. The administrator Hero of the Dark Island has given the quest Disaster of the Island. Sung stared blankly at the mess of notifications that popped up in front of him. Damn, too many administrators are giving me quests. Oh well, it's not like I have anything to lose. This just means I have more options. He stood before the row of blue screens, thinking for a moment, when suddenly Sung Johan's eyes darted to a quest panel nearby. The information displayed was, the administrator Army of the Ruined World has given the quest Savior of the Apocalypse. Completion reward. Can bestow upon one item the absolute attribute of never breaking up to 2 times. Completion condition. Make a choice you will not regret. After reading it, he let out a little "oh." Sung rubbed his chin, his thoughts immediately going to the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. I was just wondering how I could quickly restore the durability of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, since the previous owner overused it like crazy. Without another moment of hesitation, he reached out and accepted it, marveling. Talk about lucky. More information streamed in. You have chosen the quest, Savior of the Apocalypse. The 16th floor's personal trial has been changed to Savior of the Apocalypse. Other administrators will be restricted from observing the trial, and only a select few permitted administrators will be able to view it. The system quickly announced the start of the 16th floor trial. Time remaining, 48 days. The theme of the current trial is Warrior. Condition to clear the trial. Make a choice you will not regret within the trial period. Failure conditions. The challenger's death or the expiration of the trial period. Trial reward. Can bestow the never-breaking absolute attribute on 2 items. Penalty for failure. None. And just like that, Sung Johan was warped to another place. He lay on a simple bed, groaning out loud. With a white bandage wrapped around his head, Sung Johan gritted his teeth and wondered, it hurts so bad. What the hell is this insane pain? The system's voice echoed in his ear, commencing the quest Savior of the Apocalypse. The equipment you can use has been restricted, and some equipment has been moved to your inventory. Challenger Han Sung Johan possesses a skill that is unsuitable for the quest's difficulty. All stats have been fixed at 50 and will not change until the end of the trial. However, any growth-type skills acquired during the game will be recalculated after the trial concludes. He struggled to sit up in this wrecked body of his. Suddenly, Sung trembled and covered his mouth, his pupils dilating. Unable to hold it back, he bolted outside and threw up everything. Right after, the figure of a young woman approached from behind and spoke. You're finally awake. This caught Sung's attention. He turned his head and asked, what's going on? Another wave of intense pain crashed over Sung Johan's body, making him feel like absolute crap. This person was DJ. She turned away, warning him, don't push yourself. I'll call the others in a bit. DJ's eyes turned incredibly sinister, her voice dripping with hidden meaning. They'll be here soon, so just wait, Neil. That name made Sung Johan look down in surprise at his own face, reflected in a puddle of water nearby. In the water wasn't his familiar face, but that of the administrator of the Army of the Ruined World. That person, with amber eyes, was staring blankly back at Sung. He rubbed his forehead, remembering. In this trial, for the Savior of the Apocalypse quest, Sung was playing the role of a character named Neil. He knelt on the ground, getting a feel for his body. My physical condition is terrible right now. The Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, my main weapon, and all my defensive gear are sealed, so I can't use them. So all my good stuff is completely off limits, huh? How the hell am I supposed to clear this trial? Sung slowly got to his feet, clutching his arm. He told himself it would hurt a bit, but it's better to just play the part of this Neil guy than to rush healing my body with the blood elixir. Luckily, I still have the items I bought just in case. He quickly summoned the enemy detecting eye patch, B plus 9200P. The system announced, "You will be able to sense killing intent when it is directed at you." Explorer's homemade gloves, B+, 8500p, helps you adapt to unfamiliar situations. So now Sung had an eye patch and a pair of gloves to help him out on this mission. He looked up, thinking to himself, this enemy-detecting eye patch has a function to spot enemies. It's going to be especially useful. Just then, two of his teammates walked up and spoke to Neil. "Thank God, you're awake! It's a miracle! What a relief!" Just as expected from the apostle chosen by the dragon god, Sung Jo-hoon was a bit flustered. He raised a hand and forced a smile, inwardly calculating that he needed to act as naturally as possible. Before he could finish his thought, the eye patch sent a signal, detected multiple enemies approaching you. Sung was shocked and placed a hand over it, thinking, the eye patch activated instantly. He glanced left and right, searching. "Where are they?" That other voice spoke up. "What's wrong, Neil?" Sung's gaze snapped in that direction as the system's voice rang in his ears again. The exclusive effect of the B+ enemy detecting eye patch, auto-detect enemy, has been activated. Enemies will be marked red in your vision. Perhaps to his complete surprise, the three people were Sung Jo-hoon's enemies, but they were still acting all clueless. They asked with fake concern, "You're still not fully recovered? Maybe you shouldn't push yourself. Go get some rest." Sung froze, his jaw on the floor as sweat dripped down his face. He was freaking out inside. What? All of his teammates are enemies? He pressed his lips together, his eyes darting to one of them as it dawned on him. I finally get why this quest was ranked as mentally difficult. Not long after, all four of them were sitting inside a simple hut. Sung calmed himself down. For now, they probably won't try anything inside the tent. He was lost in his own thoughts, and luckily, most of my skills are working normally. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching Sung Jo-hoon's attention. So that's what happened? The old man sitting there was Jipa. He wondered, "Have you lost your memories, Nu?" The other three were dead silent, waiting for the answer. "I guess so. I can't remember anything about myself or why I'm here." Dai closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. "The side effects seem to be more serious than I thought," Jipa chimed in. "So that's how it is." She quickly recapped the situation. "We don't have time, so I'll make this quick. Nu, you're a warrior, and you're the one and only apostle of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Your mission is to save this world." Daij pictured them riding in the carriage, traveling across the lands, as she explained. "No, we are on a journey to defeat the Great Demon King." A vision of Nu pointing his sword at the Great Demon King flashed through her mind. Daij continued, "You were seriously injured while fighting him." Sung-gyun had a hunch, "So that's why I have amnesia?" She hesitated for a moment. She thought of a powerful being with blazing red eyes and a massive body, then explained, "The Demon King serves the Demon God. He's planning to summon the Demon God, and if that happens, it's game over for this whole world." The man grimly came to a conclusion. Basically, the only person who can kill the Demon King in this world is the warrior blessed by the gods. And because of that, Shung, who was in pretty bad shape, was forced to join this adventure. So he, a warrior. Shung imagined himself fighting all alone, a solitary figure with a sword. You'll have to face all sorts of enemies until you meet the Demon King, and you need to recover as much of your strength as possible during that time. A moment ago, they were sitting in the carriage, chatting on the road since he had woken up. "And we've already told you everything important. We'll tell you the rest on the way to the demon realm." The carriage barreled down the road without a single stop. The young man sitting next to Jipa was Alan. He curiously asked Nu, "You said you have amnesia?" Shung, in Nu's body, just grunted in response. Alan pointed to his own face, asking awkwardly, "And you don't remember my name?" Shung leaned forward and made up an excuse. "Because of the side effects from the battle, I don't remember who you are." Hearing that, the guy let out a long sigh of relief. Alan smiled confidently and introduced himself. "I'm Alan, Nick. Just call me Alan. Also, you're talking way too formally, so just speak casually." Sung-gyun's eyes darted around, more wary and suspicious than ever. Jipa, who was sitting next to him, also spoke up. "It might be because you lost your memory, but you seem calmer than before." He got a feeling. "And you are?" The old man quickly replied, "Jipa Danya, just call me Jipa. You can call this old wizard whatever you like." Sung-gyun coldly shot back, "I see." As they were having a serious conversation, Alan's stomach suddenly rumbled with a few loud growls. He scratched his head in embarrassment, his cheeks blushing as he mumbled, "Even though the world's about to be destroyed, my stomach is still right on schedule." Alan immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Hey, Daij, let's go hunt before we move on." And just like that, the carriage stopped again. The other three left, but not before Daij turned back to give a warning. "We've lost all our food, so if we don't hunt, we'll starve to death. You just rest, Nu. We'll go find something to eat." Not long after, they brought back a tiny mouse for him. "Here's your share." Night had already fallen. The three of them sat around a crackling fire, roasting a wild boar. A voice spoke up. Nu is no longer capable of being the warrior of salvation. Others will judge our decision as unjust, but at the same time, they remembered the dead little mouse and imagined Shung ending up just like it. They looked at the delicious-smelling roasted boar, completely self-righteous. We're not wrong. Even if it's unjust, this is the only way to save the world. Aelin took a bite of meat and laid out his plan. Just kick him out so he doesn't die, then give it to that guy. Daij agreed, her mouth full. Yeah, that's enough. We'll do that, Zipa added. Right. He's not a warrior or anything anymore, just a tool to save the world. They thought Sung Yoon wasn't there, but who would have guessed he was sitting on a high tree branch? After hearing their entire conversation, he scowled and muttered, "You bastards. Should I just kill them all?" He quickly shook his head, pushing the thought away. No. Sung Yoon's eyes widened as he thought. The mission completion conditions prevent me from doing that. Acting rashly will only make things worse. He glanced at the three of them, calculating. If it's just these three, I'm confident I can kill them, even in my current state. I still have plenty of time, so I'll just keep an eye on them for now. Time passed, and even after that, Sung Yoon's teammates frequently went out hunting while they were on the move. He held a small piece of food in his hand and watched them leave, sighing. They hunt so much, but they won't even share food with an injured person. Before long, Sung Yoon soared into the sky, telling himself, "Thanks to that, I have plenty of time to escape from this prison on wheels." He walked alone through the dense forest, thinking, "Good, this way they won't find me." Sung Yoon looked at the scenery and told himself, "I can train here." Suddenly, a shadow fell over his entire body, forcing him to glance back at a giant beast with razor-sharp teeth that had appeared right in front of him. Sung Yoon thought to himself, "Did I go in too deep?" A moment later, it collapsed. He casually took a bite of the monster's flesh. Sung Yoon chewed with his mouth full, comparing, "Tastes like chicken." He thought about the tiny mouse and scoffed. "Right now, my body can handle physical activity just fine even without food or sleep. But seriously, eating rat meat is disgusting, even by my standards." Then there's Alan, banging his damn pot every single night, driving Sungjin up the wall. It's not just for meals that idiot keeps banging it in the middle of the night. This whole crew, my so-called teammates, act like a bunch of damn kids. I can't take this crap anymore. After that, he strode alone through the forest. Sung-Yoon narrowed his eyes, his resolve hardening. I have to take the initiative. The system quickly activated the anemic blood skill. Your ability to recover from physical injuries has increased. Sung-Yoon stood up straight, smiling as he felt the recovery in his body. Once it was done, he returned alone to their meeting point. Sung-Yoon looked at the three people sitting silently ahead and spoke up. I went out for a little walk. Looks like you guys got back from hunting earlier than usual today, huh? Daij slowly stood up and called out softly. His blindfold instantly reported, multiple enemies have been detected approaching the user. The exclusive effect of the B+ enemy detection blindfold has been automatically activated. Her voice was filled with killing intent as she scolded him. You're not even recovered yet. It's not good for you to be moving around like that. He scratched his head, trying to figure out what was going on. You're pissed because I dared to leave your sight, aren't you? Then, he made an excuse. Lying around all day was just suffocating. You know? Zeppa trembled as he reached out his hand and spoke. Hold on, your body. He touched Han Sung-Yoon's arm, puzzled. How did you recover so damn fast? He just pulled an excuse out of thin air. After a few days of rest, I suddenly felt better. Han Sung-Yoon smiled, adding with a hidden meaning. How interesting. That remark startled Zeppa a bit. His face darkened as he grilled him. I thought you weren't a healer type mage. Zeppa, how could you instantly notice the change in my body when you're not even a healer? Hearing this, the old man flinched and looked down, his whole body trembling so hard he couldn't even form a sentence. Alan quickly jumped in to do damage control, saying, Enough screwing around. We're almost at the demon world, so let's move. With that, he spun around and left. Inside the carriage, Zeppa called out to Neo again. He looked up, studying him. Have your memories returned? Han Sung-Yoon was silent for a few seconds before answering. Not yet. But inside, he thought something else. There was nothing to remember in the first place. Suddenly, the carriage started lurching violently, shocking everyone. Outside, the horse was thrashing and neighing like crazy, breaking free from Daij's control. The four of them had no choice but to get out of the carriage. They looked up at the scene before them. The system quickly announced, You have arrived in an area filled with demonic energy near the demon world. The longer you are exposed to the demonic energy, the more exhausted you will become. Sharp spikes were jutting out from everywhere in front of them. We're entering the demon world. She glanced over, reminding them. We'll have to walk from here. Neo, sorry, but we can't give you special treatment anymore. A refusal came out, startling Daij for a second. He cracked a sinister smile, his voice filled with killing intent. Whatever. This is more my style anyway. In the demon world, There's a demonic energy that makes any living thing go insane just by breathing it in, and there are countless monsters that can easily slaughter hundreds of people. Even warriors who faced insane hardships agree that no matter how superhuman you are, you just can't survive in the demon world. Not long after, a foot stepped into this dark place. Ahead lay a bizarre landscape with sharp spikes sticking out of everything. Han Sung-yoon, in his role as Neo for this mission, was standing here looking at this place with three people who looked like his teammates, but were actually his enemies. Han Sung-yoon, feigning shock, muttered, "So this is the demon world?" That comment happened to reach Alan's ears. He sneakily glanced over, thinking to himself, "You don't even remember the demon world? You must have lost all your memories." Suddenly, Zeppa took out a sword and raised it, the sound instantly grabbing his attention. He respectfully held the weapon, which was wrapped in a white cloth, and said, "All right, take it." Zeppa unwrapped the cloth, revealing a massive, incredibly sharp-looking sword. He reminded him, "You've probably forgotten, but this is the weapon you treated as your own life. This is the holy sword." Han Sung-yoon just stood there, skeptically sizing it up. All of a sudden, a giant hand with sharp iron claws grabbed a boulder up ahead. In an instant, the monster shoved the two boulders aside with its hands. Behind it were countless other monsters. The young man opposite them quickly bent down and slammed his hand on the ground, creating a block of ice to stop their charge. This is Neo, the character Han Sung-yoon has to become for this mission. He panted, looking at the ice wall before him and whispering, "I thought." After all this time, things were finally okay. The system suddenly announced, "Administrator, Army of the Ruined World." Neo gritted his teeth, his heart filled with hatred. But just thinking back on that miserable time, I can't take it. His small body standing before a horde of vicious monsters, he lamented, "Back then I was so damn weak. All I could do was desperately hope for faith and help from my comrades." Thinking of this, Neo's whole body trembled as he screamed, but then his hand clenched into a fist and he smashed it into the ground, roaring, "How could they?" Neo's pupils at that moment were a pale yellow. He seemed to see something surprising and his eyes widened. Just as he seemed to be in despair, Han Sung-yoon was pushed in to take over as Neo for this mission. He zipped forward to where Neo was standing. Han Sung-yoon, with his piercing blue eyes, smirked slyly and whispered two words. "All right then." He swung the holy sword in a single arc as Han Sung-yoon readied himself to handle the mission Neo was supposed to do. He shouted excitedly, "So then, let's get this started." The system quickly activated Explorer's self-made gauntlets, rank B+. Special effect. Situational assessment has been activated. Because the demonic energy here is compatible with you, mental power will not be consumed due to the high concentration of demonic energy. Your mana has increased by 2. From behind, his so-called teammates and enemies watched Han Sung-yoon's back as he faced that giant hand, thinking, "He's always been so reckless. Even though I warned him over and over, he must be acting so rashly because he lost his memory." Alan speculated with a serious face, but right now, there's no way Neo can take on those monsters by himself. The other three each held a weapon, but none of them charged forward, just listening to his orders. Just cover him from the back. Let him fight until he's completely wiped out. That's what he wanted after all. Let's see how desperate he gets fighting like this. At that same moment, Han Sung-yoon leaped high into the air, swinging the holy sword behind him to build momentum. With a single, straight slash, he split the monster in two. The three below looked at the two halves of the corpse, completely stunned. Their eyes went wide as they all let out a single word in unison. "Huh?" You'd think it was over, but nope. A whole swarm of monsters saw their buddy go down and rushed in like moths to a flame. Han Sung-yoon pointed his sword to the sky, creating a dazzling golden circle of holy light. The light was so bright he had to turn his face away. Feeling the power build up, Han Sung-yoon thought, "Take this." Right after, he swung the holy sword in a wide arc, sending that light flying straight into the monster horde. It weaved through a few of them to get right into the middle of the pack. A second later, a world-shaking explosion erupted, engulfing everything in flames. You couldn't see a single one of them anymore. In a flash, the fire vanished. The horde of monsters was burned to a crisp, completely unrecognizable. Han Sung-yoon looked at the holy sword in his hand and smiled, satisfied. Damn, this thing is insane. He squinted, full of anticipation. Maybe I'll get some kind of unexpected ability out of this trial. The scene shifted to the night before. Alan, Daisy, and Zeepa were sitting around a crackling fire, whispering amongst themselves. Neo has completely forgotten us. He's probably lost some of his combat experience too. She scowled, her eyes brimming with murderous intent, and coldly dropped the line. So, our choice is unavoidable. Back in the present, Daisy hesitated before asking, "What does everyone think?" The man beside him shot back, a little stunned, "But I already offered up his memories and powers to the dragon god, didn't I?" Zepa gritted his teeth, thinking, this is so damn weird. Even though he doesn't remember a thing, he still fights like he's got decades of combat experience. Alan's face went dark as he cursed, damn it, why, Neo? How the hell do you just keep getting stronger? Before long, night fell, and the four of them sat around a crackling fire. Everyone was dead silent. They just ate their own portions, not a single word exchanged between them, making the atmosphere super tense. Sungjin sipped his soup, his eyes scanning over everyone. He looked at the other three, feeling like something was off. He wondered to himself what was up with this weird, heavy silence. Even when a lazy-ass soldier gets strong and crushes a bunch of monsters, not a single one of his teammates is happy about it. Meanwhile, Zeppa was trembling as he scooped up a spoonful of soup. Sungjin could see right through all their crap. The hate, the anxiety, the guilt, the fear. He narrowed his eyes, confirming it. All he could feel from them were negative vibes. It wasn't long before the bowls were empty, with only a few drops of soup left. Then, everyone went back to their own tents. Following suit, Sungjin lay down to rest in his basic tent. He closed his eyes, trying to get some decent sleep. But then, Sungjin's eyes suddenly snapped wide open. He slipped quietly outside and glanced back at the four tents by the campfire. Then, Sungjin turned his gaze forward. In the distance, a mountain was barely visible, a faint silhouette in the darkness. It sparked his curiosity. Should I check it out? The system quickly activated his wings. Instant acceleration has been activated. Holy power has been consumed. Instantly move to a location within your line of sight. The cooldown for this power is 10 minutes. And just like that, Sungjin's whole body shot off in that direction at the speed of light. In an instant, he was already near the mountain peak. Sungjin let out a little whoa in surprise. He looked down at his palm, amazed. That place was about 50 kilometers away, and I made it here with just one use of this thing. Instant acceleration. Sungjin clenched his fist, totally impressed. This power is sick. About a minute earlier, he had narrowed his eyes and mentally activated the flash ability. The system immediately displayed, Consume Holy Power. Instantly move to a location within line of sight. Sungjin looked at a streak of white light in the distance, guessing it was about 50 kilometers away. But I've already jumped that far once. He pictured a massive wall in front of him with a no entry sign to compare. It's just like it says, within line of sight. I wouldn't be able to get through an obstacle like a wall. Sungjin thought back to his intense battles, mulling it over some more. But in a fight, I can use this to perfectly time a counterattack. And in a pinch, it can be used to bail, just like when I escaped that explosion in the blink of an eye. Back in the present, his eyes were glued to his palm. He had definitely gotten a power with some insane abilities. Now, Sungjin was floating in midair, holy sword in hand. He used the power from his eyes to activate the Fire Dragon skill. A flood of updated information appeared. Holy Dragon Sword, rank, S+, damage plus 40%, intelligence plus 40%, magic plus 40%. This is a holy sword personally blessed by the Dragon God for the hero. Only when judging evil can the Holy Dragon Sword unleash its full potential. A stream of light appears when holy power is channeled into it, activating the unique effect. Holy Light. Light carrying the dragon's energy will form around the holy sword. Next is an image of a person praying. For a sincere prayer, blessing will be activated. When activated by making a sacrifice to the dragon god, the user will be granted temporary power. Finally, a crimson circle appears when confronting demons and monsters. The unique effect punishment will be activated. When punishment is active, all stats will increase by 7 when facing demonic entities. When punishment is active, you can use the dragon's power to fight against demonic entities. Your mana will not be consumed. However, the Holy Sword item will be automatically destroyed once Challenger Sung leaves the 16th floor of the individual trial and cannot be used for any other purpose. At this point, even Sungjin had to admit the Holy Sword's power was pretty damn amazing. But he swung the sword to one side, telling himself, it's a limited time item that can only be used during the 16th floor's trial. I should use Sword Sense and gradually absorb the Holy Sword's abilities. No sooner said than done. Sungjin immediately slashed his palm, sending his blood flying everywhere. Right after, the system announced the activation of the Bloodseeker skill. And just like that, those drops of blood transformed into massive red projectiles that rained straight down toward the ground. They whizzed down towards the monsters gathered below. One of them seemed to sense something and turned its head, looking confused. Before any of them could figure out what was happening, they got blasted by the Bloodseeker. Every last one of them got drilled by that red energy, making them shriek in agony. Seeing them under attack, Sungjin landed, a smug look on his face. Caught me some lab rats. He immediately jammed the holy sword straight into a nearby rock. A second later, Sungjin pulled out another sword. Heaven-stealing sword. Rank, A+. Skill, Devour, rank, A-. Effect, can absorb the unique effects of skills from sword-type items. He looked at the sharp blade, analyzing it in his head. The holy sword has 3 unique effects. Devour can absorb 2 skills. It's obvious which ones are the best to take. Sungjin gave the sword a graceful flourish and, at the same time, activated the Devour skill. Can absorb the unique effects of sword-type items. Blue circles swirled around him. An image of the holy light appeared as the system announced. Selection complete. Holy light skill, rank S-, has been completely absorbed. Devour uses remaining. 1 out of 2. Next, the punishment skill. Selection complete. Punishment skill, rank S-, has been completely absorbed. Devour uses remaining. 0 out of 2. All uses of the Devour skill have been depleted. The Devour skill will now be completely destroyed. Sungjin let the sword go, letting it float in midair as he considered things. Looks like I've used up a precious ability like Devour, but it would have been a total waste to pass up on the Holy Sword's powers. But the thing he was really focused on was the Holy Light. The power of the Holy Light. It could create an attack even stronger than a fully charged blow. Best of all, it didn't have a long wind-up time like the counter shield and could be used instantly. Sung muttered, "Holy Light." The system quickly activated the Holy Light skill. He held his palm out, confirming that since he'd absorbed it as a skill, he could use it without the Holy Sword. Instantly, a blinding yellow holy light appeared in front of Sung's palm, but then, something felt incredibly weird, making him pause for a split second. Too late. A sudden explosion erupted right where Sung Dan was standing. He was completely flattened, lying in the crater the blast had just made in the ground. He gasped. What the hell? Why can't I control the direction? And why did it explode instantly? At the same time, the system activated the Blood Mist skill to protect Sung. Just as he was sitting there questioning himself, a bunch of monsters started creeping in from all sides. Sung narrowed his eyes and cursed. You bastards. He got up, drew his holy sword, pointed it forward, and yelled, Holy Light! And just like that, those monsters got blasted too. They all roared from the unexpected explosion. Seeing this, Sung was surprised again. It still works just fine with the holy sword. Why? Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he just figured something out. Sung slung the holy sword onto his back, held both palms out in front of him, and created a glowing red light. An idea hit him. What if I don't use mana, but holy power to control it? With that thought, Sung focused all his energy into that red circle and called out, Holy Light. Instantly, a crimson-red holy light was summoned. A sly grin spread across his face as he finally realized, this is holy power. And so, those monsters became Sung's guinea pigs for testing out this new holy power. They had no clue how to run and just stood there, taking a beating. He got into a low stance, controlling the holy power with his hands, setting off booming explosions everywhere as he burst out laughing. Now I can use it freely. Sung aimed both palms at the sky, unleashing a full-power holy light. A massive black and red light appeared in the air. At that same moment, a sleepy Alan was taking a piss in the forest. He seemed to sense the holy power, turning his head back with a confused look. Right before Alan's eyes, a streak of red shot down into a part of the forest not far from him. The sight made his jaw drop and his eyes go wide, and he started sweating bullets in a panic. Meanwhile, Sung was laughing his head off inside the thick cloud of dust he'd just created. He propped the holy sword on his shoulder, put one foot up on a rock, and looked at his system window in awe. This ability is insane. A flood of information came through. Achieved the state of heir to the dragon god. Acquired the special power, dragonification. Sung was a bit surprised, muttering, Dragonification? The system continued to update. The dragon god has sensed the presence of Challenger Sung. The dragon god is staring intently at Challenger Sung's achievements. The dragon god is quite interested in Challenger Sung. An offer was sent. The dragon god is offering to take Challenger Sung as a disciple. Without a moment's hesitation, he rejected it. That whole stream of information repeated over and over, but the answer was still, I refuse. And yet, it didn't stop. He sighed to himself, looks like I've pissed off a seriously annoying god. Not long after, the sun was high in the sky, its light shining into their simple thatched hut. Sung had made it back in time to avoid any suspicion from the others. He sat in a corner, eating his breakfast. As he scooped up a spoonful of soup, he was lost in thought. The dragon god, based on the 16th floor story, is the god protecting this world. He imagined a giant black figure with wings spread wide and a halo behind it, and sighed. But for me, someone who's had his life threatened by a god before, I really don't have a good impression of them. Sung thought back to walking alone through that thorny forest and complained internally, after choosing a hero to save the world, I hate how they don't give that hero enough power to actually do what they're supposed to. That's why this world fell to ruin. He ate while thinking about his headache of a problem. That's why I haven't used the Holy Sword's unique prayer effect, so I wouldn't get their attention and wouldn't do anything to step on their toes. Suddenly, the system lit up with another flood of information. The Dragon God is offering to take Challenger Sung as a disciple, which made even Sung break out in a cold sweat. But now I'm stuck with another god. Seriously, don't you get tired? He got another series of notifications. The Dragon God asks why a worthless being like you dares to refuse his offer. The Dragon God emphasizes that your choice is foolish. Sung was speechless. Is this guy a telemarketer or what? I'm not buying. The system's voice just kept ringing in his ear. The Dragon God emphasizes that one day you will realize his greatness and will want to become his disciple. The God of Ordeals laughed out loud at the Dragon God's pathetic persistence. The God of Darkness said, if you've been rejected, then scram. Don't just hang around bothering him. The Dragon God said, Challenger Sung, please reconsider, then concealed his presence. The non-stop information was giving Sung a massive headache. The administrator, Iron-Blooded King of Violence, praised his contractor's resolve and was relieved. The administrator, White Crane Sword Saint, acknowledged his contractor's will with pride. The administrator, Monarch of a Fading World, thinks your decision is interesting. And through all that chaos, he just kept on eating. Suddenly, Aelin, who was sitting next to him, spoke up. I think there's a high-level demon training nearby, he said, recounting his story fearfully. Last night, I saw a beam of light shoot out from the mountain. Sung turned and brushed it off. You probably imagined it, Alan insisted, his voice firm. No, I really saw it. Zipa, seeing this, chimed in. I once read a document in the Magic Tower about strange phenomena that appear near the demon realm due to demonic energy. It's best to just assume it was a natural phenomenon caused by demonic energy. Zipa added a bit of logic. Besides, how could a human possibly train in the middle of nowhere like this? Hearing that, Alan finally let out a sigh of relief. Well, that's true. Before long, night fell again, and Sung was once again out there alone, fighting monsters with his holy sword. Even though repeating these battles was boring, he could still use a few of his abilities in the process. Just then, the system activated the myth-class title, Savior of the Apocalypse. Another wave of information came in. Activating the Salvation effect, all permanent stats increased by 0.7. Due to the penalty of the current special trial, all stats have been reduced. The permanent stat increase will not be applied. Once this trial is over, the power boost will go back to normal. Sung thought to himself, just how big is the range of this Savior of the Apocalypse effect anyway? I still don't totally get it. Then, the Path of Faith effect activated. Since there were no followers, his holy power wouldn't be enhanced. He wondered curiously, I've learned a lot from this new epic I got. What kind of followers does this unique Path of Faith ability even need? Sung Jun speculated while wildly swinging his sword. It seems salvation usually kicks in when I save someone weaker than me, and Path of Faith won't activate if they don't serve me or become my followers. Before long, they entered a castle. He fought the monster up front all by himself. Everything was going smoothly, and Sung Jun's teammates were handling their own fights just fine. He made a decisive slash, trashing that last thought. Maybe things are going so well because I'm the one wiping out all the enemies by myself. And just like that, the monster collapsed right in front of them. Standing before a massive door, Sung Jun slung the holy sword over his shoulder and looked back to ask, Why aren't you coming in? The Demon King's gatekeeper is down. Let's go. But everyone's face had darkened, and a grim vibe fell over the place that made even him think twice. If anything's changed, it's probably that their expressions are getting stiffer because I'm showing off more and more of my power. No more hesitating, Sung Jun immediately shoved the two doors open. The other three followed him inside, one by one. Aelin, suddenly curious, asked, Neo, you don't really have amnesia, do you? He gave a forced smile, looking back and replying cryptically, Believe what you want. Zipa cut off the conversation. All right, let's just focus on the battle ahead. He held out a glass vial containing a purple liquid and urged him, Drink this. Sung Jun listened with a straight face. It's a rare strength-enhancing potion. He reached out and took it. While Zipa was still trying to convince him, You'll be facing the Demon King soon. Why don't you try it? Sung Jun let out a little laugh, half teasing, half probing. A potion? It's not poison, is it? At the same time, DJ flinched. As if he'd struck a nerve, she placed a hand on her chest and loudly shot back, Neo, are you suspecting us? He beamed, making an excuse. Nah, I'm just pissed that you guys haven't helped me at all. But now I get this. No, really. Getting something so precious. I'm so touched. After that, Sung Jun drank the weird purple liquid. The moment he downed it all, the system announced, You have been poisoned by the demon world's gluttony demon. Within 5 minutes, the poison will spread throughout your body and you will be unable to use mana. Immediately, he dropped to his knees, hunching over as he vomited a pool of pitch-black blood. Information kept streaming in. The unique effect of the B+ rank blindfold has automatically detected nearby enemies. Multiple enemies are approaching the user. It was Sung Jun's 3 teammates. All of them had their weapons raised, standing behind him. Aylin's voice was dripping with killing intent. Don't hate us for this, Neo. We didn't have any other choice. But instead of fear, a sly grin spread across Sung Jun's face, even as sweat poured down his cheeks. Finding his silence totally weird, the 3 of them froze for a second in surprise. Sung Jun opened his eyes, his voice sounding like it came from the depths of hell. To think my teammates were all a bunch of backstabbers, how interesting. The 3 slowly walked up behind Sung Jun, with Alan in the lead. At that moment, his holy sword was still lying uselessly on the ground. Suddenly, golden chains were summoned, wrapping around the sword. It was Zipa. He had stretched out his hand, forming a golden orb that created those freaky chains. He frowned and spoke. I've sealed the dragon sword, Neo. From now on, no one can use it. Sung Jun questioned them bitterly. Since when? And how the hell did you guys even think of betraying the hero? The system, meanwhile, kept droning on. You have been poisoned by the demon world's gluttony demon. Within 5 minutes, the poison will spread throughout your body, and you will be unable to use magic. DJ suddenly screamed in outrage. You think we wanted to do this? Zipa added self-righteously. We were out of options. Sung Jun wiped the corner of his mouth and asked in a low voice. Out of options? Sung Jun's eyes shot wide as a strange voice echoed out. Fools. From the ceiling, saw-toothed machines began to move. A contraption covered in thousands of sharp spikes hung from above, pointing down, while an identical device with spikes pointing up emerged from the floor. The Demon King, wings spread wide, continued. Even if you ask them, nothing will change, hero. He bared his teeth in a grin and explained, they are simply doing their best to fulfill the contract between them and me. He struggled to his feet before the colossal figure, boldly demanding, So you're the Demon King? One of its massive feet touched the ground. The Demon King confirmed. That's right. We've never actually met, have we? Not even when you defeated the Archdemon. Sung Jun couldn't help but wonder. The battle with the Archdemon weakened the hero, and you approached his party during that time? The Demon King narrowed his eyes, silent for a moment before saying with a sneer, Why do you keep asking questions like you're talking about someone else? But I'll admit you're right. Hearing that, he pictured the Demon King holding up puppet strings attached to Alan, DJ, and Zeppa, and it all clicked. All right, now I get the whole story. While the hero was recovering after fighting the Archdemon, you turned all the remaining party members into traitors. Sung Jun still had one question, but why didn't you just kill him right then and there? The Demon King bared his teeth in a casual grin and replied, Well, for the fun of it, of course. The system immediately reported. The skill Fiery Dragon's Eye indicates the target is telling the truth. He immediately scoffed, You're so lame. But that's not the whole story, is it? That question made the Demon King freeze for a second. Then, he threw his head back and laughed like a complete maniac, praising him. So clever, so damn clever. Sung Jun pressed his lips together, listening as sweat poured down his face. To tell you the truth, this whole situation is an offering I will present to the demon god. He slowly moved one of his arms as he laid out the logic. Just like how you sacrifice so much to be recognized by the dragon god as a hero, I too am trying to become an official apostle. The Demon King immediately provided an example. Just like your comrades, you must have gone through all kinds of hell, hunger, cold, loneliness to get here, and the only thing waiting for you is to die as a sacrifice for the demon god. Sung Jun listened in silence, taking in every word, and then, my punishment will finally end. He looked at the hero's darkening face and sneered. I wonder how you're feeling right now. The Demon King keeps provoking him. Feeling hopeless? Are you pissed? Hey, you should have kept a closer eye on your little crew. He gritted his teeth, enduring the bastard's insults as a sea of red washed over the place. Sung Jun's memories as Neo suddenly flashed back, and he remembered the image of that girl who was always smiling. Who is this? Next was the beefy young man, Alan, happily splashing in the water. Finally, an old master bandaging someone else, Deba. He could almost feel what Neo was thinking. Even though he trusted them so much, Neo still couldn't understand their decision. In extreme agony, Sung thought, but the mastermind behind all of this. He recalled that evil face with its glowing eyes and sharp fangs, telling himself, it's that bastard Demon King, the one I'm going to kill. Sung tried to calm himself down. I'm getting a little too worked up. No matter how many times I see this, it still makes my blood boil. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. The administrator of the ruined army is awaiting your decision. Standing in a deep blue aura, he psyched himself up. All right, Sung. Sweat poured down his face relentlessly. Sung asked himself a question. What's your choice? While he was still hesitating, the Demon King raised his hand high and unleashed an attack, creating several orbs of dark purple energy. Immediately after, several invisible chains formed from that spiritual energy. They shackled Sung's hands and neck, completely shocking him. He was slowly dragged by that spirit toward a sharp weapon powered by several machines. The Demon King's voice echoed in his ear, "The final step of my baptism." The Demon King on the other side was now aggressively spreading his arms, controlling the demonic energy. His eyes and tone were filled with killing intent. Sacrifice the hero to the demon god and become an official apostle. The Demon King stuck out his long leg and kicked a nearby lever. And just like that, the device hanging from the ceiling, connected by chains, came crashing down. The sharp spikes got closer and closer to Sung's face. He bit his lip and braced himself for the impact. Below Sung was another one of these deadly weapons. With a loud crunch, the two devices slammed together, splattering blood everywhere. At that moment, red lines of energy swirled around the Demon King as he let out a maniacal laugh. The other three stood frozen, watching a series of symbols materialize at their feet from that crimson spiritual power. He gloated, roaring, "Demon God, as you commanded, I offer you the hero's blood. Hurry up and make me your official apostle." And yet, the reply the Demon King received was the demon god silently glaring at him for daring to offer up such filthy blood, leaving him completely stunned. The guy just froze solid. Somehow, Sung had managed to escape, and right at that moment, he summoned a blazing red holy light right behind the Demon King. He spoke up, "I coughed up my own poisoned blood, and you dared to offer it to the demon god?" He must be pissed right now. The holy light grew brighter and brighter as the system activated the holy light skill. Sung raised the holy light into the air and continued, "Normally, I'd make the best possible choice, right? But no matter how I think about it," he stared forward, emphasizing every single word, "this world is just too hopeless to be saved." Dai couldn't help but scream in shock. Holy light? But isn't the holy sword sealed? Jipa was just as freaked out and added, "How the hell is he using the holy sword's power?" The third guy was even more anxious. Has the holy light always looked this bright? Is he really the hero we knew? Despite all this, the Demon King still defiantly declared, "Don't even dream of resisting. As long as you die, the demon god won't let this world fall into ruin." He furiously pointed at the other three and explained, "I made a deal with them that if I kill the dragon god's apostle, the hero, then the world won't collapse." Sung let out a sigh, full of contempt. "Geez, you sure assume a lot. Let me point out the three things you're getting wrong." A hazy smoke appeared before him again, along with the system's reminder. "The administrator of the ruined army is awaiting your decision." Then, Sung raised both his arms high, making the holy light grow to a colossal size. The other three panicked as they watched the energy it was emitting. Listening to his explanation, "First off, I'm not the guy named Neo." The Demon King gritted his teeth, listening in silence. "Second, I'm not the real hero either." The more Sung spoke, the larger the holy light grew. And third, I couldn't care less if this world gets destroyed or not. Seeing this, the Demon King desperately reached out to stop him. "Stop! If you don't, this world will." Sung frowned and cut him off with a final statement. "If you wanted to kill the hero, you should have done this from the very beginning." Without any hesitation, Sung swung his arm down, bringing a massive crimson energy with it. And with that, the entire demonic castle was struck by a terrifying beam of spiritual power, setting off a series of massive explosions. The stone and walls of the fortress crumbled into countless small fragments. They hung suspended in the air before raining down on the ground. The battered Demon King, with his wings in tatters, struggled to stand amidst the desolate ruins. In his shredded clothes, he was still groaning bitterly. "You goddamn bastard." Facing the small figure before him, the Demon King roared, "What the hell are you thinking? Didn't I already tell you? I made a deal with your comrades that as long as I kill you, this world will be saved." Sung raised his hands, gave a little shrug, and offered an alternative solution. "Wouldn't it be the same if you died instead?" The Demon King's fury reached its absolute peak. He opened his mouth wide, declaring, "You think I don't have a backup plan? If I die here, the demon god will descend, and there will always be an apostle of the demon god in this world." Upon hearing this, the system informed him, "The skill, Fire Dragon's Eye, indicates the subject is telling the truth." Sung's face turned serious as he thought, "The setting for this trial is messed up for real. If this wasn't a trial, just how much more screwed up would it be?" He looked up at the Demon King, who was still monologuing, "The world will collapse, but there's still enough karma for the demon god to descend. A world like this will be easily erased." Sung just asked nonchalantly, "Yeah, so what? Even if this world collapses, what does that have to do with me?" This made the Demon King tremble all over, sweat pouring down as he uttered a single word. "Huh?" The Demon King couldn't believe what he had just heard. He pressed on, "You bastard. Are you really not the hero?" Sung just casually dropped a line, "I already told you." He started pointing his finger, demanding, "Even if you're not the dragon god's apostle, how can you still use that power? Who are you?" Just then, a torrent of blazing red energy was absorbed into Sung's body. He just coolly asked, "Anything else?" A second later, Shung returned in his familiar clothes, a brilliant golden light, and several faint magic circles appearing in front of him. Shung's bloodthirsty battle armor was quickly equipped. The system also began to transmit a series of messages, activating his punishment skill. While active, all of his magic stats would increase by 7. While active, his magic would be massively amplified. The power of the dragon tribe flowing through his veins caused all of his magical abilities to increase by 100%. He stomped his feet hard on the ground to intimidate his opponent. Sung Yoon clenched his fists and introduced himself. "I am the challenger." He crouched down and leaped into the air, simultaneously summoning a barrage of red energy that shot forward. They formed sharp spikes as they neared the Demon King, who hurriedly raised his hands to block them, shouting, "Wait a minute, I think you're misunderstanding something." But it was too late. Those spiritual energies instantly tore into the Demon King's arm, ripping it to shreds. He glanced down in agony at his current state. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, the Demon King quickly spread his wings and flew away, his mind filled with fear. "I'm going to die. I have to retreat now." But did he really think he could escape the fight that easily? Sung Yoon immediately chased after him, demanding, "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, his whole body froze. Sung Yoon frowned, his head full of question marks. He looked down in surprise at the tiny blue lights at his feet. Turns out, Jeppa was casting a spell, creating vines that wrapped around Sung Yoon's legs as he said, "Just die peacefully." Panic mixed with fear was written all over his face. "If you continue to exist, this world will be destroyed." Immediately after, thousands of arrows flew toward him like moths to a flame. Daij fired arrows frantically, trying her best to persuade him. "You're supposed to be a hero, just think about it." Those arrows whistled through the air, right at Sung Yoon's back. He just let out a sigh as the sharp tips were about to touch his body. Sung Yoon instantly summoned his wings, spinning around to shatter those damn arrows. Alan took the opportunity to jump up from behind with his weapon. He growled, shouting, "You selfish bastard! If you live, the rest of us are still gonna die." Alan used every ounce of strength he had, letting out a blood-curdling scream as he swung his weapon down with full force. It seemed like the sharp point was about to pierce Sung Yoon's head, but who would have guessed he'd teleport in an instant, avoiding the dangerous blow. The system quickly activated the combat focus skill, and just like that, all Alan saw was a cloud of dust where Sung Yoon had been, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Shung appeared right above him, scolding him. "You don't have the guts to sacrifice yourself, but you have the nerve to ask someone else to die for you?" Sung Yoon glared at them like he was shooting bullets, his voice dripping with venom. "You guys aren't even worth fighting." Then he looked up at the Demon King who was fleeing for his life. Sung Yoon's whole body suddenly erupted with green energy. He whispered, "Flash step." The Demon King was flying away, glancing back with a smug grin. "Haha, I'm saved." The smile vanished. The instant Sung Yoon appeared right beside him and grabbed his head. The Demon King's pupils turned pure white as he let out a few screams of agony. In the blink of an eye, his head was torn clean off his body. With that taken care of, Sung Yoon flew off aggressively, leaving the mangled corpse behind. That horrifying scene suddenly appeared in a brilliant blue mirror, and a strange voice spoke. "Look." The person standing before that magical mirror was none other than No. His eyes widened as he asked himself, "Is this your choice?" Neo remembered back when he was struggling in his own fight. Even though he was seriously injured, all he could do was run. Flames blazed, engulfing the entire place, and the world fell to ruin. Then, when he received the call from the tower, Neo escaped by climbing it. He bit his lip, swallowing hard, remembering the day he abandoned that place and climbed the tower like a madman. Yes, instead of those humiliating days, Sung Yoon was now smiling confidently. This was the right choice. The system quickly updated. The choice of challenger Sung Yoon has been confirmed. This choice has been confirmed to be one without regret. Congratulations on completing the 16th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a reward for clearing the stage, you may bestow the completely indestructible trait on one item gifted by the administrator, Warlord of the Ruined World. Please return to the waiting room. Down below, Daij witnessed the scene before her and let out a few groans. "Oh my god. What is this?" She looked at the burning tornadoes that were destroying everything, her voice trembling even more. "No way. Our life source. This world is coming to an end," the system reported. The administrator, Warlord of the Ruined World, is silently watching the hero's former comrades. The other three seemed frozen on the spot. Only Sung Yoon turned to leave, a blue portal gate in front of him. Before stepping in, Sung Yoon didn't forget to look back and spew some bitter words. "You people never deserved an easy death in the first place. I hope you all die a slow and painful death along with this world. Good luck surviving." Only then did he walk defiantly through the portal. Sung-yoon's figure and the gate gradually faded away. Information streamed in continuously. Return to the waiting room for completing the trial is currently on hold. The administrator, Warlord of the Ruined World, is deciding on the trial reward and is now entering the Hall of Heroes. This took him by surprise. Immediately after, Sung-yoon was transported to a strange place. Before him was a statue of a mighty dragon god. As he walked past the massive pillars, he wondered, is this place some kind of temple to worship the dragon god? Suddenly, a voice called out, "Not that way. Over here." That made Sung-yoon stop. In the distance, someone was sitting there in a suit of golden armor. He glanced over in that direction, vaguely recognizing him. "Are you?" It was none other than Neo. Sung-yoon asked doubtfully. "Warlord of the Ruined World?" Neo quickly confirmed it. "That's right. Well, we've communicated a few times now." Sung-yoon strode forward, correcting him. "Communicate? It was more like you sending me one-sided messages." Neo closed his eyes and sighed. "Same difference. You're so damn nitpicky, it's exhausting." He studied the other man with a scrutinizing gaze as he listened to Neo. "Anyway, since you're here, feel free to ask whatever you're curious about." However, Sung-yoon's question seemed to catch him off guard. "Why did you choose me for that trial? You could have achieved your most earnest wish through any challenger you sponsored." Neo was about to say something, but then stopped himself. Then, to Sung's surprise, he burst out laughing. Neo stood up, suddenly realizing something. "Now I get why some of the gods are so interested in you." He walked up to Sung-yoon and reminded him, "Hey, don't get the wrong idea and think all challengers are tower-climbing freaks like you." Neo walked past him and continued, "Most of the other challengers aren't nearly as strong as you, and they don't have the willpower to climb the tower." He just pictured thousands of fake challengers plummeting from that tower and was like, "Yeah, for sure." "Nah, even if they could, it wouldn't change, Jack. No matter how many times they climb the tower, most admins can't even see the top." Shung glanced over, trying to figure things out. "So instead of hoping to change the past with the tower, you're saying I'll get to see possibilities I couldn't otherwise, through a trial like this. That's what you mean, right?" No didn't hesitate to agree. "Yeah, I'd love to deny it, but you're right." Suddenly, he clapped his hands together a few times, hard. Then No spoke up. "All right, let's settle this debt." Instantly, the system announced that the special ability of the Dragon God equipment set had accepted challenger Sung-yoon as its user. "Please select an item you wish to enchant with complete indestructibility." He stood there, smiling amidst a surrounding aura of light. Sung-yoon's familiar sword quickly appeared. Decision made. Engrave complete indestructibility onto the Heavenly Cave Sword. Next up was the Blood Demon Sword. Engrave complete indestructibility onto the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword. The consciousness of the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword's master soul is slowly recovering. Once that was done, Sung-yoon held a sword in each hand and listened to what No had to say. "Most administrators wouldn't hook you up with an insane reward like this, but I'm in a good mood and I'm gifting it to you, so you better be grateful." He put away his two swords and shrugged, questioning him. "We both got what we wanted. Why should I thank you for that?" No sighed in annoyance. "You're no fun at all." A barrier gate now stood before Sung-yoon. No suddenly moved closer and said hesitantly, "One more thing." He was about to step inside when No's words stopped him. "Don't ever doubt the tower," he stated firmly. "Even though all of us failed to reach our goals, you're different." Sung-yoon. Neo looked at that determined face and delivered the final line. "Because you are one of the few prized candidates the tower is watching." After hearing that, Sung-yoon didn't argue any further and just walked into the gate. As soon as he stepped through, the system's voice echoed in his ears. "You have entered the 17th floor waiting room. All ability restrictions have been lifted. Increased stats and received abilities will now be corrected." Sung-yoon glanced at the notification. S rank. Successor of the Dragon God. An achievement you obtained by learning a skill belonging to the Dragon God. As a reward for this achievement, you have received the ability, Dragonification. He thoughtfully considered the achievement he'd gotten from the 16th floor trial, Successor of the Dragon God. "But I thought the tower and the gods were enemies." Shung sat on the edge of the bed, wondering why the tower would create an achievement like this. He recalled the gods he had met, realizing that the tower wasn't just blindly hostile to all gods and trial gods anymore. An image of the sky-high tower appeared in Sung's mind. There were even some gods for whom the tower went so far as to create their own achievements. Neu's words came flooding back. "You are one of the few prized candidates the tower is watching." That made him hesitate, realizing he was now one of the key candidates. Shung pressed his lips together, making an assumption. Maybe being chosen as a candidate by the tower means, "I've become a god." As this thought hit him, his face filled with determination. Shung thought back to when he used that brilliant golden light against the Demon King. The idea that he'd received holy power wasn't exactly a baseless guess. Then there was that incredibly bizarre eye, and even when he fought bravely against a god, facing a god, Sung-yoon was truly evolving in that direction. Everything was like pieces of a puzzle, slowly clicking into place. The battles, the rewards, the growth. It was like all the pieces in his head were finally fitting together. Yeah, the Tower's trials. There was no doubt left. It's a process to select challengers to become gods. And if he could get through that process, Sung-yoon would become a candidate, guided to become a god himself. He slowly stood up, telling himself, well, for now it's just a theory. I'll figure out the Tower's real intentions once I get stronger. Shung muttered excitedly, all right, time to check out this new ability I got. His eyes glowed bright red as Sung-yoon activated dragonification. Suddenly, his whole body started shaking uncontrollably, which caught him a little off guard. A pitch-black iron hand with razor-sharp claws appeared. A brilliant red light flared up from the center of his body. In an instant, Sung-yoon was wearing a new set of armor. He hunched over and mumbled, I didn't think it'd be like this. Dressed in his black and red magic armor, Sung-yoon exclaimed in awe, but this dragonification, it really lets me turn into a dragon. The system quickly announced, special ability dragonification has been activated. He was extremely satisfied with his new outfit. Shung glanced at the magic power radiating everywhere and remarked, I kind of feel like a lizardman. His lips quivered slightly as he thought to himself, though I'm a bit surprised by the sudden transformation. Then, a stream of information was transmitted to him. Remaining mana will be doubled for 10 minutes. Draconic traits will manifest for 10 minutes. All mana manipulation abilities will be increased for 10 minutes. In a flash, a terrifying wave of power surged through his entire body. Sung-yoon immediately hunched over, realizing that not only had his body changed, but his senses had been enhanced too. Standing in this empty room, he analyzed his surroundings without even needing to use his fire dragon eyes. I can still perceive everything around me. And on top of that, my ability to manipulate magic has improved too. Shung bared his sharp teeth, intending to just let out a breath, but unexpectedly, a small flame flickered to life. Then, he opened his mouth wide and shot a blazing stream of fire forward. The scene left Sung-yoon completely stunned, muttering to himself. He looked at the whole room now engulfed in flames and had to remind himself that this whole breathing fire thing wasn't a joke anymore. After testing out a few functions, Sung-yoon deactivated dragonification. The system's voice echoed in his ears. Special ability dragonification has been turned off. You cannot use it again for 8 hours. At the same time, the magic armor vanished, leaving him in the blazing room. Sung-yoon frowned, calculating, 10 minutes of use and an 8-hour cooldown. I can pretty much only use this once per fight. Cheon-gu suddenly appeared behind him. Sitting against a wall and noticing sheets of ice around the place, she groaned, damn it, my head is splitting. What the hell happened to the waiting room? Hearing her, he turned around and asked, are you feeling any better? Cheon-gu replied nonchalantly, yeah. I don't know what you did, but the sword's core is stronger. She held up her hands, her whole body trembling as her tone shifted to one of astonishment. Wait, it's not just that. I can control the sword's consciousness now, no problem. I have no idea what you did, but my condition has improved. Sung-yoon quickly explained, I enchanted it with the indestructible trait. Cheon-gu asked in surprise, but how? No, forget it. She grit her teeth and let out a teasing sigh. No point in asking a psycho who dares to fight a god. I knew you were crazy, but this is beyond what I imagined. He remained silent, listening to Chu's words. From what I heard, you were just some challenger from the 8th floor, and from a minor dimension, no less. She narrowed her eyes. A challenger from a minor dimension who's abnormally strong and unnecessarily involved with divine beings, Chu said with a hidden meaning. And I know a few things too, Sung blurted out anxiously. Know what? She immediately dropped the intel she'd gathered. You're one of the candidates chosen by the Tower. Is that why you're tangled up with divine beings? Hearing this, his face grew serious as he wondered, this again? Chu suddenly stood up and continued, I thought you were just some nobody, but I was wrong. She brushed past him and whispered, you probably have a lot of questions. Sung just glanced over, lost in his own thoughts. It fits with what Chu said. Maybe I can use this chance to clear up my doubts about the Tower and the gods. Chu clapped him on the shoulder and said grimly, what the candidates are, the Tower's purpose, why some god is wary of you. But I can't give you what you want. Sung guessed, because of the Tower's restrictions, she confirmed it right away. Exactly. Even if you fail the trial and die, I don't want your soul to be destroyed too. He stared blankly and uttered, is that so? He thought to himself. But I figured that not only the administrators, but also the being inside the Supreme Blood Demon Sword couldn't freely give out information. I already knew it, but it's still a letdown. Chu walked ahead, changing the subject. However, I can tell you a few things. No matter what happens now or in the future, there's only one thing the Tower wants from you. Sung immediately asked, what is it? She looked back and answered, to constantly get stronger and crush all your opponents. Chu emphasized this. That's all the tower wants from you and the other candidates. He imagined himself walking up a ridiculously long staircase, contemplating. The tower might have chosen me from the start, but I'm the one who wanted to climb it. No, at least that's what I thought. She put a hand on her hip and explained, you probably already know this. Even though you climbed this far through your own effort, it also depended on the opponents the tower gave you. Sung quickly replied, I know. The tower, at the very least, doesn't want to harm me. Chu held her palm out, teasing him. You catch on quick. Ah, if you were only chosen as a candidate on the 10th floor, it's no wonder you didn't know. Suddenly, she froze when she heard his next question. So I won't ask anymore. I'll be able to solve all my doubts once I get stronger, right? Chu suddenly clenched her fist, gritting her teeth and muttering, the more I look at you, the more I regret that you're not from my homeland. If you were from the martial realm, you'd be the strongest by now. Two familiar swords were quickly summoned by Sung. The blood demon sword instantly shot out, landing right near where she stood. Seeing this, Chu immediately jumped back. Bursting with energy, she floated in midair, summoning power around her and declaring, I'll make my move. Chu looked at Sung before her and declared, You will become my disciple. The other sword radiated a crimson energy, while strange patterns appeared on it. Her voice echoed throughout the room. My sect is the Divine Blood Sect. Do you want to learn the Blood Demon Divine Art? Chu smiled, thinking to herself, I'm a little bored, so I feel like doing this. Having a disciple will make things a bit more fun. But in response, a single firm no came from him. She flinched, raising her hands as if she'd misheard something, thinking to herself, What? Chu furiously pointed forward, making the sword aim in that direction too, and yelled, Why the hell not? If you learn the Blood Demon Divine Art, you'll get even stronger. She rushed over and frantically shook Sung, trying her best to convince him, If you've made it this far, you have to know how powerful the techniques from the martial realm are, right? You must know the arts there are way beyond anything in the minor dimensions, right? He swayed a little and answered, Yeah, I know, Chu snapped angrily. Then why are you refusing? He stepped back and explained, I know, because I learned martial arts from an administrator. But if I learn a special internal art that uses a specific cultivation method, I'll be restricted from learning other things instead of that specific martial art. Hearing this, she paused and asked, Wait, who did you learn it from? Sung put his hands on his hips and confessed honestly, Actually, I already have a master. I have a master-disciple relationship with an administrator. Chu's face darkened, and she stared blankly before cursing under her breath. Damn it. She ran a hand through her hair. How embarrassing. I thought I'd finally get a disciple after all this time. I can't believe I lost the chance to some unknown. Suddenly, he raised a finger and exclaimed, Ah, I just remembered. I learned a cultivation method called the Supreme Blood Cultivation Art. Chu asked, confused. What's that? He thought to himself. That's right. You told me about the Supreme Blood Cultivation Art. You descendant of the Blood Demon sect. She stammered, demanding, How could you learn something only a descendant of the sect is allowed to learn? He closed his eyes and replied nonchalantly, Somehow it just worked out that way. Just then, the pendant Sung was wearing began to glow. He was instantly dressed in a new, badass-looking outfit. Seeing this, Chu started making wild guesses. A gift from that woman of the Bake clan. I don't like it. She still wouldn't give up, but it suits you. My half-disciple then. I'll start teaching you martial arts. Chu opened her palm, summoning a purple sphere of magical energy and introducing it. Basically, the Blood Demon Divine Art isn't purely martial arts. It's more like magic. Instantly, those streams of energy shot towards him. The Blood Demon Divine Art has the ability to turn mana into blood, meaning Sung no longer needs to injure himself to get a large amount of blood. Although Chu bragged about it like it was some peerless divine art, it was a set of techniques that involved using blood for recovery or control. Sung glanced at her, laughing manically, and thought, However, the problem is that it overlaps with the abilities I have from the Blood Demon sect and my blood medicine. I can't believe the core of the Blood Demon Divine Art is so similar to the abilities I already have. Just then, Chu yelled, What do you think my martial art is? He rubbed his wrist at her challenge. Now, show me what you've learned. Come on, my half-disciple. The moment she finished speaking, Sung spread his palms wide, unleashing that spiritual power everywhere. Chu's jaw dropped as she stared at the energy in awe. What is this insane power he's unleashing? He's already surpassed the power of the Blood Demon Divine Art, she said smugly. See? Looks like I was right about you, huh? She thought to herself, Damn, what a monster. Chu was like, So, what now? He shot back, What do you think? We keep climbing. She was shocked. Like, right now? Han Sung-yeonwoo just deadpanned 2 words, duh. Chu groaned. But you just finished a trial. She tried again. Aren't you gonna take a break? He shot that down instantly. No, I can't stop for something this lame. Just then, a blue screen popped up on the wall. Han Sung-yeonwoo pointed at it. Dead serious, I need to get stronger. A burst of light exploded out of nowhere, and he reminded himself, strong enough that no one can stop me, not even a god. A moment later, a blinding light flashed, taking Han Sung-Yun-woo to another trial. The system announced, the 17th floor trial has begun. Difficulty, hard. Trial theme, massacre. Time limit, 7 days. Clear condition, you must kill all enemies within the time limit and reach the end of the Heavenly Martial Palace. Failure condition, death or timeout. Clear reward, S plus rank cultivation elixir. Failure penalty, death. He was now standing in some gloomy darkness. Han Sung-Yun-woo scanned the area. Can't see a damn thing. This darkness is messing with my senses. Suddenly, the sword at his side spoke up. This is gonna be rough. Better watch your back. You won't see an attack coming. The system instantly announced. Skill, Fire Dragon's Eye has been activated. At the same time, Sung's pupils started to glow. Human-like shapes instantly appeared in his vision. Han Sung-Yun-woo muttered, counting them off. 1, 2, 3, 6 in total. Just as he was mulling over this whole massacre theme, a sharp blade was about to hit the back of his neck. He felt it coming, so he dodged back, pulling off a sick mid-air spin that knocked the dude's sword off course. Sung raised his hand, summoning a blazing red holy light to light the place up. So we're in a cave. He instantly shot the holy light at the ceiling, thinking to himself, using holy light in here is a bad move for me. The other guys had to cover their eyes from the glare. Sung used that opening to land and face the whole crew. Their identities were listed off one by one. Hwasun, Shaolin Temple, a sorcerer, the Heavenly Demon Cult, the Triads. What is this, some kind of messed up crossover episode? His sword warned him. When you're up against people from the martial world, you gotta be extra careful. Plus, since the theme is massacre, you've got to avoid making yourself public enemy number 1. Sung's voice boomed. Listen up, I'm not scared of any of you, so let's get this over with. If you're gonna fight, then bring it on. All at once. The sword was like, dude, you're nuts. Sung gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes glowing red. His voice was dripping with bloodlust as he declared, you're all gonna die here anyway. The other sword screamed, hey, you psycho! Just as Sung decisively swung his sword, slicing the guy in front of him in half, a system notification popped up. You have selected a strong enemy and defeated them. It was like Sung got a power-up, his strikes landing even cleaner. Under his blade, their numbers started dropping fast. The system continued to announce, all stats will be temporarily increased by 3 on the 17th floor. He just kept attacking, cold as ice, until the system confirmed all enemies were toast. Only then did he slow down. Dripping with killer intent, Sung walked towards the ones who were still barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, the notification continued to ring. All stats will be temporarily increased by 2 on the 17th floor. At this moment, he stood towering over them like a god of slaughter. One of the survivors, a real snake, spoke up. Hey man, looks like we're both adventurers, right? So let's just chill, sit down, and talk this out. But before the dude could even finish his sentence, Han Sung-Yun-woo ran him through the head. He didn't even have time to scream. Right after, the system announced, all stats will be increased by 1. He looked down at the guy he just killed and said, you were gonna die anyway. What was there to talk about? As he spoke, Han Sung-Yun-woo yanked his sword out, sending blood flying everywhere. He casually sheathed his sword and asked, I dealt with all of them, now what? Another system message popped up. You have passed the poisonous insect path of the Heavenly Martial Palace. Immediately after, the ground in front of him suddenly cracked open with a loud noise. Watching the massive thing rise up in front of him, Han Sung-Yun-woo smirked, totally pumped. Now this makes sense. A huge gate appeared and its 2 doors swung right open. He stood there confidently in front of the huge gate, thinking, they've leveled up so much, no way it's gonna end this easy, right? The only reply was the sound of the system. You have fulfilled all conditions, so the gate is opening. Han Sung-Yun-woo just clicked his tongue and turned around. He strode forward like a boss and said casually, whatever, as long as the reward's legit, I'm good. Sung was just walking down the dark hallway, not too fast, not too slow, when a voice suddenly whispered in his ear, hey, Han Sung-Yun-woo. I remember. He got on guard instantly. What are you talking about? On instinct, he whipped his head around, looking for the source. But when he turned, Chu was right there. Totally caught off guard, Han Sung-Yun-woo jumped and yelled, holy crap, which of course made her freak out too. She yelled, whoa, what'd you jump for? Taking his chance, he started complaining. You gotta give a guy a heads up before you just pop out like that. You freaked me out. Then Han Sung-Yun-woo tried to bargain with her. Hey, can you shrink down a bit? Maybe into a kid or something? Chu just laughed. Whether I turn into a kid or come out is my business. But even as she said it, she quickly shrank down. Noticing him giving her the death stare, she couldn't help but ask, what's with that look? Han Sung-Yun-woo ignored her question and just said coldly, never mind that. You said you remembered something. What do you mean by that? Chu replied instantly. Just what I said. I remember this place, and I know why those martial artists appeared. Hearing that, he thought for a second. Oh, right. Sometimes the tower recreates real events. Is this one of those cases? She answered calmly. Exactly. This is the Heavenly Martial Palace. Then, remembering some guy who used to train here, Chu started explaining. A few hundred years back, the Swordlight Emperor was like the strongest martial artist around. He stashed tons of secret martial arts manuals in a hidden library, and it's right behind this 17th floor. Han Sung-Yun-Woo heard that and was like, So all the dudes who wanted the Swordlight Emperor's secret techniques came here? She replied softly. Exactly. And since so many powerful people were gunning for those secrets, this place was always a bloodbath for tower climbers. Model. What's more, the martial arts he left behind were suitable for tons of people. It only took a short time for someone to get pretty good with them. Images of the master martial artists appeared one by one as Ju spoke. She added, That's why the Hall of Heavenly Martial Arts is crawling with powerful fighters, so you'd better be careful. Ju remembered what that bloodthirsty genius looked like and continued her story. From what I know, one of them is a guy they call a genius. I can still remember the faint smell of blood that clung to him. As she walked, she tried to sense the space around her, and then confirmed with certainty that the genius was in the Hall of Heavenly Martial Arts. The further they went, the stronger the smell of blood got. That means we're getting really close. Hearing this, Sung got curious and asked, You can't remember exactly who it was? Ju answered, sounding distracted. It's been a long time, so I can't remember. But then, her tone became dead serious. She continued, Although I don't know who's stronger between you and him, you can never be too careful. Before long, the two of them stopped walking. Sung looked up at the scene in front of him and said, We're here. In front of them was a sealed stone door, with the words Hall of Heavenly Martial Arts clearly carved on it. He asked cautiously, So you're saying the smell of blood is coming from in here, right? Ju focused for a moment, then replied, The smell isn't strong, but I can definitely smell it. Getting the confirmation he needed, Sung charged forward, saying, I'll make this quick. As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled his energy and pushed the gate in front of him. The immense force made his feet sink deeper and deeper into the ground. Finally, under Sung's power, the stone door slowly creaked open. His gaze sharpened as he warily scanned what was inside. At the same time, system notifications began to pop up continuously. You have entered the Dark Sky Path of the Hall of Heavenly Martial Arts. The penalty for entering the Dark Sky Path has been activated. The internal energy meridians in your body and your senses will be temporarily disabled while you are here. Your vision will temporarily go completely dark in this area. After stepping inside, Sung was totally calm to see nothing but pitch-black darkness. He muttered to himself, Another dark room, huh? With that, Sung opened his system, thinking things over as he navigated the interface. My senses were also blocked on the poisonous insect path, but the penalty in the Dark Sky Path seems way harsher, doesn't it? Soon, a notification came through. The adaptation effect of the adventurer's B-rank luminous war gauntlets has been activated. Sung pressed it again, and another notification popped up. The internal energy meridians in the body will not be sealed. He was totally satisfied, saying, Damn, I never knew a B-rank item could be this useful. It even nullifies the restriction laws of the Dark Sky Path. Just then, a system prompt chimed in. Find the way in the darkness. Only the first 4 people can escape the Dark Sky Path. As contestants are eliminated, the darkness will recede slightly. Sung's eyes narrowed, assessing the situation. He accepted it, saying, If I can't see, then so be it. Instantly, a new notification appeared. It read, Skill. Fire Dragon's Eye has been activated. Immediately, countless red threads enveloped the area around him. With his vision improved, Sung looked around and remarked, This cave is huge, and there are even more people here than in the last round. All right, I've dealt with the darkness. Now, where do I go? Right after he asked, the system's voice rang out. Skill. Sixth Sense has been activated. You have realized which way to go, but your opponents have not. Immediately after, a path suddenly lit up in the space. Sung let out a surprised ah and said, It's leading to the exit. The circle at his feet lit up accordingly. He exclaimed excitedly, I can get out first if I follow this path. As Sung followed the glowing path, he thought to himself, This is a pretty tough part of the trial since all your senses, vision, and internal energy get sealed. But for me, he flashed a winner's smirk and said, It's useless. Because of his confidence, the system quickly announced, You have acquired guidance by achieving the objective. All stats will be temporarily increased by 4. A shortcut to the final stage will be opened. Sung stood still, taking in the information, but he was ecstatic. Feeling ready enough, he asked aloud if that genius was here. He waited a moment, but silence was his only answer. Ju just stayed quiet, not responding. Sung got a little pissed, drew his sword with a powerful flourish, and said, "No answer. Fine. I don't know if that genius you mentioned is here or not." As the system chimed in, urging him to kill the lost ones immediately, Sung, with a murderous look on his face, said, "Then I'll just kill them all." The system then added, "Before you meet them at the next gate." Not far away, in a dark and damp corner, the sounds of death echoed nonstop. Looking closer, you could see a swordsman in a blue outfit frantically stabbing his sword into the person beneath him. After a while, as if he had satisfied his bloodlust, he finally stopped. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it, is this supposed to be the secret library left by the strongest Blade Emperor? Then the swordsman thought with incredible patience, "It's fine. For the past 60 years of my life, I've done whatever it takes to become the strongest." Just a moment ago, he was kneeling at the feet of the man in yellow he had just killed, begging for his life. "Please, just let me live." As he remembered, the swordsman thought, "If I can get my hands on the Blade Emperor's secret martial arts, I'll do anything. If I can become stronger, I can endure any amount of humiliation." A thought began to smolder within him. It doesn't matter if I'm evil. It doesn't matter if I have to trick others. And that swordsman was a man of his word, because as soon as the man in yellow decided to spare him and turned to leave, he silently got up with a sinister look in his eyes. In that moment, the swordsman could only think of one thing. To get stronger, I'll kill as many people as I have to. So that's when he sneakily drew his sword behind the man in yellow, and right after that, without a shred of mercy, he delivered a fatal blow to the person who had just spared his life. The swordsman thought blankly, "That's why I have to get the Blade Emperor's martial arts." But looking at the scene before him now, the swordsman couldn't help but freak out, asking himself 1,000 times, who the hell is that guy? In the direction he was looking, Sung was on an absolute rampage. Not a single person in his line of sight could escape the tip of his blade. His system notifications were going off non-stop. A tower climber has died. The darkness obstructing your vision has begun to fade. Sung pushed forward relentlessly, clearing every obstacle in his path as he went. Just then, an axe blade came sneaking up on him. Sung spotted it instantly, easily parrying the blow with a single swing of his sword. Seeing this, the buff dude doubled down, whipping the axe at Sung again and again, but he dodged every single strike. He gripped the chain tight in his hand and muttered, "I can't let this martial arts manual fall into anyone else's hands." Meanwhile, Sung suddenly launched himself into the air as a notification popped up, "Skill graceful as the wind has been activated." In a flash, Sung Do was right up in the meathead's face, giving him zero time to react. As their eyes met, he said, dead serious, "So, this guy isn't the genius either." And just like that, without giving his opponent a chance to react, Sung sent his head flying with one clean slice. The other swordsman over here had witnessed the entire scene, and he muttered to himself, "No damn way." The color drained from his face as a horrifying realization hit him. All the recognized swordmasters of the martial world who came here were dead. The swordsman trembled as he looked at Sung, standing in the middle of a battlefield of corpses. Sung had already noticed his presence. With his overwhelming aura, Sung Do coldly stalked towards him. The closer he got, the more the swordsman panicked, his inner monologue going wild. "For 60 years, I've honed my senses until they were razor sharp. You only get that kind of intuition by cheating death over and over." But now, face to face with Sung, the swordsman could only think one thing. "I'm so dead. I can't beat him." If that's the case. Before he could even finish the thought, he scrambled to his knees and begged, "Please, spare my life. I'm just a weakling. I've got an old wife and young children to take care of." The swordsman screamed like his life depended on it. "So if I don't get the Swordlight Emperor's martial arts, I won't survive in this cutthroat world. But if you let me live, I'll give up and just go back home quietly." As he finished, he smirked to himself, thinking, "The second you let your guard down, I'll kill you instantly." Sung stood there watching him, his presence alone enough to crush the man at any moment. Finally, to the swordsman's utter shock, he spoke. "Lies," Sung said, his voice completely flat. "If I let you live, you'll kill me the second I let my guard down." As he spoke, the cold tip of his blade was already at the man's face. He continued, "I've been watching those dirty tricks you pulled on the others. Even though I'm also obsessed with getting stronger." As he said this, Sung Do flashed back to his own past. Back when he was so exhausted, he had to lean on his sword just to stay upright. He then said to the swordsman, "But no matter how weak I was," an image of Sung trembling during his training appeared as his voice continued. "No matter how much I struggled, even if it seemed like I wasn't getting any stronger." At this point, his voice turned impossibly cold, rather than get stronger using such a disgusting method. Sung gently raised his sword, his tone absolutely terrifying as he continued, "You're better off just dying. As he finished speaking, blood splattered all over the cave, even hitting the nearby wall. A notification appeared again. You have killed all of the lost ones. Congratulations, you have completed the God's special guidance trial. Skill. Instantaneous acceleration B has been upgraded. Skill. Graceful as the wind A has been upgraded. Skill. Sixth sense B. Sungdu continued on his way out. He thought to himself, I guess I just need to follow this blue path. As he walked, he took a look at the skills on his system screen. After a moment, he spoke. So many skills leveled up like this. It's probably because I killed so many people. Then Sung turned to the person next to him and started to speak. But, Ju. He swallowed his words before they were even out. She wasn't in the mood to listen to any of that right now. Ju was cheering ecstatically. It's been so long since I've drunk this much blood. This feels so good. That was followed by a notification. The Heavenly Blood Demon Sword has absorbed blood, increasing its item rank to A rank. Sungdu looked at her absolutely hopeless display and thought, the important thing right now isn't that genius. It's seeing how much stronger the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword has become after evolving. Suddenly, Ju became furious. She stalked towards him and said, Hey, Sungdu, he asked in surprise. What? With a clear pout on her face, Ju interrogated him. Are you seriously treating me like a tool? Sung stammered. Did you read my mind? Jugu gritted her teeth and shot back. Yeah, I read those blasphemous thoughts of yours. Her eyes held zero satisfaction as she said, If you want my help, then at least show me some respect. The moment she finished speaking, the system announced, You have passed through the Black Heavenly Way's Heavenly Martial Palace. You have satisfied the requirements to open a shortcut. The Light Heavenly Way has been opened. In an instant, a portal appeared before their eyes. This was the Light Heavenly Way. Sungdu was extremely pleased and said, Perfect timing. But even if it is a shortcut, is it really okay for a portal like this to be in the martial arts dimension? Ju immediately added, I've never seen this happen before. It must be because of some special conditions. Seeing him lost in thought, she added, That's not important. Then she angrily yelled in his face again, Stop treating me, your companion, like I'm some kind of tool. Sungdu was surprised by her attitude, and subconsciously said softly, Ju-gu. She looked at him in silence, as if waiting for an explanation or a promise. But in the end, Sung just smiled brightly and replied, All right. Don't be sad anymore. Let's go, quickly. Ju-gu pouted and denied it. Who's sad? He seized the opportunity and asked, But can you smell that genius's blood? She replied coldly, I don't know. A moment later, Sungdo was struggling to dodge beams of light striking down from the sky. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was walking through a thunderstorm. While dodging the attacks, he said, Hey Jugu, I took this path because you said you could smell blood. But what is all this? If this keeps up, I'm logging out. For real. Jugu just laughed and replied, Look at you. This is the price for treating me like a tool. Hearing that, Sungdu got even angrier and cursed. Damn it. Right at that moment, an even stronger blast of light was about to strike him. Instantly, Sungdo reacted. Along with a notification, skill. Counter shield has been activated. A small but mighty shield appeared in front of him. A colossal beam of light quickly struck, shaking the entire surrounding space. Sung escaped, but not easily. As he dodged, he gritted his teeth and said, I almost died there. But where is the divine temple? Why are these beams of light only attacking me? Seeing his struggle, Ju seemed to be enjoying herself as she replied, This is the heavenly realm of the Swordlight Emperor. The one who created the Heavenly Martial Palace seems to have secretly created this place after infusing it with his divine power model. She explained further, saying these light beams were probably attacking because this was a shortcut, so it's full of obstacles, or maybe it's just a trap. Shung, getting a little pissed off, said, Yeah, this tells you exactly what kind of psycho the Swordlight Emperor is. Just as the 4 heavenly beams were about to strike him, Shung yelled, He's a freaking lunatic! The system displayed that the counter shield skill had been activated, and just like that, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the very space around them. When the dust settled, a hole had been blasted through Sung's shield. He got a notification from the system that the counter shield skill had been destroyed, rendering it useless against attacks. Sung-gyun couldn't help but worry, thinking, Crap, I've used up all the charges for my counter shield. I can't use it anymore. At this point, he had to make a decision. Well then, there's only one way to do this. He then gave an order. John Gu, use all of your support skills. Now, she looked at him blankly and asked, What are you planning to do? Drawing his sword with determination, Sung-gyun explained, This entire place seems to be some kind of unrecognizable void. In this endless place, the only way to get through is… He paused, his expression hardening as he declared, To destroy it all. John Gu replied calmly, At this point, I'm not even surprised anymore. After a moment, she asked, "But didn't you have something you needed to say to me?" Sungyun shot back a surprised question. "What?" Seeing his attitude, Gu flared up. "The fact that you treat me like a tool instead of a partner. You have zero respect for me." Hearing that, Sungyun immediately shut her down. Gu, now is not the time for this. He then quickly jumped to dodge a beam of light and continued, "If I get hit by one of those holy light beams, it's game over for real." But Gu's tone remained absolute. "Answer me." Sungyun gritted his teeth, pushed to his absolute limit, but in the end, he had to give in. "I'm sorry. I've always respected you, and I don't see you as just a tool." Gu, completely satisfied, said, "Good. I'll make a special exception and forgive you." As soon as everything was ready, a notification rang out. Heavenly Blood Demon Sword's Master Soul Technique, Magic Burst A, has been activated. Your body's magical power has increased. Heavenly Blood Demon Sword's Master Soul Skill, Thought Acceleration A, has been activated. You are now thinking faster. Heavenly Blood Demon Sword's Master Soul Skill, Minor Core B, has been activated. A small magic component has been created to supplement the magic's casting steps. After activating everything he needed, Sungyun said, "All right, let's do this." Gu quickly replied, "Count on me." The moment she spoke, a colossal beam of light, as if it had eyes, shot towards them. A notification immediately popped up. The combat focus skill has been activated. The user's focus has increased sevenfold. Accordingly, a pair of wings sprouted from Sung's back. The anticipated explosion went off, but he easily flew up and dodged it. The system announced the Holy Light skill had activated, and both Sungyun and Gu entered a state of intense focus and charged into battle. The Crimson Holy Lights, under his control, flew towards the giant beam of light. A brutal collision occurred between the Crimson Holy Lights and the Golden Beam. Shung skillfully controlled his Holy Light to counterattack. A second later, a new notification appeared. The Grotto Heaven skill has been activated. Immediately after, a massive source of energy appeared, shooting straight up from the ground into the sky. The force grew stronger and stronger, as if it was gathering the power of everything around it. The red dot in the sky glowed more brilliantly, and all the while, that source of power continued its relentless assault. Suddenly, right at the location of the red dot, a massive explosion occurred, shaking the surrounding space to its core. The system quickly announced that the destructible limit had disappeared. Sungyun just stared, bewildered, at what had just happened. Everything before him shifted from surprise to utter confusion, because now, the sky was cracking apart like a shattered mirror. Immediately after, shards rained down, revealing a dark, gray void behind them. At the same time, a notification rang out. "You have obtained the title Dimension Slasher." The Sword Light Emperor has taken an interest in the challenger, Sungyun. Realizing this, Sungyun grinned, full of excitement, and said, "I think we did it." Gu hesitated, finding it hard to believe. "Really?" But the next notification completely confirmed his words. The system displayed, "The Swordlight Emperor has decided that you have completed the succession trial." Images of the gods slowly materialized, along with more notifications. The god of darkness congratulated the challenger, Sungyun, while applauding enthusiastically. The god of judgment warned the Swordlight Emperor not to do anything reckless. The dragon god said with envy, "Why give the succession trial to him and not to yours truly?" Another goddess showed her anger, and the system reported it. The Swordlight Emperor growled at everyone. "Stop bothering me and get lost." Taking in the information, Sungyun muttered to himself, "Yeah, I wish you'd all get lost too." Gu, on the other hand, was not calm at all. "What the hell have you been doing to cause this kind of chaos?" He didn't answer and just said, "I want to ask a few questions." He hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Hey, wait a sec." But just as he said that, a notification rang out, cutting him off. The true heavenly path has opened. In the sky above, a white light began to appear. The two of them looked up in unison, and Sungyun changed the subject. He said, "We should head to the next point." Gu was bewildered by his constant mood swings and just let out a "huh?" Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "What were you going to say?" Sung replied dismissively, "It was nothing." As they talked, the two stepped into the gate before them, and the system announced, "You have entered the heavenly dojo of the true heavenly path." A short while later, Shung stood before a place with picturesque scenery, one that felt very close to nature. He sighed softly. "This place looks so peaceful." Hearing this, Gu spoke up. "Guess we can let our guard down a little." From a pavilion not far away, a woman's voice suddenly called out, "We finally meet." Sung looked cautiously in the direction of the sound. The Swordlight Emperor spoke gently. "You went through a lot of trouble to get here. I am the Swordlight Emperor, the one who created this heavenly dojo. You have passed through the hidden gate. he asked in surprise. You mean that whole thing was a gate? The Sword Light Emperor replied. That's right. And you passed it brilliantly. Sung Yun couldn't hide his annoyance and asked, So, is the test over then? My reward still has another test attached to it. Then, as if realizing something, he added, So why did you call me here? Seeing his attitude, the Sword Light Emperor raised a hand to her face and replied, Don't be mad. I just wanted to see your face. You have no idea what a headache it was dealing with the other gods drooling over you. Sung Jun was completely speechless. He could only curse to himself. Is this guy insane? The Sword Light Emperor waved at him and said gently, I wanted to talk with you more, but there's still one test left. I will teach you martial arts and some exercises if you pass. He pointed at Sung with intense conviction and said, Though it'll be a bit tough for you, I believe you will pass it just like the last test. Hearing that, he panicked and asked, Hold on, what exercises? And what do you mean, tougher? But before he could finish his question, the Sword Light Emperor placed a hand on his forehead and teleported him away. Not long after, a system notification rang out. You have entered the Heavenly Dojo of the Path of the End. Only one person can receive the martial arts left behind by the Sword Light Emperor. Sung complained helplessly. That guy is so damn pushy. After scanning his surroundings, he asked, Jong-gu, where the hell are we? She quickly replied, Look up ahead. Sung Jun looked forward and easily spotted two figures fighting like maniacs. One of those two figures was the Heavenly Demon. She quickly landed a fatal blow on her opponent, successfully taking his head. Instantly, the head fell to the ground with a thud. Jong-gu spoke with caution. This one reeks of bloodlust. Sung Jun looked at her and asked, So, she's the genius? Jong-gu hesitated. Looks like it. Suddenly, the Heavenly Demon shot a piercing, cold glare in their direction. Jong-gu and Sung Jun immediately went into a defensive stance. As he drew his sword, he wondered, what the hell was that pressure? Hearing this, Jong-gu also spoke up, extremely worried. This isn't something a normal person can do. You better be careful. One mistake, and you're not leaving this place alive. Seeing that the two weren't saying anything, the Heavenly Demon decided to speak first. What's this? She looked Sung Jun straight in the eye and said provocatively, You here to fight me? The Heavenly Demon asked judgmentally, Are you two looking for the Sword Light Emperor's martial arts? Sung Jun remained silent, but you could tell from his grim expression that things were not looking good. Getting no response, she scoffed. Not gonna answer even though I asked? At this point, the Heavenly Demon's eyes filled with killing intent, and an invisible pressure began to radiate from her. She growled, Looks like you've got a death wish. The moment the words left her mouth, the Heavenly Demon lunged forward, swinging a deadly blow at Sung's neck, much to his shock. But a moment later, she let out a surprised, Huh? A notification rang out. The unique effect of the Nameless God's protective bracelet, Defense Priority S, has been activated. The bracelet has blocked an unblockable attack. You have 3 more uses available. Quick as a flash, Sung Jun seized the opportunity to move. He backed away from the Heavenly Demon, leaving clear drag marks on the ground. Sung gritted his teeth and thought, The Nameless God's protective bracelet just saved my ass. The Heavenly Demon's expression changed slightly as she said, You survived my strike without a scratch. Then, she licked her lips with a look of intrigue. I get it now. You're not like the trash from this hellhole. With that, the Heavenly Demon raised her sword again and charged at Sung. She continued with excitement. You're an interesting one. The two quickly engaged in combat. As she attacked, the Heavenly Demon asked, Who are you? I've never been this interested in anyone in the martial world. Sung angrily yelled back at her, Before you ask for someone's name, isn't it common courtesy to introduce yourself first? The Heavenly Demon smirked slyly in response. Common courtesy? You act as if you don't know who I am. The two swords, one purple and one gold, continuously clashed against each other, with Sung appearing to be on the back foot. A recent blow from the Heavenly Demon forced him back, the soles of his shoes scraping marks into the ground. He said seriously, And I'm not in the habit of giving my name to someone who tried to kill me the second we met. She pretended to think for a moment, then replied, You know what, that's fair. The Heavenly Demon lowered her sword for a moment and said cordially, Then let me introduce myself first. I am the greatest of the demonic path, the one who has struck down countless challengers. At this, she raised her sword again, and a powerful force began to rise in the air as her killing intent flared everywhere. She continued, And I am the one who stands above all others. No matter how much time passes, I am the Heavenly Demon. As soon as she finished speaking, the system displayed a notification. You have faced a powerful opponent. The skill Indomitable Will has been activated. Myth of the Battlefield's Trial Warrior has been activated. The special support Mantis Fights the Chariot has been activated. As Sung Jun struggled to block the force of her sword against his chest, he thought, Now I get why Jong-gu said she reeks of bloodlust. Jong-gu then spoke up with concern. so bloodthirsty. But don't worry, I'll do everything I can to help you. Sung Jun was still completely focused on the fight when his eyes suddenly narrowed in surprise. A second later, he hastily leaned back, successfully dodging a fatal blow from the heavenly demon. Seeing this, she said cheerfully, "I'm starting to like you." But her smile quickly twisted into a barbaric, demonic grin as she said, "You're just like my arrogant father." The heavenly demon recalled an old memory, the day she cut down her own father with a single strike, even as he begged for his life. The heavenly demon continued with glee. "I took the position of sect leader by killing him, but it was so much fun because he was the only one who could put up a fight against me." As the heavenly demon relentlessly slashed at Sung Jun, she said with regret, "And after that, there was no one left in the martial world who could face me." She suddenly lunged with unbelievable power, knocking Sung Jun back as she roared, "But now, you're here!" He was thrown back so hard he slammed into a stone slab behind him, the impact instantly shattering it to pieces. The heavenly demon let out a sinister laugh and surmised, "You must have come from the heavenly dojo to get stronger. Let's see just how far you went to get that strength." Then she began to ask manically, "Have you killed your own family, betrayed your allies, or maybe slaughtered countless people?" The smile on the heavenly demon's face grew more savage, like a living demon. She said excitedly, "Just thinking about it gets me fired up. If you're as strong as I am, your hands must be stained with the blood of countless lives." The heavenly demon's high was instantly killed by Sung Jun's disgusted tone. She asked angrily, "What?" Meanwhile, he spoke calmly. "Let me tell you something." Amidst the rubble and thick dust, the young man's determined voice rang out, "I want to be stronger, just like you." A flash of a cracked family photo went through Sung Jun's mind, strengthening his resolve. His firm voice continued to ring out, "But there's a line I will never cross." A second later, Sung appeared in a state of berserk fury. His eyes blazed a fiery red. As flames began to kindle within his body, Sung scoffed, gritting his teeth as he spoke, "I'd rather die than sin to become stronger." With that, he quickly activated his dragonification. At the same time, the system chimed in, "Unique power, dragonification has been activated." The aura blasting from Sung made the surrounding rocks tremble and crumble to the ground. The heavenly demon just stood there, completely stunned and speechless. Suddenly, a powerful blast of light snapped her out of her daze. Right after that, a dragon's roar echoed out, and a blaze of fire erupted, as if it would incinerate the entire space. The heavenly demon stood perfectly still, not even flinching. Only when the flames were about to lick her feet did she leap up and counter with a swing of her sword. As she attacked, the heavenly demon laughed. "Gotta say, that fire is ridiculously hot. But this? This isn't even enough to scratch me." Suddenly, bursting out from the raging inferno like some kind of god, Han Sung-yoon charged straight at the heavenly demon, catching her completely by surprise. Seeing his new form, she got all interested and was like, "So, you've got another interesting outfit, huh?" With that, the heavenly demon's smirk grew wider, and she raised her sword, totally hyped as she provoked him. "But what's that going to change?" Instantly, the system blared a warning. Heavenly Demon Yusin has used the skill, Heart Sword. A second later, she launched a fierce attack at Han Sung-yoon. He smoothly dodged the fatal blow. But he wasn't just going to take it. He instantly countered, lunging straight at the heavenly demon with his sword. Seeing this, she just gave him a wicked grin and stood there, waiting. The moment Han Sung-yoon got close, the heavenly demon leaped up and slashed back at him. The system warned, Heavenly Demon Yusin has used the skill, Heart Sword. She did a flip and immediately came at him again. The surprise attack was so fast, Han Sung-yoon couldn't even react. Another notification popped up. The bracelet has blocked an unblockable attack on your behalf. You have 2 uses remaining. He stumbled backward, losing his balance, while the heavenly demon quickly flew back to the opposite side. She laughed, totally amused, and said, "You've got a lot of tricks to keep me entertained. First, you're spitting fire like a dragon, then you pull off some insane dodges, even after taking a hit." The heavenly demon went all out mocking Han Sung-yoon, her face dripping with sarcasm as she said, "I hope you'll keep putting on a good show for me, just like you are now." The second she finished talking, the system blared another warning. Heavenly Demon Yusin has used the skill, Heart Sword. Before he could even process it, the tip of her sword was at his forehead, making him freeze for a split second. But luckily, he managed to dodge just in time. The blade missed its mark, just grazing past him. He struggled to think, damn, that Heart Sword skill is a real pain in the ass. The heavenly demon didn't give him a moment to breathe. She just kept on attacking. While dodging, he couldn't help but think about her sword skill. "It's so damn strong and fast, I don't even get a chance to swing my own sword." At this point, Han Sung-yoon gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, "If I could just learn that, I'd be so much stronger. But how the hell do I even use a move like that?" Ju suddenly spoke up, answering his thoughts. "Dragon's Heart Devotion." Han Sung-yoon, surprised, glanced down at her and asked, "Huh?" Looking over at the smug heavenly demon, Ju added, "Dragon's heart devotion fills your heart with holy power. It takes you to a whole other level." It was like a light bulb went off in Han Sung-yoon's head. He wondered, if that's the case, then could it be? Ju immediately caught on to what he was thinking. She replied casually, "Yep, you're right. The fact that she killed her own father to become the leader must have burned a deep-seated fear into the minds of countless people." As Ju confirmed it, the image of the heavenly demon sitting on a high throne, feeding on the fear of others, became crystal clear. Remembering that wicked smile of hers, Ju added, "So it's definitely holy power fueled by the fear of the masses." In other words, the engine behind that heart sword technique is the holy power she stored up in her heart. At that point, the heavenly demon was done waiting. She launched another attack at Han Sung-yoon. Meanwhile, Ju was still whispering in his ear, "Look closely at her heart. If you look hard enough, you'll be able to see the path of her sword. And if you swing your sword along that exact path, you'll be able to use the heart sword with your own holy power." Right then, it all clicked for Han Sung-yoon. He said with total confidence, "Got it." Instantly, the system announced, "Activating skill, combat focus." Just as Han Sung-yoon was about to make his move, he suddenly thought, "Whoa." Looking at the heavenly demon in front of him, he cheered in his head, "I can see it. I can see the path of the sword coming straight from her heart." Once the excitement faded, Han Sung-yoon came up with a plan. He calculated, "I'll watch, dodge, and copy the sword path exactly." Then he raised his sword, his fighting spirit blazing as he thought, the heavenly demon's heart sword. With his plan set, Han Sung-yoon shot toward the heavenly demon like a bullet. Every single sword strike he unleashed was wild and powerful. She was totally stunned for a second. After pulling it off for the first time, he thought with complete satisfaction, "So this is what it feels like. The heart sword is way easier to dodge now." The heavenly demon was still frozen, watching his every move. Then, all of a sudden, she broke into a sinister and twisted grin. But even though she was smiling, her eyes were filled with killing intent. She said, "I can't believe you actually mastered the heart sword in such a short time. You're making this even more exciting for me." Han Sung-yoon just replied coldly, "What's there to be excited about?" In his head, he was thinking, "Because I've already mastered the heart sword." Just as he thought that, the mechanical voice rang out, activating the special effect of the divine jade of the nameless god S rank, Absolute Seal. Right after that, blue chains appeared, shooting from his fingers toward the heavenly demon. One after another, the chains slammed right into her heart. The system quickly announced, "The strongest ability of heavenly demon Yusin has been sealed. Use of holy power and certain skills is now prohibited." The chains tightened around the heavenly demon's heart, making it difficult for it to even beat. The notification popped up again. 29 minutes and 59 seconds remaining until the seal is removed. Han Sung-yoon pointed his sword at the heavenly demon and declared, "Because I'm gonna end this fight right now." His eyes were ice cold as he thought, "Time to put an end to this battle." Immediately after, the system announced, "The divine jade of the nameless god S rank has been fully consumed." As Han Sung-yoon bolted towards the heavenly demon, he said, "Time for a little payback." And with that burst of determination, a stream of activation notifications appeared. Skill, Swordstorm. C. Rank imbues the sword with the wind attribute. Activating passive skill. Enhance the properties of the true supreme blood demon sword. Activating special effect. Twin strike of the fairy serpent demon sword. Han Sung-yoon charged forward with everything he had, thinking to himself, "I'll boost the heart sword's stats with dragonification and finish her off." The second that thought crossed his mind, Han Sung-yoon poured all his strength into his sword and unleashed a fatal blow at the heavenly demon. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere from the force. But what happened next completely blew his mind. The heavenly demon just stood there, not even bothering to dodge, but the sword didn't touch a single hair on her head. Han Sung-yoon was stunned. "My attack. It did jack squat?" Just as he was frozen in shock, Chu's voice cut in. "Han Sung-yoon, get back." Without a second thought, he scrambled backwards. The heavenly demon just stared at Han Sung-yoon in dead silence. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was way off. What the hell was that? A second ago, her body felt rock solid, like it was impossible to even scratch her. Is she hiding some other skill besides the mind sword? The heavenly demon finally spoke, her voice oozing with condescension. "After you sealed my mind sword and hit me with everything you've got, I honestly didn't expect you to be this pathetic." At the same time, a notification popped up. Heavenly demon Cheon Yuzian has used the skill Steel Chi Body Protection. With that, she dropped the fake smile, revealing her true, dangerous nature as she said, "I have to say, I'm a little disappointed." Seeing the grim look on Han Sung-yoon's face, the heavenly demon continued, "But now, you're going to have to entertain me a lot more. Because if you don't..." The heavenly demon raised her sword, her killing intent exploding as she finished her thought. I might just accidentally kill you. Naturally, another notification appeared. Heavenly Demon Cheon Yuseon has used the skill Heavenly Demon Black Sword. Han Sung-yoon knew instantly that he was in some serious trouble. He thought to himself, the whole vibe just shifted. This is bad. Meanwhile, back at that scenic spot from before, everything was still peaceful, a complete 180 from the hell Han Sung-yoon was in right now. The Sword Light Emperor sipped her tea, looking worried. Right. I wonder if he's making good use of that holy relic I gave him. She added softly, I gave it to him as a reward for clearing that tough gate in his last mission. I can't guarantee that the item will work at its best, though. But then, the Sword Light Emperor paused, looking up at the sky as if she could see exactly where Han Sung-yoon was, and said, I hope he puts it to good use. Back with Han Sung-yoon, he was frantically dodging attacks from the heavenly demon, her taunting voice ringing in his ears. Where'd all that fighting spirit from before go, huh? Totally gassed, he had to plant both his swords in the ground just to keep himself from collapsing. Seeing this, she sneered, if you're already like this, you're toast. Han Sung-yoon cursed under his breath. Damn it, I have no idea where she's attacking from. He thought wearily, I can't even see her after using Dragon's Eye. How is that possible? Han Sung-yoon glanced at the notification in front of him, completely baffled. And what the hell is this thing floating in front of my face? It read, please mark the target. Everything went dark with frustration as he thought, how am I supposed to mark something I can't even see? Han Sung-yoon gritted his teeth. I can't do it even if I wanted to. Just then, Chu's voice chimed in with some advice. Han Sung-yoon, if you can't see her, then close your eyes and focus with your other senses. You may just be a beginner in martial arts, but you're an incredibly powerful and transcendent challenger. She reminded him gently, trust yourself. Hearing that, Han Sung-yoon's fighting spirit reignited. He steadied his body and started listening to his surroundings. Han Sung-yoon closed his eyes and began to visualize his surroundings. As everything slowly came under his control, he whispered, yeah, that's it. I have to focus, he told himself. The second he thought that, a new notification appeared. Activating skill. Sixth sense. The heavenly demon was still constantly moving around him. Han Sung-yoon started to sense her position. In no time, he pinpointed her location clearly, thinking to himself, there she is. The system picked up on it instantly, displaying target locked, heavenly demon Cheon Yuseon, activating the artifact special effect, Sword of Light. At the same time, a holy relic suddenly appeared. Han Sung-yoon was shocked, wondering to himself, what the hell is that? When did I even get this thing? But he quickly pushed that question aside to focus on the fight. A special sword formation materialized around Han Sung-yoon. They radiated out from him, but every single one was pointed at the heavenly demon. The notification updated. The swords will now automatically pursue your chosen target. Immediately after, as if pulled by some invisible force, the swords shot towards the heavenly demon like a volley of arrows. Han Sung-yoon was totally satisfied. A smirk spread across his face as he thought, I have no idea when I got this thing, but its timing is absolutely perfect. He thought with total confidence, now, all you have to do is stand still for me. Then, Han Sung-yoon began to raise his sword, combining its power with the swords from the formation to prep for an all-out assault. Not wasting a single moment, he gestured with his hand, signaling the swords to strike again. Instantly, the entire barrage of swords shot towards the heavenly demon as one. A moment later, the ground was covered in swords, but they had all landed in a perfect circle, and trapped inside that circle was the heavenly demon, struggling to defend herself. Han Sung-yoon cheered inwardly, gotcha, but her cold voice cut him short. Is this really all the power you have? His expression immediately hardened as he shot back in disbelief. What did you just say? He felt a blast of sword, chi slice him in two. Han Sung-yoon's eyes shot wide open, as if he couldn't believe what just happened. Before he could even process it, the heavenly demon attacked again, mighty sword chi sending a brutal storm of attacks straight at him. At the same time, a system notification chimed, activating the unique effect, defense priority of the S-rank protection bracelet of the Nameless God. An unblockable attack from your opponent has been intercepted by the bracelet. Only one use remains. Han Sung-yoon tried to replay the last few seconds in his head, thinking in disbelief, what the hell was that attack? He told himself to snap out of it. He quickly closed in on the heavenly demon, all while thinking, I need to hit her with the mind sword again, and fast. A chaotic brawl erupted. Han Sung-yoon unleashed a wild flurry of dozens of strikes at the heavenly demon, but a notification popped up again. Heavenly demon Cheon Yuseon has used the skill Steel Chi Body Protection, and just like before, none of Han Sung-yoon's slashes could even touch a hair on her head. Seeing the state he was in, the heavenly demon let out a sigh of boredom. Immediately after, she launched a fierce attack at Han Sung-yoon, giving him no time to react. All he could do was grit his teeth and focus on perfectly dodging that last attack. But the heavenly demon showed no signs of stopping. She silently sized Han Sung-gyun up and prepared to strike. In a flash, she aimed a fatal slash right at his neck. And it wasn't over. Slashes tore into his waist and knees, all in a freaking instant. At that exact moment, a system notification popped up, kicking in the unique defense priority effect of the S-rank bracelet of the Nameless God. An unblockable attack from your opponent has been blocked by the Guardian bracelet. All uses have been consumed. The S-rank Nameless God's protective bracelet shattered. Just like that, it fell and vanished. The heavenly demon just stood there, staring blankly at Sung-gyun. She spoke with a mocking tone. "You said you were gonna kill me, but all you've shown me are these lame-ass skills." At this point, her voice turned ice-cold as she said, "If that's all you've got, then you should just get ready to die." A notification popped up right on cue. The heavenly demon Chan has used the skill, Heavenly Sword Cave. Right now, Sung-gyun was just struggling to stay on his feet. He was freaking out inside, thinking, "This killing intent is so insane, I can barely even stand. I'm letting her get to me. Crap, this is bad." But Sung-gyun quickly snapped out of it and got ready to fight, even though his heart was still pounding in his chest. He wondered, "Can I even counter this insane pressure with my divinity?" Chu yanked him out of his daze, yelling urgently, "Snap out of it! She's coming right for you!" The words barely left her mouth before the heavenly demon was already on top of Sung-gyun, the tip of her sword touching his armor. Sung-gyun frantically blocked with his sword, pissed off and thinking, "She's too damn fast." But all he could do was defend. The heavenly demon kept pushing her blade forward, trying to break through his armor and into his flesh. And just like that, she succeeded. The sharp blade plunged deep into Sung-gyun's body, and blood instantly sprayed out. Before he could even react, the heavenly demon viciously ripped her sword out, causing even more blood to pour out. Sung-gyun panicked as blood gushed from the wound, letting out an involuntary scream of pain. Just then, a system notification appeared. "Dying Will skill has been activated. Your fatal wound has been erased. Your senses are temporarily amplified, and the effects of your other skills have been upgraded. Cooldown is 1 week. Immediately, the wound on Sung-gyun's chest began to rapidly heal. Seeing him heal so easily, the heavenly demon sneered. "Looks like that was your last party trick." Sung-gyun felt it in his gut. He had no hope of beating her. He was just a toy in this heavenly demon's hands. Seeing him lose his spirit, Jong-gu spoke up to encourage him. "No matter how hard it gets, you can't break. There's still a chance." He quickly pulled himself together and replied, "As long as I'm still breathing, there's a way." At the same time, a new notification appeared. "You have obtained the achievement, Beginning of Transcendence. The power Surging Sword Intent is evolving into Greater Sword Key." Sung-gyun held his sword, suddenly feeling a massive surge of power. He thought to himself, "This feeling." Seeing his expression, the heavenly demon quickly figured it out and said, "So, you learned Greater Sword Key. A little surprising, I guess, but it's totally useless." Then she held up 3 fingers and said, "Since you've been so entertaining, for this last part, I'll finish you off with just 3 basic moves." Hearing that, Sung-gyun gritted his teeth in fury, but let out a sarcastic, "Oh?" He spun, swinging his sword, and added, "Thanks a bunch." With that, Sung-gyun unleashed a flurry of slashes at the heavenly demon. She dodged them with ease. The heavenly demon casually knocked his blade aside and announced coldly, "That's not even close to enough to hurt me." Activating her own sword, she added, "What a letdown." The moment she finished speaking, a volley of sword ki shot towards Sung-gyun. He scrambled to dodge. The attack forced him back a few steps, but right after, Sung-gyun pointed his sword straight at the heavenly demon, totally defiant. A notification appeared. Activating skill, Holy Light. Immediately, a surge of light energy erupted, creating an explosion that seemed to shake the very earth. But from within the dust and smoke, a voice dripping with contempt rang out. "The fact that you have to rely on items instead of your own skills." The heavenly demon burst out of the rubble and declared with absolute power, "Means there's nothing left for me to expect from you." The second she finished speaking, she dashed forward and slammed a brutal punch right into Sung-gyun's gut before he even had time to react. A second later, he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood, his eyes wide in disbelief. The heavenly demon landed lightly on her feet, while Sung-gyun was sent flying into a cliffside, causing another explosion. He slumped against the cliff in pain, his armor slowly disappearing. Seeing Sung-gyun sitting there, completely still, the heavenly demon spoke up. "I've used 2 moves now. That means I only have 1 left." Seeing how dire the situation was, Chu called out frantically, "Hey, Sung-gyun, get up!" The truth was, he wasn't knocked out. He was just so disgusted with himself he couldn't find the will to stand. Sung-gyun thought despairingly, "It's useless. None of my attacks have any effect." He kept asking himself, "Can I really beat her?" All the while, Chu's voice echoed in his ears, calling his name. The heavenly demon sized him up and said, "Looking at the state you're in, it seems you're done fighting." Sung Jun glanced at her, and a shocking thought hit him. "Why are you looking at me with that expression?" "Yeah, I know that look better than anyone." Looking deep into the heavenly demon's eyes, he recognized it instantly. It was contempt. Sung Jun thought in despair, "Is that contempt? The start of my defeat this time?" Chu kept calling his name. Sung Jun snapped back to reality, but he was still drowning in the pain of his failure. Remembering the way people used to look at him, he asked himself, what the hell even got me this far? He'd failed over and over, but he was sick of being looked down on by everyone. In his mind's eye, Sung Jun finally forced himself to stand. He was resolved. "I refuse to lose. I refuse to be crushed by anyone." And then, like a helpless child, Sung Jun was on one knee, lamenting, "But it's just so damn hard." That's when John Goo's voice rang out again. "So that's it? It's really that simple?" Startled, he turned to face the girl in front of him and asked, "John Goo?" She walked over to him gently and replied, "Yeah, I kept calling for you, but you weren't listening, so I had to come here myself. I read your thoughts while you were feeling so helpless." After a short pause, John Goo asked softly, "But you already knew that, didn't you? That you have to keep proving yourself, over and over, by grabbing every chance you get to become stronger." At that, she suddenly turned to Sung Jun and asked him earnestly, "Who is it that you want to prove all this strength you fought so hard for?" "To." His eyes widened, a little stunned by the question, but he quickly answered in his mind. Hearing Sung Jun's answer, the system announced that the conditions had been met. John Goo pressed on, her tone a bit more urgent. "Why?" He answered without a moment's hesitation. "Because I don't want to live with any regrets." The notification popped up again. It read, "You are now approaching the state of a transcendental being." As he got to his feet, Sung Jun declared, "I want to become someone that no one can ever push around, someone that no one can ever get in the way of." Staring at the girl in front of him, he got dead serious and said, "The power to stand my ground against any hardship, to never back down. That's what I want." The second he said it, the darkness crushing Sung's mind shattered, and this insane golden light just flooded everything. The system flashed. "Holy power has been forcefully activated." Jugu just stared at him, totally stunned, trying to process what was happening to him. Then, a smile crept onto her face. Looks like all her hard work wasn't for nothing. In a flash, that little smirk turned into a full-on relieved laugh. Jugu even gave Sung a good smack. It hurt so much he teared up, and he whipped around shouting, "What the hell? Why'd you hit me?" She just kept grinning and said, "Your face looks way better now." Seeing he was back in the game, Jugu was like, "All right then, hurry up and go wreck that woman." Shung, now totally fired up, looked back with hardcore determination and said, "Got it." With his head clear, he sat up, and holy power just exploded from him. Shung thought to himself, "I can feel it." He got to his feet, just soaking it all in. "Yeah, this is definitely holy power coursing through my veins." Seeing this, the celestial demon was shocked by his recovery, wondering what the hell was going on. Sung was buzzing with energy, overflowing with holy power. He gripped his sword and thought, "Time for round 2 of my revenge." In the middle of all the smoke and rubble, Sung stood there like a total badass, radiating this cold, powerful aura, facing off against the celestial demon. Everything seemed to freeze, just broken rocks and echoes. The celestial demon broke the silence, asking, "What is this insane amount of holy power?" She was like, "You've been hiding this from me the whole time?" He just tightened his grip on his sword and shot back. "Think whatever you want. It doesn't matter because you're about to." Sung finished his sentence with one cold word: "Die." Hearing that, the celestial demon just smirked, totally mocking him. She sneered at him, "Is this your last pathetic attempt? How sad." It was obvious the celestial demon was done playing games. She reminded him, "You still have those 3 free hits I gave you, so get on with it." Shung was totally hyped to hear that. He shot back, "If you're that desperate to get your ass kicked, then fine by me." The celestial demon scoffed, "And how exactly are you going to land a hit on me with that wrecked body of yours?" Before she could even finish her sentence, Shung was already behind her, leaving the woman completely stunned. The celestial demon whipped around, pissed, thinking, "Since when?" She spun back fast, unleashing a decisive sword strike at him. As the attack shot out with a powerful electric current, a system notification popped up for Sung. "Celestial Demon Tron Yusin has used the skill, Aura Shield." She smirked, her voice dripping with sarcasm and contempt. "I'll admit, that attack was surprising," she said, "but it doesn't matter what you try. It's useless against me." With everything he had, the tip of Sung's sword was just about to hit the celestial demon's chest. She shot back, "I'll give you props for getting this much holy power in such a short time, but is that really all you've got? Show me what else you can do." Shung clutched his sword. The celestial demon's grin got even wider. My aura shield makes your attacks totally useless. So tell me, what are you gonna do now? She gave him a look of pure contempt and said, until you can break through this shield, you'll never even lay a scratch on me. A system notification appeared. Forcefully activating holy power. Shung just smirked, knowing exactly what was about to go down. Meanwhile, the celestial demon was smiling because she thought she had it in the bag. Both of them had their own game plan. But when she saw how chill he looked, she was totally thrown off. How dare he smile in a situation like this? I'm going to destroy you. The tip of his sword actually started to crack her aura shield. A flood of notifications popped up, forcefully activating holy power, activating skill, heaven piercer, destroying the limit of what can be broken. He unleashed a ridiculously powerful critical hit. The sword glowed with a sick red light as it blasted right through her aura shield, causing a massive energy explosion that rocked the whole area. The look on her face was pure disbelief and helplessness as her aura shield just shattered into a million pieces. She lost all strength to even stand, as the world spun around her. Flashing back a bit, when she used that aura shield, it was supposed to be a defense skill that completely nullified all damage from other skills. Basically, it was an unbeatable skill. It was supposed to be unbeatable. It really, really was. She clutched her staff, blood dripping from her hands. The celestial demon couldn't wrap her head around it, thinking, the skill I thought was totally invincible. Her whole body was seriously messed up from his attack. The celestial demon collapsed to her knees, her mind just empty. She was freaking out. It was broken? The system announced, holy power is now active. The sword on Han Sung-yoon's back spoke up. Her central energy core is shattered. She won't be able to regenerate it with holy power. The celestial demon reached a hand out towards him, stammering, trying to get the words out. Were you tricking me this whole time? Han Sung-yoon stared down at her, his face grim. For a second, he didn't even know what to say. Her outstretched hand was shaking uncontrollably. She pleaded, were you? It was like she already knew the answer. She looked down, completely humiliated, all her old confidence gone. She scoffed at herself. I got this strong by killing countless people. But in the end, the luminescent sword emperor still didn't choose me. The celestial demon fell, completely defeated, wondering, why? Why didn't I get that power? Why did he get it? And those were the last words the celestial demon would ever speak. She collapsed completely onto the ground, a pool of blood spreading out from her body. Han Sung-yoon just stood there silently, watching. Then he finally answered what she'd said. Someone like you, who cheated and killed to get strong. I'm not even gonna waste my breath arguing about who deserved it more. Han Sung-yoon summoned his power and added, and I'm damn sure if the luminescent sword emperor ever met you, he'd say the exact same thing. After that, the system started spamming notifications. You have absorbed the soul of the celestial demon, Chu. As you have absorbed a soul more powerful than your own, the privilege extraction judgment will now commence. Once I got these powers, it finally hit me. Damn. So she's way stronger than I am, huh? New announcements rang out. A verdict has been reached, extracting authority from the soul. The special authority, the power of the heavenly demon, has been engraved into the soul of user Han Sung-yoon. The sword strapped to his back lit up after gaining enough power. It announced, it's finally starting. Gather your holy power, because from now on, the parting will begin. Sung-woo looked at the hazy black smoke around him and wondered, the parting? You mean this black mist stuff? The sword explained. It means you've received the right that the heavenly demon mentioned before he died. A new notification rang out. You may now choose a divinity. Once you have chosen a divinity, you will attain the title of true god. A door suddenly appeared in the middle of space. Sung-woo stood silently in the darkness, his gaze fixed on the brilliantly glowing golden door. Tiny specks of light drifted out from around it. The door then opened on its own, as if welcoming him to a new place. Sung-woo walked towards it. He slowly stepped through the doorway. Then, Sung-woo spoke. I kinda thought I might get a chance. The world on the other side of the door left him completely stunned. An entire universe unfolded perfectly before his eyes. Sung-woo exclaimed, but I seriously never expected it to come to me like this. He looked at the strange objects appearing around him and asked curiously, and what's this? The system posed a question. Will you choose a transcendent divinity? It then asked again, will you choose the black light divinity of death? Sung-woo understood what this was about. He remarked, I'm a little surprised. The system asked again, will you choose the red light divinity of immortality? Sung-woo noted, this is completely different from the divinity I imagined. Moving to the green orb, the system asked, will you choose the green light divinity of harmony? He wondered what harmony was even supposed to mean. Looking at the 3 orbs and 3 choices before him, Sung-woo stroked his chin and thought, this is my chance to get closer to becoming a transcendent being. I need to make the right call. I think it's best to pick whichever one helps me live the longest. But then he was startled. Wait a sec. There's another one? Upon seeing the fourth orb, Sungwoo said with complete satisfaction. If it's this one, then there's no need to even think about it. I'm picking it. The transcendent divinity will react with the powers of the death god. You have obtained the special authority, gaze of the death god. You have obtained the title of god, basic divine authority. Deification, SS, has been engraved onto the soul of challenger Han Sungwoo, unique divine authority. Transcendence, SSS, has been engraved onto the soul of challenger Han Sungwoo. When using deification, your divinity will be temporarily increased, and you will be able to use divine authorities, merging system abilities with divinity and transforming them into transcendent powers. After picking the one he wanted, he stepped back through the door. Cheonma, walking behind Sungwoo, spoke up. I see the divinity has entered your body, so you must have made your decision. He studied her face and asked curiously, that expression? You've definitely chosen a divinity before, haven't you? Cheonma fell silent, as if she'd been caught. She then decided to be honest. I decomposed the divinities. She explained, instead of choosing to follow a path someone else laid out for me, I destroyed the divinity I received with my own hands, on the promise that one day I would be free. Hearing this, Sungwoo let out a soft sigh. Cheonma continued explaining. Of course, back then I didn't expect things to turn out like this, but fighting alongside you isn't so bad. She looked him in the eye and affirmed, you are a special existence. Sungwoo was a little embarrassed by that and said, I guess having you as a partner isn't so bad either. Sungwoo was making the boundaries clear. You've been by my side, helping me whenever I was in danger. So, thanks for that. He gave a bright smile, trying to change the subject. If it weren't for you back then, I'd probably be dead, right? Hearing that, Cheonma smiled too. She teased, why are you suddenly acting like this? You were never like this before. Embarrassed, Sungwoo deflected. Let's just hurry up and check the items. Being teased by her, he decided to get his revenge later and went to check the items he got. The system announced the activation of the Absorb skill. Sungwoo put on his mask and asked, the items that drop this time are useless. If they're not from the heavenly demon, can we just destroy them? He then sat down and diligently studied the item. After he succeeded, the system announced, obtained blood bangle. Absorption complete. Sungwoo sat still as powerful streams of light burst from his heart and surrounded him. This was the Holy Power Authority activating, dividing his magic power and converting it into holy power. Sungwoo looked at the glowing orb in front of him and exclaimed, I even got the skill the heavenly demon used to convert magic power into holy power. I can create holy power instantly. This skill is totally overpowered. Cheonma, standing nearby, spoke up impatiently. She walked over and asked, how much longer is this going to take? I'm bored to death, he replied. Just finished. Let's go learn the martial arts of the Sword-Light Emperor. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. A system notification appeared. You have cleared the heavenly end road of the earthly sky martial arts. The ground began to crack apart, creating bottomless pits. It was announced that after passing through the final gate, you would have the right to enter the library. A giant hole appeared before Sungwoo and Cheonma. The path down was a series of winding stairs that hugged the rim of the hole. The system reminded them, upon leaving the library, you will reach the final point of the earthly sky martial arts. He looked at the sight before him and exclaimed in amazement, well, this is way more dramatic than it needs to be, Cheonma added. I figure it'll take us half a day just to get down there. Sungwoo smiled to himself and replied, you don't need to worry about that. Seeing his expression, Cheonma quickly realized. She called him out. What are you scheming this time? He decisively grabbed Cheonma's wrist. Startled, she called out his name. Han Sungwoo. Why are you suddenly grabbing my hand? The words had barely left her mouth when she was pulled into a freefall. She stared at him in disbelief, unable to believe this guy could think of such a stupid way to get down the giant hole. Cheonma complained irritably to Sungwoo, you're getting back at me for teasing you earlier, aren't you? He just smiled and explained, why would I do that? It's just faster to jump. After free-falling from the mouth of the pit for a while, the two of them finally touched down. Cheonma collapsed, her head still spinning. Sungwoo, on the other hand, was perfectly fine, still holding her hand tightly as he said, the study of the earthly sky martial arts. He announced with a pleased smile, we're here. The two of them stopped in front of a giant, sealed door. Sungwoo then used his power to open it and stepped inside the library. He carefully observed his surroundings and remarked, it's cleaner than I thought. The sword at Sungwoo's hip spoke up as well. Whoa, interesting. Not even a speck of dust. Looking at the dense stacks of books on the shelves, Han Sung-yoon sighed. Finding the Sword-Light Emperor's secret manual in this mess is going to be a total drag. He wondered, isn't there an easier way to find it? The sword shot back. How the hell would I know? Han Sung-yoon came up with a new plan. All right then, let's just grab all of these books. But suddenly, the sword called out to Han Sung-yoon. Startled, he whipped his head around and asked, "What now?" A white-haired woman was rushing toward him, screaming her head off. Seo Gwa was charging at him like a maniac from the side, her arms spread wide to pull Han Sung-yoon into a hug. He froze, completely unable to react as Seo Gwa slammed into him with a massive hug. Ju popped up out of nowhere and yelled, "Damn it, it's an ambush!" Seo Gwa pointed a finger at Han Sung-yoon as if to scold him. The system's voice chimed in. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster asks what kind of stupid thing you're doing. The message came with an image of an incredibly powerful woman, her sharp-clawed hands trembling in mid-air along with the question. Administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant King asks, "Having fun?" Meanwhile, Seo Gwa was totally ecstatic, hugging Han Sung-yoon tight and gushing, "You made it all the way down here. I'm so proud of you." He snapped at her, totally pissed off, "Get off me." Han Sung-yoon, now both uncomfortable and angry, repeated his request. "Please, let go so we can talk." After that, Ju and Seo Gwa sat across from each other at a table. He was stuck in the middle of a suffocating and tense atmosphere. Seo Gwa spoke first, asking, "And who are you clinging to Han Sung-yoon all this time, huh?" Ju shot back confidently, "I'm the Seven Blood Ghost, and I'm also his partner." Hearing that, Seo Gwa just scratched her head and sighed. It was as if she already felt Ju was no match for her, bringing up the fact that she was the head of the Blood Ghost sect. "I think I've heard that name before. One of the candidates, right?" Seo Gwa's eyes went cold as her voice dripped with sarcasm. "But it looks like you've been disqualified from the running now." Ju absolutely lost it. She retorted with venom. "And what about you, huh? Swordlight Emperor? Ever since you locked yourself away in the Celestial Martial Palace, you're nothing but a washed-up legend." The whole time, both of them had been hitting each other right where it hurt, so they flew into a rage, shot to their feet, and slammed their hands on the table. Han Sung-yoon, caught in the middle, stepped in to mediate. "All right, that's enough. Let's just talk about the reward." Seo Gwa instantly chilled out, replying, "Of course, my dearest Han Sung-yoon. You're right. I do need to give you your reward." Seo Gwa brought a book over to him and said gently, "This is the secret manual that contains all of my techniques. With your skill, you should be able to learn my techniques just by reading it." Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon couldn't help but wonder, if she was just going to pull it out of her sleeve, then what was the point of building this whole library? Out loud, he just said, "Thank you." Han Sung-yoon started flipping through the book, silently commenting to himself, "She's really something else." Suddenly, as he got to the middle of the book, flashes of light appeared, and a notification rang out. "You have achieved the accomplishments: Close Combat Mastery, Swordsmanship Mastery, and Footwork Mastery." He was totally floored, frozen on the spot as he listened to the other notifications. Strength increased by 3 points. Stamina increased by 3 points. Agility increased by 3. Seo Gwa was laughing happily beside him. Han Sung-yoon wondered, "Is it really okay to get stat boosts this easily?" Seo Gwa asked back, "What do you think? Pretty impressive, right?" She explained. "And it looks like you made really good use of that light-controlling artifact I gave you earlier. So I'm pretty happy." Hearing that, he broke out in a sweat and stammered, "So that was you. Anyway, thanks for giving me that thing." Seo Gwa tempted him. "If you come to the martial world dimension, I've got another treasure hidden there for you." She kept rambling on, totally ignoring Ju, who was sitting opposite her looking extremely annoyed. "That treasure will add a search function to the light-controlling artifact for finding scattered items." At that, she, Ju, shot to her feet, furious, and confronted them. "What? Scattered items?" Ju pointed right in his face and screamed, "Han Sung-yoon, get rid of that scattered item search ability, right now!" The scattered items are a collection of priceless artifacts that the Swordlight Emperor stole from the gods, she warned him softly. "Are you really going to throw everything away for a ticking time bomb like it's no big deal?" Hearing this, he just smiled back. "Ju, thanks for worrying about me." Han Sung-yoon tried to persuade her, "But once I'm strong enough to handle it, I can have it. So if I get the ability to find it, I'm gonna go look for it." Ju calmed down a bit, listening to him silently. Han Sung-yoon continued, "I don't think I need to ditch the search function. And even if the other gods come after me, I've got you by my side, right? So what's the problem?" Hearing that, Ju immediately whipped her head towards him. It seemed Han Sung-yoon was starting to convince her. Ju stammered, "Well, if it's you, I'm sure you can handle it yourself." Beside them, Seo Gwa crossed her arms with a satisfied smile and chimed in, "See? I knew I didn't misjudge you. I'm starting to like you more and more already." Seo Gwa held out a gorgeous, glowing blue gem and announced, "I'm going to add a little of my own divinity into the light-controlling artifact, so use it if you ever need it." After they made the exchange, a system notification announced the activation of the light-controlling artifact's special effect, Divinity Storage. Ju, Still on the side, couldn't help but pass judgment. You have to be insane to just give away your own divinity to someone else. I honestly have no clue what's going on in that head of yours. But from my perspective, if you're genuinely giving him your divinity, then I guess it's fine. Han Sung-yoon, meanwhile, was totally pleased. He said, "Thank you for this. But why are you going this far for me?" Seo Gwa gave a short, super confusing reply. "I have to." Han Sung-yoon was floored. He asked again, "What do you mean?" Seo Gwa just smiled and dodged the question. "I can't go into the details, but it's better for you to just think of it as a contract with the tower." Han Sung-yoon could feel there was something off about what she said. He went quiet, his mind racing with endless possibilities. Seo Gwa suddenly clapped her hands together and announced, "All right, I think our time is up." As soon as she finished speaking, she used a movement technique to move far, far away from Han Sung-yoon and Ju. She gave them a bright smile and said her last words, "Please make good use of the light-controlling artifact I gave you." Just then, the system's voice chimed in with a reminder, "The Sword Light Emperor is watching you. Congratulations, you have cleared the 17th floor of the Tower of Trials. Transferring floor completion rewards, items, and other points to your inventory. Please proceed to the waiting room." After that, he stepped into a new space as an announcement declared, "You have entered the waiting room of the 18th floor." Suddenly, confetti cannons shot out colorful streamers all around Han Sung-yoon, signaling that he'd met the condition. "Congratulations." Han Sung-yoon stood there, stunned, carefully reading each system notification. 1,000 people from all dimensions climbing the tower have now officially cleared the 15th floor. The Tower of Trials will now open an interdimensional event for all dimensions officially participating in the tower climb. Suddenly, the screen started to flicker like it was losing signal. The screen was now blank, but someone's voice could still be heard. The person asked, "Is everyone seeing this?" A reporter was live on the scene. She announced that a massive labyrinth had appeared right in the middle of the city. A labyrinth will appear in all dimensions officially participating in the tower climb. This is an optional event, so challengers who don't form a team will not be able to participate. Hye-yeon was standing in a room in a high-rise building, looking down below. She was holding her phone, anxiously wondering, "Han Sung-yoon, why aren't you picking up?" Hye-yeon frantically kept calling while looking out at the city, a place that seemed peaceful but had a violent storm brewing just beneath the surface. She mumbled, "This is getting serious. The system predicts that this event could turn into an interdimensional war. Participate only if you fully understand this." In a desolate house amidst the cold, falling snow, a small, flickering light was lit in front of the door. Han Sung-yoon gritted his teeth, his mouth curling into a slight smirk, letting out a soft, faint sound. He was kneeling on the ground as the system announced, "You have received the rewards. Martial God's Palace and Immortal Wing Cultivation. All skills have increased." Cheol-hyeol was resting her chin on her hand, staring at Han Sung-yoon. She spoke up, "Looks like you had a fun time." Cheol-hyeol sat on a high chair, her legs crossed in a powerful pose, and continued, "With the Sword Light Emperor, wasn't it?" He rushed to explain, "I was forced." Before Han Sung-yoon could finish, Cheol-hyeol's eyes flashed with anger. She snarled, ordering, "Answer me." Seeing her expression, he was suddenly terrified. Han Sung-yoon stammered earnestly, I'm sincerely sorry." Hearing this, her mood brightened considerably as she replied, "All right, since you seem to have reflected on your mistake, I'll let you off the hook this time." He wondered to himself, "But what did I even do wrong?" Han Sung-yoon demanded. "But you said you'd tell me about this labyrinth. That's why you called me here too." Cheol-hyeol folded her hands together and announced, "That's right. I'll tell you about this Great Tree Labyrinth." She began to explain, "This labyrinth is called the Great Tree Labyrinth, and it's similar to the tower. It has a total of 10 floors. Cheol-hyeol held up 4 fingers and continued, "The difficulty levels are easy, normal, hard, and hell." Han Sung-yoon was a bit shocked by this information, stunned as he exclaimed, "That's insane." He felt like he was in another dimension, faced with countless giant monsters ready to attack. Cheol-hyeol explained in more detail, "If you choose Hell mode, you will lose all of your abilities. Yeah, it's that hard." But she also reassured Han Sung-yoon, "But there's no need to worry. Every time you clear a floor, you can recover 1 skill." He fell silent, thinking, then concluded, "Then optimizing which skill to recover first is key." Cheol-hyeol praised him, "Very good." Han Sung-yoon brought up the system screen and replied, "If the conditions are this tough, the rewards must be pretty damn good. Let me see." But unfortunately, the notification said that the rewards for Hell difficulty could not be viewed. He asked Cheol-hyeol, "I can't see the rewards for Hell mode." She waved her hand dismissively and replied, "You're out of questions. I can't tell you more even if I wanted to." Since he couldn't get an answer, Han Sung-yoon stood up and said, "Thanks for telling me all this." He confidently gave a thumbs up and declared, "I'll do what I gotta do." Cheol-hyeol wondered, "You're ready to leave already?" Han Sung-yoon smiled confidently and replied, "Yeah, the other challengers are already on the move. I can't afford to fall behind." The way she looked at him changed slightly. Cheol-hyul smiled and praised him. "Looks like you've changed for the better." She raised her hand to wave goodbye and carefully reminded him, "Next time you visit, I'll teach you a useful technique. Be careful out there." Then, the system made an announcement. Challenger Han Sung-yoon's wish to return has been confirmed. The regression stone has been absorbed, now returning to Earth. He then returned to his home. Right now, Han Sung-yoon was focused on changing his clothes. After he was all cleaned up, he scrolled through his phone while walking and said, "So many calls from Hyeon. I should call her back before." Suddenly, a system notification rang out, startling Han Sung-yoon. The authority, Whisper of the Flame, is requesting to speak with challenger Han Sung-yoon. A voice spoke in his ear. "Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, can you hear me?" Han Sung-yoon replied, "I can. But who is this?" The woman on the other end spoke in a pouty voice. "You're so mean. Not only did you forget me, but you also forgot to even say hi when we met in Japan. Isn't that just messed up?" Han Sung-yoon vaguely thought to himself, "This voice?" The woman was on a plane, and she heard his whisper and called him out. "You don't even remember my voice?" She took the initiative and introduced herself. "It's me, Catherine Bennett. You haven't forgotten me, have you?" Han Sung-yoon immediately recognized her and quickly replied, "Of course not. How could I forget?" Catherine let out a sigh of relief and said, "That's a relief. I'll get straight to the point." She made a direct request regarding the Labyrinth event. "Please join my team. We still have one last spot." Han Sung-yoon smiled as if everything was going according to plan and answered without hesitation, "All right." Catherine was a little surprised by this outcome. She asked again, "What? You decided that fast?" Han Sung-yoon explained, "You just saved me the trouble of finding members." "I should be the one thanking you," Catherine praised him. "You're not just getting stronger fast, you're quick to respond to everything too." Han Sung-yoon smiled and replied, "It's nothing." Catherine scheduled a meeting. "Okay, see you at the labyrinth entrance." Han Sung-yoon replied, "Got it." After that, the earpiece in his ear vanished. Han Sung-yoon stood silently in front of the door, thinking to himself, "This is why connections are so important." He remembered what she looked like. Catherine Bennett. She had an authority called Flame Annihilation. All of an opponent's abilities would be reduced by 10, and one random skill would be frozen. Han Sung-yoon smiled with satisfaction. If we go into hell mode and get our skills back, she's going to be super useful. Han Sung-yoon happily walked out of the house. He wondered, should I call Haeyeon before I head out? Before he could even open the door, there was a loud banging from outside, along with a desperate shout. "Han Sung-yoon, are you in there?" He stormed to the door, pissed off and ready to yell at whoever was trying to break it down. But when he saw the woman standing outside, Han Sung-yoon just froze, unable to react for a second. The girl at the door was bent over, hands on her knees, panting like she'd just finished a race. Han Sung-yoon wondered, "Hyun?" She gasped for air, trying to form words. "I called you a million times, but you didn't pick up, so I had to run all the way here." Han Sung-yoon awkwardly rubbed his neck and replied, "Sorry about that. I was a bit busy. But how did you get my address?" Hyun grinned smugly and answered, "There are always ways." He wondered to himself, "But isn't that, like, illegal?" She suddenly remembered something important, grabbing Han Sung-yoon's hand and urging him on. "That's not important right now." Hyun pulled Han Sung-yoon outside, trying to explain as they ran, "The labyrinth has appeared, and all the top challengers from every country are here for you." She continued, "Your address got leaked, so they're probably on their way here right now." Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon thought helplessly. "You're one to talk." Hyun said urgently, "We need to get somewhere quiet." But they both skidded to a halt when they saw what was happening in front of them. Outside, a massive crowd was pushing and shoving. A man in the middle of it all shouted out, "Hello, challenger Han Sung-yoon. Would you like to join our Garden of Eden guild?" A black man standing next to him snapped angrily, "You're already recruiting someone, butt out of this." The first man cursed back, "What the hell, you bastard?" Hyun looked at the scene, totally speechless. She announced, "We're too late." Han Sung-yoon, standing beside her, suddenly gripped her shoulders and said, "Sorry, Hyun." She looked at him, confused, and called out, "Han Sung-yoon?" He decisively swept Hyun into his arms, his eyes determined, like he already had a plan for this exact situation. Han Sung-yoon smiled down at Hyun and said, "Let's bounce." She wondered, "What?" Before she could even process it, he shot upwards, leaping high into the air to escape. Han Sung-yoon flew through the sky, the back of his coat billowing like a hero saving the damsel in distress. The people below stared blankly, murmuring to each other. He ran away. The towering buildings stood close together, and silence fell over the windless afternoon. Han Sung-yoon landed safely from high above. Meanwhile, Ha-yoon was still completely bewildered in his arms. Han Sung-yoon glanced behind them and wondered, "They're not gonna catch up, right?" Ha-yoon stammered. Han Sung-yoon. Her head was spinning like a top. An indescribable feeling made Ha-yoon's voice tremble. "Can you put me down? I'm getting really dizzy." He set her down, scratching his nose awkwardly, and said, "My bad. I guess I was flying a little too wild." Han Sung-yoon also informed her, "You don't need to arrange anything. I've already got a team." Feeling wronged, Ha-yoon started bawling, tears streaming down her face. She cried, "I came all the way here because I was worried about you, and it was all for nothing." Han Sung-yoon, feeling guilty, replied, "I'm sorry. I'll contact you sooner next time." Ha-yoon calmed down. Her curiosity piqued. "All right, so are you going into the labyrinth right now?" Han Sung-yoon looked at the giant tree in front of them and replied, "Yeah, this is the entrance area, so I'm heading in now." The system notification rang out. "You have entered the labyrinth's entrance area." Ha-yoon smacked him on the shoulder and reminded him, "Be careful this time, Han Sung-yoon." She gave him a dazzling smile and added, "Don't overdo it again, okay?" Han Sung-yoon froze, staring at Ha-yoon's unforgettable smile, and replied a little shyly, "Yeah, I know." Then Han Sung-yoon vanished into thin air. A system notification sounded, "You have entered the labyrinth gate." He found himself standing in a wide clearing on the canopy of a gigantic, ancient tree. Han Sung-yoon looked around, confused, and asked himself, "This is the gate to the Great Tree Labyrinth?" Catherine was thrilled to see Han Sung-yoon arrive. She called out, "You're early, huh?" Hearing a voice, he turned his head to look. Soon-hoon, standing behind Catherine, also spoke up. "It's been a while, right?" Cheon-suk smiled and asked, "How have you been?" Han Sung-yoon smiled back, "Long time no see. So we're all on the same team. Seung-hun, Cheon-seuk." He frowned, thinking, "I didn't expect Hunter Seung-hun to be here too." Seung-hun greeted him cheerfully. "I'm glad you could make it." Han Sung-yoon looked at the two men before him and felt a sense of relief, thinking, "This is better." Catherine spoke up, asking, "So, what difficulty level are you thinking?" Han Sung-yoon stated firmly, "We're doing the hardest one." Even though he didn't know what the reward was, it was obvious that the harder it is, the better the reward. Catherine replied, "Resigned, I knew it." Seung-hoon announced, "All right, everyone's in agreement then. Let's do this," she added. "I've sent you the invite. Accept it and let's go." Han Sung-yoon heard a notification, "Team invite code, E781. He swiped through the panel and a sound chimed, "Team Captain of S3, a 1 has accepted you into the party." The four of them began their journey. Seung-hoon took the lead and opened the door. The massive gate slowly creaked open, revealing a foggy, bottomless space. The sword at his hip spoke up. "You're going into the labyrinth?" He replied, "Yeah. Because of the nightmare difficulty effect, even swords are affected. We'll have to part ways for a bit." The sword whined, "I'm gonna be so bored." The necklace chimed in to comfort it. "Don't be sad." Han Sung-yoon stepped forward and told them, "Every time I clear a level, I can recover one skill or authority." The sword started to say something, but he cut it off. "I'm going now." The sword yelled in a rage, "Don't you dare cut me off." After they stepped inside, a system notification sounded, "You have entered the first floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the Labyrinth of Beginnings. Your currently equipped weapon will be sealed. You will receive a basic weapon in your inventory." Everyone plummeted down into the dark space as system explanations continued to pop up. All abilities will be temporarily lost. All stats will be reduced to 10. While inside the labyrinth, skills and authorities will disappear. Skills and authorities obtained within the labyrinth will disappear upon exiting. Han Sung-yoon and the others landed safely. He observed his surroundings and guessed, "My body feels heavier now that my stats are lowered." Seung-hoon spoke up, "I can't believe we can't use any of the abilities we've gained until now." Suddenly, a notification rang out. "A condition has been met. The divinity Resist the Divine Will has been forcibly activated. This divinity has resisted the system's restrictions on challenger Han Sung-yoon. Authorities, skills, and attributes will not disappear and will be maintained until you exit the labyrinth." He smirked and thought, "Guess it's up to me to carry the team." Catherine's group of 3 stood there, stunned, watching Han Sung-yoon in action. She asked in disbelief, "Is that seriously the speed of someone with only 10 agility points?" Cheon-seok, standing beside her, was just as shocked. Did he really get all his skills back that fast? Right before their eyes, Han Sung-yoon was now facing off against a giant monster. It raised its sword, trying to slash him in one go. The blade slammed into the ground, shaking the entire space. Debris went flying everywhere. But Han Sung-yoon, with his insane skills and agility, dodged the attack. He immediately shot back with a counter. His Graceful as the Wind ability activated, boosting his fist speed by 80%. Then he landed a critical hit with a skill stack of 8. As soon as the monster went down, the system pinged with a message. The goblin's remaining HP has been absorbed and will become energy for the World Tree. Catherine was totally floored. She pointed out that it was supposed to be a tough opponent for them right now, and yet, he took care of them all in just 1 hour. Catherine, completely embarrassed, admitted, "We really can't even compare to him anymore." The space around them was suddenly engulfed in flashing red lights. Han Sung-yoon thought to himself, "Man, it's a good thing I learned martial arts from the Swordlight Emperor and lost all my powers. Otherwise, I'd never be able to fight like this." Han Sung-yoon smirked, totally satisfied. At this rate, even if they were 4 times stronger, I could still handle them. A notification popped up. "You have used all remaining souls. Stats will be permanently increased." Catherine came over, calling his name, Han Sung-yoon. He looked back. "What's up?" She said firmly, "Let us get in on the fight next time." Han Sung-yoon was taken aback as Catherine continued, "I know we were no help just now, but if this keeps up, we're just going to be dead weight." Seung-hoon, standing behind her, chimed in to agree. "I agree. We need to fight too." Cheon-suk also piped up. "He's right. I hate the idea of being carried the whole way through." Han Sung-yoon smiled and agreed. "All right, fine. We all need to get stronger together." He started walking across the battlefield, littered with the monsters he'd taken down. Another system message popped up. "You have defeated 4 goblins. A hidden room in the labyrinth has appeared." Then, a new space started to materialize right in front of them. Han Sung-yoon muttered, "A hidden room?" Catherine figured, "The key's probably in there. Let's go." And with that, the 4 of them stepped inside, ready to face whatever was waiting for them. But when he stepped through the door and saw what was inside, he froze. Han Sung-yoon stared at the huge statues lining the pathway. The area was overgrown and cloaked in darkness. He figured the statues were supposed to be some kind of dark gods. As he was checking out a statue of a person with its hands clasped, the system dinged again. "The challenger of talent has received the grace of the dark god." Catherine moved closer and pointed, "Hey, there's a stone slab over here. Han Sung-yoon might be able to get the god's grace." Seung-hoon and the others walked over too. He guessed, "Looks like you have to touch it to get it to work." Cheon-seok had his own take on it. "There's probably a limit to how many people can get this grace, so we should think this through." Catherine hesitated for a second, then said, "So, should I go first?" She slowly reached out her hand, about to touch the stone statue that was shaped like an open